A terrifying women's prison that strikes fear into the hearts of all, yet it holds only me, a single male prisoner. And I not only can make the beautiful female guards lick my feet every day, but I've even become the warden of the prison, all because I took 7 breathtakingly beautiful women as my masters. From them, I learned not only heavenly martial arts but also mastered miraculous medical skills. Even the Supreme Commander of China must call me Big Brother when he sees me. Right now, in the office of Black Mountain Women's Prison, I'm lying back in my office chair. Standing before me is a woman. Her thin prison uniform completely fails to hide her perfect figure. The woman looks at me with seductive eyes and softly parts her cherry lips. Great Warden, please be gentle, I'm afraid of pain, I'm impatient. Knocking on the desk, I coldly say, stop wasting words, do you want your deadly poison treated or not? Yes, Great Warden, don't be angry. The woman forces a smile, nervously saying, go lie on the bed. I point to the single bed in the office, coldly saying, hearing this. The woman obediently lies down, her expression nervous yet somewhat expectant. Everyone says the warden's needle is thick, but very effective. I wonder what it feels like. I take out my needle pack, maintaining a serious expression throughout. The woman's name is Black Peony. Despite looking as delicate as a flower, so fragile it seems a breeze could blow her over, in reality, Black Peony is an infamous female assassin. Her officially recorded kills alone number in the thousands. Black Peony ranks 73rd in Black Mountain Women's Prison, sentenced to life imprisonment. Of the 1,000+ female inmates in the prison, every single one is a vicious and evil criminal. 5 years ago, I was the eldest grandson of the Shao family in East Sea, living a comfortable life, spending money like water. Not only was my family prestigious, but I also had a fiancée named Lin Hanrui, born into the Lin family of East Sea, known far and wide as a beauty with countless suitors. But Lin Hanrui had a younger brother, a typical spoiled rich kid. 5 years ago, while drunk, he committed a crime, raping a girl. To protect her brother, Lin Hanrui begged me to take the blame for him, promising to marry me immediately after I got out of prison. Blinded by beauty, I readily agreed, and as a result, was sent to the northern frontier of Great Summer, to Black Mountain Women's Prison. As the only man in the prison, I was immediately taken in by the women ranked 1 to 7, who accepted me as their disciple. In 5 years, I thoroughly learned all their skills. Later, my headmaster resigned from her position as warden, leaving the prison with my other masters, and I inherited the warden position. Why hasn't the warden started yet? After waiting for a long time without seeing me make a move, Black Peony opens her beautiful eyes halfway and says, aren't you going to undress me? Coming back to my senses, I frown and say, didn't anyone tell you before you came in that you need to be naked for treatment? Black Peony is startled, what kind of strange rule is this? Nobody told me. So that's how it is. Great Warden, you should have said so earlier, I don't mind at all. She giggles foolishly, her shoulders slipping, causing her prison uniform to slide down slightly, revealing beautifully curved collarbones and skin as white and smooth as a baby's. I glance at her. Her size isn't small even among the women in this prison, she could be considered impressive. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Seeing that I'm getting impatient, Black Peony has no choice but to comply. Within seconds, she's completely naked. Not wasting any time, I approach her with my silver needles. About 2 hours later, Black Peony leaves the office with a satisfied expression, her steps noticeably lighter. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Ruochen had just put away his silver needles when he heard someone at the door. This Black Peony woman isn't finished yet? He only treats 1 prisoner per day, that's the rule he set. You better have a good reason for knocking, otherwise. My tone is icy as I open the office door. However, the person knocking isn't Black Peony, but another stunningly beautiful woman. She wears a plain white dress that perfectly outlines her flawless, exquisite figure, and her aura is exceptionally cold and noble. A woman this beautiful would rank in the top 10 in the entire prison. I coldly ask, who are you looking for? I am Xiao Ruochen. The woman's gaze carries a hint of scrutiny, and after examining me, deep disappointment. I thought 5 years of rehabilitation would tame this spoiled young master somewhat, but now I see it's like trying to make a wall out of mud impossible. My name is Su Fian, I'm your sister-in-law, Su Fian says coldly. I've come to take you out. Sister-in-law? I'm very skeptical of her words. My older brother should still be fighting at the border. Is it possible that in 5 years, he even got married? Impossible. If my brother got married, how could the family not tell me? I shake my head and say, new inmates go to the room in the hallway to get a set of clothes and get to work. This prison is full of liars like you, and your trick is very basic. Su Fian coldly says, your older brother died long ago. What did you say? My gaze changes, and my aura becomes sharp. Haven't you read any of the letters your family sent you all these years? Su Fian frowned slightly. 3 years ago, Xiao Rujuan, Xiao Rulin, and Xiao Rushi all died in battle at the border, their bodies never recovered. Now your grandfather is also very ill, with little time left. His dying wish is to see you one more time. Although Su Fian's voice is soft, it still makes my brain buzz. What? Impossible. My breath becomes violent, my eyes instantly bloodshot. My 3 older brothers hadn't even reached the rank of war god and were pillars of Great Summer. How could they die so easily in battle? I'll check this right now. With bloodshot eyes, I rush out to the guardroom at the prison entrance. The prison guard was lying down. Bang! I kick open the door and walk in. Sir, why have you come? The guard hurriedly stands up, keeping his head down respectfully. I've been in prison for 5 years. Why haven't I received a single letter in these 5 years? I grab the guard's collar. Where are the letters? We have them, the guard gives a dry laugh. The previous warden was worried they would affect your training, so she had us put all the letters away. You never asked for them either. I release my grip and coldly say, hearing this. The guard doesn't dare delay, quickly pulling out a box containing about a dozen or so letters. Sir, I have saved everything for you. The guard pushed the box in front of Xiao Ruocheng and chuckled nervously, please take it. Xiao Ruocheng grabbed the box and tremblingly took out a letter. Ruocheng, the family is facing great misfortune, the only thing I worry about is you. Recently, the company has encountered many troubles, I fear I cannot hold on for long. When you return, you must repay the 3 sisters-in-law well. During this time, we have relied on them for support. The Xiao family owes them a debt. Xiao Ruocheng breathed rapidly, the handwriting on the letter was written by his grandfather. After finishing one letter, he hurriedly flipped forward. He found the first letter from 3 years ago, it was a newspaper. As he opened it, several big words jumped out. Mourn. 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 The great Xiao mourns, 3 war heroes have fallen. Xiao Ruocheng's body trembled, the thin newspaper almost slipped from his grasp. The celestial war god, Xiao Ruojuan, died in the southwestern frontier, with no bones left, at just 28 years of age. The bloodthirsty war god, Xiao Rolan, died in the northwestern frontier, with no bones left, at just 27 years of age. The dragon might war god, Xiao Ruoshi, died in the southeastern frontier, with no bones left, at just 26 years of age. The 3 lines of large text struck Xiao Ruocheng's heart heavily. Put. Rushed by emotions, Xiao Ruocheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his cheeks pale. The 3 brothers really died in battle, with no remains left, he had nothing to mourn them with. Now, do you believe it? Su Fian walked over slowly, her tone also tinged with sorrow. After they sacrificed themselves for the country, the entire Xiao family fell apart, relatives and friends drifted away, and your grandfather, worn out from work, fell ill a few days ago. Hurry back, you can still see him one last time. Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Thank you, sister-in-law, I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. I am helping the Xiao family not for you, so there is no need to repay. Su Fian frowned, she hated those who committed crimes, and moreover, Xiao Ruocheng was imprisoned for a crime. If Xiao Ruocheng were not part of the Xiao family, she wouldn't even glance at him. I do not ask much of you. After you go out, be honest and do not create chaos for the family like you did before. Hearing Su Fian's ruthless words, Xiao Ruocheng felt no anger and had no desire to explain. Now, he just wanted to see his grandfather as soon as possible. Thank you for your guidance, sister-in-law. Let's go. Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Su Fian was somewhat surprised, it seemed that 5 years in prison had changed him somewhat. This is a good thing, at least it won't worsen the Xiao family's situation. When I leave, the rules of the prison cannot change. Xiao Ruocheng looked at the guard coldly, whoever dares to overstep will be severely punished when I return. You walk slowly. The guard respectfully lowered his head. Seeing this scene, Su Fian couldn't help but frown again. She initially thought 5 years of reform would change him. Now it seemed, it was pure wishful thinking. Bullying others in prison, simply worthless. Don't waste time, let's go. Su Fian didn't want to look at Xiao Ruocheng, turning to leave. Watching her graceful figure, Xiao Ruocheng felt a bit confused and had no choice but to follow. Donghai, Yulan Bay Villa area. A black Mercedes stopped, and Xiao Ruocheng and Su Fian got out of the car. Sister-in-law, this isn't my home. Xiao Ruocheng looked puzzled. We should be going to Yunding Villa, right? That is. Due to poor company management, last year, Yunding Villa was sold. Su Fian said flatly, this is my villa, temporarily lent to grandfather Xiao. So that's how it is, thank you. Xiao Ruocheng nodded silently, feeling a bit more grateful to Su Fian in his heart. At such a time, how many people would be willing to associate with the Xiao family? No need to thank me. Su Fian replied coldly, I am only doing this for the Xiao family, for your elder brother, and has nothing to do with you. No matter, let's go in. Xiao Ruocheng was already used to Su Fian's behavior of distancing herself from him. After all, a reformed criminal, who would look up to him? Xiao Ruocheng smiled casually and walked ahead. Villa number 7 was the residence arranged by Su Fian for her grandfather, Xiao Genoa. In the courtyard, there was a chessboard, indicating that she often played chess with her grandfather. 5 years of separation had made Xiao Ruocheng's feelings of longing almost unbearable. The villa's front door was slightly ajar, and a gentle push opened it. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a cold, sinister voice came from upstairs. Old man, the remaining assets of the Xiao family can't even pay off the loan. I'm willing to spend 10 million to buy it, which is already giving you enough face. Don't push your luck. Upon hearing this, both Sufian and Xiao Ruocheng halted their steps. Sufian felt anxious, worried that something had happened to the old man. Beside her, Xiao Ruocheng's eyes turned into two cold stars, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 2, I don't want to kill today. On the second floor of the villa, in a spacious room, Xiao Genoa leaned on the sofa, his head full of silver hair, his skin waxy and yellow, looking very old. But his eyes were still sharp and bright, his charisma remained. Opposite him stood several young people, the leader with an arrogant expression, hands in pockets, exuding arrogance. Duaning, you really have some nerve. Xiao Genoa's voice was stern. Back then, your grandfather didn't dare to speak like this in front of me. What do you think you are? Hee, old man, still thinking you're the former master of the Xiao family? Duaning sneered, his face pale from long-term alcohol abuse, appearing even more sinister. The world in Donghai has changed, wake up to reality. The Junwei group of the Xiao family won't last long even if you don't sell it. What's the point? If I'm willing to buy, it's giving Junwei group a lifeline, you should be grateful, right? Saying this, Duaning glanced back. The bodyguards behind him immediately laughed and echoed. Yes, Duanxiao is right. Old man, hurry up and agree. Duanxiao is giving you a chance, you should cherish it. Not recognizing good intentions will cost you dearly. A series of insults and threats did not move Xiao Genoa, instead, it reinforced his resolve. The group cannot be sold. This is not just the blood, sweat, and tears of the Xiao family for generations, but also a pillar for Xiao Ruocheng after leaving prison. With that child's character, 5 years of rehabilitation may not yield much effect. How long can 10 million last in his hands? It is far better to keep the Junwei group, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. I advise you not to covet the Junwei group any longer. Xiao Genoa gently rubbed his palms, seemingly reminiscing about the glory of the Xiao family. I will not sell these shares, no matter how much you offer. Upon hearing this, Duaning, who had originally still had traces of a smile, darkened completely. You're asking for trouble. Old Xiao, since I'm here today, whether you sell or not is up to you? Duaning sneered and gave a look to his bodyguards. Soon, the bodyguards took out a neatly bound contract and respectfully handed it over. Sign the contract in 1 minute. Duaning slammed the contract on the table, then leaned forward, staring at Xiao Genoa and said, I don't want to repeat myself. As soon as his words fell, the bodyguards behind him also changed their expressions. It seemed that as long as Xiao Genoa dared to refuse, they would act immediately. 10 million to buy the Xiao family's Junwei group? Duaning, you should go back to sleep if you haven't woken up yet. Suddenly, a cold voice came. Everyone instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound. Xiao Ruocheng, dressed in black, exuded a chilling aura as he strode in. When he got closer and saw Xiao Genoa's aged and frail appearance, Xiao Ruocheng's nose turned sour. Thud. Xiao Ruocheng heavily knelt down, choking back tears. The unfilial grandson has come late. Please forgive me, grandfather. Bang. 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 He knocked his head 3 times in succession, and only then did Xiao Genoa react. Xiao Chen? Get up, get up. Xiao Genoa trembled as he stood up, helping Xiao Ruocheng up, his withered hand tightly gripping his arm. It's good that you're back, you must have suffered quite a bit these years. You've grown taller and stronger. Seeing this scene, Sufian's gaze softened a little. A slight approval appeared in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. Clap. 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 A round of applause rang out, as Duaning clapped his hands inside. 5 years went by so fast, Xiao, it's been a while. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng's gaze turned cold, and he replied indifferently, I don't want to kill anyone today, get out of the Xiao family. Once, as the young master of a prestigious family, Xiao Ruocheng had crossed paths with Duaning on several occasions. Their relationship was average, but they knew each other. Not killing him would be the greatest concession. Oh? Looks like the prison reform didn't do much, 5 years and you still haven't faced reality. Duaning sneered, casually glancing at Xiao Ruocheng and saying with disdain, you call yourself Xiao, do you really think you're somebody? Wake up! Your 3 brothers are gone, the company collapsed, the Xiao family is left with only an old man half broken, and you, a prisoner, what right do you have to act so arrogant in front of me? Sign the contract, take the money, and get lost. Since we used to have some dealings, I'll even throw in an extra million for you. Duaning threw the contract at Xiao Ruocheng's feet, looking down on him with an air of superiority. Hearing this, Xiao Genoa's face darkened. Before he could speak, Xiao Ruocheng suddenly moved. He took the contract in his hand and casually glanced at it. That's more like it, if you want money, just say so. Duaning was very pleased with Xiao Ruocheng's response, smiling as he said, a few million is just pocket change to me. Here, let me add. Before he could finish his sentence. Rip. Xiao Ruocheng slowly tore the contract to pieces, the scraps of paper falling to the ground. Duan Ying's smile froze on his face. You ungrateful thing. Duan Ying snorted coldly, about to speak, when he suddenly saw Xiao Ruoqing stepping toward him with heavy, deliberate steps. Looks like you're really angry, huh? Xiao de Xiao, are you thinking of hitting me? Duan Ying sneered, looking back at his bodyguards and laughing, this idiot hasn't had enough of prison food, ha 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 ha. Hearing these insulting words, Su Fian's heart tightened. Xiao Ruoqing had just been released from prison, and if he really acted, it would be disastrous. Xiao. Su Fian was about to stop him, but it was already too late. Xiao Ruoqing took a step forward, grabbed Duan Ying by the collar, and immediately threw a punch into his stomach. Bang! There was a dull thud. Duan Ying's eyes bulged, his smile froze on his face, and he clutched his stomach in pain as he fell to the ground. You dare! Smack! Xiao Ruoqing slapped Duan Ying across the face. Do you know, once I go back? Smack! Smack! 3 consecutive slaps, and Duan Ying suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. You useless trash, are you just going to watch me get hit? Duan Ying glared viciously at his bodyguards behind him, speaking with difficulty. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bodyguards woke up from their daze, finally snapping back to reality. Immediately, they rushed forward. Outside the crowd, Su Fian gasped and grew anxious. Stop! Xiao Genoa's face was filled with rage, for Xiao Ruoqing was the last hope of the Xiao family. If anything happened to him, the Xiao family would be finished. But he and Su Fian, one an elderly man in his twilight years, the other a woman with no strength to even harm a chicken, how could they help in such a situation? However, the next moment, both of them stood there, stunned, like wooden statues. Several tall and burly professional bodyguards were like helpless little chicks in front of Xiao Ruoqing. Xiao Ruoqing slightly shifted his body, dodging all the attacks. Then, a powerful and intense aura exploded from his body. The bodyguards were thrown backward almost simultaneously, crashing to the ground. Chapter 3, Rising to the Top, Overlooking the 9 Provinces. Su Fian's eyes were filled with astonishment. She never expected this little-known brother-in-law to be so fierce when he made a move. In just a few seconds, he had taken down 4 or 5 professional bodyguards. What kind of skill was this? In the rumors, Xiao Ruoqing was always seen as a playboy, with his body drained by wine and women. But reality seemed to be quite different. Whether it was the 5 years of prison life that changed him, or the rumors that were false. For many years, she had painfully supported the Junwei group, but today, she surprisingly felt a long-lost sense of safety from Xiao Ruoqing. How is it possible? Duan Ying watched as her bodyguard was knocked to the ground, struggling to move even a little. Clearly, the injury was severe. These people were carefully selected by the Duan family, with even 2 retired special forces soldiers among them. How did Xiao Ruoqing gain such power? Did they teach martial arts in prison? For a moment, big questions swirled in her mind. Smack! Seeing you so restless, I highly suspect that the decline of the Junwei group is related to the Duan family, isn't it? Xiao Ruoqing suddenly turned around, his cold gaze sending chills. Or, did the Duan family also have a part in the death of my 3 older brothers? Duan Ying just snapped back to reality and found Xiao Ruoqing standing right in front of her. Those eyes were fixed on her, unrelenting. A strong wave of fear surged up, and Duan Ying unconsciously stepped back, stumbling and falling to the ground. Answer seriously, you have only one chance. Xiao Ruoqing leaned down, his gaze icy. And no. I just came to acquire the Junwei group, I don't know anything else. Duan Ying was already scared out of her wits, gripping Xiao Ruoqing's shirt like a drowning person clinging to a lifeline. Xiao Ruoqing, no, young Master Xiao. You have to believe me. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing slightly nodded. Given Duan Ying's current state, she probably didn't have the guts to lie to him. Just out of prison today, and with his grandfather and sister-in-law nearby, Xiao Ruoqing didn't want to get his hands dirty with blood. You'd better not lie to me, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Xiao Ruoqing stood up, his gaze profound. Alright, get lost. Duan Ying struggled to get up, her bodyguards protecting her in the center. Having lost so much face today, Duan Ying glared at Xiao Ruoqing fiercely, opening her mouth to say something harsh. But as soon as her gaze met Xiao Ruoqing's cold face, a trace of fear surged up uncontrollably. We are leaving. With her bodyguard's help, Duan Ying left in a disgraced manner. After only a few steps, a light cold snort interrupted her. If I remember correctly, I said to get lost, right? Xiao Ruoqing looked meaningfully at Duan Ying. Do you want to roll out yourself, or shall I help you roll out? Duan Ying was momentarily stunned, and then her cheeks twitched violently. She couldn't even walk out, and now had to roll out? Raised in comfort, Duan Ying had never endured such humiliation. Xiao Ruoqing, don't go too far. Duan Ying clenched her fists tightly. If looks could kill, she would have torn Xiao Ruoqing to shreds by now.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng remained unfazed, extending 3 fingers. 3, 2. Duan Ying's legs went weak, bowing in humiliation as she rolled forward.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruocheng nodded in satisfaction.
The remaining bodyguards exchanged glances, silent for a few seconds, and then obediently rolled out as well. It wasn't until Duan Ying rolled out of the villa that she dared to look back.
The stinging burn remained on her cheeks, but the pain in her heart was far stronger than any physical ache.
Xiao Ruocheng, you're driving me to this.
Duan Ying's eyes reflected a trace of resentment as she took out her phone and quickly dialed a number.
Beep beep.
The call connected, and a rugged male voice came through.
What's the matter?
Duan Ying changed to a respectful tone, flattering, Master Wen, it's me, Duan Ying.
The third son of the Duan family, right? I know you.
Master Wen's voice was very cold, lacking any emotion.
Duan Ying didn't find this response problematic at all.
Though the Duan family was a well-known family in Donghai, they were still somewhat inferior compared to Master Wen.
Ah yes, I didn't expect you to still remember me.
Duan Ying lowered her posture, Master Wen, I want to ask for your help to teach someone a lesson, preferably to disable him.
The reward is not a problem.
After a brief pause, Master Wen spoke indifferently, 1 million. He didn't even ask who the target was, immediately quoting a price, showcasing his immense confidence.
See can. Duan Ying spoke excitedly and incoherently, thank you, Master Wen. Name, address, send your identity.
Master Wen's voice was calm, prepare for the goods inspection in 2 days.
Good, good. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Duan Ying's face slowly turned cold.
Xiao Ruocheng, this is the consequence of challenging me. The humiliation just now, I will make you pay back 10-fold, 100-fold.
On the second floor of the villa.
Hearing that there was no more movement outside, Xiao Ruocheng turned around and knelt down again. Grandpa, I did not know so much happened at home, and I caused you so much trouble. Xiao Ruocheng's voice was filled with guilt and self-blame. Years ago, he chose to take the blame and go to prison without telling his family. After all, such a crime wasn't unusual for him, the young master.
However, Xiao Ruocheng never expected that such a drastic change would occur at home after he left. For an elderly man over 70, sending a black-haired person off was incredibly cruel. It's all right, good boy. Xiao Zhenhua personally helped Xiao Ruocheng up, looking gratified, you've really grown up after not seeing you for 5 years, good, like a man. 5 years ago, when Xiao Ruocheng went to prison, Xiao Zhenhua was so angry he couldn't eat for days, even claiming he had no such grandson. Time had passed, and that anger of disappointment had long faded. Watching the deep bond between the grandfather and grandson, Su Fian's brows furrowed slightly. Just now, the skill Xiao Ruocheng showed indeed gave her a long-lost sense of safety. But, his actions were still too reckless, without considering the consequences. Duan Ying and that group had clearly been scared off, letting them leave was fine, so why hold on and even let Duan Ying roll out? The Xiao family was in a precarious moment, this act would only gain them another enemy. With his performance, if the future Xiao family is handed to him, it won't be long before it meets its downfall. Su Fian sighed and turned her head away, no longer looking. At this moment, hearing his grandfather's approval made Xiao Ruocheng's eyes slightly redden.
He had once longed for a word of praise from the old man. Unfortunately, the old man had always been strict with him, pampered him, but had never praised him. What he had yearned for years suddenly spoken out loud by Xiao Zhenhua stirred various feelings in Xiao Ruocheng's heart. Grandpa, I was wrong before, I only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, causing you and the family much worry.
That will not happen again. Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath, a surge of powerful confidence rising within him. I want to lead the Xiao family to rise up, not just in Donghai, but also in Jilin and even in Daxia. I will elevate the Xiao family to the skies, overlooking the 9 provinces. Chapter 4, Ling Han Rui, I won't marry. Hearing Xiao Ruocheng's bold words, Xiao Zhenhua seemed to become several years younger and laughed heartily. Good. No wonder you are my grandson. As long as you have this heart, Grandpa will do my best to support you. Regardless of success or failure, you are the pride of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhenhua spoke with absolute seriousness, although from a realistic perspective, he didn't believe Xiao Ruocheng could achieve it. Once looking down upon the 9 provinces, the previous Xiao family might have had that qualification. Now, it had become just a dream. Watching the 2 grandfathers boastfully talk about the future, a hint of sadness flashed in Su Fian's eyes. She didn't know if bringing Xiao Ruocheng back was right or wrong. She had never met Xiao Ruocheng before and only heard about some of his deeds. Today, seeing the real person, Su Fian's worries deepened. The previous Xiao family might still have protected him, but now, the Xiao family had already declined. What should this young master of the Xiao family do? Grandpa, your health isn't good, please sit down first. Just as Su Fian was worried, Xiao Ruocheng helped Xiao Zhenhua sit on the sofa, fingers gently resting on his wrist. I learned some medical skills in prison, just right, let me check your health. Xiao Zhenhua looked at him with love. Grandpa is old, and time is short. Being able to personally hand over the company to you gives me peace of mind. What does the Xiao family's sons fear about life and death? When saying this, Xiao Zhenhua had a calm and open expression. Xiao Ruocheng's nose slightly tinged with sourness. What are you talking about? You haven't seen me get married and have children, let alone hold a great-grandson. How can you just die? As long as I am here, you will definitely live to be 100. Saying this, he began to feel Xiao Zhenhua's pulse. In just a few seconds, Xiao Ruocheng's complexion changed repeatedly. Grandpa's condition was indeed serious. Long-term exhaustion and illness, combined with depression, had left his body riddled with wounds. Xiao Ruocheng felt a surge of fear in his heart. If he had come back even a few days later, perhaps he really wouldn't have made it in time. Fortunately, there was still time now. Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath. Grandpa, for the next few days, you should stay home and rest. Leave the company's matters to my sister-in-law. I can help too. I'll go buy some medicine later. Take it on time, and it won't be long before you recover. Xiao Zhenhua laughed heartily and was about to speak. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Su Fian's phone rang. She took it out and looked. It was a message from her secretary. Manager. Our group's wage arrears incident has been maliciously amplified by someone. Hundreds of grassroots employees are publicly protesting for their salaries. The group's stock price has plummeted, and our partners just sent inquiries. Now employees at the group headquarters are also starting to feel anxious. What should we do? 3 years ago, when the Xiao family encountered trouble, Su Fian had left the family voluntarily and joined Junwei Group as the general manager. In recent years, she had worked tirelessly to secure many collaborations for the group, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Recently, however, the news of Xiao Zhenhua's illness spread too quickly. The last remaining trust collapsed suddenly, and the grassroots employees were panicked and started to demand their salaries. With funds unable to circulate, Su Fian even personally borrowed money from home twice, but it still wasn't enough to fill the hole. Now, with the issue of wage demands escalating, it would be even harder to manage. Old man, something bad has happened. Su Fian had no choice but to turn her gaze to Xiao Zhenhua. Workers are demanding wages and it has been maliciously exaggerated, the stock price has plummeted, and our partners are also unstable. We must find a way to solve this quickly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenhua nodded in agreement. As long as there is funding, these problems can all be solved. Xiao Zhenhua decisively said, how much money is left in the group's account? Leave some to support operations, and let's distribute the rest. Su Fian shook her head helplessly. There is less than 10 million in the account, and even if we take it all out, it won't be enough to pay salaries. For a moment, Xiao Zhenhua fell silent. Junwei Group was the hard work of generations of the Xiao family. Could it really be completely destroyed in his hands? If so, how could he face his ancestors? Seeing this, Su Fian sighed, as if she had made a firm decision. How about I go home one more time? No. For the sake of the Xiao family, you have already borrowed a lot from them. Xiao Zhenhua shook his head. You can't keep finding ways for us, the Xiao family owes you too much. Su Fian smiled bitterly. If she didn't come up with a solution, who would? Could she really just watch Junwei Group collapse? I have a way. Just as the two were worried, Xiao Ruocheng spoke up. How much more is needed? Is 100 million enough? Hearing his words, Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian exchanged glances. This remark was made too easily. Can 100 million just be summoned by the wind? Su Fian secretly shook her head. Perhaps Xiao Ruocheng was skilled at fighting, but managing a company was not just about being tough. It wasn't enough to see who had the bigger fist. She never harbored any economic hopes for Xiao Ruocheng. Ruocheng, 100 million is not a small amount, you. Xiao Zhenhua started to say but stopped mid-sentence. He really wanted to know where this money would come from, yet he was afraid of destroying Xiao Ruocheng's confidence. Of course, I can't come up with it. Xiao Ruocheng smiled slightly. Isn't there still the Ling family? I remember, the Ling family is one of the 8 great families of Donghai, with strong assets. Taking out 100 million shouldn't be a problem, right? Before Master San was imprisoned, he was a top-notch financial tycoon who had long passed down his wealth to Xiao Ruocheng. However, Xiao Ruocheng had just been released and had yet to take over. 100 million is just a small amount. It's the same whether you approach the Ling family or not. Ling Hanrui is the beloved daughter of the Ling family and the fiancée of Xiao Ruocheng. The two have been childhood sweethearts for many years. Moreover, he also took the blame for Ling Hanrui's brother, Ling Zhao, for 5 years. Publicly or privately, the Ling family should lend him this 100 million. Since you entered prison, the Ling family has ignored the Xiao family for 5 years. Do you think they would lend you money? Hearing this, Su Fian's beautiful willow-like brows furrowed slightly. She didn't want to discourage Xiao Ruocheng, but his idea was simply ridiculous. Back then, when they held the funerals for Xiao Ruojuan and her siblings, no one from the Ling family showed up. As for Xiao Ruocheng's fiancée, her romantic affairs were countless, and she had long become a renowned socialite in Donghai. Now asking to borrow money was simply impossible. Elder sister-in-law, you don't know this. Xiao Ruoqing smiled faintly, his tone full of nostalgia. Hanruei and I were innocent when we were young. She often snuck out to play with me, often getting scolded by her family. Although 100 million is a lot, I believe, given my feelings with Hanruei, she will certainly help me. Su Fian didn't want to argue with him. She said directly, times have changed. 5 years ago you were the young master of the Xiao family, shining bright, and many would cling to you. And now? Her question seemed to strike directly at his heart. Xiao Ruoqing fell silent for a moment, coldly replying, whether it can be done or not, I still want to give it a try. After saying that, he asked Xiao Genoa where their marriage certificate was from back then and then left. Hopeless. Su Fian shook her head, just a few words gave her a new understanding of Xiao Ruoqing. Simple-minded, yet physically strong. Fian, this child still has a long road ahead. Xiao Genoa sighed lightly, I know you don't think highly of him. If Xiao Ruoqing really proves to be capable in the future, when I die, the Junwei group will have some assets to leave for him, ensuring his later life without worries. As for the rest, take it as you wish. Grandfather, this just won't do. Su Fian's face turned anxious, I didn't come to the Xiao family for this. She explained urgently, fearing Xiao Genoa would misunderstand her. In fact, her marriage with Xiao Ruojuan was also arranged by the family. Su Fian had barely seen the legendary god of war a few times, let alone having any feelings for him. The reason she stayed to help Xiao Genoa was simply because on the day of the funeral, the old man faced numerous guests without shedding a tear, only pride in his eyes. Xiao family's sons fear neither life nor death. This was the only thing Xiao Genoa said during the entire funeral. After the guests left, he held 3 plaques and wept bitterly in the mourning hall. This scene deeply moved Su Fian, not to mention the significant favors the Xiao family had done for the Su family. So, she chose to stand up and support the broken Xiao family. I know you don't care about material gains, but I feel guilty towards you. Xiao Genoa sighed, these worldly possessions are all the compensation the Xiao family can give you. Su Fian's beautiful eyes flickered, making up her mind. Old man, don't overthink it, the Xiao family won't collapse like this, I promise. Old madam, there is a young man named Xiao Ruoqing who wishes to see the third miss. In the Ling family's villa, butler Zhong Shu looked at the silver-haired old lady in the center of the spacious living room and spoke respectfully. After he finished speaking, the Ling family members standing beside the old lady all turned their gazes to a girl in a blue dress, exuding an air of nobility. Xiao Ruoqing? Ling Hanruei slightly frowned, her eyes showing neither joy nor longing. What was evident was a barely noticeable distaste. Grandma, don't let him in. Ling Hanruei looked anxious, as if afraid of being associated with Xiao Ruoqing. Hasn't the family been trying to secure the Lanting project? Recently, my relationship with Tiangu has been getting better. I don't want to have anything to do with him. With Tianji's help, there's a high chance we can get the project. Attracting Xiao Ruoqing now would change how Tiangu sees me. The silver-haired old lady appeared to be in deep thought, the beads in her hand turning. After a moment, she spoke slowly. A guest is a guest. Let him in. Chapter 5, Sister Ruoyao, I want to marry you. Xiao Ruoqing followed the butler into the living room. As soon as he entered, all the eyes of the Ling family turned towards him. Seeing Ling Hanruei in the crowd, Xiao Ruoqing's eyes lit up, and he joyfully walked over. Hanruei, long time no see. After 5 years, Ling Hanruei had shed her youth, radiating the charm of a mature woman. However, Ling Hanruei only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond. She even retreated half a step, subtly increasing the distance between them. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoqing furrowed his brow, a hint of foreboding rising in his heart. Ling Hanruei's reaction was strange. Could it be that his big sister-in-law was right? Or maybe he was just overthinking things. 5 years apart, it was normal to feel a bit distant. Hanruei, we haven't seen each other for 5 years, I've just been released from prison. Xiao Ruoqing took a deep breath, now, we have reached the right age to marry, so I want to marry you. After saying this, he turned to look at the old lady, Su Tsuelian. Grandma, please agree to my marriage with Hanruei. Upon hearing Xiao Ruoqing's words, the entire Ling family hall fell silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Everyone in the Ling family looked at him in unison, no one expected Xiao Ruoqing was truly here to propose. After a moment, the crowd erupted in outrage. Xiao Ruoqing just got out of prison, he hasn't even warmed his seat yet and wants to take Hanruei home? Exactly. Some people probably see our Ling family as flourishing and want to come here and live off us. Damn. How shameless. How can a person be this brazen? The Ling family members spoke brusquely, their words sharp as knives. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing instinctively furrowed his brow. Alright, everyone shut up. At that moment, Su Tsuelian's face showed displeasure as she tapped the table. Seeing the old lady unhappy, the Ling family members had no choice but to fall silent. Su Tsuelian sized up Xiao Ruoqing and said lightly, guests are to be treated well, since you are here at the Ling family, don't just stand there, find a place to sit. What are you waiting for? Why don't you pour tea for our guest? The butler understood and quickly stepped forward to pour tea for Xiao Ruochen. Xiao Ruochen took a sip of tea and said, "Grandma, I'm not here as a guest, today, I only want an answer." After he finished speaking, he put down the teacup and took out a delicate gift box from his pocket. Inside the box was a large crystal necklace. The necklace was icy blue and sparkled in the sunlight, yet held a hint of warmth when held in hand. Xiao Ruochen admired the necklace, his eyes reflecting a trace of nostalgia. This necklace, named Love That Can Bring a City to Its Knees, was a masterpiece of the famous American jewelry master Maxon. The entire necklace was crafted from hundreds of sapphires and was designed in a unique visual way, making it appear like a complete sapphire from any angle. Love That Can Bring a City to Its Knees gathered Maxon's lifelong efforts, and it was known as the treasure that all women covet. It had once auctioned for a sky-high price of $300 million in America. However, a few years ago, Love That Can Bring a City to Its Knees was stolen and disappeared. The person who stole the necklace was Xiao Ruochen's fourth master, Bailey Feng. In prison, Bailey Feng knew Xiao Ruochen had a fiancée, so he gifted Love That Can Bring a City to Its Knees to him, for him to gift to Ling Hanrui as a gift. Before coming over, Xiao Ruochen specifically brought Love That Can Bring a City to Its Knees with him. "Hanrui, 5 years ago, you promised that you would only marry me." Xiao Ruochen held the gem in his palm and walked up to Ling Hanrui seriously. "Although I am currently nothing, in the future, I will definitely make you the happiest woman in the entire Donghai, and even in Jiangbei province in Daxia. This love that can bring a city to its knees in my hand is worth $300 million, now I give it to you, to witness our love." As Xiao Ruochen spoke, he was about to put the necklace on Ling Hanrui himself. Unexpectedly, Ling Hanrui frowned in disgust, retreating half a step again, looking at him with contempt, and said, "Xiao Ruochen, 5 years have passed, why are you still so childish? You spent 5 years in prison, to put it bluntly, you're just a labor reform criminal. And I gradually took over the family business, making the Ling family stronger. Between you and me, we are worlds apart. Please think about it, what right do you have to propose to me? Why should I marry you?" Boom! Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng's head rang like a drum, and he almost couldn't stand. He stared blankly at this beautiful woman, both familiar and strange, unable to believe such words came from Ling Hanrui's mouth. Xiao Ruocheng felt his heart suddenly go cold. An unbearable chill spread throughout his body. Seeing Xiao Ruocheng silent, Ling Hanrui smiled smugly. "So you don't have anything to say? Xiao Ruocheng, I advise you to wake up. Now the Xiao family is in decline, your 3 brothers have all become short-lived, and the Junwei group is on the verge of collapse. The Ling family, however, is flourishing, not only one of the 8 great families of Donghai, but also has a place in Jiangbei province. Without the Xiao family, you are just a labor reform criminal. I could randomly grab a man from the street, and he would be better than you. There are no mirrors in prison, but there's always a toilet, right? Let me tell you, from the moment you enter jail, we are no longer people from the same world." Ling Hanrui's words were piercing like daggers. They made the Ling family members unable to help but burst out laughing. Oh dear, some people are so unaware of their own worth, they end up humiliating themselves. Exactly, and what's with this fairy tale romance? I bet this guy bought it from a street vendor, and still dares to flaunt it here. Does he think we Ling family members are blind? A labor reform criminal, which family would dare marry their daughter to him? Looking at the aggressive Ling Hanrui and the sarcastic Ling family members, Xiao Ruocheng clenched his fists tightly, his face turning pale. Once, Ling Hanrui called him Brother Ruocheng. Now, she refers to him as a labor reform criminal. Indeed, what a harsh reality. Back then, he went to prison for Ling Hanrui's younger brother, Ling Zhao, taking the blame, spending 5 years there. He never expected that the Ling family would have no gratitude, but instead, use it as a reason to look down on him. Xiao Ruocheng's forehead bulged with veins, and his body trembled slightly. For 5 years, his emotions had never been this intense. During these 5 years, you often sent me things in prison, and even wrote to encourage me to reform. Was it all fake? Xiao Ruocheng took out a hairpin and raised it up. In your letter, you told me that even though you weren't by my side, this hairpin would accompany me, waiting for you to return. You're talking nonsense. Ling Hanrui reacted like a cat stepped on its tail, immediately denying, since you went to prison, I couldn't wait to clarify our relationship. How could I still send things to prison? As she spoke, she snatched the hairpin from Xiao Ruocheng's hand and examined it closely. A broken wooden pin, who among the young people still uses such outdated things? Ling Hanrui casually tossed the hairpin back, giving a cold snort. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. I remember, Miss Ruoyao seems to really like wearing wooden pins, could it be from her? Mentioning Ling Ruoyao's name, Ling Hanrui's expression changed slightly. Don't joke, I looked down on him. Ling Ruoyao just got her face ruined, it's not like she lost her mind. How could she possibly be interested in this useless man? Ling Hanrui shook her head with a cold laugh. Good, good, good. Xiao Ruocheng picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Ling Hanrui, Thank you for showing me your true colors before getting married. Xiao Ruoqing toyed with the teacup, sneering, in my eyes, you are like this teacup, when I hold you, you are a cup. If I don't hold you, then you are just broken glass. Bang! The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The scattered shards startled the Ling family members. Xiao Ruoqing, you are outrageous. Ling Hanrui was extremely angry, screaming hysterically, what is your status, and what is my status, do you need to hold me? You can't climb the Ling family and are angry out of shame, right?
Xiao Ruoqing remained calm, if I remember correctly. Back then, it was the Ling family that insisted on making a marriage contract with the Xiao family, eager to marry you off.
Who exactly wanted to cling to whom?
Ling Hanrui scoffed, that was then, this is now. The Xiao family is in deep trouble, long past their former glory.
Who would marry a useless person like you at this time?
As soon as her words fell, a clear voice rang out from behind.
I'll marry. Everyone was stunned and turned to look in the direction of the voice.
In the back of the crowd stood a slender woman with a veil covering her face.
Ling Ruoyao, what are you talking about? After a moment, Ling Hanrui suddenly understood, so it was you delivering things and writing letters to Xiao Ruoqing during these years in prison? How ridiculous.
A crippled ugly person matched with a useless young master, it seems quite fitting. As these words were spoken, Ling Ruoyao's figure in the corner swayed slightly. Xiao Ruoqing looked at that slender figure, puzzled as to why she was wearing a veil. Back then, Ling Ruoyao was known as the most beautiful woman in Donghai. Not only was she strikingly cold, but also breathtakingly beautiful, pursued by countless admirers. Today, in the vast Ling family, ridicule and scorn filled the air. Only Ling Ruoyao spoke up for him, helping to defend him. After all, the marriage certificate states the son of the Xiao family and the daughter of the Ling family to be joined forever, without specifically stating that only Ling Hanrui could marry. Xiao Ruoqing let out a sigh, his gaze gradually becoming determined. He had always thought that during these years in prison, Ling Hanrui was the one sending him things and writing letters to comfort him. Now, the truth was clear. What else was there to be nostalgic about? Xiao Ruoqing made up his mind and boldly walked to Ling Ruoyao, offering her the exquisite necklace he held, his gaze sincere.
Sister Ruoyao, I want to marry you. Chapter 6, Fake Feelings Can Never Become Real. What?
Ling Ruoyao's body trembled slightly, and her veiled face presented an expression of disbelief. Since her disfigurement, she had prepared for a life of solitude. But, just a little while ago, her grandmother had called her to the room, hinting that she wanted to marry her off to a senior executive at the company, who was already old. Ling Ruoyao would never agree, as she had once shone brightly, and now, after a few years, she was to become a tool for gaining people's favor. Just now, seeing Ling Hanrui act so ungrateful, with the Ling family being so cold-hearted, she genuinely felt that Xiao Ruoqing was deserving of better. Thinking of her own predicament, she instinctively blurted out, I'll marry. She didn't really want to marry Xiao Ruoqing, she just couldn't stand the Ling family's attitude. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruoqing took her seriously. Looking at the exquisite necklace in the box, Ling Ruoyao struggled in her heart for a long time, shook her head, her expression dim. Xiao Ruoqing, I'm already disfigured, and my leg is also disabled. In just a few short words, she spoke with great difficulty, each syllable a struggle. These words were the truth, and also the pain that was hard for Ling Ruoyao to voice. 3 years ago, a fire caused her overnight transformation from the most beautiful woman in Donghai to a terrifying ugly person.
It doesn't matter.
Xiao Ruoqing grabbed Ling Ruoyao's hands gently and spoke softly, beauty and ugliness are not in appearance, but in the heart.
I want to marry you as my wife. Do you agree?
Feeling his sincere and passionate gaze, Ling Ruoyao's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes bewildered.
I agree.
After a few seconds, Ling Ruoyao made a decision she also couldn't believe. Once those words were spoken, her heart felt much lighter. Marrying Xiao Ruoqing was certainly better than marrying the greasy middle-aged executive from her company. Moreover, Xiao Ruoqing was taking the blame for Ling Zhao, and he himself didn't have any significant problems.
Good. Xiao Ruoqing smiled happily, took out the exquisite necklace, and put it around her neck.
The fair neck and the sparkling necklace complemented each other beautifully.
As the necklace was being put on, their gazes inevitably met. Ling Ruoyao's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but lower her head. If you trust me, we'll go get the marriage certificate tomorrow.
Xiao Ruoqing said seriously, 3 days later, I will come to the Ling family to marry you openly.
Okay, I believe you.
Ling Ruoyao nodded slightly,
subconsciously stroking the necklace around her neck. Clap. 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 At this moment, a round of applause came.
A cripple matched with a young master, so good, Ling Ruoyao, I really want to thank you. Ling Hanrui clapped her hands, her smile wide enough to close her mouth, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get rid of this waste.
Hearing this, Ling Ruoyao couldn't help but frown, just about to speak.
A warm big hand pressed on her shoulder.
No need to say so much to her. Xiao Ruoqing said lightly, it won't be long before she knows whose choice is right. If someone else said these words, Ling Ruoyao probably wouldn't be able to bear a single one. But looking into Xiao Ruoqing's determined eyes, she inexplicably chose to believe. A joke. You don't know where your confidence comes from. Ling Hanrui had a sneer on her face. My man is Yun family's young master, Yun Tian. With a flick of his finger, he can make the Ling family join the Lanting project and get close to the Hanhai group. Even a single toe is much stronger than you. Have you heard of Hanhai group? A big company worth trillions. When you go there, no one will want to open the door for you. Upon hearing the name Hanhai group, Xiao Ruoqing's heart stirred. This name was very familiar. If he remembered correctly, the thing his master left him before leaving was the chair of Hanhai group's chairman. It truly was ironic that Ling Hanrui went in circles and ended up seeking help from him. Xiao Ruoqing chuckled coldly, as long as I am here, you won't get this project. A simple sentence revealed boundless dominance. Keep blowing, continue blowing. Ling Hanrui seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Young Master Yun has settled this already, what can a waste like you stop him from doing? Are you going to complain to Hanhai group? I'll be watching. Xiao Ruoqing, tired of talking, dropped this sentence, and turned to leave. The Ling family fell silent for a moment, then once again erupted. Grandma, we cannot let Ruoyao marry that waste Xiao Ruoqing. What if he only wants to cling to the Ling family? Exactly. Just look at the way Xiao Ruoqing was so eager just now, he was just shy of outright asking for money. What normal person would choose to marry a disfigured woman? Xiao Ruoqing clearly has ulterior motives. The voices of everyone were talking at the same time, completely ignoring Ling Ruoyao's dignity. Alright, everyone, let's keep quiet. Su Tzuelian gently patted the chair. Instantly, the scene quieted down. She looked deeply at Ling Ruoyao. Ever since the girl was disfigured, in her heart, she had already become a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen to the point of being used to win over the company executives. The marriage matter between the Ling family and the Xiao family was well known among the people of Donghai. Currently, the Xiao family was in deep trouble. If they rejected the marriage contract, rumors would inevitably circulate outside. Even just being labeled as ungrateful and backstabbing wouldn't be pleasant. In any case, Ling Ruoyao was already a waste. Marrying her over there could be seen as giving the Xiao family an explanation, just right to shut the outsiders' mouths. Thinking of this, Su Tzuelian coughed once. Let's not talk about it. Marriage is a personal choice. Since Ruoyao is willing to marry, let her be. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanrui beamed with joy, her face full of smiles as she ran to Su Tzuelian's side, linking her arm. Thank you, Grandma. Marrying that waste, how can I live in the future? I knew you would treat me the best. Su Tzuelian said with a stern face, don't talk nonsense, I'm not doing it for you. Agreeing to the marriage contract is just to fulfill the agreement between the two families. I don't want the Ling family to bear the name of treachery. I understand everything. Ling Hanrui said with a giggle. Suddenly, her pocket vibrated. She took out her phone and found a message from Yun Tian. The Lanting project has made progress. Ling Hanrui was secretly delighted. Seizing the moment when the Ling family was all present, she replied to the message, asking Yun Tian to come to the Ling family to explain in detail. Grandma, I have good news to tell you. Ling Hanrui snuggled beside Su Tzuelian, saying sweetly, young Master Yun just told me that the Lanting project has made progress, and I asked him to come home to explain in detail. Su Tzuelian's eyes brightened. Satisfied, she said, the Lanting project is indeed the key project Hanhai International is investing in Donghai. Unexpectedly, Yun Tian really has a way. At this point, Su Tzuelian's gaze swept across the crowd before the Ling family. You all listen carefully, the Lanting project, regardless of which descendant, regardless of the method used, as long as you can help the family secure a chance to cooperate on the Lanting project. Even if it is just a chance to participate, I will promote this person regardless of qualifications, arranging them to enter the Ling family as a general manager. General manager? Hearing this, the Ling family members looked at each other in shock. The general manager is the necessary path to becoming the leader of the Ling family. It's no exaggeration to say, once you become the general manager of the Ling family, you have already taken a step into the position of the family head. The last general manager was Ling Ruoyao. At that time, she was strongly cultivated by the family, but unfortunately, she fell from grace due to an accident. For a moment, everyone's hearts were ignited with hope. Ling Hanrui's lips curled into a cold smile. With Yuntian's help, she was fully confident in securing the Lanting project. This position of general manager will only belong to her. Not long after, a young man dressed in a well-fitted suit, with slicked back hair, walked into the Ling family. It was Yun Tian, the eldest grandson of the Yun family, one of the 8 great families of Donghai. Brother Tian, you finally came. Ling Hanrui put on a look of grievance, pouting her lips. What happened? Yun Tian hurriedly approached Ling Hanrui, took her hand and said, who bullied you? Tell me, I'll teach them a lesson. Isn't it that scoundrel Xiao watching, that filthy criminal?
Ling Hanrui said indignantly, recounting what had just happened.
Soon, a dark expression appeared on Yuntian's shiny face.
The most infuriating thing is, he even took a fake item called Qingqing's love, trying to trick me into marrying him. Ling Hanrui snorted coldly. Fortunately, I was clever and didn't fall into his trap.
But some mindless person accepted the trash I didn't want.
While speaking, she looked disdainfully at Ling Ruoya.
You all shouldn't go too far. Ling Ruoya replied coldly, who knows, maybe the necklace is real.
Actually, she said this without much confidence, but she just couldn't stand the two of them plotting against Xiao Ruoqing behind his back.
How ridiculous, do you really believe such nonsense?
Yuntian changed his tone, mocking her. Just right, I have a friend who understands jewelry who has seen the real thing.
If you have the ability, show the necklace to him. Hearing this, Ling Hanrui was smug. Young Master Yun said he has a way to identify the fake, do you dare to try? Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoya replied coldly, there's no need for identification, whether the necklace is real or not, it's still his intention. Intention?
Ling Hanrui sneered, disdainfully saying, who would give a fake as a token of affection?
Do you believe that yourself? What's the point of covering it up? A fake can never become real. Chapter 7, endure a little, it will pass soon.
Hearing this, Ling Ruoya frowned. In the crowd, there were unabashed mocking sounds. I think so too, something that the other person does not even want, is actually picked up by Ling Ruoya as a treasure. I originally felt pity for you, but now it seems you are really resigning yourself to ruin. You all don't understand, what kind of person deserves what kind of stuff? A plucked phoenix like her naturally fits a fake.
Ruoya, why not take it out and show everyone? What if it's real?
Many in the Ling family, wanting to please Ling Hanrui, deliberately mocked her.
Listening to these malicious words, Ling Ruoya's slender fingers clenched tightly. Whether the necklace is real or fake, she doesn't care. After all, it is Xiao Ruoqing's intention. She doesn't want Xiao Ruoqing's feelings to be made into a joke. Ruoya, let young Master Yun find someone to take a look at that necklace. Su Tzuilian sat in the main seat. After a moment of silence, she gently nodded, it's just a necklace, it doesn't matter, but the Ling family can't let others treat us like fools. Once the old lady spoke, even if Ling Ruoya was reluctant, she didn't dare to defy her elder's wishes and reluctantly took off the necklace. Seeing this, Yuntian's face lit up with excitement. Just thinking about exposing Xiao Ruoqing's ridiculous trick made him. Let him be disgraced in front of the Ling family, and a wave of dark pleasure surged in his heart. Yun Tian took out his phone and dialed his friend Xue Ming's number. Hello, Boss Xue, do you remember me? It's Yun Tian. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Xue Ming's hearty laughter came through. Ah, young Master Yun, what can I do for you? Yun Tian smiled, well, Boss Xue, I have a piece of jewelry here that needs your expert evaluation. After all, you're the expert in this area, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course not. Xue Ming readily agreed, is it jade or agate? Who is the designer? I'm not too sure, it's a necklace, I think it's called The City's Love and the designer is from America. Before Yun Tian could finish, he was suddenly interrupted by Xue Ming. Young Master Yun, don't joke with me. Xue Ming chuckled, The City's Love is a national treasure of America. Back then, the real one was displayed in the American Museum, but later it was stolen by the notorious thief Bai Li Feng and has been missing for years. Could it be that the person giving the gift is also Bai Li Feng? Hearing that, Yun Tian looked up, smugly glancing at the Ling family members. To ensure everyone could hear clearly, he had put the call on speaker from the start. The Ling family listened to the voice on the phone, each with a grim expression, and many were already cursing Xiao Ruoqing as a fraud. Ling Hanrui's expression grew even more proud. She put her hands on her hips and glanced dismissively at Ling Ruoya. Humph, I said this waste couldn't bring out anything good. I guessed right, and they really delivered a fake. Still, the city's love, after spending 5 years in prison, they must have lost their mind. Yun Tian felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart, but he remained very calm on the surface, feigning sincerity as he said, Boss Xue, since you've seen the real one, how about I send you a photo for identification? Alright then, send it over, and I'll take a look. Xue Ming said helplessly, actually looking won't help, this piece can't possibly be real. Let's see once it's sent. Yun Tian hung up the phone, took a photo of the necklace, and sent it over. However, just a few seconds after sending the photo, the phone rang again. Xue Ming directly initiated a video call. Yun Tian glanced at Ling Ruoya, hinting, looks like this necklace is obviously fake, it hasn't even taken long, and the call has already come. After saying that, he pressed the answer button. On the line, a slightly anxious voice from Xue Ming came through. Young Master Yun, where's the item? Let me see it quickly. Yun Tian was bewildered, it's right here with me, Boss Xue, isn't this just a high-quality imitation? Why are you in such a rush? Xue Ming's breathing was rapid, and he spoke in a jumbled manner. No, no. This necklace you have, the city's love, could very likely be real.
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Ling family fell into a stunned silence. A pin drop could be heard. Yun Tian and Ling Hanrui exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock on their faces. Ling Ruoyo instinctively touched the necklace. It felt icy and incredibly comfortable to the touch.
Boss Xue, I didn't mishear, did I? Regaining his composure, Yun Tian urgently said, could there be a mistake? You just said there was no way it could be real.
Right, take a closer look. Ling Hanrui couldn't sit still anymore, reminding, the person who gave the necklace is a convict, having spent 5 years in prison.
He's broke, how could he possibly possess a real one?
On the video call, Xue Ming didn't reply but stared intently through the camera at the necklace around Ling Ruoyao's neck. The scene was very quiet, as if afraid to disturb him. I have been in the jewelry business for many years, I would never misidentify. Xue Ming's tone was shaky, even trembling slightly. The city's love has a high probability of being genuine. To verify it is simple, hold the necklace under sunlight, and you should be able to see the image of America's first princess through the necklace. This treasure was originally a gift from Master Meixen to the American royal family. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao took a few steps forward and stood under the sunlight. She had a strong premonition in her heart that this city's love might truly be real.
After a few seconds of uncertainty, Ling Ruoyao slightly bent down.
Hold the necklace in hand.
The sunlight quickly penetrated through the necklace, shining onto the ground. The brilliant blue gem shone brightly, radiating light.
Finally, a clear human shadow was refracted on the ground. Xue Ming, on the other side of the video, stood frozen, excitement left in his eyes.
That's right, it's the American princess. This is the true love that conquers the city, unique in the world. Xue Ming couldn't contain his excitement. Young Master Yun, should we take this necklace?
Love that conquers the city has been lost for years, its value has doubled since a few years ago. If it goes to auction, it can at least be worth $500 million. However, at this moment, Yun Tian was stunned in place, completely unable to hear Xue Ming's excited persuasion. He just stood there, staring at the necklace, as if he were dazed.
Not just him, the other members of the Ling family present were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Love that conquers the city is real. Chapter 8, Meeting the Great President.
Ling Ruoya looked at the dazzling gem necklace in her hand. The shock in her heart was beyond words. Who could have thought that the necklace casually taken out by Xiao Ruoqing would be so valuable?
$500 million. It felt like a dream.
On the other end of the phone, Xue Ming was still chattering away in persuasion. Yun Tian came back to his senses, hurriedly hanging up the phone.
No, this is impossible.
A sharp voice broke the silence. Ling Hanrui's face twisted with anger, her 5 fingers digging into her palm. This love that conquers the city was supposed to be hers. The value of love that conquers the city is $500 million.
If Xiao Ruoqing knew it was genuine, why wouldn't he take it to save the fallen Xiao family? Ling Hanrui sneered, it's fake, it must be fake.
However, this time, no one agreed with her anymore. Whether it is real or fake has nothing to do with you now. Ling Ruoyao scoffed, this was originally a gift for you, but unfortunately, your vision is too short-sighted.
And not everyone is like you, who only sees money.
After saying that, she limped out of the Ling family's hall.
Ling Hanrui's face turned pale with anger, her lips nearly bleeding from being bitten. The atmosphere on site froze. Cough cough.
Yun Tian coughed lightly, it's just a necklace, whether it's real or fake, $500 million is just talk, who would spend so much money to buy this thing?
Grandma, hasn't the Ling family always wanted to join the Lanting project? I've already found a way. As soon as these words came out, the Ling family members couldn't help but be energized. Everyone's gaze gathered on Yun Tian.
Upon seeing this, Ling Hanrui straightened her back slightly, regaining her confidence.
Young Master Yun is right, the Lanting project is not something a broken necklace can compare to.
Ling Hanrui looked proud. Young Master Yun, don't tease us anymore, quickly tell everyone how to join the Lanting project. The Yun family has a good relationship with the manager of Hanhai Group. This manager will come to Donghai tomorrow. Yun Tian said indifferently, as long as we can get in touch with this line, the Ling family will surely be able to join the Lanting project. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed joy on their faces. It's still young Master Yun, he's even got connections to Hanhai Group.
Young Master Yun is always exceptional, unlike that useless Xiao Ruoqing.
I think, the necklace is probably just a stroke of luck for him, dug up from who knows where.
Hanrui is blessed, marrying young Master Yun is much better than that labor reform criminal. Hearing the praise one after another, Ling Hanrui's vanity was greatly satisfied.
Su Tzuilian also revealed a long-lost smile, slowly saying, young Master Yun has helped the family a lot. I will decide that as long as the Ling family joins the Lanting project, Hanrui will be promised to young Master Yun.
Yun Tian was excited. Thank you, Grandma. I will definitely do my best for this matter.
Xiao Ruocheng came out of the Ling family, not walking far when he paused. Years of martial arts practice, under the torment of 7 perverse masters, gave him an almost instinctive perception of crisis.
Someone should be following behind him.
Xiao Ruocheng's lips curled slightly, intentionally walking towards a less crowded, secluded place. He stopped near an unfinished building.
After following for so long, you should come out now, right?
Xiao Ruocheng turned his head back. His tone was calm. Behind him, a tall man emerged from the shadows.
Kid, my name is Old Nine, remember my name. Somebody wants to buy your leg. Just hold on, it will be over soon.
Xiao Ruocheng scoffed, you have some courage, but it's a pity you don't know your limits.
What do you think you are?
How dare you say I don't know my limits? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Nine's fierce expression revealed itself, and he charged forward. However, he felt a blur before his eyes, wanting to retreat was already too late. Xiao Ruocheng's face was expressionless as 2 fingers gently tapped Old Nine's acupoint. Suddenly, Old Nine's body went limp, unable to muster any strength at all.
What have you done to me?
Old Nine looked at Xiao Ruocheng in panic, his face filled with disbelief.
How could this kid be so fast?
The information the employer provided did say that Xiao Ruocheng had some strength and could defeat several bodyguards alone. But those were just ordinary people, not worth mentioning. In contrast, Old Nine was a martial artist under Master One, having long since developed internal energy, transcending the realm of ordinary martial artists. You see, in martial arts, whether one has internal energy is the real dividing line for a practitioner. Once internal energy is cultivated, one becomes an internal energy martial artist. Upon perfecting internal energy, one reaches the stage of transforming energy, where the martial artist can manipulate their internal energy freely, to achieve a state of harmony. As for going beyond transforming energy, it requires nurturing a breath of innate energy in the dantian. Once this innate energy is formed, the martial artist becomes an innate master. Legend has it that once a martial artist reaches the innate level, the innate true energy generated within them can automatically protect their body against cold and heat, even bullets.
These 3 great realms each have 3 small stages: minor completion, major completion, and perfection.
In addition, if an innate martial artist can go even further, they will become a legendary martial arts master capable of founding their own sect and gaining fame. Unlike the previous 3 realms, a master is divided into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. Above the 9 ranks, after one achieves unity with heaven and man, there are supposedly even higher realms of celestial beings.
But that is something unheard of.
After all, in this small Donghai city, there are not many martial artists.
Who would have thought that this kid before him is one of them?
And just from the speed and strength displayed, he is at least an internal energy martial artist. He might have even surpassed the transforming energy stage.
I don't have time to waste with you.
Xiao Ruocheng sneered, in 10 seconds, tell me who your employer is.
As he finished speaking, he gripped Old Nine's neck. 10. 9. 8.
The cold numbers sounded like a death knell. Old Nine's face turned red from holding his breath as he struggled to say, I really don't know who the employer is, this job was arranged by Master One. I was just in charge of action, I really don't know who the employer is.
Xiao Ruocheng frowned slightly. Who is Master One? You don't know Master One? Old Nine's expression showed surprise.
Donghai is not a large place, how could someone not know Master One?
Do I need to know him?
Xiao Ruocheng's tone grew colder.
No.
Old Nine sweated profusely, hurriedly explaining, Master One is an official of the Rose Society, well known.
The Rose Society?
Xiao Ruocheng's eyes slightly changed. The Rose Society is an organization founded by his second master, Blood Rose, spreading throughout Daxia. He didn't expect the Rose Society was also here in Donghai. Before his second master left prison, he had handed the Rose Society to him. However, Xiao Ruocheng hadn't had the chance to take over.
Who is in charge of the Donghai Rose Society now?
Xiao Ruocheng intended to seize this opportunity to take over the Rose Society. In this way, it would be easier for both revenge and to support the Xiao family.
It's Sister Hongyan, Chu Hongyan. Old Nine didn't dare to hide anything and honestly answered.
Xiao Ruocheng furrowed his brows, raising the ring on his hand and shaking it in front of Old Nine.
Do you recognize this thing?
The ring is the symbol of the president, made of a special material, radiating a dark golden color, with a rose flower engraved on it. Old Nine carefully studied the ring in Xiao Ruocheng's hand. He shook his head. Xiao Ruocheng said lightly, contact Chu Hongyan and tell her that I have the rose ring.
Let her come meet me. Old Nine showed a hesitant look.
If it weren't for the pressure of power, he really wanted to ask, who are you? Sister Hongyan is the decision-maker of the Rose Society in Donghai. The queen who occupies half of the underground world in Donghai. But, given the circumstances, Old Nine could only sincerely make the contact. Before long, several luxury cars sped in from a distance.
Suddenly, the convoy stopped, and a dozen young men in black got out, standing with their hands behind their backs, their expressions respectful. An old man stepped out of the car, looked around, and quickly walked to the front of the extended Bentley, opening the car door. "President, we have arrived," Master Wen said respectfully. Then, a mature woman exited the car. She was wearing a finely crafted qipao, her snow-white neck exposed, white and smooth, with curvy elegance, a slim waist, and jade-like legs, radiating a mature charm. Chu Hongyan's gaze swept around, finally landing on Xiao Ruocheng. The rose ring is the president's token, and there can be no carelessness. "Where is the rose ring? Take it out for me to see." Chu Hongyan's voice carried a hint of urgency. "If you dare to lie to me, I will make you die a miserable death." Xiao Ruocheng took out the ring and handed it over. As Chu Hongyan observed the ring, he slowly said, "The last president of the Rose Society, Blood Rose, is my master. She has passed the Rose Society to me." The Rose Society is spread throughout Daxia, divided into 5 flags and 5 envoys: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 flags, sword, insect, wind, and zither. 5 envoys. In addition, there are 2 guardians. I wonder if I'm correct. Chu Hongyan trembled at these words, her expression serious. What Xiao Ruocheng said were the core secrets of the Rose Society. Only core members of the Rose Society are qualified to know. Even she had only been exposed to the 5 flags and 5 envoys. The confidentiality level of the 2 guardians is likely beyond her reach. Although she couldn't distinguish the truth of Xiao Ruocheng's words, the rose ring was too easy to identify. Dark golden color, with a natural rose fragrance. Soon, Chu Hongyan confirmed that the ring was real. The Rose Society recognizes the ring, not the person. After confirming the ring, Chu Hongyan turned back to look at the crowd behind her, her voice serious. "Everyone, the new president of the Rose Society has appeared in Donghai. Let's greet the president together." As her words fell, Chu Hongyan bowed respectfully in the direction of Xiao Ruocheng. Mr. Wen and others exchanged glances, knelt on one knee to the ground, and shouted in unison. "Members of the Rose Society, we greet the great president." Chapter 9, What If I Hit You? Xiao Ruocheng gently nodded, with dozens of people kneeling before him, still calm and collected. "Get up." Upon hearing the command, Chu Hongyan, who was bent over, slightly straightened up, causing her body to sway a bit. "Come with me, everyone else can disperse." After Xiao Ruocheng spoke, he walked a short distance in the opposite direction to the crowd. Chu Hongyan quickly followed, respectfully saying, "President, do you need something from me? How many assets does the Donghai Rose Society have?" Xiao Ruocheng got straight to the point. After all, the Xiao family currently lacked funds. It would be good if they could first supplement a bit from the Rose Society. "President, the Donghai Rose Society mainly operates in the entertainment industry." Chu Hongyan played with her hair, her red lips lightly parted. "There are 4 high-end clubs and over 10 chain hotels, with a total asset scale of about several billion. The Donghai Rose Society is just a branch, and to have such assets and scale is already quite remarkable. 2 things. First, fully investigate all information related to the Xiao family. I want to know who is targeting the Xiao family." Xiao Ruocheng narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly saying, "Second, raise 100 million in funds for me." "Yes, I will send someone to handle it right away." Chu Hongyan slightly bowed, without any hesitation. "All right, take me back now." Xiao Ruocheng nodded and took the lead, walking towards the Bentley convoy. "Please get in the car, President." Chu Hongyan quickly reached the side of the Bentley, opening the door. A hand rested on the car roof. Xiao Ruocheng deeply looked at her. To sit in the position of the vice president of the Rose Association, intelligence and skills are indispensable. But on Chu Hongyan, there wasn't a trace of arrogance, which was very rare. They drove all the way. In less than 20 minutes, they returned to the Xiao family. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Ruocheng saw his grandfather pacing back and forth in the yard, looking anxious, occasionally letting out deep sighs. "What's with the sighing?" Xiao Ruocheng looked puzzled. "Xiaochen, you're finally back." Xiao Zhenhua said anxiously. "Fian went to the dinner with Bai Jilia to raise money. Bai Jilia is the young master of the Bai family in Donghai. He has pursued her publicly many times, and Fian just went like that. I'm worried she will run into trouble." Xiao Ruocheng furrowed his brows. He had clearly said he would find a way to gather the money. Unexpectedly, Su Fian still didn't believe him. "Grandpa, don't worry. Bai Jilia is just pursuing my sister-in-law. After all, my sister-in-law hasn't agreed to him yet. Having a meal and not being able to reply to messages is normal." Xiao Ruocheng grasped Xiao Zhenhua's arm, comforting him. "Please call my sister-in-law again and ask about the situation." Hearing this, Xiao Zhenhua took out his phone again and dialed. Beep. A busy signal came from the receiver. "It's already been over an hour, I'm quite worried. She's a girl and doesn't have a bodyguard around her." Xiao Zhenhua started to put on clothes without any hesitation. "No, we must go find her.
Seeing his grandfather about to take action, Xiao Ruocheng hurriedly stopped him. "You're old, why are you running around?
Let me go find her." Xiao Zhenhua looked at him with disbelief. "Can you do it? It's just finding someone, what's the difficulty?"
Xiao Ruocheng turned to leave. "All right, Grandpa, just wait at home." As he stepped out of the Xiao family's house, he saw that Chu Hongyan hadn't left yet. Seeing Xiao Ruocheng walk out, she hurriedly got out of the car, about to speak.
"Let's talk in the car."
Xiao Ruocheng waved his hand to interrupt her, sitting in the back seat.
"President, what happened?" Chu Hongyan noticed Xiao Ruocheng's gloomy face in the rearview mirror and asked cautiously.
Xiao Ruocheng's expression was cold. "Immediately mobilize all the forces of the Rose Association to investigate Su Fian's whereabouts."
Su Fian? Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, wanting to ask for more details.
But seeing Xiao Ruocheng's cold expression, she chose to remain silent and made a call to relay the task. A few minutes later, Chu Hongyan's phone received a message.
"President, we have news. Su Fian is dining at the New Moon Hotel."
Xiao Ruocheng nodded, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Drive at maximum speed to the New Moon Hotel." With a command, the convoy turned and headed straight for the New Moon Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Xiao Ruocheng got out and walked in, while Chu Hongyan waved to her underlings behind her.
"Are you blind?
Hurry up and clear the way for the president." Xiao Ruocheng stopped and turned back. "You all wait for me outside, do not expose yourselves without orders." Now that he had just been released from prison, and the Xiao family was facing so much turmoil, with 3 older brothers who were powerful warriors, all harmed by others, it was even more necessary to act low-key, to hide oneself.
After all, the Xiao family's potential enemies still didn't know who they were.
Exposing their trump card recklessly would only lead to the enemy being prepared, which would not be good. Chu Hongyan was taken aback, then lowered her head and said, "Okay, please let me know if you need anything." At this moment, in room 10 of the New Moon Hotel,
Su Fian sat across from Bai Zhilie.
In front of Su Fian were 2 empty wine serving vessels, the alcohol rising, making her beautiful face flush and her body feel hot.
"Mr. Bai, you've seen my sincerity. When can I expect the money you promised?"
Su Fian's expression clearly showed urgency. This money was crucial for the survival of the Xiao family Junwei group.
"Fian, since you brought it up, how could I not help you? Don't worry, the money can arrive at any time."
Bai Zhilie smiled, his eyes greedily sizing up Su Fian. "But at least you should accompany me to finish this meal, right?
Here, let's have another drink."
Bai Zhilie opened another bottle of red wine and filled Su Fian's glass. Su Fian gritted her teeth.
Reluctantly raising the wine glass, I looked at Bai Zhilie. "Mr. Bai, this glass is my toast to you, thanking you for helping me through this difficult time. But my alcohol tolerance is limited, this is the last glass." Bang!
Before Su Feiyan could finish her words, a loud crash came from outside the door. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Ruocheng had a dark expression, his steps heavy. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Feiyan dressed exceptionally sexy and beautiful, her upper body in a low-cut red dress paired with black stockings. The high heels she wore made her legs look long and curvy, her fair skin at the chest area somewhat revealing. Xiao Ruocheng felt displeased. Su Feiyan clearly understood Bai Zhilie's intentions in inviting her for dinner at this moment, yet she still chose to dress like this.
Before Xiao Ruocheng could say anything, Su Feiyan frowned.
"Xiao Ruocheng, why are you here?" Before her words fell, Xiao Ruocheng stepped in front of her and seized the wine glass without hesitation.
"What are you doing?"
Xiao Ruocheng did not answer, only brought the wine glass to his nose and sniffed gently. Suddenly, his face turned extremely ugly. Indeed, the wine had been spiked with a slow-acting drug. This drug would cause no issues when taken alone, but when combined with alcohol, its effects would gradually intensify. For someone who didn't understand such things, some people wouldn't even realize they were drugged, thinking they were just drunk.
In an instant, Xiao Ruocheng's expression darkened, his gaze fiercely glaring at Bai Zhilie.
That bastard really had bad intentions. Bai Zhilie was startled by Xiao Ruocheng's sharp glare, feeling a chill running down his spine.
"Xiao Ruocheng, are you not listening to me?" Su Feiyan's eyes were slightly flustered, giving Xiao Ruocheng a covert signal. This dinner was crucial for getting the money. If it went wrong, all their efforts would go to waste. Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, and looked at Su Feiyan. "Sister-in-law, it's late, Grandpa asked me to take you home." Su Feiyan frowned tightly, glaring at Xiao Ruocheng, coldly saying, "Don't you see I'm in the middle of a business deal? Hurry up and get out. Whatever it is, we can talk after I'm done." Hearing Su Feiyan reprimand Xiao Ruocheng, Bai Zhilie suddenly realized something, scoffing loudly. "I thought who it was, but it's that spoiled brat from the Xiao family. You got out of prison so quickly after a few years?" Xiao Ruocheng cast a cold glance at him, saying nothing. Seeing this, Bai Zhilie's demeanor became even more arrogant. "Kid, do you know where this place is? Is this somewhere you can enter? Haven't you learned some rules while reforming in prison these past few years? Slap. Just as he spoke, Xiao Ruochen swiftly slapped Bai Jili across the face. The immense force caused Bai Jili, along with the chair behind him, to fall to the ground. Xiao Ruochen, you dare hit me? Bai Jili covered his face, struggling to get up, looking at Xiao Ruochen in shock and anger. So what if I hit you? Xiao Ruochen's expression was emotionless, his voice as cold as ice. Chapter 10, Do You Believe I Dare to Kill You? Bai Jili covered his face, shivering in fear from Xiao Ruochen's icy voice. Xiao Ruochen, have you gone crazy? Su Feiyan was the first to react, quickly standing up to shield Bai Jili behind her. Then, she shot an angry look at Xiao Ruochen. Do you know how much effort I put into scheduling this meeting with Mr. Bai? The Xiao family is currently in a desperate situation. If we can't borrow money again, Junwei Group will be completely finished. How can you not help the family, and at this time, come out to cause trouble? Xiao Ruochen snorted coldly, I'm not crazy, it's you who is crazy for thinking of borrowing money from such a person. You. Su Feiyan's face turned pale with anger. At this juncture, she still needed to salvage Bai Jili's goodwill. Mr. Bai, my younger brother doesn't know better and accidentally hurt you. I sincerely apologize. Su Feiyan turned around, apologetically saying, please don't take it out on him, I'll properly discipline him when I get back. Bai Jili's face was ashen, coldly saying, not to take it out on him? Su Feiyan, are you saying I should just let this go? Why did you slap this boy for nothing? Su Feiyan chuckled dryly, Mr. Bai, that's not what I meant. Please calm down, I will have him apologize to you right away. You are a big person, don't hold it against him. Su Feiyan's expression was somewhat flustered, and she hurriedly signaled Xiao Ruochen, why aren't you quickly apologizing to Mr. Bai? An apology won't help. Bai Jiwei rubbed his swollen face, grinning maliciously, and poured the red wine from his glass into the ashtray. The red wine mixed with the ash, forming a shallow black liquid that looked extremely disgusting. Su Feiyan, let this kid drink the wine and bow to me 3 times, then I'll let him off. Otherwise, don't even think about borrowing money. This. Su Feiyan hesitated, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Even if Xiao Ruochen was at fault, Bai Jiwei's demands were still too excessive. It was clearly meant to humiliate Xiao Ruochen and the Xiao family. However, the Xiao family was in dire straits, desperately waiting for money to survive. She couldn't think of anyone else who could provide this money. Thinking of this, Su Feiyan gritted her teeth, glaring at Xiao Ruochen, her tone significantly harsher. Xiao Ruochen, why are you still dawdling? Quickly apologize to Mr. Bai and let him calm down. Mr. Bai, he doesn't drink alcohol. You're broad-minded, considering our years of friendship, can you excuse him from this? Su Feiyan lowered her posture and pleaded softly, how about I toast you on his behalf as an apology? Excuse him? Bai Jiwei laughed coldly, if you excuse this money, then I won't lend it. Who cares about your filthy money? Xiao Ruochen's tone was chilling, Bai Jiwei, you were so bold, even daring to drug my sister-in-law's drink. Just for that, beating you is a light punishment. Do you believe I dare to kill you? You like drinking, huh? Today I'll make you drink to your heart's content. With that, he disregarded Su Feiyan's obstruction, charging forward, grabbing Bai Jiwei's head and forcibly pushing it into the wine-filled ashtray. Bai Jiwei was caught off guard, crying out loudly while struggling frantically. But no matter how he struggled or used all his strength to break free, he couldn't escape. Xiao Ruochen sneered and ruthlessly swung his fists, smashing one after another into Bai Jiwei's head. In an instant, the private room was filled with Bai Jiwei's screams like a slaughtered pig. Su Feiyan stared blankly at the scene before her, completely frozen in place. She had wanted Xiao Ruochen to apologize to Bai Jiwei, but instead, this guy not only didn't apologize, he escalated the violence. Seeing Bai Jiwei's eyes sinking in his mouth spitting out dozens of teeth. By the end of his screams, his voice was reduced to mere whimpers. Su Feiyan was overwhelmed with panic and rushed forward to pull Xiao Ruochen away. Mr. Bai, are you alright? Su Feiyan looked at the shocking bloodstains in the ashtray, internally sighing. It's over. Now Bai Jiwei would definitely never lend them money, no matter what he said. Feiyan, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, I didn't drug the wine, he's slandering me. Bai Jiwei bled from the corners of his mouth with every word, I've always regarded you as a friend, how could I do such a thing? This kid must have gone crazy in prison, thinks everyone is a bad person. I understand, Mr. Bai, I believe you wouldn't do such a thing. Su Feiyan nodded repeatedly, raising her head to glare furiously at Xiao Ruochen. The inner fury could no longer be suppressed. Xiao Ruochen. Are you done making a scene? Su Feiyan looked very disappointed, the Xiao family is on the brink, yet you can't change your temper at all. Haven't you spent enough time in prison for 5 years? Do you know how hard it is to borrow this money? You need to understand, Xiao Ruochen. Elder sister-in-law.
Xiao Ruoqing slightly furrowed his brows, his voice raised a few notches. He drugged the wine. I came to save you.
Shut your mouth.
Su Fian trembled in anger, her voice sharp. Xiao Ruoqing, this bottle of wine was opened by Mr. Bai in front of me. The glass has always been in my hand. How would I not know if he drugged it?
If he had drugged it, why am I still standing here safely? Xiao Ruoqing, you are so selfish.
I came here to accompany President Bai for the Xiao family, and yet you just want to cause trouble.
Don't you think the Xiao family is already miserable enough? Is it only when the Xiao family is completely ruined that you will be happy? You have disappointed me too much.
Xiao Ruoqing looked at her slightly trembling shoulders and gave a bitter smile.
What unopened red wine? Bai Jili didn't know how many tricks he had to have secretly put into the wine. But, I'm afraid she can't hear my explanation right now.
All my efforts for so long. Su Fian was saying when suddenly a wave of heat surged through her body, causing her to feel weak and dizzy. Her body swayed, stumbling back 2 steps. Elder sister, are you okay? Xiao Ruoqing moved quickly, supporting Su Fian and carefully helping her to a nearby chair.
I feel so dizzy. Did I drink too much?
Su Fian covered her forehead, her voice weak, her eyes hazy, radiating a strange charm. The drug is taking effect. Xiao Ruoqing said coldly, that has a specific onset time.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk?
Xiao Ruoqing's words sent a chill through Su Fian's heart, as she suddenly looked at Bai Jili. Recalling Bai Jili's meaningful smile when he urged her to drink, a sense of foreboding rose in her heart.
President Bai, you.
Su Fian had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted.
Su Fian, shut up. You want to borrow money from me but don't even understand the rules. What's wrong with me asking you to drink a little more?
I pursued you for so many years, always keeping you on the hook, and now when you're in trouble, you think of me. Bai Jili glared fiercely at Su Fian, his vicious gaze shifting to Xiao Ruoqing.
Xiao Ruoqing, if you dare ruin my plans, if you had just cowed out and apologized a moment ago, I might have let you off, but now don't think I will go easy on you. I will make you understand what true suffering is.
As soon as Bai Jili finished speaking, the bodyguards downstairs heard the commotion and rushed into the private room. Seeing Bai Jili, bloodied and with his face swollen like a pig's head, the bodyguards were shocked and quickly shielded him.
President Bai, what happened to you? Who was bold enough to lay hands on you?
Bai Jili saw the bodyguards arrive, and his demeanor became more arrogant. He pointed at Xiao Ruoqing and hissed, it's this kid.
Beat him up for me.
Xiao Ruoqing, if you dare hit me, not only will I ruin you today, but I will also make you watch how I play with your sister-in-law. Chapter 11, The Sinister Energy Creates Trouble, Causing a Great Disaster. As soon as Bai Jili said this, Xiao Ruoqing's eyes turned blood red. A terrifying murderous intent suddenly erupted. With his older brother dead, Su Fian, as the widow of the Xiao family, has worked hard to support the family, which was not easy at all. In Xiao Ruoqing's heart, he had already regarded her as family.
How could he ignore the humiliation of a family member? Seeking death.
Xiao Ruoqing snorted coldly and faced the bodyguards rushing towards him, punching out with all his might.
Boom!
The bodyguard at the front was knocked away by his punch, and an invisible force radiated outward like ripples, scattering everyone backward.
The overwhelming impact left everyone dazed, unable to move.
The bodyguard who was punched slammed hard against the wall and slowly slid down. Bai Jili stared, dumbfounded, his face filled with horror as he looked at the scene before him.
Crack!
With a sound, the entire wall spread several cracks, and a lot of dust fell down. He never expected that with just a casual punch, Xiao Ruoqing could be so terrifying.
Is this something a person can do?
Looking at Xiao Ruoqing turning his head, his gaze sliced through him like a knife. Bai Jili's heart panicked, he staggered back a few steps, his voice trembling, Xiao Ruoqing, I warn you, don't act recklessly. But Xiao Ruoqing seemed not to hear, dark clouds on his face, slowly approaching him.
You don't be impulsive, I can give you money. Isn't your Xiao family in need of money now? I will lend it to you. No, I'll give it to you.
Bai Jili's voice trembled. You just came out of prison, and it must be hard for you to find a job.
How about working for me as a bodyguard?
I'll pay you 2 million a month.
This should be enough, right? However, Xiao Ruoqing sneered, a smile that was neither truly a smile nor a frown, and said, Bai Jili, you think this small amount of money can settle me? Not nearly enough. You.
Bai Jili's expression changed in panic, gritting his teeth and saying, fine, you name your price, I'll agree to any amount.
This should be enough, right?
Xiao Ruoqing suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Bai Jili by the neck.
My price? Your life is on the line, and you still can't afford it. Since you're so reckless, liking to drug women, I'm here to cure you of this bad habit.
As the words fell, Xiao Ruoqing's gaze slowly shifted downwards.
No.
Bai Jili's body trembled slightly, instinctively tightening his legs.
You have no choice. Xiao Ruoqing's face remained cold as he lifted his foot and kicked fiercely at Bai Jili's lower body. Crack! The sharp sound echoed. Bai Jili screamed in pain, an unbearable and shrill cry, beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolling down his face. Remember this feeling. If I find out you do this again, it will be even more painful than now. Xiao Ruoqing spoke each word slowly, his handsome face appearing to Bai Jili like a demon, terrifying beyond belief. You're finished. Bai Jili's eyes sank deep, his pupils filled with deep hatred. The Bai family is connected to the Black Dragon Gang by marriage. The young master of the Black Dragon Gang is my brother-in-law. You ruined me, and the Black Dragon Gang will never let you go. The intense pain almost drove Bai Jili insane. With all his strength, he gritted his teeth and roared out in fury. I advise you, don't mess with the Bai family. Xiao Ruoqing sneered, shaking his head in disdain. You should be thankful that my sister-in-law is not seriously hurt. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be qualified to walk out of this room alive. Leaving these words behind, he turned and coldly glanced at the Bai family bodyguards lying on the ground. 10 seconds. Get your young master and get out. Delay for a second, and there will be a corpse left behind. The bodyguards were in a panic, and there was no hesitation in them. They quickly helped Bai Jili up and ran away. The room became quiet again, but it was in total disarray. Xiao Ruoqing didn't dare to delay. He rushed to Su Fian's side to check her condition. Hot, so hot. At this moment, Su Fian was on the verge of losing her sanity. Her body was burning hot, and her delicate face was flushed red. Xiao Ruoqing was startled, quickly grabbing her arm as she tried to rip off her clothes and checking her pulse. After a moment, Xiao Ruoqing's face became serious. That bastard Bai Jili probably thought the slow-acting drug wouldn't be effective quickly, so without any hesitation, he added at least 2 to 3 times more. This caused the drug's effect to be too strong, and under the stimulation of alcohol, it rapidly entered the bloodstream. It might already be too late to detoxify her. Xiao Ruoqing was momentarily distracted when he suddenly saw Su Fian break free from his grasp and tightly hug him. Her rapid breathing was accompanied by the violent rising and falling of her chest. Xiao Ruoqing felt his blood rush and churn in his body. The long-dormant feeling inside him seemed to stir again. Since he began practicing martial arts, there had always been a stream of heat swirling in his abdomen. Sometimes, it made him feel incredibly hot and overly impulsive. His master had once told him that this heat was a dark, evil energy that had been with him since birth, intertwined with his blood, and could never be removed. Before he was released from prison, his master had warned him to control his emotions. This dark energy would ultimately disturb a person's mind when emotions were out of control. Xiao Ruoqing bit his tongue, trying to regain some sense of reason. However, at this moment, Su Fian's drug-induced condition made her body uncontrollable, like an octopus, tightly entangling him, pressing her body against him. The hot breath from her body softly blew into Xiao Ruoqing's ear. I feel so hot. Xiao Ruoqing shuddered and tried to push her away. But Su Fian clung tightly to his neck. The pair of snow-white arms, tinted with a hint of pink, continuously rubbed back and forth against his chest. Big sister-in-law. Please calm down. Xiao Ruoqing grabbed Su Fian's hand, urging her not to move erratically. But in the next second, Su Fian suddenly yanked at the clothes on herself with force. Xiao Ruoqing was already taller than Su Fian, looking down just in time to see a patch of whiteness at her chest, outlining an enticing curve. He instinctively wanted to stop Su Fian, reaching for her hand, but accidentally grabbed on. In that instant, Xiao Ruoqing's eyes widened. Soft. Springy. Even through the fabric of her underwear, the warm touch caused Xiao Ruoqing's brain to short-circuit, leaving him frozen in place. While he was dazed, Su Fian began to tear at her clothing again. The two of them were pressed tightly together, visual, tactile, and even olfactory senses constantly stimulating Xiao Ruoqing's nerves. It was over, this was the end. Xiao Ruoqing felt a warm rush surge through his nasal cavity. The dark and sinister energy in his dantian was already impossible to suppress. Looking at Su Fian's partially concealed perfect figure, her rosy cheeks, full lips, and, most enticingly, her gaze. Clear-headed, she resembled a noble snow lotus, unapproachable. Now, Su Fian had transformed into a charming fairy, each frown and smile carrying a deadly allure. The last shred of Xiao Ruoqing's rationality crumbled. A wind brought rain, turning the thin ice skin transparent. 2 hours later. Xiao Ruoqing suddenly jolted awake from the bed in the private room. He looked at Su Fian lying on the bed, completely undressed. Xiao Ruoqing felt his head spinning. It was over, truly over. The bed was a total mess, and he didn't need to think to know what had just happened. He had certainly landed himself in big trouble. Without daring to delay, he carefully climbed out of bed, hoping to put on his clothes and escape before big sister-in-law woke up. However, before he could even pull up his pants, he heard Su Fian's icy voice suddenly come from behind. Xiao Ruoqing, where are you going? Hearing this voice, Xiao Ruoqing jumped, awkwardly turning his head. He happened to lock eyes with Su Fian's emotionless gaze. Big sister-in-law, I'm telling you I didn't mean it, do you believe me?
Xiao Ruoqing, aware of his wrongdoing, sincerely explained, actually, there's a dark energy on me that's tied to my bloodline, hard to remove. So sometimes, when my emotions run too high, I can't control myself.
This matter indeed had its complexities.
That dark energy surged up, leaving him no time to control it.
Su Fian radiated an indescribable coldness.
After being virtuous for over 20 years, she had never had any physical contact with a man, let alone such intimate matters. However, she had been drugged, and during what just transpired, she had shown no signs of resistance. At times, she had even taken the lead.
Is this still my fault?
Su Fian's gaze was like a sharp blade, her tone frosty.
That's not what I meant.
Xiao Ruoqing was about to explain.
Slap.
A crisp slap landed on his face. Touching his slightly stinging and hot cheek, Xiao Ruoqing lowered his head in shame. 1,000 mistakes, all his fault. Getting slapped was entirely deserved. Su Fian shot a fierce glance at Xiao Ruoqing, then bent down to search for her clothes. After the chaotic moments, both had lost their senses. Su Fian's intimate clothing had been torn to shreds, the beauty barely concealed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoqing quickly lowered his head, not daring to look further.
Su Fian frowned deeply, knowing she could only make do for now.
The events of today had plunged her mood into despair, and as a result, her disgust for Xiao Ruoqing had reached its peak.
Just as she was about to stand up after getting dressed, Su Fian's brows knitted slightly, and she couldn't help but gasp.
Her entire body ached, causing her movements to freeze, and she weakly slumped back onto the bed. Seeing Su Fian's pained expression, Xiao Ruoqing recalled that she had just entered the world and her body must be feeling uncomfortable.
Elder sister-in-law, that, if you are not feeling well, I know some medicine, massage can help relieve it.
Xiao Ruoqing pondered for a moment and cautiously said, how about?
I help you?
Shut up. Before she finished speaking, Su Fian suddenly turned her head, her gaze icy. Xiao Ruoqing, listen to me. This matter, from now on, you must keep it to yourself and never mention it again. If it weren't for the fact that you are the only heir of the Xiao family, today, I would definitely make you pay for it.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing sighed inwardly and fell silent. Half an hour later,
Xiao Ruoqing and Su Fian returned to the Xiao family. Seeing that both of them were safe, Xiao Zhenhua finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of joy.
Fian, you are finally back?
Xiao Zhenhua held Su Fian's hand, his expression full of concern. I see that your complexion isn't good.
Did something unexpected happen?
Hearing this, Su Fian discreetly glanced at Xiao Ruoqing and feigned calmness.
Grandpa, I'm fine, just a bit tired.
Su Fian bit her lip and sighed. I didn't get the money, it seems I need to think of another way.
Fian, that Bai Zhilia guy doesn't mean well, it's better if we don't take the Bai family's money.
Xiao Zhenhua laughed heartily, don't worry about these matters. I still have some antiques, they can sell for some money.
Difficulties are only temporary.
The Xiao family has faced ups and downs before, and we are still well.
Hearing this, Su Fian nodded lightly.
In her heart, she had already made a decision. If no solution came to mind, she would return to the Su family to raise money.
Xiao Chang, weren't you going to the Ling family to search for that girl? Xiao Zhenhua suddenly turned to look at Xiao Ruoqing. What was the result? As long as the Ling family is willing to marry, Grandpa will propose right away.
Grandpa, back then, I was blind. Ling Hanrui only cares for profit and refused to marry me.
Xiao Ruoqing shook his head with a bitter smile, but you and elder sister-in-law don't have to worry, I have already raised the money.
Xiao Zhenhua ignored the latter half of Xiao Ruoqing's words and stepped forward, patting Xiao Ruoqing on the shoulder.
Ruoqing, you have grown up, some things you need to learn to accept. The girl from the Ling family doesn't want to marry, one day she will regret it. Grandpa knows you are excellent, cheer up, you are the hope of the Xiao family.
Xiao Zhenhua encouraged, as for the money, you don't need to worry, the Xiao family is not at the point of being completely out of resources.
Wait, I said I have already raised the money. Xiao Ruoqing was taken aback and instinctively said, 1 billion, right?
It shouldn't take long before it arrives. As he spoke, he took out his phone to check. 20 minutes ago, Xu Hongyan had sent him a message, telling him that 1 billion had been raised and was currently on the way to the Xiao family.
Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Xiao Chang, you just said, you raised the money?
Xiao Zhenhua, who wanted to comfort him again, widened his eyes when he heard this. Su Fian also looked at Xiao Ruoqing with suspicion, saying seriously, 1 billion is not a small amount, you didn't borrow money from the Ling family.
Where did this money come from? Xiao Zhenhua was also full of confusion. Yes, Xiao Chang, such a large sum of money, you're not joking, are you?
He wasn't afraid of not having money, he was afraid that Xiao Ruoqing, in a moment of urgency, might do something unexpected.
If it ends up leading to jail again, Xiao Zhenhua would never see him out in his lifetime. Don't worry, the source of the money is definitely fine.
Xiao Ruocheng understood the worry of his grandfather and elder sister-in-law and explained, I met many friends in prison, and just so happens someone is in Donghai, so I borrowed 1 billion from him.
Friends in prison?
Su Fian sneered, saying that even making up lies could not be done like this. It is true that there may be rich people in prison, but why would they make friends with Xiao Ruocheng? Xiao Ruocheng, this is 1 billion, not 30 or 50,000.
How would a friend in prison have so much money? Su Fian's tone was harsh. Even if there are, why would they lend you the money?
The current Xiao family, let alone friends in prison, even if it were blood brothers.
Only fearing that they won't be willing to take out so much money to help in an emergency.
I know you face setbacks at the Ling family, feeling ashamed, borrowing money, but no one blames you. What good does it do to speak the truth? Your 3 brothers are all heroes among men, but what about you? Su Fian got angrier as she spoke, her pretty face flushing with 2 shades of red. She was already quite dissatisfied with Xiao Ruocheng, and seeing him act so ungraciously during such an important matter, dare to lie. Combined with what Xiao Ruocheng had done to her in the hotel earlier, Su Fian's disdain for her little brother-in-law had reached its peak.
Sigh. Xiao Zhenhua listened to Su Fian's scolding and deeply sighed.
Sister-in-law, I admire you for your contributions to the Xiao family. Xiao Ruocheng's tone was slightly cold, but this is not a reason for you to slander me. The money will definitely arrive today.
Beep beep. Just then, outside the Xiao family's villa, a series of horn sounds came.
Xiao Ruocheng glanced at the door and said faintly, Grandpa, sister-in-law, the money has arrived. As he spoke, he quickly walked out of the house. Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian exchanged glances, both able to see the confusion in each other's eyes. Seeing this, they followed him as well. Xiao Ruocheng reached the door. He saw the elegant Zhu Hongyan slowly descending from the car, wearing a qipao. Her long hair was styled up, with a few strands gently falling beside her cheeks, fluttering slightly in the breeze. Her willow-shaped eyebrows were raised, exuding a hint of laziness and charm. As she walked, the slit of the qipao revealed her slender and graceful legs, adding more maturity and sensuality.
Zhu Hongyan quickly approached the door, slightly bowing to Xiao Ruocheng with a respectful expression.
President, the money has been gathered. According to your request, it's all cash. Xiao Ruocheng nodded gently, let your people work hard and hurry to move all the money into the house.
Understood. Zhu Hongyan quickly nodded, turning to look at Wen Yi, why aren't you doing as the president said?
Wen Yi nodded in response, and with a command, the young men behind the car team busied themselves moving box after box filled with cash into the house. Watching this scene, Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian were even more puzzled. The woman in the qipao, with both grace and attire, looked extraordinarily noble. Her identity must be quite extraordinary. How could such a person be related to Xiao Ruocheng? One box after another was moved into the yard, and unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Zhenhua stepped forward and casually opened one box. Inside were neatly stacked red bills, instantly leaving him stunned, frozen in place.
Is it really money? Xiao Zhenhua's tone was filled with disbelief.
At the same time, Su Fian's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, filled with incredible amazement.
100 million, did he really manage to get it? Chapter 13, you have 3 sisters-in-law, you still fear not being able to branch out? Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian looked like 2 sculptures, staring unblinkingly as box after box was delivered into their home. Until 32 boxes had been moved in.
Zhu Hongyan respectfully greeted Xiao Ruocheng and gracefully turned to leave. Before she left, she did not forget to nod at both Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian.
Grandpa, sister-in-law, now you believe, right?
Xiao Ruocheng walked up to Xiao Zhenhua and softly said.
How can they not believe now with the money right here?
But Xiao Zhenhua was curious about who that girl was, and what her relationship with Xiao Ruocheng was.
Xiao Chang, who is that girl? Xiao Zhenhua's expression was serious.
Grandpa, don't think too much, she is a subordinate of my friend. Xiao Ruocheng explained, she specifically came to deliver money to me. This 100 million cash can be used to pay the employees. The remaining money is to keep the company running. If it's not enough, just tell me.
As soon as this was said, Su Fian and Xiao Zhenhua simultaneously fell silent.
To be on the safe side, Su Fian opened each box in turn, ensuring the stacks of $100 bills were genuine before she felt relieved. This money was enough to solve the urgent crisis facing the Xiao family. But Xiao Ruocheng had just come out of prison. Where did he find such generous friends?
100 million can be borrowed just like that?
In order to borrow money, she begged her grandfather and grandmother, searched through friends, but still couldn't borrow 100 million.
Even Bai Zhili was only willing to lend 30 million for emergencies. The woman just now, regardless of her figure, looks, or temperament, was quite outstanding.
In fact, from a distance, one could feel a hint of quiet authority from her. It must be that she has held a high position for a long time to unconsciously exude such a presence in her every move.
However, in Xiao Ruocheng's mouth, she was just a subordinate?
Su Fian slightly frowned, and a bold thought emerged in her mind.
Xiao Ruocheng wouldn't have become a rich woman's toy in order to gather money, right? He is the only heir of the Xiao family. If this were to spread, where would the Xiao family's face go? Sufian's expression changed, and she felt a bit guilty inside. She did detest Xiao Ruoqing, but she also didn't want him to pay such a price for the company. Old Master Xiao was still waiting for him to carry on the family line. How could he be a toy? Ruoqing, I was too hasty before and spoke harshly. I apologize to you. Sufian thought for a moment and looked at Xiao Ruoqing. I hope you don't mind. Sister-in-law, saying such words makes me feel like an outsider. Xiao Ruoqing said nonchalantly, it's only natural to suspect me with such a large sum of money. Sufian nodded and said seriously, the group has indeed encountered some problems recently, but it's not at a life and death moment. If we're short on money, we can think of ways to earn it back gradually. But you must not give up on yourself. That woman just now doesn't seem like a good person. Sister-in-law advises you, it's best to stay away from her. At this point, Sufian didn't continue. No matter what, she had to give Xiao Ruoqing some face. Xiao Zhenhua showed a contemplative expression. After a few seconds, he also understood Sufian's meaning, and his face became a bit serious. Xiao Cheng, what your sister-in-law said is right. As a man, you must live with dignity and have backbone. Xiao Zhenhua said sternly, although you've been to prison, you've completed your sentence, we are not inferior to others. Hearing their serious advice, Xiao Ruoqing felt confused. These words were becoming increasingly strange to him. Grandpa, sister-in-law, I'm just borrowing some money from friends, when did I lose dignity? Xiao Ruoqing was bewildered. Seeing that Xiao Ruoqing was still pretending to be clueless, Sufian couldn't help but frown slightly. Xiao Ruoqing, what does it matter if you don't admit it? Anyone with eyes can see you want to be someone's toy. Sufian spoke earnestly, take my advice, being a kept man in high society is not so easy, and your temperament can't handle it. It turns out that both the sister-in-law and the grandpa took him as someone who eats soft food. Xiao Ruoqing shook his head in amusement, Grandpa, sister-in-law, what are you thinking? I'm not so desperate as to do that for money. The woman just now is named Chu Hongyan, she's really just my friend's subordinate. I've only met her twice and am not familiar with her. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, I just got out of prison. How could a rich woman be willing to give me 100 million? Listening to his explanation, Xiao Zhenhua looked doubtful, is she really just your friend's subordinate? Absolutely true. Xiao Ruoqing assured. Hearing this, Xiao Zhenhua and Sufian exchanged glances and reluctantly believed his words. Since that's the case, we can rest easy. As for the Ling family not honoring the marriage contract, let them be. Xiao Zhenhua patted Xiao Ruoqing's shoulder, a real man should not fear being without a wife, there will be better ones in the future. Xiao Ruoqing shook his head, Grandpa, Ling Hanrui doesn't want to marry me, but someone does. Whom? When he heard this, Xiao Zhenhua was a bit surprised. Sufian's eyes also revealed a hint of doubt. Xiao Ruoqing took a deep breath, his expression serious, Grandpa, sister-in-law, I plan to marry Ling Ruoya. What did you say? Hearing this, Sufian exclaimed. Ling Ruoya once had a considerable reputation in Donghai. She had also heard some rumors. Xiao Ruoqing's tone was flat as he repeated, I want to marry Ling Ruoya, and she has agreed. Anyway, the marriage contract was arranged between the Xiao family and the Ling family, so marrying her doesn't violate the contract. Sufian stared at Xiao Ruoqing for several seconds, confirming he was not joking. You may not understand, but the old Ling Ruoya would have been a great choice. To marry her would have been your fortune from 8 lifetimes. Sufian suddenly changed her tone, but now it's different. Ling Ruoya not only has lost her beauty but also has a disability. I've even heard that because of that fire, she has lost her ability to bear children. Though the Xiao family is falling, it's still unthinkable to take a girl with flaws as a wife. Think it over. She knew her words might be harsh. But this was the reality. No need to consider any more. In Xiao Ruoqing's mind, the beautiful eyes of Ling Ruoya appeared, along with her firm and decisive statement when she said, I am willing. She has some flaws, but to me, they are not a problem. Moreover, I have learned medicine in prison, and I am confident I can heal her. As these words fell, the atmosphere fell into a long silence. Xiao Chen, you are still young. Xiao Zhenhua pondered, there's no rush to get married, maybe we should wait. Those in the family know their own affairs. Before, this kid had made a mess everywhere, and he had often helped clean up his messes. Naturally, he understood Xiao Ruoqing's style the best. If left to marry Ling Ruoyao, what if he despised her afterward? It might be better not to bring her home. Additionally, the current situation of the Xiao family does need someone to inherit. Xiao Ruoqing frowned as he was about to speak. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a long-haired woman appeared, wearing a light blue low-cut long dress, with a delicate face and a curvy figure. The woman gracefully descended the stairs, came before everyone, and squinted her eyes with a smile. Grandpa, in my opinion, don't let Xiao Chen look anymore. Aren't 3 ready-made daughters-in-law enough? After all, we're all family.
Once these words were said, the entire Xiao family courtyard suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere turned strange.
What nonsense are you talking?
Xiao Zhenhua sighed with a bitter smile, knowing Mu Yu's personality was always so carefree, she was too bold to say such things. The three daughters-in-law were all sisters-in-law to Xiao Ruocheng.
How could a sister-in-law marry her younger brother? Grandpa, who is she?
Xiao Ruocheng questioned, looking confused at the charming Mu Yu.
This is your third sister-in-law, Mu Yu.
Xiao Zhenhua smiled bitterly, she never thinks before she speaks, don't take her seriously. Xiao Ruocheng nodded to Mu Yu, third sister-in-law, I am Xiao Ruocheng. The only heir of the Xiao family, looks really good. Mu Yu smiled brightly at Xiao Ruocheng, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder, saying boldly, Xiao Chen, listen to your third sister-in-law, marry whoever you want. You have 3 sisters-in-law, so I fear you can't help the Xiao family grow.
Chapter 14, Such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Ahem.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng coughed, his face flushing red.
Third sister-in-law's personality was straightforward, her words were truly direct. Xiao Yu, what nonsense are you talking? Su Fian frowned tightly and reprimanded, it's one thing to play around usually, but your grandpa is here, can you be a little more aware of the occasion? Mu Yu crossed her arms, looking disdainful, which of my words is wrong? Ling Ruoya can't bear children, but I can. You can too. Why can't we continue the Xiao family line?
Su Fian felt like she was hitting cotton with her fist, taking a deep breath, said, I am his sister-in-law, you are also his sister-in-law.
How can this work? What's wrong with that? Mu Yu shook her head nonchalantly and sneered, Su Fian, stop pretending to be noble, is it tiring? Even if you go back to the Su family, you're still just a tool for alliance, living in a high mansion day after day. Is this the life you want?
Upon hearing this, Su Fian's expression became somewhat unnatural. Mu Yu smiled gently and continued, in my opinion, staying in the Xiao family is quite good. At worst, we 3 can all marry Xiao Ruocheng and live together with that Ling Ruoya.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? Mu Yu. Su Fian trembled with anger and glared, aren't you a teacher? Don't you feel ashamed to say something like that? Why should I? Mu Yu boldly glared back, calling you big sister, do you really see yourself as an elder? How ridiculous.
I don't feel like arguing with you, Grandpa, I'll come to see you another day. With her here today, I don't want to ruin my mood.
With that, she turned and walked away.
As she passed by Xiao Ruocheng, her footsteps paused.
Sister isn't talking nonsense, wanting to marry all 3 of us isn't that hard.
After saying this, Mu Yu covered her mouth and smiled, fluttering away.
Watching her leave, Xiao Ruocheng couldn't help but smile. This person is quite interesting.
Bold and passionate, yet her words are sharp, she is a wise person. Grandpa was comforting Su Fian, and Xiao Ruocheng returned to his room. He took out his phone and searched for a while, a phone number appeared on the screen.
No notes, just a simple string of digits.
This was a gift from Master San before he left prison. Master San's real name is Mu Jinxian, known worldwide as a financial genius, holding countless riches, wealthy enough to rival a nation. A few years ago, the 7 masters left prison together, each leaving him a gift. Master San's gift was her wealth, the Hanhai Group. This phone number is the way to contact the Hanhai Group. If he wants to take revenge, he will need financial support in the future, and the Hanhai Group can provide considerable assistance.
Xiao Ruocheng dialed the number, and after a few seconds, a soft and pleasant female voice came from the earpiece. Hello, this is the Hanhai Group Secretary's office, may I ask who you are? My name is Xiao Ruocheng.
As soon as Xiao Ruocheng finished speaking,
clank!
A cacophony of noise came from the earpiece. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am Wen Xuanji, the secretary of the Hanhai Group, and also Mr. Mu's personal secretary. Mr. Mu recently transferred the position of chairman to you, allowing you to take over her role. When Xuanji quickly adjusted her state and orderly said, to take over the group, there are some documents that need your signature, and we have dispatched the group manager, who will arrive in Donghai tomorrow. At that time, please meet at the Donghai Julin Hotel, the group manager will be waiting for you there.
Okay, I understand.
Xiao Ruocheng continued, Secretary Wen, please introduce the situation of the group to me.
No problem, Mr. Xiao.
When Xuanji's voice was crisp, Mr. Xiao, our Hanhai Group has a market value of about 30 trillion. Most of the assets are abroad. Within Daxia, there are some branches, mainly in the capital city and several provinces and cities, covering 3 construction companies, 2 pharmaceutical companies, a technology company, and a military enterprise. The business scope primarily includes biopharmaceuticals, construction, and high-end instrument manufacturing, in addition to independent logistics and maritime shipping business.
After listening to Wen Xuanji's introduction, Xiao Ruocheng couldn't help but feel amazed. Master San is really wealthy. The wealth of Hanhai Group is a global giant-level existence. The Rose Society was left by Master C, while the Hanhai Group was gifted by Master San. Xiao Ruoqing even felt some anticipation for the gifts left by the other masters.
But now, he doesn't have time to think about these things. The urgent matter is to quickly solve the problems of the Xiao family and investigate the enemies. The deaths of the three brothers were definitely not as simple as they appeared. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruoqing arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau waiting. There were still more than 10 minutes until the agreed time. Xiao Ruoqing was not sure if Ling Ruoya would come. After all, the two had barely spoken a few words before, and there was no emotional foundation. Although Ling Ruoya was disfigured, in the eyes of the Ling family, he was also a labor reform prisoner. Moreover, in the eyes of the Ling family now, he had no value at all. As the agreed time approached, suddenly, a black BMW drove toward him. Ling Ruoya got off the car with a veil, looking around. Upon seeing Xiao Ruoqing, her eyes lit up, and her steps became much lighter.
Xiao Ruoqing smiled and said, "Sister Ruoya, I thought you wouldn't come. I spent a little too much time on the road, I'm sorry."
Ling Ruoya's voice was very soft, and awkwardly said, "Actually, I was also worried that you were just saying it casually."
Xiao Ruoqing couldn't help but smile.
Both of them were worried that the other wouldn't come, but they both arrived as promised.
Perhaps this is fate.
I said I would marry you, I will naturally keep my word.
Xiao Ruoqing's face was serious. "Sister Ruoya, I know your past is very glorious, and I have never had a good reputation. Now I regret it while there is still time."
"I have no regrets." Ling Ruoya's eyes were somewhat misty, and she self-deprecatingly said, "In the eyes of others, am I not also an ugly freak, a cripple? Since I chose you, I have no regrets. The Ling family owes you. In the future, I will make up for it." Xiao Ruoqing's eyes were filled with emotions. With just these two sentences from Ling Ruoya, she had already pushed Ling Hanrui far away. Having such a wife, what more could a husband desire? "All right, let's go." Xiao Ruoqing stepped forward, holding Ling Ruoya's icy little hand, and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Half an hour later. Looking at the marriage certificate in her hand, Ling Ruoya's expression was slightly dazed. Did she just get married? In the past, she would never have imagined that she would do something like a flash marriage with someone. "Regretting marrying me, a labor camp convict?" A steady and magnetic voice suddenly came. Ling Ruoya turned her head and saw Xiao Ruoqing looking at her with a half-smile. "Of course not." Ling Ruoya slightly frowned and scolded, "Don't say that about yourself in the future. I don't care how others see you. In my eyes, your family background is not bad. You are handsome, responsible, and courageous." As she spoke, her voice became a bit emotional. "Responsible and courageous?" Xiao Ruoqing didn't expect her to evaluate him this way and couldn't help but ask, "How did you see that?" Ling Ruoya smiled slightly. "Isn't it responsible for someone to go to prison for 5 years for his girlfriend? If it were someone else, they probably would have long gone their separate ways." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing instinctively nodded. This experience made him worship 7 extraordinary masters and see through the true nature of Ling Hanrui. No matter how you looked at it, it was not a loss. As for courage, Ling Ruoya's gaze became momentarily dazed. 5 years ago, you saved a drunk girl, and of course, you may have already forgotten. After all, back then you were a playboy, it's normal not to remember. The person you saved was me. Xiao Ruoqing was slightly stunned and tried to remember but couldn't recall that experience. So you had feelings for me long ago? Xiao Ruoqing joked with a grin. Stop it. Ling Ruoya rolled her eyes. Despite her face being covered by a veil, only her eyes were exposed. That fleeting charm was still captivating. Their eyes met, and Ling Ruoya's expression was a bit shy. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she actively took off her necklace and pulled out a bank card from her bag. You stretch out your hand. Xiao Ruoqing looked puzzled. This necklace is too precious. Yesterday, Ling Hanrui and Yun Tian had someone verify it. It's worth 500 million. Ling Ruoya placed the necklace along with the bank card in Xiao Ruoqing's hand. I have heard about the Su family. Now is the time to use money. You should take back the necklace. Also, this card contains some savings I have saved over the years. Although it's not much, it's better than nothing. I hope you will not dislike it. Chapter 15. This slap, I'll do it for him. Ling Ruoya's expression was more serious than ever. Thank you for your kindness, but although the Xiao family is facing some difficulties, it's not to the point of wanting back what has been given. Xiao Ruoqing shook his head, took the necklace, and went behind Ling Ruoya to put it on her. Then, he stuffed the still warm bank card back into her hand. Keep the money and necklace, keep it for yourself. Xiao Ruoqing took a deep breath. No need to worry about the Xiao family. Ling Ruoya was taken aback. Ruoqing, we are husband and wife, don't be so stubborn at this time. After all, I am a member of the Ling family. Even if I've married out, I still have some shares to receive dividends. If worst comes to worst, I can still find a job. Don't worry, I will never drag you down. Xiao Ruoqing lovingly rubbed Ling Ruoya's forehead. Don't say such silly things. A couple is one body, there is no talk of dragging each other down. The sudden intimate gesture made Ling Ruoyao's cheeks blush, and she lowered her face.
I understand.
Then, the two got into the car. First, let's go to Junlin Hotel. Xiao Ruochen sat in the driver's seat and turned to look at Ling Ruoyao.
Junlin Hotel?
Ling Ruoyao was taken aback. What's the matter? Xiao Ruochen vaguely replied, I'll tell you when we get there.
Seeing this, Ling Ruoyao gently nodded and did not ask further.
She was not a clueless woman, since Xiao Ruochen wouldn't say it, there must be a reason.
Half an hour later, at the bottom of Junlin Hotel,
Xiao Ruochen parked the car and sent a message to Wen Xuanji.
Soon, the phone vibrated.
Wen Xuanji replied with a message, please wait a moment, the manager of Hanhai Group will come down to personally welcome you.
Let's go inside and wait.
Xiao Ruochen spoke with a hint of inquiry.
Okay. Ling Ruoyao nodded, and then the two got out of the car and went to the hotel lobby.
At this time, there were surprisingly a lot of people waiting in the lobby, most of them dressed in suits, looking quite impressive. While chatting, their demeanor was calm, their identity was not ordinary at a glance. Xiao Ruochen vaguely heard them mention the words Hanhai Group.
Would these people be here to find the manager of Hanhai Group?
Suddenly, a harsh voice came from the side.
Oh, isn't this the young master of the Xiao family and the young lady of the Ling family? What brings you to Junlin Hotel?
Hearing the voice, Xiao Ruochen turned and saw a young couple standing not far away, looking disdainful.
They were dressed very properly and maturely. Ling Hanrui was even wearing a formal dress, seemingly wanting to make herself look like an elegant swan.
Unfortunately, in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, she looked more like a clown.
Ling Ruoyao, you wouldn't want to sign a contract with Hanhai Group, would you? Ling Hanrui hooked her arm around Yuntian and walked over slowly. You should look in the mirror and see what you look like. Is the Lanting project so easy to get?
Open your eyes, look around.
Those who want to climb onto Hanhai Group's ladder can't even get here from the outskirts.
With a declining Xiao family like yours, you probably don't even have the chance to go upstairs, let alone see manager you. Xiao Ruochen's eyes filled with disgust, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly, he felt the hand gripping his arm tighten slightly.
It's fine.
Xiao Ruochen gently patted Ling Ruoyao, calmly saying, just think of them as two barking dogs.
Put. Ling Ruoyao couldn't help but laugh. How could two living people be compared to dogs? Xiao Ruochen.
Ling Hanrui's face turned pale, her eyes blazing with anger. You have no right to speak here.
Without Ling Ruoyao, you wouldn't even qualify for me to glance.
Ling Hanrui heard this and immediately became ecstatic, bursting out laughing.
Ah, Brother Tian, you are right.
Just based on Xiao Ruochen, this labor-reformed criminal, even being a security guard for Hanhai Group would be a hassle.
Yun Tian looked disdainful. Don't say security guard, even cleaning the toilets would be a stretch.
Before he finished speaking, Xiao Ruochen slightly furrowed his brows, and a hint of coldness radiated from his pupils.
Slap. A loud slap landed heavily on Yun Tian's face.
The powerful force made Yun Tian stumble back a few steps, sitting down hard on the ground.
Brother Tian, are you okay?
Ling Hanrui was startled and hurriedly ran up to support Yun Tian. A clear handprint appeared on Yun Tian's cheek, still stinging with a burning sensation.
Xiao Ruochen, you dare to hit me? Yun Tian covered his face, hoarsely saying, do you believe I will ruin you?
Ling Hanrui also looked angrily at Xiao Ruochen, saying bitterly, Xiao Ruochen, the Yin family is one of the 8 great families of Donghai, how dare you lay a hand on Brother Tian?
I see you haven't spent enough time in prison and want to go back for a few more years, right?
Xiao Ruochen's gaze swept coldly over Ling Hanrui, replying indifferently, I not only dare to hit him, but I also dare to hit you.
Want to give it a try? As soon as these words fell,
a cold gaze, like a sharp sword, made Ling Hanrui feel a deep-seated fear and involuntarily take a step back.
Brother Tian, look at him.
Ling Hanrui, with a face full of grievance, grabbed Yun Tian's arm. He is simply a madman. Not only did he hit you, he even wants to hit me.
Don't be afraid, he's just posturing.
Yun Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold. Xiao Ruochen, you will pay a heavy price for this slap.
Even at the height of the Xiao family's power, they still couldn't compare to the Yun family, let alone now. You rotten fish and smelly shrimp dare to lay a hand on me?
These words were spoken arrogantly and brazenly.
Brother Tian is so domineering.
Ling Hanrui bashfully leaned against Yun Tian, sneering, Xiao Ruochen, people from your Xiao family are either dead or maimed, just a frail old man barely holding it together, and you still don't know to back off.
Do you have to wait until your family is destroyed before you know to regret? As these words fell,
Xiao Ruochen's gaze turned icy, taking a step forward. 3 older brothers were national heroes, how could Ling Hanrui dare to insult someone from the Xiao family? However, before Xiao Ruochen could make a move, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side.
Slap.
A crisp sound resonated through the entire hall. Ling Hanrui received a slap, the fiery sting made her freeze in place.
Ruocheng is sparing you because you're a woman and not easily striking back. This slap is in my stead.
Ling Ruoyo emanated a bone-chilling coldness. As a member of the Ling family, you are shameless, disregarding friendship, sharp-tongued.
As a fellow Ling family member, you make me feel ashamed.
Gradually, anger flickered in Ling Hanrui's eyes as she screamed, Ling Ruoyo, you ugly monster, how dare you hit me?
On what grounds do you hit me, you?
While speaking, she almost lost her reason and charged at Ling Ruoyo.
Get lost. Xiao Ruocheng reacted quickly, pulling Ling Ruoyo into his arms. A fierce momentum erupted.
Ling Hanrui's steps paused, and facing Xiao Ruocheng gave her a genuinely terrifying feeling.
Brother Tian, why aren't you helping me?
Ling Hanrui turned her head, glaring at Yun Tian. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the crowd.
A middle-aged man walked down from the elevator, followed by several suited bodyguards. The crowd instantly grew chaotic.
Yun Tian's expression changed slightly, stepped forward to grab Ling Hanrui, and said solemnly, Manager Yu is here, don't act impulsively.
Chapter 16, How could he compare to me, Yun Tian?
Ling Hanrui heard this and suddenly exploded, Brother Tian, I've been slapped by this little wretch, and you still want me to stay calm? If I don't teach her a harsh lesson today, I won't swallow this anger. Yun Tian frowned, lowered his voice, Hanrui, now is not the time to throw a tantrum. If you want revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future to deal with these two scoundrels.
Today we meet Manager Yu for the first time. If you cause trouble now, how will you impress him and join the Lanting project? Yun Tian's words finally brought a bit of reason back to Ling Hanrui.
Following that, she shot a furious glance at Ling Ruoyo and Xiao Ruchens, forcing herself to suppress her anger.
Alright, I will listen to you.
Ling Hanrui took a deep breath, her face contorting, let's go find Manager Yu and sign the contract.
After the contract is signed, I want them both to suffer.
Yun Tian smiled proudly and gently patted Ling Hanrui's shoulder, no rush, no rush.
Didn't you see that Manager Yu has already come out? We don't need to find him, just wait, he will come to us soon.
Before we left, my dad already made the arrangements, so just wait.
As soon as this was said, a joyful expression appeared on Ling Hanrui's face.
She realized that she had been too anxious before, showing a not-so-good side of herself.
Tiangu, I knew you were the best.
Ling Hanrui immediately put on a bright smile, pressing closer to Yun Tian, and said sweetly, it's a good thing I didn't marry that waste Xiao Ruchens. If I relied on him, I'd never see Manager Yu in my life. Yun Tian wrapped Ling Hanrui in his arms, glancing arrogantly in the direction of Xiao Ruchens.
Don't compare me to that waste, is he even worthy?
This time, if we secure the Lanting project and gain the Ling family's approval, I'll have my family send the betrothal gifts, and we can get married on an auspicious day. Ling Hanrui's eyes sparkled with excitement, leaning closer to Yun Tian, softly saying, I knew you were the best.
Once we secure the Lanting project, you can have your fun tonight. Hearing this, a wicked smile appeared on Yun Tian's face, this is what you said, don't regret it.
Ling Hanrui's cheeks flushed with a hint of red, playfully pretending to be shy, stop it, there are so many people here. At the elevator entrance, Yu Zheng paused, scanning the crowd carefully. After a while, he finally spotted Xiao Ruchens not far away. Yu Zheng's eyes brightened as he pushed through the crowd to approach. Yesterday, Secretary Wen had already passed on the notification and sent over Xiao Ruchens' photo. This young man is the new chairman of Hanhai Group. The successor personally designated by Director Mu. If he could gain the new chairman's favor, his position might advance even further. Not long ago, Yu Zheng was assigned to a small place like Donghai, and he felt a bit dissatisfied with the headquarters. But now, all he felt was gratitude. Thank heavens, it was a blessing that he came to Donghai. Otherwise, he might never have had the chance to speak to the new chairman in his life. Such an opportunity, even a manager from the headquarters wouldn't trade it. Manager Yu, I am the head of Guangwei Construction. Please wait a moment. Manager Yu, I heard Hanhai Group invested 3 billion. We are a local Donghai enterprise and can definitely help you. I am the head of Xinhua Pharmaceutical. Various introductions filled the air. Usually calm and composed in front of the powerful figures in Donghai, they were now rushing over, eager to say a few words to Yu Zheng. Seeing this scene, Yu Zheng frowned slightly. You all block others and don't disturb the chairman. With a command, he quickened his pace toward Xiao Ruchens. Hanrui, did you see? Manager Yu is already coming to find us. Seeing Yu Zheng walking towards them, Yun Tian smiled triumphantly. Really? Ling Hanrui looked excited. Manager Yu has such charisma, he truly is a leader of a big group. Be quiet, Manager Yu is coming. Yun Tian straightened his clothes, holding Ling Hanrui's hand, ready to greet him. However, Yu Zheng did not glance sideways, directly sweeping past him and heading straight for Xiao Ruchens, even reaching out his hand. Ling Hanrui looked at this scene in disbelief, stammering, Tiangu, what is going on?
Why is manager Yu taking the initiative to greet that waste Xiao Ruchins, and even bending down? Yun Tian was equally puzzled. How could a labor reform prisoner know manager Yu? Yun Tian furrowed his brows in speculation. Could it be that manager Yu recognized the wrong person? No way. Ling Hanrui was a bit anxious. What if he really made a mistake? Wouldn't our contract be cheapened for them?
Not far away, although Xiao Ruoqing and manager Yu were chatting smoothly, Ling Ruoyao beside them had a shocked expression, looking utterly surprised. Yun Tian was almost certain that it was a case of mistaken identity.
Don't worry. Yun Tian smiled faintly, full of confidence. The fake can't become real. Isn't that more interesting? Two clowns. Manager Yu is coming to me. They dare to go over and impersonate me, and it's easy to see through.
However, a hesitant voice came from Ling Hanrui's side.
But the people have already left.
Hearing this, Yun Tian noticed for the first time that Yuzhen had arranged for a few people to directly escort Xiao Ruoqing and the others to the elevator.
Damn, did they really slip past him like this?
Yun Tian couldn't sit still anymore and hurriedly said, "No way, I need to expose them." As he spoke, he pulled Ling Hanrui and quickly moved forward.
Manager Yu! Manager Yu! Hearing the shout, Yuzhen turned around with a surprised expression. After sizing up Ling Hanrui and Yun Tian, he couldn't help but frown. What's the matter?
Manager Yu, you recognized the wrong person.
I am Yun Tian.
Yun Tian said urgently, "My father has informed you, I am here for the Lanting project." Yuzhen didn't pay much attention to his words, instead, his gaze was fixed, in a daze, on Ling Hanrui. This girl resembles the chairman's wife a bit.
Do you know the earlier Ms. Ling? Yuzhen asked. Ling Hanrui answered without hesitation, not just familiar.
My name is Ling Hanrui, and she is my cousin.
But don't misunderstand, we are competitors.
You should give me the Lanting project for Hanhai Group. Ling Hanrui squeezed out a smile, eagerly looking at Yuzhen.
Since the words were so clear, he couldn't make another mistake, right?
Yuzhen did not speak, his face turning more serious. From the way she addressed him, it was clear this girl had ties to the chairman's wife. It wouldn't be good to offend someone with such a relation. Before coming to Donghai, Yuzhen had roughly understood the local enterprises. The Ling Group was quite strong. However, joining the Lanting project was still a bit challenging.
Who asked her to be the chairman's wife's cousin? After weighing for a moment, Yuzhen revealed a smile. The Lanting project, right? That's easy. I will personally approve it for you shortly. However, I have matters to attend to now.
Please wait in the lobby for a while. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanrui was filled with excitement, bowing deeply to Yuzhen.
Thank you, Manager Yu.
The Ling Group will do our best to join the Lanting project, and we will never hold back Hanhai Group.
You can go ahead with your business.
Yuzhen nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the elevator. Before he walked a few meters, Ling Hanrui's excitement had already burst out.
Brother Tian, your influence is incredible. You got the Lanting project so easily.
Yun Tian looked pleased. Of course, the Yun family has some influence in Donghai, so Manager Yu has to give me some face. I've told you long ago that Xiao Ruoqing is such a useless person. How can he be reliable?
How could someone like him compare to me, Yun Tian? It's simply laughable.
At this moment, Yuzhen, who was about to enter the elevator, heard these words and paused.
The smile on his face instantly vanished.
Chapter 17, Yun Tian is slapped in the face, Xiao Ruoqing takes over Hanhai. Yuzhen's face turned iron blue, coldly looking at Yun Tian.
What did you just say? Say it again.
Yun Tian was taken aback, thinking Manager Yu just confused him with someone else, mistakenly giving the Lanting project to Xiao Ruoqing. After his reminder, he realized he had been fooled and wanted to explode in anger. Feeling even prouder, Yun Tian said, Manager Yu, please don't mistake the person. This kid next to you, he's just a labor reform criminal, and he has no connections with our Yun family.
The Lanting project cannot be given to him.
Ling Hanrui also quickly echoed from the side, yes, Manager Yu, Ling Ruoyo is such an eyesore, she just wants to use my relationship with the Yun family to get the Lanting project. Let yourself soar high. You must keep your eyes open, don't let anyone deceive you. These days, some prisoners learn nothing in jail except how to cheat and trick people. Manager Yu was filled with shock, totally confused as he listened to Yun Tian and Ling Hanrui belittling Director Xiao, each word worse than the last, and his face darkened completely.
Who is Xiao Ruoqing?
She is the new chairwoman of the Hanhai Group.
How could these people insult her as a convict?
The esteemed wife of the chairman is being called a monster by others. If he, as the branch manager, just stood by and did nothing, after today, he would likely have to pack up and leave. Thinking of this, Yuzhen could no longer hold back, suddenly kicking out, sending Yun Tian flying. You brat, watch your words. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll break your dog legs. Yun Tian was caught off guard, not expecting Yujin would strike, and a kick hit his abdomen, nearly causing him to fall to the ground.
Manager Yu, what are you doing? Yun Tian was completely dumbfounded, struggling to stand up from the ground.
Ling Hanrui was equally stunned, looking at the grim-faced Yujin, and quickly asked, Manager Yu, what do you mean? Brother Tian is the young master of the Yun family, I had already informed you.
Slap.
Before Ling Hanrui could finish her words, Yujin raised his hand and slapped her twice across the face.
What do you mean?
Yujin sneered, what trashy Yun family, Ling family, you two lousy fish don't deserve to cooperate with the Hanhai group.
Get out of here, don't let me see you again. If you dare to chatter here again, watch your tongues.
Leaving this message, Yujin turned and entered the elevator. As soon as Yujin left, countless eyes immediately turned in their direction.
What's wrong with those two?
They want to cling to the Hanhai group but ended up making Manager Yu angry.
Who cares about them?
Nowadays, there are all kinds of people, without these two families, we surely have more opportunities. Hearing the discussions around her, Ling Hanrui's face turned red, covering her swollen face, wishing she could find a hole to hide in.
Brother Tian, what on earth is going on? Didn't you ask your dad to arrange things in advance? Why did Manager Yu suddenly attack? Yun Tian covered his aching abdomen, quickly comforting, Hanrui, don't panic.
There must be some misunderstanding, I'll call my dad and ask. While speaking, Yun Tian took out his phone and dialed his father Yun Wenchuan's number.
Hello, Dad, have you contacted Manager Yu of the Hanhai group for me?
I brought Hanrui to discuss a project, but he doesn't even recognize me.
As soon as the call connected, Yun Tian couldn't help but complain.
On the other end, Yun Wenchuan's voice was somewhat startled. Oh, I'm so busy with a meeting today that I completely forgot about this.
What?
Yun Tian's voice raised a few pitches. Dad, how could you forget such an important matter? No wonder Manager Yu didn't give me a good face, you've really messed up this time. It's urgent here, please contact Manager Yu quickly, I'm at the Junlin Hotel.
Alright, I'll call Manager Yu right away.
On the other end, Yun Wenchuan responded repeatedly, and only then did Yun Tian hang up the phone.
Hanrui, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding.
My dad was careless and forgot to inform Manager Yu in advance, he must think we were too presumptuous. Don't worry, this time it will definitely be fine, Manager Yu will surely come out to meet us soon.
Ling Hanrui finally nodded, her expression easing a bit. On the 10th floor of the Hanhai Hotel.
In the luxurious suite reception room. Xiao Ruocheng and Ling Ruoya were invited to sit inside. Ling Ruoya looked at the luxurious decor in front of her, recalling everyone's reactions when Yujin appeared, as well as the vague mention of the Hanhai group. She hesitated for a moment and looked toward Xiao Ruochuan.
Ruochuan, could that person just now be the manager of Hanhai group? Hearing this, Xiao Ruochuan nodded gently. Ling Ruoya's expression was full of surprise. Do you know their Hanhai group's manager?
I saw how respectful he was to you. Xiao Ruochuan chuckled lightly and said softly, this Manager Yu is a subordinate of a friend of mine.
Subordinate?
Ling Ruoya was dumbfounded, her expression even more astonished. She wanted to ask more but saw Yujin walk in through the door, so she could only press her confusion down.
Mr. Xiao, Miss Ling.
Yujin entered and was about to greet them, but when he saw Xiao Ruochuan give him a glance, he hurriedly changed his words. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I was delayed by two pests at the door just now, please don't mind. Yujin said with a face full of apologies, a bit anxious.
Manager Yu, let's get to the point. Xiao Ruochuan waved his hand and said calmly.
This. Yujin was slightly taken aback, glanced at Ling Ruoyo beside Xiao Ruochuan, and smiled bitterly, Mr. Xiao, could you please ask this young lady to step out for a moment?
There are some matters in the group that are not convenient right now.
Before Yujin could finish, Xiao Ruochuan frowned and said, Manager Yu, this is my wife. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I understand your meaning, but there is a rule set by President Mu that non-group employees are not allowed to attend internal meetings. Ruochuan, you chat with Manager Yu, I will go out for a stroll. Without waiting for Xiao Ruochuan to speak, Ling Ruoya sensibly stood up and took the initiative to leave the guest room. After the person left, Yujin took out various documents and handed them to Xiao Ruochuan. Xiao Ruochuan glanced over them, and they were mostly documents needed to inherit the group. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, Secretary when instructed that no outsiders are allowed to be present during the signing of documents.
I apologize for any offense. Xiao Ruochuan nodded lightly and did not ask further, then signed his name on the documents.
After receiving the signed documents from Xiao Ruochuan, Yujin's expression became a bit more serious.
The next moment.
He bent down and bowed to Xiao Ruochuan.
I have seen the chairman.
Behind him, everyone also bowed in unison, shouting chairman.
Xiao Ruochuan waved his hand and said calmly, so now I am the chairman of Hanhai Group, right?
Yujin quickly nodded, Mr. Xiao, you are now the largest shareholder of Hanhai Group, holding 86% of the shares. The resources and wealth under Hanhai Group can be freely mobilized without the board's consent.
Xiao Ruochuan nodded gently and looked up at Yuzhen. Manager Yu, tell me, what was the Lanting project of Hanhai Group earlier?
Yuzhen immediately replied, Mr. Xiao, this is our group's real estate project in Donghai, fully named Lanting Yunhai. It plans to build a high-end residential villa area in the center of Donghai City, with a total investment of about 3 billion. Nearby the villa area, there will also be a zoo, a hospital, and a commercial area, with Hanhai Group responsible for overall planning, while the additional projects will cooperate with local powerful enterprises.
Xiao Ruochuan thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice, are the companies for cooperation determined yet?
Yuzhen shook his head and replied, not yet, we are still considering.
Get me 2 copies of the contract.
For Xiao Ruochuan's instruction, Yuzhen did not hesitate at all and quickly brought back the contracts.
Xiao Ruochuan wrote Xiaofian's name on one contract and gave the other to Ling Ruoya.
After finishing these matters, and after Yuzhen signed, Xiao Ruochuan instructed, in the recent period, investigate the development processes of the major families in Donghai.
Also, look into the specific causes of death of my 3 older brothers.
Yuzhen nodded in agreement quickly. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I will report these 2 matters right away after I return. As he spoke, he took out a black card from his pocket. Respectfully handed to Xiao Ruocheng.
Xiao Dong, this is what Secretary Wen asked me to give to you.
Xiao Ruocheng did not refuse, accepted the card, and then left the meeting room. As he stepped out of the meeting room, Ling Ruoya was gazing at the distant scenery by the floor-to-ceiling window. Seeing Xiao Ruocheng come out, she couldn't help but smile.
Have you finished the discussion?
Xiao Ruocheng gently nodded and took out the contract signed by Yuzhen, presenting it to her.
Ruoya, a gift for you. A gift for me?
Ling Ruoya was taken aback, took the contract, and glanced at it, her expression turning to one of astonishment. Upon seeing her own name signed at the end of the contract, she looked at Xiao Ruocheng in even greater shock.
This is the contract to join the Lanting project? Chapter 18, My man, who are you to critique?
Xiao Ruocheng gently nodded, yes, this is the cooperation agreement for the Lanting project. Just now, I heard Ling Hanrui say that the Ling family needs this project, whoever can secure it can become the general manager of the Ling group.
I thought you could make use of it, so I casually mentioned it to Manager Yu, and he handled it.
How can this be? Ling Ruoya rarely became serious, the Lanting project is a big deal, even if you can talk to Manager Yu, such a good opportunity should go to the Xiao family. The Xiao family is in a difficult situation, joining the Lanting project might help overcome the difficulties with the assistance of the Hanhai group.
I appreciate your kindness, but you should go find Manager Yu to swap it.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng felt a surge of comfort. Ling Ruoya was kind-hearted, more understanding than he had imagined.
The contract is already signed, how could it be so easy to give it to someone else?
Xiao Ruocheng smiled lightly, shaking the other copy of the contract in his hand. Don't worry, Manager, you gave me 2 copies, I kept one for the Xiao family.
Really? Ling Ruoya was overjoyed, given a chance to return to the company, how could she desire to hide away all day?
Xiao Ruocheng nodded firmly. In that case, I will accept the contract. Ling Ruoya's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she shyly said, thank you, this contract is very important to me.
Xiao Ruocheng smiled knowingly, being married means we are family, there's no need for thanks. Now that the matter is settled, let's go back.
With that, the 2 held hands and took the elevator up.
In the lobby on the 1st floor,
Ling Hanrui was pacing back and forth. After waiting for more than 20 minutes without seeing anyone come down, she could no longer restrain herself.
Tiangu, we've waited so long, and no one is coming out. Could it be that Manager Yu is unwilling to give us the Lanting project? Yun Tian felt overwhelmed by Ling Hanrui's question and could only comfort her, just wait a bit longer. Maybe Manager Yu was delayed by something.
In that case, I will make a call to urge them. Saying this, he took out his phone and dialed Yun Wenchuan's number. However, all he heard on the other end was a series of busy signals. Yun Tian hung up, raised his head, and saw Xiao Ruocheng and Ling Ruoya chatting and laughing as they came out of the elevator. Immediately, his expression turned sour.
Why haven't Miss Ling and young Master Yun gone in yet? Seeing the 2 waiting in the lobby, Xiao Ruocheng scoffed, could it be that Hanhai Group is ignoring you?
Xiao Ruocheng, don't be so smug. Yun Tian sneered and solemnly replied, Manager Yu has something important to do and will come down to welcome us personally soon. Xiao Ruocheng picked up the contract and waved it in front of him. That's right, Manager Yu is indeed very busy today, he was just busy signing a contract with us.
Yun Tian looked down on him, what a joke, who do you think you are?
How could Manager Yu possibly sign a contract with you? Before he finished speaking, the smile on his face suddenly froze. On the contract in Xiao Ruocheng's hand were bold words.
Hanhai Group Cooperation Agreement.
How is this possible? Yun Tian had an expression of disbelief, how could Manager Yu sign a contract with you? Clearly everything was settled with that side, and in a blink, the contract ended up in the hands of this labor camp offender.
Open your eyes wide and look closely.
Xiao Ruocheng opened the last page of the contract, where the signature section bore Ling Ruoyao's name. Seeing the black words on the white paper, the three characters Ling Ruoyao were written. Ling Hanrui's vision went dark, and she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground.
Yun Tian, what on earth is going on? Ling Hanrui cried out hysterically, didn't you already inform your family? How could it be her name, Ling Ruoyao, on the contract?
Yun Tian also couldn't understand how Xiao Ruocheng managed to convince Manager Yu to agree to cooperate, and could only force himself to say, you need to calm down.
I don't know what's going on either. But I believe, Manager Yu could never possibly give the contract to them. Ling Hanrui was acting like a madwoman, grabbing Yun Tian's collar. It is written in black and white right here, and you dare say it's impossible? Yun Tian, do you still want to marry me? Hearing Ling Hanrui's sharp question, beads of cold sweat formed on Yun Tian's forehead.
At this moment, many guests in the hall also looked over.
Hanrui, listen to me, there must be a misunderstanding. Yun Tian took a deep breath and said, maybe Manager Yu just mistook who it was.
Even though he patiently explained, Ling Hanrui still couldn't take in a single word. At this moment, a cold voice rang out.
Ling Hanrui, it seems your choice isn't that great either.
Ling Ruoyao's gaze was calm, and she said lightly, I have sat in the position of general manager of the Ling Group once. I thought after 3 years of recovery from my injuries, you would be able to catch up. Now it seems, not only is your ability lacking, but your vision is even worse.
Ling Ruoyao's words pierced straight to the heart.
Her character was always cold, rarely competing with others, and these harsh words were the first time she had ever spoken them. This was just to vent Xiao Ruocheng's anger.
You dare to insult me.
Ling Hanrui trembled with anger, completely losing her rationality towards Ling Ruoyao's hurtful mockery.
Ling Ruoyao, you ugly monster, what qualifications do you have to insult me? That big fire back then, why didn't it burn you to death, you worthless thing?
Xiao Ruocheng is just a prisoner I looked down upon, yet you picked him up like a treasure.
I see you'll only ever be fit to pick up my leftovers. Slap. Suddenly, a loud slap rang out. Ling Hanrui's voice stopped abruptly. You say I'm fine, but he's not. Ling Ruoyao's imposing presence was chilling as she said coldly, Xiao Ruocheng is my man, and you dare to point fingers?
If you dare to speak ill of him again, be careful I might tear your mouth apart. Ling Hanrui opened her mouth, and not a single word came out, as if she had gone dumb. For a long time, until both of them disappeared from sight. Ling Hanrui finally came back to her senses, her fury burning intensely.
She hit me, and you just stood there and watched? Ling Hanrui glared at Yun Tian, you can't even handle the contract, someone hits me, and you don't care. What use are you to me?
Hanrui, you need to calm down. Yun Tian held Ling Hanrui in his arms repeatedly comforting her, it's my fault, it's all my fault.
What good does it do to just admit your fault?
Ling Hanrui completely broke down, weeping as she said, the contract for the Lanting project has Ling Ruoyao's name on it, the position of general manager is hers.
That's not necessarily the case. Yun Tian's eyes darkened, slowly saying, do you think the old lady would let an ugly monster be the general manager of Ling's? If the old lady really didn't care about looks, how could she have let her step down from the manager position back then? Hearing this, Ling Hanrui instinctively nodded, feeling it made some sense. Don't worry, we will go back and explain to the old lady.
The contract is something we negotiated well, and it was just an accident that Ling Ruoyao picked up the scraps. Believe me, the old lady will definitely stand by us.
Yun Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his face full of confidence, a disabled person thinking about becoming a manager? How could that be? Ling Hanrui's eyes lit up, as if she saw hope.
However, moments later, she hesitated again.
Will this work? What if Grandma sees through us, what do we do?
Ling Hanrui said with conflict.
Even if she sees through it, so what? A prisoner, an ugly monster, what qualifications do they have to cooperate with Hanhai Group? Yun Tian paused slightly. But you are different.
You have the Yun family backing you, so the old lady knows exactly how to choose. A few words made Ling Hanrui's mood warm up quickly, and she actively nestled in Yun Tian's embrace.
Brother Tian, I just knew you were the best. Ling Hanrui could not wait to say, let's hurry and go home to tell Grandma about this. Chapter 19, Arriving at Ling Ruoyao's home, the 3 conditions of Ling's mother. Outside Shishir Pharmacy. Xiao Ruocheng stopped the car and got out with Ling Ruoyao. Aren't we supposed to go to my house to meet my parents? Why did we suddenly come to the pharmacy? Ling Ruoyao looked at the busy scene outside the pharmacy and couldn't help but ask. It's the first time visiting the future in-laws, of course I need to bring some gifts, I can't go empty-handed. Xiao Ruocheng smiled slightly, you wait for me in the car for a moment, I'll be back very soon. After saying this, he gently kissed Ling Ruoyao's forehead and walked into Shishir Pharmacy. Watching Xiao Ruocheng's departing figure, Ling Ruoyao instinctively touched her forehead, and a happy smile appeared on her face. It seems that marrying Xiao Ruocheng might not be a bad thing after all. At least he sees not only her but also her family. Xiao Ruocheng walked into Shishir Pharmacy, and looking at the crowded scene inside, he took his place in line. He planned to buy some herbs and personally treat Ling Ruoyo in front of her parents when they got home. Among Xiao Ruocheng's 7 masters, 5 were good at medicine, and countless patients had been healed by them. They had the title of the Divine Doctor of the Absolute Valley. After about 10 minutes, it was finally Xiao Ruocheng's turn to pick up the medicine. 1 20-year-old 6-leaf gentian, 3 peony vines, plus 2 water-green herbs, and 1 50-year-old Tianshan snow lotus. Xiao Ruocheng told the clerk the needed herbs, and soon someone went to help him find them. Although these herbs were precious, they were not rare, and their prices were high, but at least he could buy them all at once. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the line beside him. An elderly man with a head full of white hair was holding a prescription and reading the herbs on it to the clerk. How can you not have tiger's whiskers? I bought this herb from here last time. Think carefully, my young lady is still waiting for her medicine. The clerk frowned and returned the prescription. Sorry, we really don't have tiger's whiskers, you may want to check elsewhere. Hearing the name tiger's whiskers, Xiao Ruocheng raised his eyebrows and glanced at the prescription in the old man's hand. Grandpa, the names of a few herbs on your prescription are quite old, their names have changed over the years, and the clerk may not recognize them. Xiao Ruocheng chuckled, this tiger's whiskers is now called cat's tooth leaf, and the fire-clearing 3-leaf flower has a modern name, called frost vine flower. We have cat's tooth leaf and frost vine flower here. Upon hearing Xiao Ruocheng's words, the clerk quickly nodded and turned to fetch the herbs. Young man, thank you so much. The old man showed gratitude. Without your help, I fear I would have to run all over the East Sea to find these herbs. I am called Shi Hua, from the Shi family in East Sea. If you have a chance, come visit my home. Xiao Ruocheng waved his hand. Grandpa, it's just a small effort, you don't have to be so polite. However, there is one more thing, please don't mind my overstepping. The herbs you need should be for making a medicine called Heart Rescue Patch, right? I have some knowledge about it. The Heart Rescue Patch has strong effects and should not be used lightly. If it's not appropriate, it may worsen the patient's heart problems. Shi Hua chuckled upon hearing this, waving his hand dismissively. Young man, you are worrying too much, the one prescribing the medicine is Master Qingsong. Hearing this, everyone immediately cast their respectful gazes in this direction. So it is a prescription from Master Qingsong. Yes, it is said that Master Qingsong charges millions for a single consultation. Every prescription he writes is worth its weight in gold. The crowd around couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruocheng with a hint of disdain. Young man, you dare to question Master Qingsong? You really are a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger. The young people nowadays, as soon as they know a thing or two, they run out to show off, not fearing they'll become a laughingstock. Yeah, I've even seen people online pointing out Bolt's running posture. Harsh words were endless. Shi Hua quickly defended Xiao Ruocheng. Everyone, let's not be too harsh. This young brother might be a medical student, and it's understandable to misjudge and say something wrong. Master Qingsong, wasn't he also like this back then? With his help, the surroundings quieted down a lot. Just then, the shop assistant had prepared the medicine Xiao Ruocheng needed. After paying with his card, Xiao Ruocheng turned and left. Lakeview Community. Ling Ruoyao lived on the 2nd floor, and the two arrived at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mom, I'm back. Ling Ruoyao knocked on the door. Footsteps quickly came from inside the room. With a click, the door opened. Ling Ruoyao's mother, Zhang Mei, stood at the door. When she saw her daughter, she was very warm. Come in, come in. Ling Ruoyao felt a bit shy and said softly, Mom, there are guests. At this, Zhang Mei finally noticed Xiao Ruocheng behind her daughter. Tall, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he looked quite good. Who is this? Zhang Mei had a puzzled expression. Since her daughter had an incident, she hadn't heard of any contact with the opposite sex. Why had she suddenly brought a boy home? He is Xiao Ruocheng, I mentioned him to you yesterday. Ling Ruoyao's face turned a bit unnatural. Hello, Aunt. Xiao Ruocheng appropriately spoke, measuring his words well. Ah, it's Ruocheng, hello. Zhang Mei forced a smile. Please come inside. Then, Xiao Ruocheng and Ling Ruoyao walked into the house. Casually glancing around, the house was not large, 2 bedrooms and a living room, but it was very warm. It seems the family atmosphere of Ling Ruoyao was quite nice. Ruocheng, please have some tea. Zhang Mei brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Xiao Ruocheng. Then, she gave Ling Ruoyao a knowing look and pulled her into the room. Yesterday, I thought you were just joking, giving that boy from the Xiao family a way out. As soon as they entered, Zhang Mei couldn't help but scold, why did you bring him home? Are you really going to marry him? Yes, that's right. Ling Ruoyao nodded. As a matter of course, I think he's quite good, he treats me very well, why shouldn't I marry him? Hearing this, Zhang Mei was almost choked with anger. Ling Ruoyao, are you out of your mind? Jiang Mei tried to lower her voice. This guy is a criminal, how can he be worthy of you? Mom, don't you know?
Ling Ruoyao frowned slightly. Ruocheng hasn't done anything illegal, he went to prison for being a substitute for Ling Hanrui's brother. Jiang Mei dismissively waved her hand. No matter who he went to prison for, he has served time.
What girl would be willing to marry such a person?
Although you have some flaws, at least you are a miss from the Ling family. We can't marry into a rich family, but the young talents of ordinary families are still yours to choose from.
You can't act on a whim and ruin your life in the hands of such a person. No way, I'm going to find the old lady, we need to get a divorce right away.
After saying that, Jiang Mei stood up and was about to go out.
Mom!
Ling Ruoyao quickly grabbed her mother, stubbornly saying, I've already registered my marriage with Xiao Ruocheng, it's too late for you to say anything. Now, we are legally married, and you can't get a divorce even if you go to grandma.
Jiang Mei's face turned pale with anger, shaking as she said, Ling Ruoyao, are you confused?
I don't care, I've made my choice.
Ling Ruoyao's gaze was firm, not allowing for contradiction.
From childhood to adulthood, whatever she decided could not be changed.
Jiang Mei understood this, sighed heavily, fine, marriage is your own affair. If you insist on marrying, I can't stop you. But if you want to marry my daughter, it won't be that simple.
After saying this, she pulled Ling Ruoyao out of the room.
In the living room,
Xiao Ruochen was sterilizing the silver needles. Seeing Ling Ruoyao and her mother come out, he hurriedly got up.
Aunt, Ruoyao, you came at the right time. I'm preparing to treat Ruoyao's face.
Before he could finish, Jiang Mei waved her hand to interrupt. Xiao Ruochen, you can marry my daughter, but our family has 3 conditions.
Chapter 20, The Big Dipper's 7-star needles.
Xiao Ruochen was taken aback, and after he reacted, he nodded seriously. You are Ruoyao's mother, having conditions is only right.
Aunt, please speak frankly. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. This answer sounded appropriate. Jiang Mei's expression softened a bit.
Okay, then I'll be straightforward. Ruoyao has grown up under the protection of the Ling family. Since she was little, she has been a beloved daughter, basically never having suffered any grievances. Although that fire left her with some flaws, you cannot look down on her because of these flaws, nor can you bully her for it. Xiao Ruochen's face was serious, and he nodded earnestly.
Aunt, don't worry. Since I'm marrying Ruoyao, this is what I should do. Mom, Ruochen treats me very well.
He is definitely not the kind of person you think he is, I believe him. Ling Ruoyao had a helpless expression on her face. You don't need to worry about this. Jiang Mei rolled her eyes and poked Ling Ruoyao's forehead with her finger. You, still not moved out of the house, and your elbows are already turning outward.
Mom says all this for your own good.
Hearing this, Ling Ruoyao didn't know what to say, so she could only give Xiao Ruochen a look of helplessness. Additionally, since Ruoyao will live with you in the future, you need at least a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house, over 150 square meters. Jiang Mei looked at her daughter with kind eyes. She is the young lady of the Ling family. After marriage, she needs a stable home and cannot suffer grievances with you. The Xiao family is facing some difficulties now, but a house should still be manageable.
This condition wasn't unreasonable.
Xiao Ruochen nodded in agreement.
Of course, Aunt, don't worry. I will settle the housing issue as soon as possible. In Donghai, even for ordinary families, a house is an essential condition for marriage. Good.
Seeing Xiao Ruochen agree readily, Jiang Mei's guard relaxed quite a bit.
The second condition is that you are not a child anymore, you must have a proper job.
If you work at Zhao's group, you must hold a position of manager or higher.
I think this shouldn't be difficult for you, right?
After all, you are the only heir of the Xiao family, the family has to cultivate you. Jiang Mei said all this in one breath, then picked up her teacup and took a sip. Mom, don't make things difficult for Ruochen. Ling Ruoyao defended him, being a company manager is not as easy as you think.
Even if it's an ordinary job, it's fine. We will work hard together.
This girl mom is not trying to make it hard for him.
Jiang Mei was both amused and exasperated.
These conditions are not difficult for him, I just want to ensure you have the most basic protection. Then, she looked at Xiao Ruochen, waiting for his response.
Aunt, you are right, I agree.
Xiao Ruochen didn't feel these conditions were too much. The Xiao family was not an ordinary working-class family, and they had some assets and background. Jiang Mei was quite clear about this, the conditions set were within manageable limits.
The third.
At this point, Jiang Mei seemed to have made a lot of determination, gritting her teeth and saying, the betrothal gift from the Xiao family cannot be less than 3 million. Over the years, many people have belittled Ruoyao both publicly and privately. The wedding must give her enough face, so no one can laugh at her.
This money will be returned intact after the wedding, plus an additional 2 million dowry for Ruoyao to take. These are my 3 conditions. As long as you can agree, then from now on, I, Zhang Mei, will recognize you as my son-in-law, and I will treat you like my own son. Zhang Mei's eyes held a hint of expectation. She understood that if her daughter didn't marry Xiao Ruochen, she would be stuck in a fate of marrying someone else. Moreover, that someone else could be an old and ugly executive of the company. Deep down, she also hoped Xiao Ruochen would agree to these three conditions. Even if he had to bargain, Zhang Mei would still give in appropriately. In this world, which parent does not wish for their child to have a better life? No problem. Xiao Ruochen said directly, 3 million in betrothal gifts, it can only be more, not less, when we get married. Although Zhang Mei put forward 3 conditions, in fact, none of these conditions were related to her, all were considerations for Ling Ruoyao. They were within the Xiao family's ability to bear and were not excessive. Good child. Hearing Xiao Ruochen's agreement, Zhang Mei let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her face. Her gaze toward Xiao Ruochen became softer. Mom, don't make things difficult for Ruochen. Ling Ruoyao happily linked her arm with Xiao Ruochen's. He is a very good person and very down-to-earth. As long as we work hard together, our future will definitely get better. Ruochen, don't take what my mom said too seriously, don't feel too much pressure. We can rent a house to live in, and it's okay if the job is ordinary. As for the betrothal gifts, they are all just empty promises. No matter what, I am already your wife. Looking at Ling Ruoyao, whose eyes were as gentle as water, Xiao Ruochen felt a touch in his heart. A girl like Ling Ruoyao, who is knowledgeable and sensible, is rare in the world, especially compared to Ling Hanrui. It is simply like heaven and earth. By the way, Auntie, I brought a gift for Ruoyao today. Xiao Ruochen pointed to the silver needles and herbs on the table and considered, I learned some medical skills in prison. I want to try to help with the injuries on Ruoyao's face and legs. As soon as his words fell, both mother and daughter had different expressions. Ling Ruoyao instinctively touched the scar on her face, her expression somewhat awkward. Maybe it's better not to. I feel fine now. Her voice trembled, and her eyes flickered slightly. For these past few years, the ugly scars on her face seemed to have become a mountain, pressing down on Ling Ruoyao until she could hardly breathe. She had never been able to learn to face it. Even though the two were already married, she still wasn't ready to face Xiao Ruochen with her ugly face. Xiao Chang, it's good that you have this heart, but the scars on Ruoyao's face are beyond cure. Zhang Mei sighed deeply. She had seen the humiliation her daughter suffered from being disfigured. She wished that those ugly scars grew on her face instead. These years, to treat Ruoyao's illness, we have sought out famous doctors far and wide, even inviting foreign experts, and spent over $1 million on medical fees. But no matter how skilled the doctor, they could not remove these scars. As her emotions got stirred up, Zhang Mei's eyes turned red. For years of seeking treatment, Ling Ruoyao's disappointed expressions, even just thinking about it, brought her immense pain. Ruoyao, do you trust me? Xiao Ruochen looked into Ling Ruoyao's eyes and said seriously, I am 100% confident that I can cure you. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao showed a hint of hesitation. Now that they were married, how long could she hide her face? She would eventually have to face Xiao Ruochen honestly, and seeing his confident expression, she couldn't bear to disappoint him. Even if it hurt in her heart, she could endure it for a little while longer. After nearly 2 minutes of silence, Ling Ruoyao gently nodded, okay, I believe you. Seeing this, Xiao Ruochen felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He was also afraid that Ling Ruoyao couldn't overcome her internal barrier. Let me check your pulse first. Xiao Ruochen pulled Ling Ruoyao's arm, placing his 2 fingers on her wrist. After a moment, Xiao Ruochen couldn't help but furrow his brows. The fire poison within Ling Ruoyao was far more serious than he had imagined. The scars on her face, besides the external injuries, were mainly caused by the fire poison that had long been entrenched in her body. Ruochen, why don't we just forget it? Seeing Xiao Ruochen's serious expression, Ling Ruoyao felt a wave of retreat in her heart again. Since we have decided to give it a try, we can't give up easily. Xiao Ruochen shook his head and firmly rolled up her pant leg, taking off her shoes. Her legs were long and straight, with delicate and snow-white skin. From the outside, almost no flaws can be found. The reason for the difficulty in walking is mainly due to the accumulation of fire toxin, which blocks the meridians. Ruoyao, aunt, I can treat this injury. Xiao Ruochen thought for a moment and already had a plan in mind. He looked at the mother and daughter and said, at most 3 hours, the injuries on the face and legs can be resolved. I need a quiet room, just a bed will do. Can it really be cured in 3 hours? Zhang Mei frowned, not fully believing him. That's right. Xiao Ruochen's tone was firm, exuding powerful confidence with every gesture. But Zhang Mei was about to speak, but Ling Ruoyao quickly interrupted, all right, let him try. Anyway, the situation can't get worse. Ling Ruoyao smiled self-deprecatingly and pulled Xiao Ruochen into her room. The overall decor was dominated by blue, and many photos of Ling Ruoyao hung on the wall. There were photos of her dressed elegantly at banquets, looking pure and sweet during school, and striking in professional attire during interviews.
In each photo, Ling Ruoyao's smile was confident and radiant. All from the past. Noticing Xiao Ruoqing looking at the photos, Ling Ruoyao brushed her hair and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes.
Lie down on the bed. Xiao Ruoqing pointed to the bed, not saying much else. Ling Ruoyao lowered her head and quietly lay down.
Then, Xiao Ruoqing took out 3 silver needles of different lengths from a silver needle box.
Don't be nervous, I'll be quick. Xiao Ruoqing took out a needle and flicked it with his finger.
The silver needle transformed into a flash of silver light and pierced Ling Ruoyao's abdomen. Ling Ruoyao was slightly surprised. In these years, she had visited many famous doctors, including several national medical masters. She had never seen such a miraculous technique before. A glimmer of hope ignited in Ling Ruoyao's heart.
Perhaps, Xiao Ruoqing could really heal her? Don't think too much.
Xiao Ruoqing reminded her and continued working with the needles. With each silver needle entering her body, there was even a pleasant humming sound. 7 silver needles subtly formed the position of the Big Dipper.
The Big Dipper needle.
It is said to have originated from the medicine king Sun Tao, who understood it one night while stargazing. It opens the meridians, invigorates the blood, replenishes energy, and has mysterious effects. Ling Ruoyao's eyelashes trembled lightly.
Each silver needle entering her body brought an indescribably comfortable feeling.
Almost a quarter of an hour passed.
It's so hot.
Suddenly, Ling Ruoyao moaned, her whole body flushed red, feeling unbearably hot. The meridians were clear.
Xiao Ruoqing reacted quickly, using the silver needle to prick Ling Ruoyao's fingertip.
Dark-colored blood filled with fire toxin flowed out in waves.
Ah!
Ling Ruoyao felt as if she had been completely drained, lying on the bed, her fragrant sweat pouring out. The fire toxin in your body has been expelled with the blood.
Let me check your face. Xiao Ruoqing's hand had just touched the veil.
Ling Ruoyao's delicate body shivered, her eyes filled with a hint of panic.
Wait. See, could you please close your eyes first? Chapter 21, It has been 3 years, I want to get back everything I have lost.
Seeing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Ruoqing gently stroked her hair and softly said, "Don't be afraid, I will definitely heal you."
Can you believe me?
Perhaps moved by his sincere gaze, Ling Ruoyao trembled and closed her eyes. For a long time, the wall built in her heart came crashing down.
Let it be seen, there will come a day.
Ling Ruoyao encouraged herself in her heart. The atmosphere in the room was exceptionally quiet, only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Ling Ruoyao's tender white hands covered the veil, slowly revealing it. A small oval face, only the size of a palm, came into view with 2 dark red scars on the side. Even with the scars, her beauty still made Xiao Ruoqing slightly lost in thought. Her eyebrows resembled crescent moons, her eyes deep and bright, and her eyelashes fluttered lightly with her breath.
A straight nose and plump, elastic red lips.
The whole person looked as beautiful as a fairy stepping out of a painting, both pure and gentle.
I hope I didn't scare you.
Ling Ruoyao waited for a few seconds, not seeing any reaction from Xiao Ruoqing. The instinctive urge was to cover her face with her hand.
No.
Coming to her senses, Xiao Ruoqing tightly grasped her hand, lowered his head, and gently kissed her lips.
In an instant, Ling Ruoyao's mind went blank.
The warm sensation of the kiss made her body feel as if it had been electrified.
The kiss ended.
Xiao Ruoqing said seriously, "You were beautiful to begin with, I will help you return to your original appearance."
Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao turned her head away.
She gently closed her eyes, and 2 clear tears flowed down her face. Her shoulders trembled, and Xiao Ruoqing knew how intense her emotions were. After the fire, I locked myself at home and didn't dare to face anyone. Ling Ruoyao's voice was hoarse, I don't know how many times I wanted to end it all. But I couldn't just leave, my parents had also borne so much pressure these years because of my disfigurement, and I feared they would be left without care, so I had to hold on. These 3 years, the scars on my face tortured me to the point of unbearable pain. At this point, Ling Ruoyao's voice grew quieter, until at last, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Ruoqing held her in his arms, gently patting her back, and softly said, "It's over, everything is over. I will heal your face, and soon, you will still be the most beautiful woman in Donghai." A few minutes later, Ling Ruoyao, with red eyes, turned her head. "Sorry, I lost control." Ling Ruoyao said apologetically.
"No problem, let's continue."
Xiao Ruoqing took a deep breath, and this time, took out 36 fine silver needles, as thin as cow hair. His wrist flicked, and the silver light flew away.
Each needle precisely pierced into Ling Ruoyao's cheek.
A hazy mist slowly rose from her head. Xiao Ruoqing secretly circulated his internal energy, the needle tips trembling. Gradually, black bruises began to seep out. The dark red scars also faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Ruoqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. More than 10 minutes later.
Xiao Ruocheng took the mirror from the dressing table and helped Ling Ruoyao sit up. Take a look, Miss Ling. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao gently opened her eyes. Seeing herself in the mirror, the scars had faded, leaving only faint pink marks. Is this really me? Ling Ruoyao's hands trembled as she touched her cheek, unable to believe it. Silly, of course it's you. Xiao Ruocheng rubbed Ling Ruoyao's head. The fire poison on your legs has cleared up a lot, you can try walking now. Ling Ruoyao nodded firmly. Now, she trusted Xiao Ruocheng completely. She placed her feet on the ground, and the weakness she once felt was gone. Ling Ruoyao even felt she could try running a few steps. Can my injuries really be healed? Ling Ruoyao alternated between touching her cheek and moving her calf. She looked at Xiao Ruocheng in disbelief, her eyes full of shock. Xiao Ruocheng smiled faintly and said calmly, right now, we've only cleared the fire poison, we haven't applied the medicine for the best results. If you have other scars on your body, I can release the blood stasis and apply the medicine. Once that's done, everything will be finished. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao's delicate face turned slightly red. I do have some, but... She pointed to her lower back, her voice growing softer, there's a scar here too. Xiao Ruocheng glanced at Ling Ruoyao's slender waist and couldn't help but blush. To treat this area with needles, her clothes would need to be removed. Ahem, to treat this spot with needles, you might need to take off your clothes. Xiao Ruocheng coughed awkwardly and said, I can close my eyes. No need. Ling Ruoyao lowered her head awkwardly and whispered, after all, we are husband and wife. The room seemed to have an ambiguous atmosphere. Well then, you can take off your clothes. Xiao Ruocheng pretended to stay calm, just lie on the bed. Ling Ruoyao softly agreed, a flush rising from her neck to her ears. She gritted her teeth, took off her top and pants, revealing her perfect, curvaceous figure. Xiao Ruocheng prepared the silver needles and looked back, almost nosebleeding. At this moment, Ling Ruoyao was only wearing underwear, her smooth, bare body lying on the bed. There are 2 dimples at the lower back. With her breathing, the full hips rose and fell. Can we start now? Ling Ruoyao buried her head in the quilt and asked softly. Soon. Xiao Ruocheng exhaled, shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind. With a gentle touch, he pierced a few silver needles into her. The scars on her waist were much lighter than those on her face and legs. In just a few minutes, the bruises were completely released. Wait for me here, I will go outside to get medicine for you. Xiao Ruocheng said as he pushed open the bedroom door. Zhang Mei was anxiously waiting at the door, and upon seeing the door open, she hurriedly rushed in. As soon as she entered, she saw Ling Ruoyao lying on the bed, untidy. Aren't you treating her? What is going on here? Zhang Mei said angrily, Ruoyao, did that guy do something bad to you? Mom, what are you thinking? Ling Ruoyao's charming face turned red, shyly saying, he just gave me acupuncture, I needed to take off my clothes, and besides, we are a legal couple. Even if we really did something, it wouldn't be a big deal. You silly girl. Zhang Mei rolled her eyes in anger, you won't even know if that guy sells you out one day. She picked up the quilt, preparing to cover Ling Ruoyao. Suddenly, Zhang Mei froze. Your face. Zhang Mei's voice trembled, in disbelief. You didn't see it wrong, my face is healed. Ling Ruoyao felt the same, Ruocheng's medical skills are amazing, we underestimated him. That's great. Zhang Mei was excited, her face beaming with joy. Ling Ruoyao's injury had sought many famous doctors over the years, spending millions without any results. Who would have thought that it would be healed by Xiao Ruocheng? It's truly a blessing from the heavens. Zhang Mei couldn't contain her excitement, finally, you have endured the suffering and welcomed the sweetness. Mom, it's not just my face, look at my leg. Ling Ruoyao actively got out of bed, walking steadily and even jumped twice. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mei felt even more comforted. Alright, don't fall again. Zhang Mei was worried that her daughter had just recovered and might lose control of her strength, causing trouble. The mother and daughter sat on the edge of the bed, whispering to each other. About half an hour later, Xiao Ruocheng entered with a basin of black muddy medicine. To save time and enhance the effect of the medicine. The medicine that should have been simmered for 3 hours, he catalyzed with internal energy and finished in half an hour. I'll help you apply the medicine. Xiao Ruocheng dipped his hand in the medicine and gently applied it to Ling Ruoyao's face. They were very close, and their breaths could be heard. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mei couldn't help but smile. After applying the medicine and waiting for nearly an hour, the icy sensation on Ling Ruoyao's face gradually faded, and only then did Xiao Ruocheng let her take off the medicine. As the medicine was peeled off, some dry skin came off with it. Xiao Ruocheng's eyes brightened, I'll get you a mirror. After speaking, he pulled out a mirror and placed it in front of Ling Ruoyao. After a few seconds of anxiety, Ling Ruoyao finally opened her eyes.
The dark red scars on her face had completely disappeared, replaced by skin as smooth as a newborn's. Her exquisite face resembled a heavenly blessing. Ling Ruoya turned to look at Zhang Mei and choked back tears. "Mom, I'm really healed." As soon as the words fell, tears streamed down her face like pearls rolling off a string. All the grievances and sadness of the past 3 years seemed to be released in an instant. "I'm so happy for you." Zhang Mei wiped her tears, looking gratefully at Xiao Ruocheng. In her heart, she felt more and more satisfied with this son-in-law. After a long time, their emotions gradually settled down. Xiao Ruocheng glanced at the time, stood up and said, "Auntie, Ruoya, it's getting late, I should go back." On the way here, he bought some medicine for his grandfather. Now that there was nothing urgent, it was best to return early. "I'll walk you out." Zhang Mei proactively stood up, escorting Xiao Ruocheng to the door. "Auntie, you should go back." Xiao Ruocheng reminded, "Ruoya just went through such ups and downs, it's best to accompany her more." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mei hesitated and wanted to say something. "Xiao Chang. In the past, it was my aunt who misunderstood you and set 3 conditions for you. Those words I said before, just treat them as if I never mentioned them. From now on, I recognize you as my son-in-law, no one can change that." Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng nodded and turned to leave. Watching Xiao Ruocheng leave, Zhang Mei returned home. She pushed open the bedroom door and saw Ling Ruoyo in a long dress, sitting in front of the mirror putting on makeup. Zhang Mei couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you in such a hurry to put on makeup? Is something going on?" Ling Ruoyo smiled confidently, stood up, and gently hugged her mother. "Of course there is something, I plan to visit the Ling family." Seeing her daughter regain her confidence, Zhang Mei couldn't help but cry tears of joy. "Ruoya, let me help you get ready. You have really suffered these past years." After a round of tidying up and dressing, Ling Ruoyo looked at the veil on the table. After a moment's hesitation, she put the veil back on and quickly set off for the Ling family. 3 years of disfigurement, no one knew what kind of life she had lived. Everything she had lost should now be reclaiming. Chapter 22, Upside Down Black and White, Su Tzuilian's Favoritism. Ling family. When Ling Ruoyo arrived, laughter echoed in the hall, and the old lady Su Tzuilian's laughter was particularly noticeable. Ling Ruoyo frowned slightly and pushed the door open. As soon as she entered, all the laughter and joy abruptly stopped. Everyone halted their movements and looked at her. In their gazes, there was disdain, mockery, and some even rolled their eyes. Ling Ruoyo felt a bit surprised, the atmosphere was clearly off. "Ruoyo, why are you only coming back now?" Su Tzuilian frowned, her tone slightly severe. "I got held up by some matters, sorry, Grandma." Ling Ruoyo collected her emotions and excitedly said, "Just in time, I have great news to tell you." Su Tzuilian seemed to have anticipated this, her cold expression showing no sign of change. "The good news you want to share is that you signed a contract with Hanhai Group and got the Ling family involved in the Lanting project?" Ling Ruoyo's smile froze. She didn't expect Grandma would already know about the contract being signed. But that's fine, it saved her from wasting more words. "That's right, Grandma, you are truly insightful." Ling Ruoyo took the contract out of her bag. "Here is the contract. According to your promise, the position of Group General Manager should belong to me." As soon as she finished speaking, a cold laugh came from behind her. "Humph, Ling Ruoyo, you really have thick skin. Does this contract have anything to do with you? How dare you show it off?" Ling Hanrui walked over with her arms crossed, swaggering confidently. "What do you mean by that?" Ling Ruoyo frowned tightly, her voice growing colder. "This contract clearly states my name, Ling Ruoyo, why is it not mine?" Hearing this, Ling Hanrui disdainfully shook her head. "Correct, the contract does indeed state your name. But you know how this contract came about." This made Ling Ruoyo even more confused. "If you're sick, go get treated, stop barking here." Ling Ruoyo showed no leniency, coldly responding. "Enough already, stop playing pretend." Yun Tian appropriately interjected. "The Yun family had already spoken to Manager Yu of Hanhai Group in advance. Hanrui and I just arrived a bit late. Unexpectedly, you and that labor reform criminal picked up the scraps. Think about it, how could 2 powerless and insignificant people like you smoothly secure a contract with Hanhai Group?" Hearing this, Ling Ruoyo couldn't help but admire his shamelessness. He could turn black into white. Although she knew the truth, the Ling family around her was clearly stirred up with emotion. This girl Ruoyo looks harmless on normal days, but who knew she would resort to such shameless methods for the position of general manager? Isn't it because she hangs around that labor reform criminal Xiao Ruocheng that she's learned to be thick-skinned too? Proximity to the red makes one redder, and to the black makes one blacker. Now we finally know what it means to learn well for 3 years and learn bad for 3 days. Maybe Ling Ruoyo is just deep-minded, and has been calculating everything ahead of time. People in the Ling family whispered among themselves, their voices full of sourness. Nonsense. Ling Ruoyo suddenly turned to Yun Tian and said coldly, "I can secure the contract because Ruocheng knows the manager of Hanhai Group.
His credit has nothing to do with your Yun family.
As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Tian burst into laughter, his face filled with disdain. Ling Ruoyao, your face has been ruined, and now you really live a life without shame. Let everyone judge, how could a convict know the manager of Hanhai Group? Such a clumsy lie, don't you find it ridiculous? The moment he finished speaking, someone immediately began to flatter.
Ah, what young Master Yun said is right.
Xiao Ruoqing is a convict, the only time he could have intersected with Hanhai Group is if he stayed in the prison they built.
Does he think he can know the manager of Hanhai Group? Does he really think Hanhai Group is that easy to cling to? After a ruthless wave of mockery and laughter,
Ling Ruoyao held her face tight, and she realized why Su Tzuilian's attitude was so cold when she first walked in.
Grandma, do you also think I snatched the contract from Ling Hanrui? Ling Ruoyao looked at Su Tzuilian unwillingly, still holding on to the last glimmer of hope.
After all, Grandma used to treat her very well.
You should know what my character is.
Ling Ruoyao emphasized her tone. Su Tzuilian seemed not to hear, offering no response, only continuously turning the Buddhist beads in her hand. After a long while, she sighed softly. Ruoyao, the Ling Group is the face of the Ling family, and the position of general manager cannot be held by a disabled person.
You should understand this. No matter who got the contract, the position of general manager can only be given to Hanrui. Su Tzuilian's expression was flat, and her words were extremely cruel.
Your face and legs are not suitable for sitting in that position. As soon as she spoke, it felt as if Ling Ruoyao had been struck by lightning, her heartbeat seeming to pause for a moment. She looked in disbelief at her grandmother in the main seat, the pain in her heart too deep to articulate. Once, her grandmother had loved her the most. Ling Ruoyao had resolved since childhood to help the Ling family rise. While in school, she never dared to slack off, countless days and nights of hard work, only to repay her grandmother's kindness to her. But time has changed, and her grandmother spoke the most heart-wrenching words in the calmest tone. Behind her, Ling Hanrui was beaming with delight, the triumph on her face nearly overflowing.
Did you hear that? Ugly monster. Do you think that just because your name is on the contract, the manager will come to you? Ling Hanrui provocatively glanced at Ling Ruoyao, mocking, go look in the mirror, do you deserve it?
Ling Ruoyao ignored her, casting a disappointed glance at Su Tzuilian, offering a sorrowful smile.
Grandma, my injury is healed.
As soon as she finished speaking, the hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. Many people doubted if they had heard wrong. Ling Ruoyao's injury had been severe for years, and no matter how many doctors she consulted, it had been of no use. How could she have suddenly healed?
Ruoyao, what did you say? An elder couldn't help but ask. I said, my injury is healed. Ling Ruoyao declared with determination, each word clearly pronounced. Impossible. Impossible.
Ling Hanrui's eyes widened, her face twisted in rage. For this general manager position, you really dare to say anything?
Whether I'm lying or not is clear at a glance. After Ling Ruoyao said this, she took a deep breath and took a few steps forward under everyone's gaze.
Her movement was steady, looking no different from a normal person.
Instantly, the scene erupted. How is this possible? Wasn't her leg said to be beyond repair? If her leg is healed, could her face also have healed?
The hall became noisy, the hardest to accept being Ling Hanrui.
However, right after that, Ling Ruoyao threw another bombshell. My leg is healed, and my face is healed.
After saying that, she tore off the veil on her face, revealing an incredibly beautiful visage. Her fair skin seemed soft and tender like a newborn, her eyes bright and deep, with a high nose and full, red lips. The long dress perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and as her long hair flowed, it was as if a fairy from a painting had descended into the mundane world.
In an instant, everyone was in a daze. Yun Tian's eyes widened, and his gaze unconsciously carried a hint of obsession. Chapter 23, Duan Xiao's position, you are not worthy to sit. Ruoyao, are you really better now? Su Tzuilian suddenly stood up, unable to remain calm. When did this happen?
It was today, and the one who cured me is the labor reform prisoner that all of you look down on.
Ling Ruoyao looked at Ling Hanrui with a cold tone. Since you want the general manager position so much, I will give it to you.
After all, I have gained something much more valuable.
After speaking, Ling Ruoyao turned around without looking back and walked out of the Ling family home.
For a moment, the Ling family stared at each other, the atmosphere unusually quiet. Ling Hanrui's face was darker than the bottom of a pot, tightly clenching her fists, a strong jealousy flashing in her eyes. This ugly creature actually recovered. And the one who healed her is that useless person.
Grandma, since Ruoyao has recovered, does this mean?
An older man couldn't help but speak, but was interrupted by Su Tzuilian's wave of her hand.
Don't say any more, the manager's matter is already decided. As for Ruoyao, we will give her some compensation later.
Hanrui, contact Hanhai Group as soon as possible, and finalize the cooperation details with them.
The Lanting project must not fall through. After speaking, Su Tsuilian rubbed her forehead and stood up to leave. Although she appeared very composed, her steps were not as steady as before. Yes, Grandma. Ling Hanrui sighed in relief and slightly bowed her head. Back at the Xiao family, Xiao Ruochen set down the medicine bought for his grandfather. Su Feiyan happened to walk out of the room. Xiao Chun, do you have time tonight? I want to take you to meet someone. Xiao Ruochen was slightly taken aback. So suddenly, who do you want me to meet? Don't ask so many questions for now, just remember to dress decently. This meeting is very important. Su Feiyan had no intention of explaining, her tone unusually serious. Seeing this, Xiao Ruochen did not pursue the matter further and just lightly nodded. By the way, sister-in-law, do you want to cooperate with Hanhai Group? Xiao Ruochen's eyes lit up. Recently, they have a Lanting project. I noticed many families want to get involved. Why don't we give it a try? Su Feiyan chuckled softly. Hanhai Group is a multinational corporation, how could they be interested in us? You shouldn't always aim too high. In both life and business, you need to be practical and grounded. While speaking, Xiao Ruochen took out the contract and placed it on the table. Ahem, actually, the contract has already been obtained. Su Feiyan glanced at it and saw the glaring 4 large characters on it. Cooperation Agreement. If it weren't for seeing the signature where she had signed her name, she would have thought she was dreaming. Is this the cooperation project with Hanhai Group? Su Feiyan picked up the contract and looked it over for a few seconds, unable to believe it. How did you manage this? As far as I know, there are many companies in Donghai eyeing this project. Xiao Ruochen chuckled awkwardly. What if I told you I'm the chairman of Hanhai Group? Would you believe me? Do I look like a fool to you? Stop joking and hurry to change your clothes. Su Feiyan glared at him and changed the subject. Make sure to arrive at Donghai Cloud Hotel before 9 tonight, do not be late. Okay, I'm going. Xiao Ruochen felt helpless and had just returned to his room when his phone vibrated. Looking at it, it was a call from Yuzhen. Manager Yu, what is it? Xiao Ruochen answered the phone, his tone calm. Chairman Xiao, you asked me to investigate the 8 great families, and we have made some progress. According to our investigation, someone from the Duan family recently met with an employee from Junwei Group in private, and there are also transfer records. I suspect that this collective wage demand was orchestrated by the Duan family. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes. Continue investigating and gather more evidence. Understood. Just now, someone from Ling Corporation contacted me and said they arranged a banquet, hoping to discuss cooperation details this evening. Yuzhen said cautiously. The caller was not Miss Ling Ruoyao. But what about that woman called Ling Hanrui? Should I go? Xiao Ruocheng frowned and said coldly, attending the banquet is your business, decide for yourself. But the contact for cooperation with the Ling family can only be Ling Ruoyao, no one else will do. As the group's manager, Yuzhen was also a clever person. Hearing this, he immediately understood. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I understand your meaning. Xiao Ruocheng hung up the phone, his eyes narrowing slightly. A sharp killing intent erupted from him. The Duan family. This time back in Donghai, he had wanted to take it easy for a few days. First, Duan Ing came to force his grandfather to sell the company, then the Duan family plotted to demand wages. Well, they can't be kept. Xiao Ruocheng thought for a moment and dialed Chu Hongyan's phone. President, what can I do for you? As soon as the call connected, Chu Hongyan's respectful voice came through. In 3 minutes, I want Duan Ying's location. Yes, please wait a moment. After hanging up the phone for a dozen seconds, Chu Hongyan found out the result. President, Duan Ing is at the Yinghuang Entertainment Club, drinking with a dozen or so second-generation rich kids. Yinghuang Club belongs to our Rose Club, should we just grab him? No need, I will go personally. Xiao Ruocheng pondered for a moment and continued to instruct, you, in the name of the president, order the leaders of the Jinggu and Muki flags, plus the Chinsa 2 envoys, each to bring 100 people to Donghai on standby. No matter what methods they use, I want to see them before midnight. Those who don't arrive on time will be dealt with according to club rules. Chu Hongyan sensed the coldness in Xiao Ruocheng's voice and didn't dare to slack off, responding respectfully, yes. I will inform the above immediately. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruocheng casually tossed his phone onto the bed, lit a cigarette, and walked to the window. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered, and a cool breeze swept through. Red leaves fell, faint rumblings of thunder could be heard. After finishing a cigarette, Xiao Ruocheng went downstairs, casually grabbed a car in the garage, and sped toward Yinghuang Club. The night sky drizzled with fine rain, carrying a chill. The entire Donghai seemed to be brewing a storm. The car drove all the way and soon arrived at Yinghuang Club. The club had a total of 5 floors, neon lights flashing, and brilliant lights dazzling. As soon as he got out of the car, the little brothers arranged by Chu Hongyan immediately came up to greet him respectfully. President! Xiao Ruocheng waved his hand. Which floor is he on? Tell me the location, and you all can leave.
The little brother bent down and said, "Third floor, luxury suite."
No one is allowed to enter without my order.
Xiao Ruocheng finished coldly and turned to go upstairs. As soon as he reached the door of the private room, he heard deafening music coming from inside. Xiao Ruocheng frowned and pushed the door open. More than a dozen second-generation rich kids were gathered together, singing loudly, and no one paid attention to his entrance. Xiao Ruocheng looked around and found that Duan Ying was not in the private room.
The central sofa position was empty, which should have been Duan Ying's spot.
Beside it sat a familiar face.
Qin Xiu. Duan Ying's follower for many years.
5 years ago, when he was fooling around with Duan Ying, Qin Xiu was right next to them, pouring tea and serving water, even catching both of their cigarette stubs in his hands, trying to please them.
Unexpectedly, 5 years later, this guy had made no progress and was still just a sidekick.
Xiao Ruocheng walked up, turned off the sound system on the wall.
As soon as the music stopped, the noisy private room fell silent instantly.
Everyone looked startled, and at the same time, turned their eyes toward Xiao Ruocheng, showing displeasure.
Among these second-generation wealthy kids, some recognized Xiao Ruocheng and were slightly surprised. But more people showed confusion.
When Qin Xiu saw Xiao Ruocheng, he stood up involuntarily, habitually wearing a flattering smile.
Xiao, Xiao, Xiao.
As soon as he finished speaking, he realized it was inappropriate. The Xiao family had long fallen, and in terms of strength, they weren't much stronger than the Qin family. Xiao Ruocheng glanced coldly at Qin Xiu, stepping step by step to the central sofa and sitting down, scanning the faces of everyone. 5 years without seeing, there are quite a few new faces here. Qin Xiu swallowed hard, and before he could open his mouth, a young master stepped out from the crowd, pointing at Xiao Ruocheng with a stern voice. "Kid, who the hell are you?
Dare to come here and act tough? This is Duan's place, do you think you deserve to sit here? Hurry up and get lost.
Be careful, or I will peel your skin off." Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng smiled instead of getting angry, raising his head to look coldly at Qin Xiu. "After 5 years away from Donghai, it seems some people no longer recognize me."
"Qin Xiu, tell them who I am. Do I deserve to sit in this position?"
Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was calm, but it made Qin Xiu's scalp tingle, and his legs involuntarily softened.
This. Qin Xiu gulped hard.
Memories from 5 years ago flooded his mind. Back then, no matter where Xiao Ruocheng went, he was always surrounded by dozens of followers. The Xiao family was at their peak, and Xiao Ruocheng stood forever at the center of the crowd. Compared to him, all the rich young masters were overshadowed. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Xiu suddenly came to his senses. Indeed, Xiao Ruocheng was once glorious. But now, times have changed, and the Xiao family is no longer what it used to be. A fallen family's labor camp inmate, powerless and without influence, what could he be? Thinking of this, Qin Xiu took a deep breath and looked coldly at Xiao Ruocheng. "Xiao Ruocheng, this is Duan's spot, you don't deserve to sit here."
Chapter 24, It's not that you don't know your mistake, you're just afraid.
As soon as Qin Xiu finished, laughter erupted in the private room. "I thought who it was, turns out to be the labor camp inmate from the Xiao family.
After 5 years in prison, he thinks he's still the young master of the Xiao family?
Face reality, kid, the Xiao family is no longer qualified to sit at the table." A group of rich young masters laughed recklessly at Xiao Ruocheng.
Qin Xiu shook his head proudly, mocking, "Xiao Ruocheng, if you were seeking humiliation, then your goal has been achieved. Since I'm in a good mood, hurry up and roll."
As these words were spoken, laughter erupted again from the young masters behind him. Xiao Ruocheng took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it leisurely, and glanced at Qin Xiu indifferently. "It seems your courage has grown after 5 years. Back then, the dog wagging its tail behind Duan Ying dares to show teeth at me now.
Xiao Ruocheng, you are looking for death."
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xiu's face suddenly darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he reached for Xiao Ruocheng's shoulder.
PFF.
Xiao Ruocheng's gaze sharpened, and he directly pressed the cigarette butt onto the back of Qin Xiu's hand.
"Ah! My hand!"
The smell of burnt flesh filled the air as Qin Xiu cried out in pain, his voice heart-wrenching. Before anyone could react, Xiao Ruocheng seized Qin Xiu's collar and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! Dozens of teeth mixed with blood sprayed from Qin Xiu's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the entire private room fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the young masters were frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. No one expected Xiao Ruocheng, all alone, would dare to take the first move. And such a ruthless move left everyone trembling. "Today, I only seek Duan Ying, everyone else can get lost." Xiao Ruocheng raised his head, his eyes sweeping indifferently across the crowd.
"Xiao Ruocheng, you dare to hit me."
Qin Xiu, bloodied and struggling to get up, his face twisted in rage.
"Just wait. Duan won't let you off."
Before Qin Xiu could finish, Xiao Ruocheng's expression turned icy.
Shut up.
Then, he punched toward Qin Xiu's chest. Qin Xiu's pupils dilated, watching the massive fist coming straight for him.
Bang! With a muffled thud, Qin Xiu flew back, his chest caving in, and he fell silent. Silence.
The entire private room was dead quiet.
Staring at Qin Xiu's lifeless body, the pampered young master's legs grew weak, saliva dripping down.
Everyone looked at Xiao Ruoqing in terror, their faces turning pale.
At that moment, they finally realized that Xiao Ruoqing was no longer the same playboy he once was.
The current Xiao Ruoqing radiated a fierce killing intent, like a devil from hell. The private room remained exceptionally quiet. No one dared to act rashly, trembling as they looked at Xiao Ruoqing.
Want to run, but dare not run. If they ran now, Duaning would never let them go in the future.
Xiao Ruoqing crouched down, slowly wiping the blood from Qin Xiu's clothes, then raised his head to look at everyone.
Why is everyone silent? I remember that many of you know me, right?
Xiao Ruoqing's gaze swept over, casually pointing at a chubby person in the crowd.
The fat guy instantly turned pale, beads of sweat covering his forehead.
Lu Qi, back then, when you hit Snake Ye's men, I stepped forward to negotiate, which is why you kept your leg.
How come you've forgotten now? Are you looking to oppose me?
Lu Qi's face turned red, glaring at Xiao Ruoqing with rage.
Xiao Ruoqing, you just said that was all in the past. The present is different from before, you need to see the reality.
The Xiao family is nothing now, and you have no right to challenge young Master Duan. Xiao Ruoqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll have to take that leg back. As soon as the words fell, 2 silver needles shot out from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the silver needles flew out. In the next moment, Lu Qi's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Qi was astonished, struggling to stand up, but no matter how hard he tried, it was pointless. His legs felt as though they had vanished into thin air, losing all sensation. Panic overtook him, and he looked up at Xiao Ruoqing with terror in his eyes.
Xiao Ruoqing, what have you done to me? My legs. Why can't I feel my legs? Yet, apart from his cries, the entire private room was dead silent.
The young masters felt their scalps tingle, all bowing their heads and not daring to breathe.
What are you still doing? Hurry up and help me.
Lu Qi was desperate, his voice tinged with tears as he looked to the others for help. However, everyone averted their eyes, afraid to get involved, fearing trouble. After shouting a few times in despair, Lu Qi quickly raised his head to Xiao Ruoqing. Young Master Xiao, I was wrong.
It's my fault. Please, give me my leg back, and I will leave right now.
Lu Qi crawled on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Xiao Ruoqing. Fearing Xiao Ruoqing's dissatisfaction, he swung his arm and slapped himself in the face.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
The crisp sounds echoed continuously. Lu Qi, I gave you a chance earlier, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Xiao Ruoqing's sharp gaze seemed to pierce the heart. You don't genuinely realize your mistake, you were just scared.
Lu Qi continued to wail, bowing his head repeatedly, begging Xiao Ruoqing for one last chance.
Xiao Ruoqing ignored him and turned to look at the dumbfounded young masters.
What? Do you plan to stay here?
Everyone shivered in unison, faces filled with terror, and turned to run. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Young Master Duan, it's so hot, please help me take off my clothes. Young Master Duan, today we 2 sisters will serve you.
Ah, you 2 really know how to behave. Serve me well, and you will not be left empty-handed. Duaning. Don't you dare ruin my mood. Duaning held the woman, cursing as he walked towards the crowd.
After just a few steps, his feet involuntarily stopped. At this moment, Xiao Ruoqing was sitting in his seat, his gaze cold.
Duaning, you finally made it. Hearing this icy voice, Duanying's heart jolted, and most of his drunkenness faded away. Xiao Ruoqing. Call home and say, you're about to die.
Xiao Ruoqing pinched a cigarette between his fingers, his expression calm. He took a puff and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, looking at Duaning without speaking.
Duaning squinted his eyes, sizing up Xiao Ruoqing, how come you're here? Glad to see you're doing well. Xiao Ruoqing said lightly, surprised to see I'm not beaten up? I'm indeed a bit surprised. Duaning nodded, disdainfully saying, I guess you've been hiding at home like a turtle, haven't stepped out lately? Xiao Ruoqing, at this rate, you might as well just die by crashing your head. As soon as the words fell, Duaning laughed wildly.
He thought everyone else would laugh with him, but after several seconds, there was no reaction.
Duanying's brows furrowed tightly, angrily shouting, are you all deaf or dumb, standing here in punishment?
He turned back, scanning everyone with dissatisfaction. The Xiao family had fallen, and Xiao Ruoqing had become a convict. He was the most famous playboy in Donghai, always flaunted and praised by others. Today, Xiao Ruoqing had returned. Yet no one echoed him, not even daring to laugh.
Duan Ying's anger surged as he recalled his sycophant, Qin Xiu. Where the hell did that bastard go? A rich young man mustered up his courage. Duan Xiao, Qin Xiu, he's dead. As he spoke, the rich young man pointed to the corner where Qin Xiu's body lay. What the hell are you talking about? Duan Ying frowned, about to scold him, when he followed the direction of the wealthy young man's finger and saw the body on the ground, feeling an inexplicable tightening in his heart. Who did this? Duan Ying's face was filled with horror as he looked up at the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, the room fell silent, no one spoke. I did it. At this moment, Xiao Ruocheng's indifferent voice came from behind. Duan Ying jerked his head up, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Xiao Ruocheng, are you seeking death? Looks like I'll break your legs, considering we had some friendship before, but it seems you're just getting cheeky. After saying this, Duan Ying turned to look at the middle-aged man behind him. Uncle Jean, take him out. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, stepping forward with a fierce murderous intent. In an instant, the temperature in the whole room seemed to drop a few degrees. Duan Ying stood behind the man, wearing a cold smile. Xiao Ruocheng, I know you're strong. But your luck ends today. The last time, his elite bodyguards were easily defeated by Xiao Ruocheng. Since then, Duan Ying had been on high alert, specially applying for a warrior from his family to protect his safety. This Uncle Jean in front of him was truly a genuine internal martial artist, his strength reaching a high level of inner energy. Ordinary elite bodyguards were no match for him, they couldn't even get close. Duan Xiao, please step back. I'll take care of this kid for you. Uncle Jean looked at Xiao Ruocheng from a distance. Kid, behave if you don't want to suffer. As he spoke, Uncle Jean stepped closer to Xiao Ruocheng. The eyes of the two met, and the feeling of those present being on edge suddenly vanished. All the rich youngsters breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted off their hearts. With an internal expert taking action, Xiao Ruocheng is finished. Absolutely right, a convict, learned some fighting skills, and dares to challenge Duan Xiao. He really doesn't know how to die. Wait until Duan Xiao's men waste him, let's see how he's so arrogant then. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation, as if they could soon see Xiao Ruocheng getting beaten to a pulp. Uncle Jean gently flexed his wrist, looking regretful. So young, such a pity. Xiao Ruocheng gave him a faint glance. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Uncle Jin's gaze turned cold. Kid, you do have some courage. I like a tough guy like you. Soon, I'll make you wish you were dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Jean swung his fist violently at Xiao Ruocheng's head. Xiao Ruocheng did not dodge or evade, not even showing much expression. His eyes were frighteningly cold. The wealthy young men in the box held their breath, their eyes flashing with excitement. It was as if they could already see Xiao Ruocheng's head bursting from that punch. However, in the next moment, Xiao Ruocheng's lips curled up as he threw a punch back at Uncle Jean. Boom! The two heads collided, and Uncle Jin's eyes widened like copper bells. You! Before he could finish, his whole body flew backward like a broken kite, embedding into the wall. In an instant, the room fell silent. The young men nearly had their eyes pop out, as a master of internal strength was punched into the wall. What kind of monster is Xiao Ruocheng? Duan Ying, can you find some strong bodyguards? Their skills are too weak, it's boring to fight. Xiao Ruocheng scoffed, slowly standing up and advancing step by step toward Duan Ying. What do you want? Duan Ying snapped back from shock, his face full of dread. Xiao Ruocheng, I warn you, don't go too far. As he spoke, he involuntarily moved his feet, retreating toward the crowd. However, seeing him coming, the young men in the box all dodged back, fearing Xiao Ruocheng's wrath would fall upon them. Duan Ying sensed the movement behind him, turned around, and saw nothing but empty space, his anger rising. You bastards! I treated you well, now that I'm in trouble, why are you all hiding? Everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. What a joke! Though they played around, they respected Duan Ying due to the Duan family's influence. In the face of life and death, Duan Ying was nothing. In just a few minutes, Xiao Ruocheng had taken 2 lives. Who dared to help him at such a crucial moment? You all. Duan Ying was both angry and frustrated, even the 2 women were keeping their distance. It seems you're not doing so well these days. At that moment, Xiao Ruocheng's icy voice suddenly appeared behind him. Duan Ying spun around. He locked eyes with Xiao Ruocheng's knife-like gaze. In an instant, his scalp tingled, and he stumbled, falling to the ground. Xiao, I was wrong. Duan Ying's face turned pale, his voice trembling. We used to have a bit of friendship. Please let me go this time. I promise, from now on, I'll follow your lead. Before he could finish, Xiao Ruocheng's face turned cold as he lifted his foot and stepped onto Duan Ying's arm. Crack! The sound of bones shattering made everyone's scalp tingle, and they shivered violently. Duan Ying screamed in agony, the intense pain causing him to faint on the spot.
Xiao Ruochang remained expressionless, lifted his foot again, and stomped down heavily.
Crack. Duan Ying's remaining arm twisted into a bizarre position. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Duan Ying woke up from the pain.
At that moment, he lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, his gaze toward Xiao Ruochang filled only with fear. The other young men in the room were so frightened by this shocking scene that their legs turned weak, trembling uncontrollably.
Spare me, please. Duan Ying exhausted all his strength, breathless, said. Spare you?
Xiao Ruochang mocked coldly, bending down to search through Duan Ying's clothing, pulling out his cell phone. Then he handed the phone to Duan Ying.
Call home and tell him, you're dying. Chapter 26, Do you want him to die or to live?
Duan Ying did not dare to hesitate, trembling as he took the phone from Xiao Ruochang. After searching for a few seconds, he dialed his father's number.
Inger, what's the matter?
Once the call connected, a grim male voice came through the receiver.
Duan Ying cried out in anguish, wailing, Dad, I've been beaten. Come save me at the Emperor Entertainment Club.
Before the other side could respond, Xiao Ruochang snatched the phone back and hung up.
All right, you can shut up now.
Xiao Ruochang coldly glanced at Duan Ying and said indifferently. Young Master Xiao, after all, we have known each other for a while.
Give me a chance.
Duan Ying looked at Xiao Ruochang in terror, hurriedly saying, I won't dare again, I won't dare.
Don't rush.
Xiao Ruochang took out 2 silver needles, squatting in front of Duan Ying with a faint smile, you won't die for now.
Hearing this, Duan Ying breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of resentment quickly flashed in his eyes.
Soon, when his father arrives with people, it will be Xiao Ruochang's death.
After all, the Duan family is one of the 8 major families of East Sea.
The family supports hundreds of martial artists, including those who have reached the level of internal strength or even innate experts.
As long as he can hold on until the Duan family arrives, the situation will turn around. Duan Ying's eyes were filled with malice as he silently calculated.
However, the next words from Xiao Ruochang made his soul shudder.
Having committed no crime, to die like this, wouldn't it be too easy for you?
Xiao Ruochang's tone was cold, without a hint of emotion.
As soon as the words fell, the silver needles in his hand flew out and quickly sank into Duan Ying's body. In an instant, Duan Ying's whole body convulsed, his pupils contracting. Ah! My legs, my arms, it hurts so much.
Xiao Ruochang, what have you done to me? Stop, stop.
Duan Ying's face twisted, lying on the ground like a maggot, desperately wailing.
His sense of pain, under the influence of those 2 silver needles, seemed to be magnified 1,000 or even 10,000 times. The intense pain felt like being cut into pieces with thousands of knives. The rich second-generation heirs in the room, hearing Duan Ying's desperate screams, felt their hair stand on end, goosebumps all over their bodies. Everyone was horrified, wishing they could leave immediately. Xiao Ruochang ignored Duan Ying's pleas, lifting his wrist to check the time. There were still more than 2 hours until the time his sister-in-law had instructed, 9 p.m. Before the Duan family arrives, I can only let you suffer for a while. Xiao Ruochang had a devilish smile on his face, as if dragging a dead dog, he threw Duan Ying next to the sofa. Then, he sat down.
Duan Ying's body twitched from time to time, his mouth letting out mournful howls.
This scene frightened the group of young heirs, who froze in place like wooden stakes, not daring to even breathe heavily. Duan Ying's screams became softer and softer, until at last, he could only gasp violently, his face filled with hopelessness.
After about 10 minutes. Bang!
The door of the private room was suddenly kicked open by someone. Duan Xingye, accompanied by more than 10 people, stormed into the room, flanked by 2 identical elderly men with white hair.
Both had a deep aura, and their temples were high and swollen.
At a glance, it was clear they were masters of great internal strength. The rich heirs only took one glance and felt their legs weaken, their breath becoming rapid. Who is so blind, dare to touch my Duan Xingye's son, get the hell out. As soon as Duan Xingye finished speaking, he saw Duan Ying struggling on the ground. At this moment, Duan Ying was covered in blood, his limbs twisted in unnatural positions, looking as miserable as possible.
Uncle Duan, you're finally here.
If you had come a little later, my son would really be gone. Xiao Ruochang sat calmly on the sofa and spoke indifferently.
Duan Xingye's eyes tightened. Xiao Ruochang? It was you who hurt Inger?
Ha, I just thought that since you weren't disciplining him properly, I'd help you teach him a lesson. Xiao Ruochang smiled innocently, his expression making Duan Xingye's anger flare up. Bastard! How dare you use such heavy hands? I don't have a nephew who's more beastly than this. Half-dead Duan Ying, hearing his father's voice, felt a glimmer of hope rise again.
Dad, save me.
Waste this Xiao Ruochang kid, I want to personally torture him to death.
Duan Ying used all his strength to scream hoarsely.
Slap. Xiao Ruochang casually slapped Duan Ying across the face. Did I let you speak? Xiao Ruochang grabbed Duan Ying by the neck, lifting him off the ground.
Dad. Duaning struggled wildly, blood dripping down constantly. Uncle Duan, do you want him to die or live? Xiao Ruocheng looked at Duan Chengye, coldly saying. Xiao Ruocheng. Duan Chengye's forehead bulged with veins. His eyes were blood red. If Inger has even the slightest misfortune, I will make the Xiao family pay with their lives. Your grandfather, and your 3 sisters-in-law, none of them will survive. Xiao Ruocheng felt the coldness in his eyes intensify upon hearing this. I despise it the most when someone threatens me. Duan Chengye shouted in anger, this is not a threat, boy, let Inger go now. You said this. Xiao Ruocheng grinned, his right hand suddenly tightening. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Duaning twitched all over, not even having time to scream, before closing his eyes. He was dead. Xiao Ruocheng, you are so bold. Duan Chengye's eyes were blood red, filled with rage. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Ruocheng, his face full of grief and anger, looking at the 2 guardians of the Duan family beside him. Duan Hu, Duan Bao, waste him. Today, I want to skin this little bastard alive and make him wish he were dead. Hearing this, Duan Hu and Duan Bao exchanged glances, their fierce aura exploding instantly. They looked at each other, perfectly in sync, attacking Xiao Ruocheng from the left and the right. Xiao Ruocheng narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no sign of retreat against the ambush. He mobilized the true energy within him and similarly struck out with a palm. 3 palms collided. Boom! Duan Chengye's face was twisted, full of madness. These were 2 guardian-level experts, their strength had reached the level of transformation. Together, Xiao Ruocheng could never contend with them. He gently closed his eyes, a fleeting sense of satisfaction flashed through his mind, as if he could already see Xiao Ruocheng being disabled on the spot. However, the next moment, the faces of Duan Bao and Duan Hu changed dramatically, their arm bones piercing through flesh, revealing the white bone stumps at their shoulders. Ah! The scream echoed in all directions. Xiao Ruocheng's figure quickly closed in, grabbing the throats of the 2 men. Crack! The bodies of the 2 Duan family guardians also crumpled down, silent like Duan Ing. Duan Chengye's eyes widened, his pupils narrowing sharply, staring in disbelief at the 2 corpses on the ground. Regardless of whether it was Duan Bao or Duan Hu, both were fully realized masters of transformation. They were the top combat power of the Duan family. Fully realized transformation, only 1 step away from innate. Any one of them could be a guest of honor among the major powers of the Eastern Sea. Their combined strength was truly terrifying, and few could match them in the Eastern Sea. Yet, at such a young age, Xiao Ruocheng had instantly killed 2 masters of transformation. This strength was at least innate. Hadn't he heard he practiced martial arts? In just 5 short years, he transformed from an ordinary person to an innate master? Thinking of this, Duan Chengye couldn't help but shudder. If this were true, his talent was too terrifying. Duan uncle, what are you thinking? Suddenly, a cold voice echoed beside him. Duan Chengye turned his head, meeting Xiao Ruocheng's cold gaze. Nephew, you mustn't be impulsive. Duan Chengye swallowed hard, raising his head, trembling as he looked at Xiao Ruocheng. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Chapter 27, Come, Shoot. Smack. Before Duan Chengye could finish his sentence, Xiao Ruocheng slapped him hard on the face. Duan Chengye, do you even deserve to call me nephew? Duan Chengye covered his face, his eyes filled with humiliation. Yet, facing the imposing Xiao Ruocheng, he didn't dare show any anger. Young Master Xiao, misunderstandings, it's all misunderstandings. Duan Chengye nodded and bowed, his tone full of flattery. Misunderstandings? Xiao Ruocheng let out a cold laugh, then tell me, where is the misunderstanding? Your son has already been killed by me, is that also a misunderstanding? These words were both a murder and a blow to the heart. Duan Chengye's eyelids twitched violently, filled with hatred and gritted teeth. But Xiao Ruocheng was so powerful, if he displeased him, he might lose his life, so he had no choice but to lower his stance and be submissive. Forcing down the anger in his heart, Duan Chengye forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Young Master Xiao, that useless son Duaning is dead, so be it, I still have 2 other sons. His death is minor, but our family's relationship cannot be ruined. In the past, our 2 families always stood united against enemies. There are quite a few business exchanges. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng was somewhat surprised. He killed his son on the spot, yet this old man could still say such words. Duan Chengye, where do you get the face to mention the past to me? Xiao Ruocheng scoffed coldly and slowly stood up, walking to Duan Chengye's front. Is there still any relationship or friendship between the Xiao family and the Duan family? Of course there is. Before Xiao Ruocheng could finish his words, Duan Chengye chuckled dryly. Young Master Xiao, more than a decade ago, the Duan family received great kindness from your old master. This bond, the Duan family has always remembered and never dared to forget. Xiao Ruocheng smiled, but his eyes grew colder. Duan Xingye covered his face, but his heart was pounding wildly. Duan Xingye, I really didn't expect you to have the nerve to say such things. My grandfather was kind to your Duan family, yet you still want to bribe the group employees, deliberately creating a salary crisis, pushing my Xiao family to the brink? As soon as these words were spoken, Duan Xingye's whole body trembled, and he looked at Xiao Ruoqing in disbelief. The matter of bribing Xiao family employees was done very secretly by the Duan family, with only a few core members knowing. Even he only had a general idea, he wasn't clear about the specific situation. But how did Xiao Ruoqing know the inside story? What's wrong? Surprised? Seeing Duan Xingye's puzzled face, Xiao Ruoqing couldn't help but laugh coldly. Young Master Xiao, I don't understand what you're saying? Duan Xingye came to his senses, deliberately feigning confusion. When did the Duan family bribe any employees of the Xiao family? Smack! With that, Xiao Ruoqing slapped him hard. Duan Xingye staggered, feeling a fiery pain in his cheek. I advise you to think carefully before you answer my question. Xiao Ruoqing, expressionless, grabbed Duan Xingye's collar and said indifferently, just tell me who instructed the Duan family to do this, and I will spare you. Duan Xingye's face was filled with panic, shaking his head like a rattledrum. Young Master Xiao, I really don't know about this. Don't know? Xiao Ruoqing smiled coldly, squeezing Duan Xingye's arm, applying slight pressure. I don't want to ask this question a second time. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding could be heard, causing sweat to bead on his forehead and his face to twist in pain. I really don't know. Duan Xingye desperately shook his head, his eyes filled with pleading. Crack. Xiao Ruoqing suddenly increased his strength, breaking Duan Xingye's arm. Ah! Duan Xingye howled, veins popping on his forehead. The intense pain made it hard for him to breathe, yet still, Duan Xingye refused to admit it. Young Master Xiao, you have the wrong person. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoqing frowned. Duan Xingye didn't seem like a tough nut, even with his arm broken, he was still unwilling to admit it. It seemed he really didn't know who was behind it. In the brief moment of reflection, suddenly, Duan Xingye, unbeknownst to where he found the strength, pulled out a gun from his waist and aimed it at his head. Xiao Ruoqing, I've endured you for a long time. I know you're an inner strength martial artist, your power might be great, or even perfect. But at this close distance, even if you have perfect mastery of inner strength, one shot will blow your head off. Duan Xingye laughed maniacally, aren't you pretty arrogant? Go ahead, be arrogant one more time. Xiao Ruoqing looked at the hysterical Duan Xingye and couldn't help but smile in disbelief. Duan Xingye, you have quite the scheme. Upon hearing this, Duan Xingye scoffed, about to speak. Xiao Ruoqing suddenly grabbed the barrel of the gun, pressing it against his own forehead, calmly saying, go ahead, pull the trigger. Blow my head off. Damn. You think I wouldn't dare? Duan Xingye's face twisted, roaring, you killed my Inger, and I want you to pay for her life. There was a trace of mockery in his eyes. Your gun seems not so good, huh? Xiao Ruoqing slowly opened his palm, and the bullet fell to the ground. The crisp sound pulled Duan Xingye back to reality. Catching a bullet with bare hands. It was like a myth. An ordinary internal martial artist could only rely on speed to dodge in front of a gun, being hit by a bullet would still mean death. Only by cultivating innate energy in the Dantian and having protective chi could one block a bullet. Duan Xingye looked incredulous, his lips trembling, you are actually an innate martial artist. How many people spend their whole lives, yet cannot cross this threshold? Xiao Ruoqing sat in prison for 5 years, and he could transform from an ordinary person to an innate martial artist? Is there any bullet left in the gun? If not, should I let you shoot a couple more times for fun? Xiao Ruoqing pointed to his own head, his face full of sarcasm. All right, you asked for it. Duan Xingye shouted loudly and pretended to pull the trigger. However, this was just a feint. Taking advantage of everyone thinking he would shoot, Duan Xingye turned and ran. Using all his strength, afraid of running slow. In front of an innate master, any resistance was futile. Not wanting to die, he could only run. Xiao Ruoqing smiled faintly, can you really escape? As he spoke, he took a step forward to chase him. Though his steps were slow, every move made his figure appear several meters away. Duan Xingye escaped the private room and finally felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Outside, the place was big, even if Xiao Ruoqing caught him, would he dare to kill on the street? Just as he was about to reach the stairs, suddenly, more than a dozen people walked up. Master Wen. Seeing the familiar faces, it turned out to be Master Wen of the Rose Society. Duan Xingye swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face showing joy. Master Wen, please save me. As long as you can save me, the Duan family will surely reward you. Master Wen was one of the few innate martial artists in Donghai, and fortunately, he had some connections with him. With him protecting, Xiao Ruoqing wanting his life would be difficult. However, just as he ran to Master Wen's side, he saw a cold smile appearing on Master Wen's face. Duan Chengye felt an ominous premonition in his heart.
Without waiting for him to speak, Master Wen grabbed his neck and pressed down hard.
Master Wen, what are you doing? I'm Duan Yecheng.
Duan Yecheng was horrified, struggling with all his might, but it was all in vain. Behind him, Xiao Ruochen slowly walked over. Seeing this, Master Wen's expression became serious, and he bowed respectfully.
President, we have caught the man. Chapter 28, everyone calls him the warden. Hearing this, Duan Chengye, who was struggling desperately, froze in place.
He looked at Master Wen in disbelief, his face blank.
Slap.
Master Wen sneered and slapped him.
What are you looking at? Seeing the president, why don't you lower your head? If you dare to look at me again, I'll dig out your dog eyes.
Duan Chengye was horrified, his eyelids twitching wildly. Master Wen was a prominent figure in Donghai City, and also a member of the Rose Society. But he saw with his own eyes, Master Wen bowing and scraping before Xiao Ruochen, calling him president one after another.
In an instant, Duan Chengye felt a chill run down his spine.
The Rose Society is an underground organization spread throughout the Great Xia, with 1 million members under its command, a true giant.
The Duan family actually provoked the president of the Rose Society? Duan Chengye's mind went blank, and he felt cold all over.
In a daze, Xiao Ruochen's expression remained calm as he slowly walked in front of him.
Duan Chengye, why don't you keep running? Why aren't you running anymore? Even if you run out of here and escape Donghai, can the Duan family escape?
Duan Chengye's face turned pale, trembling all over. Young Master Xiao, I know I was wrong. I really do not know who was behind the Duan family's dealings with the Xiao family.
Give me a little time, let me go back to investigate, and I will definitely give you an answer.
Xiao Ruochen looked at Duan Chengye with a half-smile, knowing he was just talking nonsense.
If really let him go back, Duan Chengye would most likely think of how to kill him first. Because of this, he planned to use this to his advantage. Let Duan Chengye go back and allow him to plot. Just right, to see what kind of monsters and demons are behind the Duan family.
Why should I trust you? Xiao Ruocheng stood with his hands behind his back, his face neither sad nor happy.
Xiao, please believe me. Duan Chengye knew that without showing some sincerity, he could never sway him.
He gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud. I promise, in 3 days, no, just 1 day, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly.
Xiao Ruochen let out a cold laugh and waved his hand, signaling Wen Yi to let Duan Chengye go. You said this yourself, I will give you 1 day. After 1 day, if you cannot find out the result, I will personally go to the Duan family to find you.
Duan Chengye trembled violently, hurriedly nodding and saying, Xiao, don't worry, I will do my utmost to investigate.
To give you an explanation.
After saying that, he lowered his head and hurriedly left.
Watching Duan Chengye flee in embarrassment, a hint of disdain flashed in Wen Ye's eyes.
He turned and bowed respectfully to Xiao Ruocheng, President, a mere Duan family, why trouble you personally? If you are displeased with the Duan family, I will make sure tonight that not a single chicken or dog remains. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ruocheng suddenly turned around, his cold gaze sweeping across Wen Yi.
A deep and terrifying aura erupted.
Wen Yi trembled all over, his innate true energy surging violently within him, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood.
Do what I tell you to do not act on your own.
Xiao Ruocheng's expression was icy, giving Wen Yi a cold glare.
This is the last time, there will be no next time.
Dropping this remark, Xiao Ruocheng turned and walked down the stairs. Until his figure disappeared from everyone's sight, Wen Yi's face turned red, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground, gasping fiercely.
Wen Yi, what's wrong with you?
The little brothers behind him were greatly surprised and rushed forward to support him.
Looking at Wen Yi's weak appearance, everyone was baffled. I'm fine.
Wen Yi took a long time before finally struggling to stand up with the support of his little brothers.
The shock on his face showed no sign of fading. So terrifying.
Wen Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart pounding like a drum. In fact, he really had not taken Xiao Ruocheng, the president, too seriously.
After all, he was too young.
However, just now, with merely a glance from Xiao Ruocheng, it caused his true energy to lose control. Blood and qi surged throughout his body, it was extremely uncomfortable. With just this, Wen Yi could conclude that Xiao Ruocheng's cultivation greatly surpassed his own. In other words, Xiao Ruocheng was at least a martial arts grandmaster.
No wonder he could be president. A martial arts grandmaster in his 20s.
Such talent would rank among the top 3 in the vast Xia. Wen Yi shuddered violently, his lips trembling.
East Sea Cloud Hotel.
Xiao Ruocheng got out of the car and took out his phone to dial Su Fian's number.
Sister-in-law, I have arrived.
Luckily you are not late, hurry up and come upstairs, in box 401. On the other end of the line, Su Fian's satisfied voice came through before she hung up the phone.
Fian, it seems you care a lot about this little brother-in-law, don't tell me you have some special feelings for him?
A teasing voice came from across the table. Su Fian looked up, helplessly gazing at the young woman in military uniform, full of vigor, and scolded, Wanru, what nonsense are you talking? You have become the war goddess of Xia, yet you still speak so inappropriately. This lifetime, I will never marry again. As she spoke, Su Fian's mind inexplicably recalled that night, their bare encounter. Her pretty face flushed with a hint of red. Lin Wanru blinked, disbelief written all over her face. Fian, you are so beautiful, have a good figure, and your family background is much stronger than the Xiao family's. Are you really willing to stay in the Xiao family as a lifelong widow? Even if you are willing, as your best friend, I can't allow you to. Alright, let's not talk about me for now. Su Fian was unwilling to dwell on her own matters, waving her hand to interrupt Lin Wanru, saying irritably, at least I have already been married once, but you have been engaged to your fiancé for years, why is there still no movement? Lin Wanru put down her teacup, sighed softly, and said sadly, Fian, I have already had my family cancel our engagement long ago. Cancelled? Hearing this, Su Fian was greatly shocked, looking at Lin Wanru with a surprised face. Wanru, this arranged marriage has been set for over 10 years. The other family is also a noble family from the imperial capital, it can't be that easy to break off the engagement. Lin Wanru smiled faintly, no matter how difficult it is, my mind is made up. Who can force me to marry? This is true, after all, she is now the god of war of the great Xia. Her status is there, and even the powerful Lin family of the imperial capital can't force her to do anything against her will. But why? Su Fian looked confused. You and Zhang Fan have been childhood sweethearts for over 10 years. Such a long relationship is really a pity. I never had any feelings for him, let alone. At this point, Lin Wanru's eyes suddenly brightened. Fian, do you believe in love at first sight? Ha? Su Fian looked strangely at her. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Could it be that you fell in love at first sight with someone? Lin Wanru sighed again, nodding gently. Su Fian was dumbfounded, looking at Lin Wanru in disbelief. Others may not understand her, but she knows Lin Wanru's character very well. Lin Wanru, coming from a military family, has practiced martial arts since childhood and has a very strong personality. She joined the Great Xia army at 16, achieved countless merits, and was promoted to God of War in the same year as Xiao Ruocheng's 3 brothers. Due to her cold personality and poor social skills, she was given the title of Cold Snow God of War. In these years, her name has been known by all in Great Xia, and she often appears on television. For over 20 years, Lin Wanru has never shown any courtesy toward males. Her fiancé Zhang Fan, who merely touched her hand, was beaten into the hospital by her, causing a huge uproar. Su Fian finds it hard to believe that Lin Wanru could actually fall in love at first sight with a man. Who is this person that could make you have such feelings? Su Fian became interested. Is he very handsome? I don't know. Lin Wanru answered dryly. What? Su Fian almost shouted, you don't even know what he looks like? Lin Wanru nodded bitterly, I have only seen him once, and I didn't even clearly see his face. I only know that everyone calls him the Warden. Chapter 29, The Cold Snow God of War, Lin Wanru. Warden? Hearing this title, Su Fian frowned slightly. For some reason, these few words sounded somewhat familiar to her. But she couldn't recall where she had heard them before. Su Fian looked up, smiling at Lin Wanru, you only know this title but haven't seen his true face? That's not right. With your personality, Miss Lin, since you've developed feelings, you must have used the Lin family's influence to find him, right? Could it be, you haven't found him yet? Lin Wanru forced a smile and nodded, sighing, his strength is terrifying, he is at least a martial arts master. A martial arts master in his 20s, do you know how terrifying this talent is? Last year, the number 1 talent on the Great Xiao ranking, Tuoba Lai, only reached innate perfection and is preparing to enter closed-door training for 3 years to break through to master. Compared to him, Tuoba Lai is nothing. Su Fian nodded gently, not interrupting. She doesn't know much about martial arts. However, even if someone has a slightly better martial arts talent, it shouldn't lead to such infatuation, right? Over the years, in Su Fian's impression, Lin Wanru has always been as confident and fiery as the blazing sun. Never has she shown such a weary look as now. One just shouldn't meet a person so stunning when young. Lin Wanru's eyes carried some desolation. I can't forget him, I simply can't forget. Bang! At this moment, Xiao Ruocheng pushed the door open and entered. Eldest sister-in-law. Upon entering, Xiao Ruocheng immediately noticed Su Fian and the military-dressed, heroic woman opposite her. You're here. Su Fian smiled and stood up. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lin Wanru, my good friend. She is the god of war of Great Xia. God of war of Great Xia? Xiao Ruocheng's expression became serious. A god of war level character like his 3 brothers is actually a woman. Hello, Miss Lin, I am Xiao Ruocheng. Xiao Ruocheng politely greeted her. Lin Wanru lightly nodded, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Ruocheng. For some reason, Xiao Ruoqing felt a bit familiar to her, as if she had seen him somewhere. But today was her first time in Donghai. If it weren't for Su Fian being here, she probably would never step foot in such a small place like Donghai in her lifetime. Not bad, quite strong, with some training, there is room for development. Lin Wanru looked down at him, start as a guard, take it slow.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing was slightly taken aback. It's like this.
Su Fian explained, the Xiao family is being eyed by quite a few people, and since you are getting married soon, I asked Wanru to come and support the scene to prevent any troublemakers from ruining the wedding.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing's heart warmed uncontrollably.
His sister-in-law was particularly concerned about his marriage. Lin Wanru was the war goddess of Daxia, with a noble identity, having her present would indeed stabilize the situation.
Moreover, I think with your temperament, joining the military would also be a very good path.
Su Fian rested her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes shining with seriousness. With Wanru, the war goddess, in the military, you could greatly accelerate your progress and quickly reach the height of your 3 older brothers. To be honest, this was the best path she could think of. After all, Xiao Ruoqing had a stain of prison time, so he had almost no hope in politics, and in business, he didn't seem capable either. Joining the military, with Lin Wanru looking after him, was almost the best choice. Since Xiao Ruoqing returned, he seemed more grounded on the surface, not as extravagant as before. Who knows how long this state could last? After thinking it over, joining the military seemed better. First, the military has strict discipline, which could help manage his temper. Second, although the 3 war gods of the Xiao family had fallen, their connections remained, which would also greatly aid Xiao Ruoqing's path to advancement. Fian cares a lot about you, I hope you do not let her down. Lin Wanru took a sip of tea, speaking softly. However, Xiao Ruoqing took a deep breath and said, about joining the military, I think I would rather not. Hearing this, Su Fian's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but glance at Lin Wanru. After all, she was the war goddess of Daxia, not everyone is qualified to be her guard. She had put in a lot of effort for this opportunity. Now, Xiao Ruoqing just said he refused, how could Su Fian not feel anxious? Ruoqing, don't say such things, this is a rare opportunity. Su Fian signaled to Xiao Ruoqing with her eyes to be more cautious. Wanru is the war goddess, in all of Daxia, there are no more than a handful of people with the title of war god. She is willing to let you be her guard, your future is limitless, think carefully. Even though Su Fian had already given her warning, it was still a bit late. Lin Wanru's expression turned cold, her tone unfriendly, everyone has their own aspirations, since you do not wish to join the military, there's no need to force it. Upon hearing this, Su Fian was momentarily stunned, hastily trying to mediate, Wanru, please don't be hasty. Xiao Ruoqing certainly doesn't want to reject this, he is just getting married soon and might be feeling reluctant to leave his wife. Xiao Ruoqing shook his head, saying, sister-in-law, it has nothing to do with getting married, I simply have no intention of joining the military. Hearing this, Su Fian became somewhat anxious, directly standing up and approaching Xiao Ruoqing, whispering, consider it again, Wanru is an internal martial artist, following her, you could also learn martial arts. Maybe by then, you could be like your brother. Before she could finish, Lin Wanru unceremoniously interrupted, Fian, your little brother-in-law is too old, and his aptitude is not so good. This lifetime, he is fated to have no connection with martial arts. Xiao Ruoqing frowned slightly, feeling an increasing dislike for Lin Wanru. Especially her condescending attitude, which was genuinely unpleasant. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. Xiao Ruoqing didn't want to waste any more time, stood up, and drank the tea in front of him in one gulp. If I were to join the military, the grudge of my 3 brothers. Who will report? After saying this, he looked deeply at Su Fian, then stood up and left. You. Su Fian's face turned anxious, just as she was about to chase after him, she turned back to see Lin Wanru's gloomy face and feared that if she left, she would only make her more angry. Wanru, Xiaocheng didn't mean it like that. Su Fian smiled bitterly, 3 brothers died in battle, it was a big blow to him. Give me some time to persuade him. No need. Lin Wanru said coldly, refusing to listen to any explanation. As a war god, wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Who would dare to disrespect her? Who would dare to ignore her? Moreover, Lin Wanru came from a prestigious family, and the offspring of noble families have their own pride. Fian, since he has already rejected, then there's no need to say more. Lin Wanru's words were final, completely erasing Xiao Ruoqing's hope of joining the army. Hearing this, Su Fian couldn't help but let out a sigh, leaving only helplessness on her face. Leaving the private room, when Xiao Ruoqing went downstairs, his gaze suddenly froze. Not far away, at the hotel entrance, Ling Hanrui, Yun Tian, and several younger members of the Ling family were looking around at the corner. Seeing a Bentley coming this way, Yushin got out of the car, and several people hurriedly surrounded him. Xiao Ruoqing carefully looked for a moment but did not see Ling Ruoyao's figure, his face darkened. Yushin came to attend the banquet, but the person being welcomed was not Ling Ruoyao. Most likely, the Ling family was up to some tricks again. Xiao Ruocheng snorted coldly, sidestepped, and watched the group pass by him, then took out his phone and dialed Yuzhin's number.
Yuzhin, what's going on? Didn't I say, without Ling Ruoyao, all cooperation with the Ling family is cancelled? Xiao Ruocheng's tone was unfriendly, carrying a hint of accusation. Chairman Xiao, please don't be angry.
Yuzhin, startled, quickly explained, the Ling family told me that the whole family is attending the banquet, everyone will be present.
But, I haven't seen Miss Ling yet. On which floor of the hotel is the Ling family's banquet? Xiao Ruocheng asked coldly.
Yuzhin stammered, it's in the third floor hall. Xiao Ruocheng hung up the phone and headed straight for the third floor. Inside the hall, there were actually over 100 people seated, and when Xiao Ruocheng entered, he did not draw anyone's attention. Then, he found a corner spot and sat down. At the center stage, Ling Hanrui wore a bright smile, poised and charming. The black dress highlighted her already delicate face even more. She confidently picked up the microphone, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said loudly, "Welcome everyone, today's banquet is attended by the company's key members and various partners. I believe everyone has heard that thanks to my effort, the Ling Group has officially entered the Lanting project. I feel extremely honored about this." As her voice fell, thunderous applause erupted. Below, Xiao Ruocheng's face was dark. "I believe everyone has also heard that today, the Ling family specially invited President Yu from Hanhai Group." Ling Hanrui's face was glowing. "Now, let us invite President Yu from Hanhai Group to give a speech." As her words fell, applause thundered again. Yuzhin walked slowly onto the stage, looking very grim, snatching the microphone from Ling Hanrui's hand. "Today, the Ling family invited me to attend the banquet, and I am very pleased, but there's something I must mention. The reason Hanhai Group decided to let the Ling family join the project is because of Miss Ling Ruoyao." Yuzhin glanced coldly at Ling Hanrui beside him. "If the person coordinating with Hanhai Group from the Ling family is not her, Hanhai Group will have the right to remove the Ling Group. Moreover, I will also sue the Ling family for breach of contract, demanding that you pay the penalty as per the contract." Yuzhin's voice was powerful, piercing through every corner of the hall. Chapter 30, Do You Even Deserve to Compare with Miss Ling Ruoyao? At these words, the whole audience was in an uproar. The banquet hall, which had just been lively, suddenly fell silent. Guests looked at each other, subconsciously turning to look at the Ling family's seating area. Xiao Ruocheng's eyes held a hint of mockery, secretly laughing. The Ling family really played a good game. Just after signing the contract, they took matters into their own hands. So many people were invited to the banquet. Pulling a tiger's skin to make a big flag. Trying to use the name of Hanhai Group to gain face in front of employees and partners. If the arrogant Ling Hanrui on stage were replaced by Ling Ruoyao, he wouldn't say much, just giving the Ling family a chance to gain some face. But unexpectedly, the Ling family, in their own cleverness, kicked out Ling Ruoyao, the biggest contributor. How could Xiao Ruocheng let them off easily? In the hall, everyone from the Ling family had dark faces. Manager Yu's words were like a heavy slap on the faces of the Ling family. The most embarrassed one was, of course, Ling Hanrui. She looked helplessly at Yun Tian's direction, her face pale. "Brother Tian, what is going on? You must help me say something." Yun Tian was also stunned by Yuzhin's words. Hearing Ling Hanrui's plea for help, he finally regained his senses. "Manager Yu, what you said, after all, Hanhai Group is cooperating with Ling's." Yun Tian forced a chuckle. "Ling Ruoyao and Hanrui are sisters, it doesn't matter who they interface with. Please don't be anxious, my dad is coming soon, he will explain everything to you." Yuzhin raised his head and glanced at Yun Tian, his expression cold. "Who do you think you are, and who do you think your father is? Do you even deserve to talk to me? The slap I gave you this morning, have you not learned your lesson yet?" As soon as these words came out, Yun Tian's face turned green. The reason he mentioned his father was to hope that Yuzhin would think of their past friendship. Unexpectedly, he didn't give any face at all. Seeing this scene, Su Tzuilian leaned on her cane, tremblingly standing up. "Manager Yu, please calm down. Today, we made a joke in front of everyone, not being able to communicate clearly with Manager Yu. Everyone, please bear with us. It's all my fault. I'll make a gesture. Lings will reduce the commission by 5 points on the Lanting project as a gesture of cooperation." "Manager Yu, what do you think?" Hearing this, the guests couldn't help but be shocked. 5 points of profit, this is no small figure. The person in charge of the Ling family personally apologized and relinquished benefits, giving Yuzhin enough face. However, Yuzhin not only showed no smile but instead his gaze turned colder. "Do you think Hanhai Group needs this little profit from you Ling family? I'll say it one last time, Hanhai Group will only cooperate with Miss Ling Ruoyao. Ling Hanrui is not worthy." This statement, in front of everyone, completely humiliated Ling Hanrui. Ling Hanrui's nails dug into her palm, the gazes around her made her feel like needles on her back. "Where is Miss Ling Ruoyao?" Yuzhin didn't care about that much, no matter how embarrassed Ling Hanrui felt. What was it to him? Everything was self-inflicted. Yuzhen scanned the hall, searching for Ling Ruoyao's figure.
At that moment,
He noticed Xiao Ruocheng sitting in the corner, his heart startled.
when did Director Xiao arrive?
In an instant, Yuzhen began to recall what he had said in the banquet hall, hoping he hadn't offended Director Xiao.
Xiao Ruocheng smiled faintly, giving Yuzhen a slight nod.
Seeing this, the stone in Yuzhen's heart finally dropped. It seemed he had said nothing wrong, nothing inappropriate. Director Xiao was very satisfied with his performance. Yuzhen gave a cold smile toward the Ling family, a smile full of disdain.
A group of fools, really unaware of their own folly.
Encountering such a strong ally in Director Xiao, instead of holding on tightly, they insisted on playing tricks. They got what they deserved.
Han Rui, what are you dawdling for? Behind Ling Han Rui, suddenly came Su Tzuilian's unquestionable voice.
Call Ruoyao, tell her to come here as fast as possible. As soon as these words came out, Ling Han Rui stood there dumbfounded, hurriedly whispering, Grandma, I am.
I said, call Ruoyao.
Before Ling Han Rui could finish, Su Tzuilian raised her voice impatiently, interrupting her. Seeing this, Ling Han Rui's face turned ugly, but in front of the old lady, she didn't dare to explode. She could only step aside and take out her phone to dial Ling Ruoyao's number. Ling Ruoyao, Grandma wants you to come to the Donghai Yunduan Hotel as soon as possible.
Throwing down this sentence, Ling Han Rui directly hung up the phone.
For a moment, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She was the general manager of the Ling Group, the heir appointed by the old lady. But today, in front of so many key company members and partners, she was humiliated beyond measure. Even worse, she had to call that ugly freak, Ling Ruoyao, to come over. President Yu, both Ling Ruoyao and I are members of the Ling family.
What's wrong with collaborating with me? Ling Han Rui's face was filled with unwillingness. Ling Ruoyao is just a crippled ugly freak, what makes her better than me? As soon as the words fell, Yun Tian's face changed dramatically.
He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. What did you say? Yuzhen's gaze turned cold, and he strode forward, coming to Ling Han Rui's side. Slap. Yuzhen raised his arm and slapped Ling Han Rui hard on the face.
You ignorant thing, how dare you compare yourself to Miss Ling Ruoyao? The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the room.
The scene fell silent. This slap was not just on Ling Han Rui's face, but struck at the hearts of everyone in the Ling family.
The guests present had mixed expressions.
Some were shocked, some were emotional, and some were helpless. Hanhai Group is truly powerful, even a manager dares to act directly in such an occasion. After the slap, Ling Han Rui's eyes cleared a lot, and the anger in her heart was replaced by grievance. She turned her head to look at the Ling family seats.
However, at this moment, the Ling family members chose to lower their heads.
There was no way, Hanhai Group was too strong. Who would dare to risk offending Hanhai Group to stand up for her?
Yun Tian hesitated for a few seconds and stepped forward to pull Ling Han Rui. Han Rui, please don't be impulsive.
Although Yuzhen is just a manager, he is backed by Hanhai Group.
We can't afford to provoke him. Ling Han Rui gritted her teeth. I let him hit me, and you still advise me not to be impulsive? What do I need you for then?
Hearing this, Yun Tian forced a bitter smile, just about to speak. A sudden sound of footsteps came from the entrance.
Then, Ling Ruoyao, accompanied by Zhang Mei, walked into the banquet hall. Originally, she didn't want to come.
But Zhang Mei couldn't stand seeing her daughter wronged and insisted on bringing her over.
Without the position of general manager, so what?
Zhang Mei firmly believed that as long as her daughter stepped out the door, she would always shine brightly. Today, Ling Ruoyao was wearing a not-so-gorgeous tulle dress, without a veil. She came in a hurry, not deliberately dressed up. But even without any makeup, her delicate features and fair skin still drew everyone's eyes. In front of her, it seemed like all the lights lost their color.
Miss Ling, you finally arrived.
Before she even got close, Yuzhen took the initiative to greet her. Ling Ruoyao looked pleasantly surprised. President Yu, there's no need to be so polite.
What do you need me for?
Since Yuzhen approached her, it was likely he was looking for her. Ling Ruoyao felt a bit anxious. After all, she had never dealt with such important figures before.
It's nothing.
Yuzhen shook his head, casting an unfriendly glance at the Ling family members. Some things are better left for the Ling family to explain to you. He didn't want to overstep. Ling Ruoyao was clearly being targeted by the family. Since it was the Ling family's doing, naturally, they should come out to explain themselves. These words made Su Tzuilian's face look particularly ugly. Yuzhen's meaning was clear, forcing her to personally acknowledge Ling Ruoyao as the lead for the collaboration. Once this was said, wouldn't it be a slap in her face?
The atmosphere became subtle. Su Tzuilian was still weighing whether to establish Ling Ruoyao as the manager to lead the collaboration. Suddenly, footsteps sounded again at the entrance. Yun Wenchuan, dressed in a suit, hurried in with a few bodyguards and a few exquisite gifts. Congratulations to the Ling family on reaching a cooperation with Hanhai Group.
On behalf of the Yun family, I wish the Ling family prosperous business in climbing to new heights.
And I congratulate niece Hanrui on being promoted to manager. After speaking, Yun Wenchuan's laughter echoed throughout the room.
After taking a few steps, he noticed that the scene was eerily quiet. The guests on both sides looked serious.
On stage, Ling Hanrui and Yun Tian also lowered their heads. Why is everyone so serious at such a good banquet? Yun Wenchuan looked at Yun Tian, frowning and asking, what happened? Chapter 31, Ruoyao, give her a slap. Dad, you finally made it. Yun Tian ran over to Yun Wenchuan, anxiously saying, President Yu wants to collaborate with Ling Ruoyao, and I wanted to ask you what's going on? Didn't you tell me that you already gave President Yu a heads up? Hearing this, Yun Wenchuan's face turned red, showing a hint of embarrassment. He wasn't actually familiar with Yujin.
They only met by chance at some banquet, where he raised a glass to Yujin and then boasted about it at home.
He never thought Yun Tian would take it seriously.
At that banquet, Yun Wenchuan indeed asked for Yujin's contact information and even tried to call him to discuss the Lanting project.
However, Yujin never picked up that call.
Upon hearing that the Ling family had joined the Lanting project, Yun Wenchuan thought to come congratulate it, showing a bit of his goodwill. Feeling many unusual gazes nearby, Yun Wenchuan's face turned awkwardly, forcing himself to say, I know him, of course I know him. Yun Tian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and happily said, that's great. Please go talk to President Yu, and let him not make things difficult for Hanrui. It would be best if he could consider your face and let Hanrui handle the project.
Consider my face?
Yun Wenchuan chuckled awkwardly and looked at Yujin with some guilt.
It's easy to say something, but it might not necessarily work. Come on, Dad, hurry up. Since we have this connection, why not use it? Yun Tian looked anxious, saying, if you help Hanrui secure the project, my marriage will be solid.
Seeing this, Yun Wenchuan had no choice but to nod.
Alright, I'll give it a try.
Passing through many guests, Yun Wenchuan walked with a slightly nervous heart. However, no matter what, he was still a member of the Yun family. In consideration of that, Yujin should give him some face. After all, it's one of the 8 major families, so well established. It's still because Boss Yun is capable, able to have a say in front of President Yu. That's the difference. The Yun family is indeed impressive, among the 8 major families, there's no comparison. In his ears, various flattery came through. Yun Wenchuan felt uplifted as he reached Yujin and extended his hand actively. President Yu, long time no see. Yujin glanced at Yun Wenchuan, his brows tightly knitted, who are you? Do I know you? Feeling embarrassed, Yun Wenchuan awkwardly replied, President Yu, I'm Yun Wenchuan from the Yun family. We met at that banquet in Jiangbei province. I even toasted to you, don't you remember? The banquet in the provincial city? Yujin frowned, thinking for a long time but still had no impression of him at all. I've attended so many banquets, I can't remember them all. As for you, I don't have any impression. As his words fell, the entire banquet hall erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yun Wenchuan with strange expressions. Some even began to discuss in low voices. Yun Wenchuan felt as if he had been publicly slapped hard, his face turning red. To maintain his dignity, he forced a smile and said, President Yu, this is a bit unfair. We were chatting so happily at the banquet. You might not have recognized me at first, it's alright. This is my future daughter-in-law, so please take care of her. Yun Wenchuan laughed lightly, pointing to Ling Hanrui behind him. Your future daughter-in-law is none of my business. I already gave you face by saying I didn't know you. Yujin's face darkened completely, coldly saying, get out of my sight. As his words landed, everyone present looked on in disbelief. Yun Wenchuan was boasting earlier, but now he couldn't even say a word in front of President Yu? Seeing this, Ling Hanrui's face looked extremely bad. Turning around, she glared fiercely at Yun Tian. Yun Tian, is this what you said about the Yun family having connections with Manager Yu? Ling Hanrui gritted her teeth and said, you better give me an explanation. Yun Tian also didn't expect his father to put him in such a bad spot, feeling embarrassed and unable to lift his head. Hanrui, listen to me, there must be a misunderstanding. Yun Tian desperately tried to mend things, maybe Mr. Yu hasn't recognized it yet, after all, it's normal to not recognize people when drunk. Ling Hanrui shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense to me. The Ling family's employees at the tables and various business partners occasionally whispered among themselves. I thought the Ling family really found a strong ally, but it seems not. Right? Could it be that the cooperation with Hanhai Group was also a mistake? That would be a huge joke. It looks like the Yun family isn't so capable, they're just good at boasting. Every word was like a slap, hitting Yun Wenchuan's face. On the viewing platform, Yun Wenchuan's face turned ashen, almost purple. After all, the Yun family is one of the 8 great families in Donghai, the local bully. Even though Yujin is backed by Han High Group, he shouldn't humiliate him like this.
Yun Wenchuan's chest heaved, ready to erupt in anger.
But unexpectedly, Yujin ignored him completely, turning to look at the Ling family crowd, fixing his gaze on Su Tzuelian. You've waited so long, yet you haven't given Miss Ling Ruoyao an explanation.
Fine, if the Ling family won't say it, I will.
Yujin cleared his throat, his expression more serious than ever. The Lanting project of Han High Group does indeed have cooperation with the Ling family. However, Han High Group will only negotiate with Miss Ling Ruoyao, acknowledging her as the project lead.
If anyone else is involved, the contract is void. Yujin's words struck like a thunderbolt, resonating throughout the banquet hall. It also tore away the Ling family's last layer of shame.
Han High Group values not the Ling family,
but Ling Ruoyao.
Su Tzuelian sighed deeply, gazing at her granddaughter, who had been silent for 3 years, completely unable to understand. What methods had she used to earn Yujin's unwavering support? To elevate her to the position of general manager, even offending the Ling family and giving up the cooperation. Suddenly, a sharp and bitter voice broke through.
Humph, just a dirty bitch, pretending to be harmless.
I bet she climbed into someone's bed to get here. Even if she heals her face, she's still a woman who can be had by anyone.
Ling Hanrui glared at Ling Ruoyao, venomously saying, in front of so many people, isn't it hard to pretend to be a pure lily?
Her voice was not low, and for a moment, all the guests heard it clearly. The reactions on site were varied.
The second young lady does have a point. Why would Han High Group suddenly take notice of Ling Ruoyao? Didn't Ling Ruoyao get disfigured?
Now that her face is fine, it's normal for them to notice the #1 beauty in Donghai.
I didn't expect her to act this way, really shameless.
Listening to the chaotic voices, Zhang Mei's face turned blue with anger, glaring at Ling Hanrui.
Ling Hanrui, what nonsense are you spouting? You have no evidence, how dare you slander my daughter? Ling Ruoyao's pretty face turned pale, hearing those jeers and insults.
It was as if she had returned to the days of being disfigured. At this moment, Yujin also realized, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, instinctively looking towards Xiao Ruocheng.
Sure enough. Xiao Ruocheng's face darkened, standing up with a sullen expression.
Ruoyao, give her a slap. Xiao Ruocheng said coldly, fabricating lies from thin air, she deserves it. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanrui sneered, Xiao Ruocheng, who allowed you, a labor reformer, to come to our Ling family banquet? Your wife climbed into other men's beds just to sign contracts, and you still have the mood to scold me? Originally, I thought Ling Ruoyao was blind to be with you, now it seems that this shameless bitch is quite suited to you, a labor reformer.
Hearing this, Ling Ruoyao's gaze gradually firmed.
Her darkness had passed, being insulted herself was one thing, but she couldn't tolerate Xiao Ruocheng being humiliated too.
What are you looking at? Dare to touch me?
Ling Hanrui noticed Ling Ruoyao's gaze, her face full of disdain.
Ling Ruoyao raised her arm. And with a slap, it landed. Chapter 32, Xiaorucheng, what are you doing? Slap. This slap was crisp and swift. Ling Hanrui was completely unprepared and took it head-on. What if I hit you?
Ling Ruoyao's voice was cold, with an overpowering presence.
The entire banquet hall fell into silence.
Xiaorucheng showed a satisfied smile, taking this step meant she had finally stepped out of 3 years of ruin.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At this moment, Su Tzuelian knocked hard on her cane, her face dark. The Ling family's affairs had caused a stir in front of so many guests.
After today, the Ling family would likely become the laughingstock of the entire East Sea. Ruoyao, you make me very disappointed. Su Tzuelian said coldly, Hanrui is your cousin, an outsider tells you to hit her, and you really do it. If he tells you to hit this old lady, will you still do it?
Ling Ruoyao turned back, neither humble nor arrogant, and said, Grandmother, Ruocheng is not an outsider, he is my husband.
On that day at home, you already promised me our marriage. Ruoyao is right.
Zhang Mei, full of indignation, protected her daughter behind her and said righteously, Ling Hanrui talks nonsense, getting hit is what she deserves. Old lady, I have seen your favoritism over the years, but sometimes don't be too biased, Ruoyao is also your granddaughter. As she spoke, Ling Hanrui came back to her senses, as if she had suffered immense humiliation.
Ling Ruoyao, you dare to hit me, you actually dare to hit me. I will fight you. As her words fell, Ling Hanrui lunged at Ling Ruoyao like a madwoman. Yun Tian was shocked and quickly intervened, Hanrui, calm down a bit.
Manager Yu is still here, with him supporting Ling Ruoyao, if you fight, you will completely offend him.
Get lost.
Ling Hanrui pushed Yun Tian away and coldly said, Yun Tian. How can you call yourself a young master of the Yun family, unable to protect your own woman? Pfft.
Ling Ruoyao hit me twice, and both times you want me to be a coward.
I see you and Xiaorucheng are both useless.
Why am I so unlucky, always encountering useless people? Ling Hanrui's chest heaved violently with anger, her words a jumble. Ling Hanrui, you actually compared me to that useless Zayariching. In front of so many people, after being insulted, Yun Tian's eyes turned red, coldly saying, "Fine, since you want to go mad, I'll accompany you." As the words dropped, he turned to the bodyguards brought by Yun Wenchuan. "Go, grab Ling Ruoyao for me." The bodyguards were about to step forward. "Let's see who dares." Zayariching laughed coldly, standing in front of Ling Ruoyao. "You a labor reform criminal, and you dare to act tough with me?" Yun Tian's eyes were bloodshot, already losing his reason to anger. "I want to see what you used to protect Ling Ruoyao. What are you all standing there for? Get rid of him." The bodyguards looked at Zayariching with malicious intent, before they could move. "What do you want to do?" Yuzhin's face was ashen, sternly shouting, "Everyone stop. No one is allowed to move. Manager do you have to manage this too?" Yun Tian's face became even uglier. "You are the manager of Hanhai Group. The Yun family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. If you want to protect Ling Ruoyao, I'll give you face, but you can't protect that labor reform criminal Zayariching too, right?" Yuzhin's face was darker than a pot bottom, nearly exploding with rage. The chairman of Hanhai Group was being called a labor reform criminal by him, and he even wanted to take down the chairman. "Yun family?" Yuzhin scoffed, coldly saying, "What is the Yun family? Today I will meddle in this business. What can you do? Try moving." Hearing this, Yun Tian, who had suppressed his emotions for a long time, could no longer control himself. "Good, let's see if you can stop me. Come at me. Kill Zayariching, anyone who dares to stop will be dealt." The Hanhai Group is not to be trifled with. If Yuzhin offends them, he will surely face the consequences. "Dad, it's too late for words." Yun Tian had a frenzied look. "Today, I want this guy's life. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save him, that's what I say." As he spoke, a dozen strong bodyguards had already rushed towards Xiao Ruochang. Yuzhin truly did not expect Yun Tian to be so insane, not even putting the Hanhai Group in his eyes. In a panic, he quickly shouted at Xiao Ruochang, "Mr. Xiao, be careful. I'll hold them off, you run." Yuzhin was burning with anxiety. If Chairman Xiao got hit here, it would be a big trouble. However, Xiao Ruochang was calm and showed no signs of fear. Bang! Xiao Ruochang lifted his leg and kicked the leading bodyguard flying. He then zipped past like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Moments later, all the bodyguards were on the ground, crying out in pain. In just one encounter, these men had completely lost their ability to fight back. Only Xiao Ruochang stood tall, his aura piercing the sky. In an instant, the entire banquet hall was silent as a pin drop. How is this possible? Yun Tian was dumbfounded, almost dropping his jaw at this scene. When did a mere labor reform prisoner become so strong? Suddenly, Xiao Ruochang's gaze turned cold as he turned to face Yun Tian. A terrifying pressure like a storm suddenly descended. "What do you want to do?" Yun Tian swallowed hard, his legs weakening. "I warn you, don't do anything crazy. If I heard correctly, you just wanted my life?" Xiao Ruochang took a step forward, speaking leisurely. What do you want to do?" Yun Tian instinctively stepped back. Under the pressure, he found it hard to breathe. "What do you think I want to do?" With that, Xiao Ruochang took one step forward and grabbed Yun Tian by the neck, lifting him into the air like a little chick. "Aren't you the one who wanted my life? Why are you running?" Yun Tian's feet left the ground, his face turning red from the strain. Even as he struggled desperately, he could not escape Xiao Ruochang's iron grip. "Ruochang, calm down." Seeing this, Ling Ruoyao looked at Xiao Ruochang with concern, fearing he might act impulsively and cause a fatality. "Xiao Ruochang, you are so bold, let my son go." Yun Wenchuan erupted with fury, shouting, "If you dare hurt Tianer, I will not rest until you are dead. The entire Xiao family will accompany my son to the grave." However, Xiao Ruochang coldly glanced at him. "Oh really? I want to see how you make the Xiao family accompany him to the grave." As he spoke, his grip slowly tightened. Creak! A chilling bone-grinding sound came from Yun Tian's neck. Those who heard it felt their scalps go numb. Yun Tian's struggles gradually weakened, and seeing this, Yun Wenchuan was filled with panic. At that moment, Su Fian's voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Xiao Ruochang. What are you doing?" As soon as the voice fell, hurried footsteps echoed. Xiao Ruochang turned to see Su Fian with a dark expression, standing next to the soldier-clothed Lin Wanru. "Put him down right now," Su Fian commanded. Xiao Ruochang frowned. Letting Yun Tian go just like that would be too easy on him. "Did you not hear me say to let him go?" Su Fian said, displeased, as she walked towards Xiao Ruochang. Originally, she thought Xiao Ruochang had gone home, but in just a short while, he had caused trouble in someone else's banquet hall. It was very concerning. Fortunately, when she and Lin Wanru came down, they heard the screams from the banquet hall and came to see what was going on, only to find him creating chaos. If they had come a little later, there could have been a fatality. Sister-in-law, you don't understand. Xiao Ruoqing explained, he was trying to do something to Ruoya. Before he could finish, Su Fian's last ounce of patience ran out. I told you to let him go. Did you not hear me? Su Fian said sharply. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing let out a slight sigh. Then he threw Yun Tian to the ground, feeling quite regretful. Consider yourself lucky, I'll leave you alive. Cough cough cough. Yun Tian collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, half his face turning livid. The overall mental state of the person was quite poor, but the body was fine. Su Fian quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing major happened. She glanced at the many guests and forced an awkward smile. I truly apologize, my younger brother has a bad temper and has disturbed everyone. I will take him away immediately. Su Fian pulled Xiao Ruoqing's arm, ready to leave. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from outside the door. Where do you think you're going? I have been looking for you all day, and finally found you. Everyone looked up at the sound. At the entrance stood a gloomy young man, accompanied by a large group of people, blocking the door. These people held clubs, looking fierce. Guojin from the Black Dragon Gang. Upon seeing him, a gasp echoed through the hall. More and more people changed their expressions drastically. No way, how could Guojin, the deputy leader of the Black Dragon Gang, come here? As far as I know, the Ling family has no connections with the Black Dragon Gang. Look behind him, those are all elite members of the Black Dragon Gang, each one more ruthless than the other. This is terrifying. At this moment, Su Fian could no longer maintain her calm. The Black Dragon Gang, that was an organization that held half of the underworld of Donghai, domineering and cruel, quick to break arms and legs. How did you get into trouble with the Black Dragon Gang? Su Fian glared at Xiao Ruoqing, a wave of helplessness surged from her heart. Ever since he returned, there had been no peace, and he had stirred up trouble with not-so-simple characters. That's not fair to say, I don't even know him. Xiao Ruoqing looked innocent. However, the name Black Dragon Gang sounded a bit familiar. It seemed he mentioned it when he crippled Bai Zhili last time. It's you, Xiao Ruoqing? You dare to lay a hand on my little uncle? Guojin brandished a baseball bat, pointing it straight at Xiao Ruoqing, coldly stating, Tell me, which will you keep, hands or legs? After the words fell, the little brothers behind him surged forward, immediately surrounding Xiao Ruoqing. Xiao Ruoqing calmly said, Your little uncle is Bai Zhili? Stop pretending to be dumb with me. Guojin sneered, Zhili told me that you were the one who made a move, kid, you were pretty ruthless. Zhili's happiness for the rest of his life has been ruined by you, he's still lying in the hospital, and yet you come here to enjoy the party. Hearing this, Su Fian's face went pale. At the dinner party, she had been knocked out by drug effect, unaware that Xiao Ruoqing had dealt such a heavy blow to Bai Zhili. Now, this was a huge problem. The Black Dragon Gang was not to be trifled with. Without time to think, Su Fian stood in front of Xiao Ruoqing, taking a deep breath. You, don't act recklessly. Bai Zhili set a trap and drugged me. Xiao Ruoqing acted a bit too harshly to protect me, it was indeed his fault. So, whatever you want as compensation, we can discuss it. Guojin scoffed upon hearing this. Compensation? Am I someone lacking money? The little brothers around him burst into laughter. So what do you want? Su Fian asked coldly. Guojin rubbed his chin, seeing Fian's pretty face and curvy figure, a perverse look flashed in his eyes. No wonder Bai Zhili had drugged her, this figure and this beauty were indeed rare. You are Su Fian? Guojin did not hide his greedy gaze, casually asking. Yes, let's not waste time, let's talk about compensation directly. Su Fian gritted her teeth, name your price, as long as it's not too outrageous, I will agree. Upon hearing this, Guojin burst into laughter, hands on his hips, looking playfully at his little brothers behind him. Brothers, did you all hear that? This woman wants me to quote a price. The little brothers could hardly. Unexpectedly, Guojin was so shameless as to publicly make such a request. Raucous laughter echoed all around. What are you doing? Su Fian felt Xiao Ruoqing break free from her grasp and immediately said, Don't act impulsively. However, before Xiao Ruoqing could take action, a figure flashed by quickly. Slap. Lin Wanru, with a cold expression, rushed in front of Guojin and slapped him across the face. What kind of lowlife dares to have designs on anyone? Lin Wanru looked at Guojin with disdain and said coldly. Damn, who the hell are you to hit me? Guojin, after receiving a slap, raised a baseball bat, his face twisted. What did you call me? Lin Wanru coldly smiled, suddenly pulled out a gun, and shot Guojin in the leg. Bang! After the deafening gunshot, Guojin let out a cry of agony, falling to the ground. You blind fools, get this filthy bitch. Hearing the order, the younger brothers of the Black Dragon Gang suddenly woke up and were ready to charge forward. Lin Wanru's expression remained cold as she swept her gaze over everyone. I am Lin Wanru, the cold-blooded war goddess of Daxia, who dares to touch me? From the guest seats, a wave of exclamations arose. Cold-blooded war goddess? A war goddess level figure, how could she be here?
Seeing Lin Wanru in military uniform, declaring herself the war goddess of Daxia. In an instant, the younger brothers of the Black Dragon gang halted their steps, too afraid to act rashly.
A bunch of idiots. Guozhan's face turned green with anger. You believe her just because she says she's a war goddess? No, wait. One of the younger brothers, trembling, handed Guozhan his phone and said, "It seems to be true."
Upon seeing this, Guozhan took the phone and saw a picture on it.
Cold-blooded war goddess, Lin Wanru. Upon a closer look, wasn't this woman right in front of him? It's over. This is truly the end.
The war goddess of Daxia, who isn't a powerful person with an army at their command.
Crushing the Black Dragon gang is just a matter of one word. Guozhan forced a laugh, speaking timidly. She really is the war goddess. Sorry, I underestimated you. Your Excellency the war goddess, please forgive me. Lin Wanru, with a mocking smile, said, why don't you continue cursing? Go on. No, I wouldn't dare.
Guozhan lowered his head, a bitter expression on his face. It's all my fault, I didn't know Miss Su was your friend.
Ignorance is not an excuse, you see. Lin Wanru coldly glared at him. Get lost now.
Hearing this, Guozhan felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly leading his men away in panic.
The banquet hall fell silent once more. The focus of attention shifted to Lin Wanru. Such a person, the living war goddess of Daxia, was rare to see. Many gazes were filled with admiration and respect. Lin Wanru paid no attention, instead walking over to Xiaoruoxuan and Su Fian.
In the future, if you have no ability, don't cause trouble to avoid dragging others in.
Lin Wanru looked at Xiaoruoxuan with disdain and said, Fian, let's go. Okay.
Su Fian nodded. Ruoxuan, you should come with us. Keeping him here might lead to more trouble.
Soon, the scene quieted down. A good banquet had turned into a farce. The ones feeling the worst were the people from the Ling family. The connection person for Han Hai Group and the Ling family must be Miss Ling Ruoya.
At this moment, Yuzhen cleared his throat and spoke ruthlessly, if someone else appears, the consequences are yours to bear.
After leaving this statement, he turned and left. Sympathetic glances fell on Ling Hanrui.
After working hard for so long, she lost the manager position. Anyone would find that unacceptable.
Hanrui, just let it go.
A girl patted Ling Hanrui's shoulder, saying, that convict who doesn't even know where he got his connections, was able to make Han Hai Group treat him this way. Ling Hanrui clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Humph.
Where do you think he got his connections? It's obvious. Without the cold-blooded war goddess, Yuzhen wouldn't have even glanced at him. Chapter 34, Ling Ruoyao used her cunning to force Grandma to concede the manager position. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Tsuilian furrowed her brows.
The cold-blooded war goddess has an extraordinary identity, don't jump to unfounded conclusions. Ling Hanrui said seriously, Grandma, the Xiao family is now powerless, and Junwei Group is on the brink of collapse.
Why does the Xiao family have any chance to board the big ship of the Han Hai Group? It's simply impossible.
Just now, the cold snow war god stood up for Su Fian, which is enough to show that her relationship with Su Fian might be very deep. Using this relationship, the cold snow war god helps the Xiao family, which makes sense.
Xiaoruoxuan pretended for so long, yet relied on others to gain President Yu's favor.
Ling Hanrui casually glanced at Ling Ruoyao. All her words did not mention Ling Ruoyao at all.
However, it clearly hinted that Ling Ruoyao, as the lead in this collaboration, was improperly positioned.
It was also a way to save some face for herself.
What Hanrui said does make some sense.
For such a big figure as President Yu, who is busy every day, to so firmly support Xiaoruoxuan and Ling Ruoyao is indeed strange.
The matter has already been decided, what's the point in saying so much?
It's a pity for Hanrui, she should have been the general manager. Guests and members of the Ling family were buzzing with discussions.
A cold smile appeared on Ling Ruoyao's face. She was clearer than anyone else about how the contract with manager Yu came about after she had gone to meet him with Xiaoruoxuan. Ling Hanrui's seemingly reasonable analysis was completely nonsense. Ling Ruoyao, what are you laughing at?
Seeing Ling Ruoyao's contemptuous smile, Ling Hanrui was instantly furious and coldly huffed, you just happen to have good luck, borrowing the power of the cold snow war god.
What is there to be proud of?
Hearing this, Ling Ruoyao calmly replied, I laugh at your self-righteousness, when in fact, you are hopelessly foolish.
Don't you also want to rely on the Yun family to win the contract? It's just that it's unreliable. Little girl, what do you mean by this? Yun Wenchuan was already worried and had nowhere to vent his anger, glaring at Ling Ruoyao with ill intentions. What does your Ling family's family matters have to do with the Yun family?
The head of the Yun family misunderstood, I was just speaking the truth. Ling Ruoyao shook her head, then looked at Su Tsuilian, lightly saying, Grandma, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, she really took Zhang Mei and walked toward the door. From beginning to end, Ling Ruoyao never mentioned a word about whether she would take over as general manager. After all, the general manager of the Ling family was still Ling Hanrui. Taking a step back to move forward, she didn't speak, which forced Su Tzuilian to say it out loud. Walking the dozen meters to the door, Ling Ruoyao was neither fast nor slow. Her palms were also sweating a bit. If Su Tzuilian kept silent, then walking out of the banquet hall would mean that she had completely lost her chance to compete for the position of general manager. It also meant that the Ling family would lose the Lanting project. As they approached the entrance, there was still no movement behind her. Ling Ruoyao sighed softly. Perhaps, this is fate. She was not someone who craved power, but after her disfigurement, she had endured so much ridicule and mockery. Now, she was married to Xiao Ruochuan, and as a result, Xiao Ruochuan would also have to suffer from rumors and even verbal violence and humiliation. It was one thing for her to be scolded and mocked, but Xiao Ruochuan should not bear this. Only by reclaiming power and position could she gain respect. She once cared little for fame and fortune, but now, she craved it so dearly. Just when Ling Ruoyao thought there was no hope left, a soft sigh came from behind her. Su Tzuilian's voice was heard. Ruoyao, wait a moment. Ling Ruoyao paused her steps, a smile blossomed on her delicate face. She won the bet. The old lady ultimately could not let go of the Lanting project and did not want to offend the Hanhai group. Just now, I considered it again, Ling Hanrui is not suitable to be the general manager of the group. Ruoyao has rich management experience, is smart and capable, this position should be given to her. Su Tzuilian's expression was calm as a deep well, but her words stirred up a tremendous wave. What? Did the old lady really give the position of general manager to Ling Ruoyao? The Ling family is going to change hands again. Su Tzuilian's words caused an uproar among all the Ling family members present. Ling Hanrui looked as if struck by lightning, her face turned pale. Grandma, how can you do this? How can the position of general manager be changed so easily? Ling Hanrui stamped her feet anxiously, yet Su Tzuilian offered no explanation. Turned away from the banquet hall. Watching Grandma's back disappear from sight, the chatter in the hall grew more intense. Ling Ruoyao smiled, turned to Zhang Mei, and softly said, Mom, it's late, let's go home. Xiao Ruocheng had just followed Su Fian for a short while when a text message from Chu Hongyan came through on his phone. The person you wanted has all arrived. Seeing the message, Xiao Ruocheng's eyes lit up slightly. Sister-in-law, a friend has messaged me, asking me to go out and get together. Xiao Ruocheng cleared his throat, glanced at Su Fian who was driving, and said, I won't be going back with you. Upon hearing this, Su Fian's brows furrowed. It's so late, what can you possibly gather for? You just got out of prison, you shouldn't hang out with those scoundrels, you can't go anywhere, come home with me. Xiao Ruocheng chuckled awkwardly, sister-in-law, these are all proper friends. We haven't seen each other in a long time, just chatting, nothing else. Su Fian glanced at her watch and coldly said, you must come home in an hour, Grandpa isn't well, don't let him worry. An hour is enough. Xiao Ruocheng calculated in his mind and immediately nodded in agreement. Then, the car stopped by the side of the road. Xiao Ruocheng got out and waved at Su Fian. Sister-in-law, go home early. After saying this, he waved down a taxi, heading straight for the rose garden. The taxi sped away. Su Fian suddenly turned the car around and followed. Fian, if he wants to go, just let him go, why follow him? In the back seat, Lin Wanru looked at this scene and was very speechless. Su Fian forced a smile and said, I want to follow and see what he is going to do. If Xiao Ruocheng doesn't change his playboy habits, he is just a useless mud. Once he gets married in 3 days, I should leave. Mentioning leaving, her mood became much heavier. Lin Wanru nodded heavily, that's best, your future is still long, can't waste it all on the Xiao family. Helping them with so much is already kind enough. Su Fian's gaze was sad, focused on driving. Her calm heart suddenly grew chaotic. The crazy night with Xiao Ruocheng flashed in her mind again. Rose Garden. Chu Hongyan, dressed in red, with red lips and white teeth, stood gracefully, looking like a peony swing in the wind from a distance. The 5-story Rose Garden had always been a famous place in Donghai. After receiving orders, Chu Hongyan sent away all the guests, patiently waiting. The taxi stopped, and Xiao Ruocheng got out. Chu Hongyan quickly led people over. President, the flag leaders of Jin and Mu, as well as the players of Chinsa, are all waiting inside. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng's face grew slightly cold, and he frowned slightly. The president came personally, yet the subordinates were waiting inside, not coming out to greet him. It seemed these high-ranking members of the Rose Society did not take his position seriously. Xiao Ruocheng narrowed his eyes. Let's go, head inside first. Chapter 35, The Provocation of the Jin Flag Leader, Crushing. Entering the clubhouse, over 100 people stood in the hall. Half in yellow outfits, half in green armor, all members of Jin and Mu, their momentum was overwhelming. Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. These people were the true elite of the Rose Society, each of them at least skilled in inner strength. At the front stood 2 men and 2 women, who were the leaders of Jin and Mu and the players of Chinsa.
Xiao Ruochang approached. "I've seen the president."
Everyone bowed in unison, greeting Xiao Ruochang. Xiao Ruochang slightly nodded. "No need for so much courtesy, please introduce yourselves." Hearing this, from left to right, the 4 introduced themselves in turn.
Jin flag leader Fong Qiu. Mu flag leader Wei Hang. Qin player Lan Yun. Sei player Hu Weiwei.
Xiao Ruochang nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a rebellious young man stepped forward, bowing. "President, with so many people mobilized, according to the rules, please show your ring." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the other 3 changed dramatically.
Fong Qiu's demand for the ring was suspicious, it was truly bold.
Humph. Xiao Ruochang's face turned cold, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop a few degrees. Seeing this, Mu flag leader Wei Hang.
"Please, President, don't misunderstand. This time, more people are being mobilized, and Mr. Fong just wants to confirm." Xiao Ruochang interrupted. "If you want to see, then I'll show you."
Immediately, he took off the ring on his hand and handed it to Fong Qiu. Fong Qiu stepped forward respectfully, and the moment he received the ring,
a terrifying aura, deep as the ocean, pressed down. Fong Qiu's heart tightened, and a faint airflow rose around him to shield him.
Martial artists cultivate to the innate realm, and innate true chi is born within them. Stepping out at this point is the true peak of martial arts.
Below innate, all are ants. 2 streams of true chi collided, Fong Qiu's complexion changed dramatically, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably.
The ring in his hand felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. What terrifying power!
Fong Qiu's face was astonished. This new president, though young, brought him pressure that was no less than the old president.
Seeing Fong Qiu at a loss, the other 3 also grew serious. Fong Qiu was already a second-rank master, capable of establishing his own sect, yet he was so helpless against the president's aura.
"Have you seen enough?"
Xiao Ruochang's cold voice came over.
Fong Qiu took a deep breath and offered the ring with both hands.
"I shouldn't have questioned, please punish me." Xiao Ruochang replied indifferently. "According to the rules, how should you be punished?" Chu Hongyan slightly bowed, her red lips parted. "Offending the president, disrespecting the hierarchy, 5 strikes of the killing whip." Her cold voice made Fong Qiu and the others' faces change dramatically.
5 strikes of the killing whip are not light. At worst, one could be bedridden for half a month. Xiao Ruochang's gaze drifted, finally landing on Wei Hang. "You execute it."
Wei Hang felt a bit troubled, his lips moved but no words came out. Fong Qiu came to his aid, taking the whip from his younger brother and handing it to Wei Hang, saying straightforwardly, "The president told you to strike, just strike." The killing whip weighed 13 pounds, and the iron spikes on it were extremely sharp.
If an ordinary person took a hit, they'd probably die on the spot.
Even though Fong Qiu was already a master, resisting with true chi wouldn't end well either. Wei Hang gritted his teeth and picked up the whip, giving it a forceful snap.
Smack!
With just one strike, a deep blood mark appeared on Fong Qiu's back, flesh rolling. The horrific scar was shocking.
"Continue."
Xiao Ruochang's voice carried no emotion. Wei Hang could only grit his teeth, striking whip after whip.
After 5 strikes, Fong Qiu's face was pale, drenched in sweat, and blood flowed endlessly from his back. Xiao Ruochang flicked his fingers, sending a few silver needles flying into Fong Qiu's back.
As the silver needles pierced his body, the bleeding instantly stopped, and even the pain lessened significantly.
"Thank you, President." Fong Qiu no longer harbored any contempt in his eyes and bowed to express gratitude.
This punishment was already quite light for him.
"No worries."
Xiao Ruochang turned to look at Chu Hongyan, investigate the whereabouts of the Guo father and son from the Black Dragon Gang.
"Within half an hour, I want to know where they are."
A chilling murderous aura spread out. Chu Hongyan's pretty face turned serious as she went to give orders.
"Your legs have been seriously injured for a long time, haven't they?"
Xiao Ruochang suddenly looked at Fong Qiu.
"This injury has been there for years, how did you know?" Fong Qiu was slightly taken aback.
Xiao Ruochang said lightly, "I also know that you have stagnated at second-rank master without any progress for at least 2 years.
The president sees all."
Fong Qiu forced a smile. "Indeed, it has been several years." Xiao Ruochang flipped his wrist, and several silver needles appeared at his fingertips, casually flicked away. The silver needles shot into Fong Qiu's legs. Before he could react, Xiao Ruochang shot out 2 palms like lightning.
Bang! Fong Qiu was sent flying, crashing into the ground.
Seeing this, Wei Hang furrowed his brows, suppressing his emotions. "President, Fong Qiu certainly made a mistake.
If you are unsatisfied, let him be punished further. Why resort to a dishonorable sneak attack?"
As the president, if one's conduct is lacking, then the future of the Rose Society is worrisome.
Xiao Ruocheng replied coldly, let him explain himself to you. As his words fell, Fang Qiu suddenly sprang up from the ground, full of vigor, excitement in his expression. I broke through. I broke through. You all misunderstood. The president's two palms were helping me. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that a strong wave of true energy was surging from Fang Qiu's body, which wasn't much worse than the third-grade master Wei Hang. Two palms made him break through? A wave of envy rose in Wei Hang's heart. If advancing was this simple, he would willingly endure 10 or 8 palms. Thank you, President, for helping me clear my meridians. Fang Qiu took a deep breath. This time, he sincerely admired Xiao Ruocheng. Xiao Ruocheng waved his hand, not caring at all. Outside the rose garden. A car stopped, and Su Fian looked through the window at the unusually quiet rose garden, her heart filled with growing unease. He won't be in danger, right? No, I have to go see. If something happens to Xiao Ruocheng, I can't explain to Grandpa. As she spoke, she unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out of the car. Stop, 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 it's heavily guarded here, what use is it for you to go in? Lin Wanru grabbed Su Fian's arm, impatiently saying. But I can't just sit back and watch if something happens to him. Su Fian's face was stubborn. A waste, and you still care so much about him, how can I talk about you? Lin Wanru said helplessly, wait for me in the car, I'll go take a look for you. Then. I'm counting on you. Su Fian said nervously, you must bring Xiao Ruocheng out. Lin Wanru waved her hand, got out of the car, and headed straight to the clubhouse. Stop, we are not receiving guests today. Lin Wanru's expression was indifferent. With a strike of her palm, 2 lackeys crashed into the wall and passed out. Then, she pushed open the door to the rose garden. The scene inside left her speechless. In the hall stood dozens, if not hundreds, of people. In the center, there was a chair, and Xiao Ruocheng was sitting there with his legs crossed, swaggering as if he owned the place. Chapter 36, My Actions. Xiao Ruocheng needs no instruction from others. Lin Wanru's expression was strange. Xiao Ruocheng was in a place like this, yet he hadn't encountered any danger. But seeing the people in front of her, her gaze tightened. These people wore the same outfits and had fierce expressions. They didn't look like good people, rather like a gang organization. Xiao Ruocheng mingling with such people, what could be good about it? Thinking of this, Lin Wanru's face turned even uglier. Before she could speak, Wei Hang narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze shooting towards her. Who are you? How dare you trespass the Rose Society? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Hang swiftly moved, swinging a punch towards Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru coldly snorted, offering no explanation, and responded with a punch of her own. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Lin Wanru's face paled slightly as her body took a few steps back. Yet Wei Hang stood firm, unwavering in place, his gaze piercing. A master! Lin Wanru raised her head, her expression shocked. She never expected that in this small East Sea, there was actually a master. At once, Lin Wanru felt a surge of caution, hesitating on whether to continue striking. Facing a master, she had no confidence at all. Just then, Xiao Ruocheng gave Fang Qiu a glance. The latter immediately understood, quickly stepping forward to pull Wei Hang aside. Seeing this, Zhu Hongyan instantly understood Xiao Ruocheng's intent and waved her hand, leading the members of the Rose Society to swiftly exit the room. In the hall, only Xiao Ruocheng and Lin Wanru remained, gazing at each other from afar. Miss Lin, what brings you here? Xiao Ruocheng stood up, his expression calm as he asked. Now, it's not your place to ask me. Lin Wanru's face was ashen, coldly saying, what were those people doing just now? Xiao Ruocheng frowned, feeling inexplicably pressured by her inquiry, irritated inside. However, out of respect for his sister-in-law, he held his temper. This has nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Ruocheng's face also turned cold, indifferent. Do I need to report to you, the war god, about what I do? You. Lin Wanru's eyes were icy, fury boiling over. Xiao Ruocheng, do you think I ought to care about you? If it weren't for Fian worrying about your safety, do you think I would come in? I shouldn't have had any hope for you, after squatting for 5 years, still no progress, utterly worthless. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng's face darkened. Lin Wanru, do you overestimate yourself a bit too much? Do I need you to save me? Lin Wanru sneered, you don't need me to save you? Just one of those people from earlier could easily crush you. I heard Fian say that you know some martial arts. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanru suddenly punched the wall behind her. With a loud bang. A large cloud of dust fell from the wall, even forming a few tiny cracks. Lin Wanru looked at Xiao Ruocheng mockingly, disdainfully saying, this is power, can your little skills do this? Fian invited me from the capital to Donghai just for you to learn martial arts from me, but what about you? Wild and impulsive, arrogant and self-satisfied, refusing to repent. The Xiao family will someday be dragged into the abyss by you, this waste, and Fian will be implicated too. This is the gap between you and me. Lin Wanru had a condescending attitude, looking down on Xiao Ruocheng. seeing that Xiao Ruocheng remained unmoved and silent. What's wrong? Are you scared stupid by me?
The contempt in Lin Wanru's eyes deepened.
Are you done talking? Xiao Ruocheng's expression was flat. If you're done, just hurry and leave. Can you not understand what I'm saying?
Lin Wanru was furious, stepping forward aggressively. I'm saving you, how foolish. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Xiao Ruocheng's mouth. Lin Wanru, whether you are the cold snow war god or a scion of a wealthy family, I, Xiao Ruocheng, do not need others to instruct me in my actions.
If this is the power you're talking about.
Xiao Ruocheng pointed at the wall behind him and spoke word by word. In my eyes, it's nothing worth mentioning. I can listen to you until now because of my sister-in-law's face. This is it. Please mind your own actions. Lin Wanru laughed in anger. Even now he was still clinging to that ridiculous pride. You're right, I shouldn't waste time on you, this waste.
For Fian's sake, on the day after tomorrow, during your wedding, I can help you once.
But this will also be the last time. Lin Wanru issued her final ultimatum. After the wedding, I want the Xiao family to announce that they will have no further ties with Fian. Her future cannot be wasted on the Xiao family. Xiao Ruocheng shrugged, showing an indifferent expression. I never said I wouldn't need your help at the wedding. The conditions you're setting are irrelevant to me. Moreover, my sister-in-law has always been free to come and go. If she wants to leave, my family and I won't stop her. All of this has nothing to do with you, Lin Wanru. Don't take it personally. Hearing this, Lin Wanru's face darkened completely and she coldly said, you better not regret saying that. After saying this, Lin Wanru turned and left. Once outside the rose garden, she angrily got into the car.
How was it, Wanru? Is Xiao Ruocheng okay? Su Fian quickly asked when she saw Lin Wanru return.
Why do you care about that ungrateful waste? I found him mixed up with a group of unknown people. He's probably secretly joined some gang again. Lin Wanru said angrily. I kindly advised him, and he actually said I was meddling.
Let's go, that kid wants to fool around, then let him.
Su Fian looked at her furious best friend, puzzled. Why was she so angry? Fortunately, Xiao Ruocheng was not taken away by Guojin from the Black Dragon gang, so his life was not in danger. As for who he was hanging out with, Su Fian didn't want to care, and was too lazy to manage it.
Worst case scenario, they just leave the Xiao family.
Fian, I say, after Xiao Ruocheng's wedding ends, you can consider it more than enough for the Xiao family. Come back to the capital with me.
Su Fian sighed. Give me some more time to think.
After saying that, she didn't want to continue on this topic and started the car. Back in the rose garden, Fang Qiu and the others returned to the hall once again.
President, who was that woman just now? She actually dared to speak so boldly in front of you.
Fang Qiu wore an unhappy expression. Her punch is as soft as cotton. With that little strength, how dare she show off her power?
It's truly ridiculous. No need to pay attention to her. Xiao Ruocheng's face was calm as he looked at Chu Hongyan. How's the matter I asked you to investigate?
Chu Hongyan bowed and said, President, we've investigated clearly. The core members of the Black Dragon Gang are at the Golden Sunshine Club, including Guojin and the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, Gui Tianyi. Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly and coldly ordered, Fang Qiu, Wei Hang, each take 50 members of the Jinmu banner and go to the Golden Sunshine.
Chapter 37, Be My Dog, or Die. Upon hearing this, Fang Qiu and Wei Hang bowed respectfully.
Yes, sir. Then, the two went to count their numbers, each taking 50 people, and left the club. The convoy was ready, and Xiao Ruocheng sat in Chu Hongyan's Bentley, as dozens of cars slowly started moving. Looking at the scenery outside the window, a cold light flashed in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. His sister-in-law specially invited Lin Wanru, the war god of Great Xia, for her marriage. One for support, and the other for suppression. This meant that Su Fian harbored doubts, fearing someone would act against her at the wedding.
This scenario was not without possibility.
Xiao Ruocheng had cultivated in prison for 5 years, his strength had reached great heights, and he hadn't thought deeply about these matters.
His immense power gave him absolute confidence.
His 3 brothers had just died not long ago. If those people dared to strike at him again, that would be too arrogant. Now he had the Jinmu banner and the Qinsei banner members by his side, so he didn't have to worry about his family's safety for the time being. He even hoped someone would jump out at the wedding, that way, he could catch them all at once.
President, we have arrived.
In a trance, the car had already arrived at Golden Sunshine and stopped. Xiao Ruocheng came back to his senses and saw the convoy slowly park at the entrance of the club. Members of the Jinmu banner wearing yellow clothes and green armor got out of the cars, forming 2 rows. Just standing there, their tall figures and imposing aura shook many people's hearts. Fang Qiu respectfully came to the car front, opened the door for Xiao Ruocheng. President, please get out. Xiao Ruocheng nodded, stepped out of the car, and slowly scanned the Golden Sunshine. As a club under the Black Dragon Gang, it was always crowded with people, and business was thriving. Xiao Ruocheng withdrew his gaze and lightly instructed, clear out the place. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Hang answered and led members of the Jinmu banner immediately forward.
The crowd surged in, quickly driving away the guests inside the club. Hey, what are you doing? Dare to block our entrance and affect business? Are you tired of living? The little brothers guarding the entrance for the Black Dragon Gang soon noticed something was wrong and stepped up to stop them. Before they could speak, they were knocked out cold. Xiao Ruoqing was at the front, leading the Rose Society's people into the golden sunshine. Everyone, disperse now. The Rose Society is conducting business, anyone who doesn't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Wei Hang shouted loudly, and the guests inside the club didn't even understand what was happening before they were driven away. At this moment, on the third floor of the club, in a large reception room. Guozhen, what more can you do? My brother is still lying in the hospital, why don't you catch that little bastard who hit him and take revenge for my brother? The Bai family was truly blind back then to let me marry you. Dressed glamorously, Baiya was wiping her tears, looking at Guozhen with a whimper. Guozhen found her crying annoying and was about to comfort her, but the gunshot wound in his leg made him catch his breath. Didn't I tell you, the cold snow war god is protecting him? What can I do? Do you want me to confront the war god directly? Baiya wiped her tears and spoke with dissatisfaction, so does that mean my brother's revenge can never be fulfilled? Guozhen opened his mouth, but in the end, said nothing. It was indeed not wise to offend a war god level figure. To strike at Xiao Ruoqing, one must think twice. Cough cough. At that moment, Guotiani, who had not spoken, lightly coughed and looked at Baiya. Xiaoya, don't be anxious yet. Although the cold-blooded warlord is strong, she can't stay in the East Sea forever, she will leave eventually. When she is gone, that kid from the Xiao family will definitely encounter bad luck, and it's normal for him to run into some accidents. Hearing this, Wei Zhen's eyes lit up instantly. Dad, you're right. The cold-blooded warlord can protect that kid for a moment, but she absolutely cannot protect him for a lifetime. You still see through things better. Guozhen felt much better, as if he had already seen the scene of Xiao Ruoqing kneeling and begging for mercy. Moreover, his sister-in-law Su Fian, who was also a rare beauty, would definitely kneel in front of him and personally serve him. Xiaoya, don't worry. Guozhen said harshly, once Lin Wanru is gone, I will definitely disable Xiao Ruoqing with my own hands. Upon hearing this, Baiya stopped crying and smiled lightly, giving Guozhen a sidelong glance. That's better, Jili has always been a good child, and you must get justice for him. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, hurried knocking sounded from outside the door. A little brother rushed in with an anxious expression. Help! Boss, something big has happened. A group of people have barged into our club, and it looks like they're here to cause trouble. Instantly, Guotiani's face darkened. Who dares to be so bold as to cause trouble at the Black Dragon Gang's place? Go call people, today, I will let them come in standing and leave lying down. The little brother replied respectfully, understood. Then, Guotiani looked at Guozhen and said calmly, let's go, take a look outside. When they arrived at the hall, the guests bathed in golden sunlight had already been cleared away. Near the center of the hall stood nearly 100 people in yellow clothes and green armor. Their auras were restrained, incredibly fierce. The person at the forefront looked somewhat familiar, it was actually Xiao Ruoqing. Guozhen rubbed his eyes hard, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and instantly, rage surged within him. Xiao Ruoqing, what do you mean? Guozhen laughed out of anger, I didn't come looking for trouble, yet you dare to come to me? Aren't you here to get revenge for Bai Jili? Xiao Ruoqing glanced at him and calmly said, I'm here. Humph, Xiao Ruoqing, don't think that with Lin Wanru backing you up, you can come to the Black Dragon Gang and act arrogantly. Guozhen limped forward and said fiercely, if it weren't for Lin Wanru, you'd already be a corpse. Xiao Ruoqing replied calmly, I'm waiting for you to turn me into a corpse, today, I'm here for gang leader Gua, not you. After saying this, he shifted his gaze towards Guotiani. As expected of a figure in the East Sea's underground world, even with Xiao Ruoqing bringing so many people, Guotiani's expression remained unchanged the entire time. Gang leader Gua, considering the Black Dragon Gang still has some utility, I offer you two choices. Xiao Ruoqing placed his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Be my dog, or die. As soon as the words fell, Fang Qiu and Wei Hang exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison, and a fierce aura swept through the surroundings. On the second floor platform, Guotiani curled his lips slightly, shaking his head with a smile. I've roamed the East Sea since I was 15, and over the years, no one has dared to speak like this in front of me. Guotiani emanated an aura of someone in power, looking down and saying, Kid, I admire your courage. Xiao Ruoqing calmly replied, you have 10 seconds to consider. Arrogant. Guotiani's eyes flashed coldly, Old One, bring him to me. With this command, a strong middle-aged man stepped forward. Boss, watch closely. The middle-aged man sneered and leaped straight down from the second floor. A mere martial artist, do you think you can act tough? Fang Qiu focused his gaze and gathered his energy, preparing to strike. However, Xiao Ruoqing held down his arm. I'll handle this myself. Xiao Ruoqing looked at the gradually enlarging figure of the man with coldness as if ice. Then, he took half a step back and struck out with one palm. Strong energy hit the middle-aged man from afar. Puff! The middle-aged man was hit like a speeding train, his entire body curling up like a shrimp as he flew backwards. Bang! After hitting the wall, he slowly dropped down, his face turning purplish, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After that, drooping his head, he was on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? Guotiani's face no longer wore its usual calmness, but instead was filled with shock. Old Wang was a master at the peak of transformation. He had done a lot for the Black Dragon Gang over the years. Transformation at its peak, yet Xiao Ruoqing killed him with a single slap? You sent garbage to deal with me. This is truly boring. Xiao Ruoqing said indifferently, send a few powerful ones, otherwise, it's not interesting. Hearing this arrogant statement, Guozhen's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, a round of applause came from beside him. Guozhen turned his head and saw Guotiani clapping his hands, calmly smiling, not bad. No wonder you dared to challenge the authority of the Black Dragon Gang, you indeed have some power. I cherish talented people. Your conflict with the Bai family is nothing. Why don't you come work for me? With your talent, it's not impossible for you to achieve innate mastery or even step into the realm of masters in the future. Everything you need for cultivation, the Black Dragon Gang can provide. I will also protect the Xiao family. You should know the influence the Black Dragon Gang has in Donghai. Guotiani believed the conditions he offered were rich enough and stared intently at Xiao Ruoqing. What do you think? Dad, he crippled Zhili. Baiya's face changed. Didn't we agree to wait for the god of war, Cold Snow? Before she could finish her sentence, Guotiani suddenly turned his head, his gaze icy. Slap. He slapped Baiya hard across the face. Guotiani said coldly, you foolish girl, do you have the right to speak here? Chapter 38, your foundation is inadequate before me. Baiya covered her face, looking at Guotiani in disbelief. Dad, how could you? Shut up. Guotiani shot her a cold glance, lacking awareness. When I speak, you better not interrupt. Xiao Ruoqing was merely in his 20s and could kill a peak transformation master like Old Wang with a single slap. This strength was at least peak transformation. There's even a chance he might have touched the threshold of innate mastery. Such a powerful martial talent, if he could recruit him, the strength of the Black Dragon Gang would undoubtedly increase greatly. Perhaps in the future, when he achieves martial success, the Black Dragon Gang could drive the Rose Society out of Donghai and become the sole power. Such talent is worth any cost. What's a mere Bai Zhili worth? I didn't mean to. Baiya's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Guozhen with grievance. Guozhen hesitated, wanting to comfort her, but seeing Guotiani's words, he could only shake his head slightly, signaling Baiya to hold her tongue for now. I am sorry, the woman is not sensible, I let you see a joke. Guotiani crossed his arms and said confidently, I heard the Xiao family encountered some difficulties. As long as you work for me, the Black Dragon Gang can assist you all the way. Also, the Ling family rejected the marriage proposal because you were imprisoned, right? I can go to the Ling family personally to propose for you. Guotiani looked at Xiao Ruoqing with fiery eyes. For his identity, reaching this point was not easy. As long as Xiao Ruoqing wasn't a fool, he would definitely agree. However, the next second, Xiao Ruoqing smiled ambiguously and said, the conditions are good, but you don't have the qualification to make me submit. Hearing this, the smile on Guotiani's face slowly froze. Kid, I'm giving you a chance to work under me. Guotiani's expression turned cold, you better think clearly before answering. Don't take it for granted. There's nothing to talk about. Xiao Ruoqing shrugged and said slowly, the Black Dragon Gang is stubborn, just wipe it out. Upon hearing this, Wei Hang and Fang Qiu exchanged glances and immediately turned into two shadows, charging forward, one left and one right. Members of the Jinmu banner followed closely behind, like a flood. Attack! Guotiani snorted coldly, kill one, and you get a reward of 200,000. Behind him, the younger brothers of the Black Dragon Gang, hearing this, were like they had been injected with chicken blood, fearlessly rushing down from the floor above. In an instant, both sides collided on the staircase. However, it was only a few breaths. The younger brothers of the Black Dragon Gang suffered heavy losses. The battle situation was overwhelmingly one-sided, crushing everything in its path. How is this possible? Guotiani looked at the scene before him. Incredibly unbelievable. The Black Dragon Gang is known for being ruthless and leaving no room for mercy. Every one of his underlings is experienced in battle and strikes hard. However, facing these people, they have no ability to resist. Because they are all martial artists. How can ordinary people fight against internal martial artists? Guotiani could see at a glance that these people were at least at the minor level of internal strength. When did internal martial artists become so worthless?
Besides that, the leaders, Fang Qiu and Wei Hang, are even more terrifying in strength. With just a casual wave of their hands, at least 5 or 6 Black Dragon Gang underlings would be disabled on the spot.
Many underlings surrounded the two, yet they couldn't even touch their clothes. These two are evidently masters, and every movement radiates endless authority. Just a glance can send chills down one's spine. Where on earth did these people come from?
Hui Tianyi was filled with confusion, so many martial artists, plus 2 unfamiliar masters, he had never seen before.
Dad, what should we do?
Guozhen also had a look of urgency, our people can't fight back at all.
Quick, hurry and summon Master San.
Hui Tianyi came back to his senses and said gravely, perhaps only Master San can resolve this.
In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme.
No matter how fierce his subordinates were, facing martial artists, it was merely a matter of 3 punches or kicks.
Alright, I'll go immediately. Guozhen did not dare to delay and limped towards the back. Master San is the only congenital master of the Black Dragon Gang, with a prestigious status.
He rarely shows himself, only taking action during critical moments of life and death for the Black Dragon Gang. In the past 10 years, every time Master San appeared, he was of great assistance. Hui Tianyi let out a long sigh, hoping that Master San could still help transform a crisis into safety for the Black Dragon Gang this time.
At this moment, the battle in the arena was almost over. Dozens of elite members of the Black Dragon Gang, none survived, all defeated on the ground.
On Xiao Ruoqing's side, the people were basically unscathed, and under Fang Qiu's leadership, they surged forward like a tide, surrounding Hui Tianyi.
The younger generation is formidable, the younger generation is formidable.
Hui Tianyi's expression was a mix of crying and laughing, as if he couldn't believe that he had fought fiercely in the underground of Donghai for so many years. Years of hard work, reduced to ashes.
I gave you a choice. Xiao Ruoqing slowly stepped forward, a trace of mockery remaining at the corner of his mouth. This is the result you wanted, are you satisfied?
Without using true energy or force, even just standing quietly in front of him,
Hui Tianyi still felt a tide-like pressure, making it hard for him to breathe.
You are indeed not simple, but the Black Dragon Gang has stood in Donghai for so many years without a vain reputation. Hui Tianyi's forehead was sweating cold, and with a fierce look, he said, the Black Dragon Gang does have heritage. I admit I underestimated you, but if we really tear our faces, I advise you to think carefully.
Heritage? Xiao Ruoqing laughed scornfully, since that's the case, I'm waiting for your heritage.
Hui Tianyi's face changed unpredictably, now, he could only place all his hopes on Master San. The tense atmosphere slowly dissipated. The hall fell into a dead silence.
After a moment, a booming voice suddenly exploded. Who dares to be impudent in the Black Dragon Gang?
Everyone turned around to look towards the voice. Guozhen limped in with an old man in gray, striding into the hall. The old man was thin, and his eyes shone like 2 bright lights. As he approached, the old man stood tall, and crackling sounds came from his bones. Muscles, bones, and tendons, like the roar of a tiger or leopard.
This is a sign of entering the realm of a master.
A sharp aura burst forth. The innate martial pressure of the great perfection level seemed to drop the hall's temperature significantly. Xiao Ruoqing, Master San has arrived, today is your day of death. Looking at the imposing Master San beside him, Guozhen shouted arrogantly.
Seeing Master San, Hui Tianyi's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. At least, under Master San's protection, personal safety should be a non-issue. Kid, this is the foundation of the Black Dragon Gang.
Hui Tianyi said coldly, a master at the peak of innate level, there is only one in the East Sea.
Forgive my ignorance, but an innate peak master can be considered a foundation?
Xiao Ruoqing laughed silently, if that's the case, then your foundation is nothing in front of me.
Arrogant.
Hui Tianyi turned to look at San Yi, unusually lowering his posture. San Yi, this kid is causing trouble in our Black Dragon Gang, not even putting you in his eyes.
Please take action and bring down this arrogant guy.
San Yi nodded slightly, revealing a sinister smile. I haven't encountered such an arrogant person in a long time. Perfect, it's been a long time since I moved my hands to stretch my bones. As San Yi spoke, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body swiftly closing in on Xiao Ruoqing like willow catkins. Just as he got close, before making a move, San Yi's voice suddenly stopped. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring at Fang Qiu.
Master Fang, how are you here? Chapter 39, Willing to be a Dog.
Once these words were spoken, a great wave surged in everyone's hearts.
Hui Tianyi felt a tightness in his chest, a bad premonition creeping in. You recognize me?
Fang Qiu frowned, coldly asking. Looking at San Yi's face, he thought for a moment but had no impression at all.
I recognize.
San Yi's face was full of respect as he spoke humbly, Master Fang, over 10 years ago, you once guided me, to say it, I could break through to the innate level thanks to your guidance.
This news nearly made Guo's father and son unable to believe.
Now, San Yi was a peak innate master, just one step away from being a grandmaster. Over 10 years ago, he had received guidance from this man.
How terrifying would this person's strength be? I've guided many people, who are you? I've long forgotten.
Feng Qiu said with a stoic expression. It's okay, Master Feng, you may not remember me, but the favor of guidance back then, I have always remembered in my heart. San Yi quickly nodded and bowed. Over the years, I wanted to repay you, but I hadn't received any news from you.
I didn't expect to meet here. Feng Qiu nodded gently. Since there was some affection back then, I won't make things difficult for you. The matters of the Black Dragon Gang have nothing to do with you. Roll as far away as you can. Yes, I will roll away right now. San Yi turned without any hesitation, ready to leave. Wait a minute.
Seeing San Yi about to leave, Gui Tianyi panicked. San Yi, you can't just leave like this. The Black Dragon Gang has supported you for many years. Just the money spent on your martial arts training has already cost tens of millions.
If you leave like this, what will happen to the Black Dragon Gang?
Upon hearing this, San Yi turned back coldly, his face showing fierce light.
Gui Tianyi, I am a guest invited by your Black Dragon Gang, not your family servant.
Today, I have not helped Master Feng deal with you. It is already due to our years of friendship. Don't forget your place.
Gui Tianyi gritted his teeth in hatred, his whole body trembling.
Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to die, no one will stop you, but I'm not done living yet. San Yi mocked. Master Feng was already a grandmaster over a decade ago. You spend a few tens of millions and expect me to fight with a grandmaster?
I see you are truly seriously ill. Dropping this line, San Yi turned and left without looking back. A grandmaster over a decade ago?
Upon hearing this, Gui Tianyi's eyes were filled with horror.
Stepping into the realm of grandmasters means entering the extraordinary. How could such a master willingly serve Xiao Ruocheng? Gui Gangmaster, do you have any other means? Xiao Ruocheng said calmly, if not, the Black Dragon Gang will be eliminated today.
As Gui Tianyi felt Xiao Ruocheng's gaze sweep over him, a powerful sense of oppression surged towards him, making it hard for him to breathe. Faced with life and death, he had no time to think. With a thud, he knelt down. Having been in the underworld for many years, Gui Tianyi knew well when to be soft and when to be tough.
Young Master Xiao, I was wrong. I am willing to serve, willing to be your dog. I beg you to be merciful and let me go.
As Gui Tianyi spoke, he turned to look at Guizhen, sternly saying, what are you waiting for? Quickly apologize to young Master Xiao.
Guizhen raised his head defiantly. Dad, why should I apologize to this kid?
The Xiao family is just a fallen family. What qualifications do they have?
Slap.
Before Guizhen could finish, Gui Tianyi's face darkened, and he suddenly stood up, slapping Guizhen across the face.
You bastard, I told you to apologize. Gui Tianyi's face was as dark as a storm cloud. I don't want to repeat myself.
One slap, and Guizhen slowly regained his senses.
Xiao,
it's my fault, I didn't recognize the mountain. Guizhen gritted his teeth. Please, show mercy, spare me.
Kneel. Gui Tianyi's face showed displeasure.
Seeing this, Guizhen obediently kneeled on the ground.
Xiao, from now on, the Black Dragon Gang will be your dog. At your command, we will bite whoever you tell us to bite. Gui Tianyi said this with ironclad certainty, leaving no room for doubt. Given his position, it was indeed not easy to go this far.
But Xiao Ruocheng still had a mocking look on his face. Gui Tianyi, being a dog for me was the choice you made just now.
Unfortunately, because of your stupidity, the Black Dragon Gang has already missed this opportunity.
Upon hearing this, Gui Tianyi felt his heart freeze halfway.
Xiao, can you give me one more chance?
Gui Tianyi's voice was dry. As long as you give the Black Dragon Gang a way out, I'll do anything. Xiao Ruocheng narrowed his eyes slightly but didn't speak.
After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. Fine, I'll give you one last chance.
The Black Dragon Gang no longer has a reason to exist.
Bring your people and join the Rose Society. Remember, this is the last chance I'm giving you.
This time, Gui Tianyi didn't hesitate at all. He immediately agreed. Thank you, Xiao, I agree, I'll do anything.
Good, you know your place.
Xiao Ruocheng smiled in satisfaction and patted Gui Tianyi's shoulder.
Let's go. He waved his hand at everyone.
Dozens of people surrounded Xiao Ruocheng, slowly leaving. After a long while, until the sounds outside had completely disappeared, Gui Tianyi let out a sigh of relief.
Dad, didn't you have connections with the Qinglong gang in the provincial city? Why are you afraid of that kid? What's so great about a grandmaster? The provincial city doesn't lack them. Fool.
Gui Tianyi glared at him, coldly saying, even with the Qinglong gang's connections, you still need your life to ask for help.
That dog of Huang San saw the situation wasn't right and ran away. What can we fight with those useless drunkards and eaters? Offending a grandmaster, getting back your life is already good enough. Upon hearing this, Guizhen's expression also became grave. Behave yourself for the next few days. It'll take time for people from the provincial city to arrive. Gui Tianyi's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he said lightly, when they arrive, all my lost dignity will come back.
Guozhen's face showed joy, excitedly saying, "Don't worry, father knows how to endure."
Leaving the golden sunshine behind,
Xiao Ruichen sat in the car and dialed Yuzhen's phone.
Mr. Xiao. After a few seconds of ringing, Yuzhen's voice came through.
Xiao Ruichen said indifferently, "Manager you should already know about the wedding I'm planning, right? Use the company's resources to help me prepare a bride price, send it to the Ling family tomorrow."
Yes, Mr. Xiao.
Yuzhen's voice carried some excitement. This kind of task, Mr. Xiao was actually willing to assign to him.
Doesn't that mean I've caught Mr. Zhao's eye?
Don't worry, I'll arrange everything properly. Yuzhen patted his chest, assuring him.
The wedding will be arranged at the Longyun International Hotel.
Xiao Ruichen thought for a moment and then said lightly, "I'll leave this matter to you, remember to finalize the location in advance. Also, on behalf of Hanhai Group, send invitations to important partners." On the other end of the line, Yuzhen's voice grew serious.
Understood. Chapter 40, Lin Wanru's suspicion, Xiao Ruichen is the warden?
After hanging up with Yuzhen, the car slowly stopped outside the Xiao family's villa. Xiao Ruichen got out of the car, waved at Chu Hongyan to leave. Then he walked through the gate. As soon as he entered, he saw his sister-in-law sitting on the sofa, fuming with anger, her face dark.
Xiao Dasha, you still know how to come back?
Su Fian glanced at the clock and coldly said, "You promised to be back in an hour, it's already been over 2 hours, I thought you got lost." Xiao Ruichen let out a dry laugh and quickly explained, "Sorry, sister-in-law, I was drinking with friends, didn't notice the time." "You are truly hopeless, and now you still want to lie." Su Fian's face was icy as she grabbed a nearby cushion and threw it fiercely at Xiao Ruocheng. "Wanru has told me you didn't go drinking with friends, but were instead mingling with a group from the society.
Do you even know the current situation of the Xiao family? You are about to get married."
Su Fian stood up with a dark expression, took a deep breath. "Xiao Ruocheng, you have disappointed me greatly. Since you keep refusing to change, it seems there is no hope for the future of the Xiao family.
Once you are married, I will leave." With that, Su Fian turned and walked upstairs without looking back.
Xiao Ruocheng stood stunned in place, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Some words he didn't even know how to explain to Su Fian, and moreover, even if he did, she would certainly not believe him. For the sake of revenge, whether it was the Rose Society or the Hanhai Group, he needed to stay hidden for now. However, it seemed his sister-in-law was really angry this time. After some contemplation, Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath and headed to the second floor. His sister-in-law had contributed a lot to the Xiao family and took great care of him. No matter what, he still needed to apologize to her and smooth things over. On the second floor, at the corner of the stairs, in front of Su Fian's room.
Knock, knock, knock. Sister-in-law, it's me.
Xiao Ruocheng knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. He instinctively turned the door handle, and the door opened directly. Peeking in, the room was empty, and he could hear water running from the bathroom. Xiao Ruocheng sat on the bed, patiently waiting for a moment. Soon, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Lin Wanru came out, not wearing a stitch of clothing. Her white skin glimmered with shining water droplets, dazzling under the light. Having practiced martial arts for years, her skin was smooth and tight, her legs muscled and long. As their eyes met, Xiao Ruocheng and Lin Wanru both froze.
"It's over. How is it her?"
"Just taking a shower, and you could at least wear some clothes when you come out."
"What are you doing here?"
"Pervert."
Lin Wanru's eyes blazed with icy fury.
Overwhelmed by rage, she suddenly raised her leg and aimed a kick at Xiao Ruocheng's temple. Xiao Ruocheng's face changed slightly. This woman is really ruthless. If it were an ordinary person who got kicked, they might lose half their life.
"What are you doing?"
Xiao Ruocheng sidestepped to avoid it, explaining, "This is my sister-in-law's room."
"Who knew you were inside?"
During that moment, Lin Wanru grabbed a bedsheet and wrapped it around her, her face frosty as she glared at Xiao Ruocheng. She had always had the habit of sleeping naked, and today at the Xiao family's residence, Su Fian had given her room to him. After finishing her shower, Lin Wanru was ready to go to bed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruocheng actually came in and saw her completely. "That's not a reason for you to barge into my room without permission." Lin Wanru's voice was cold as ice. As her emotions gradually calmed, she realized that Xiao Ruocheng had actually dodged her attack. That kick was fueled by anger, she hadn't even had time to hold back. After kicking, she somewhat regretted it. Xiao Ruocheng was just an ordinary person, a kick to him might keep him in bed for months. Yet, Xiao Ruocheng's reaction was incredibly fast, the speed he showed in that moment was definitely not that of an ordinary person. Lin Wanru furrowed her brows, observing carefully, and found no trace of internal strength on Xiao Ruocheng, not even any hints of martial arts practice.
"How can you call it barging in?"
Xiao Ruocheng knew he was in the wrong and helplessly said, "I knocked on the door, no one answered, so I came in."
He made it sound like he was the victim? Lin Wanru's voice was icy, glaring hard at Xiao Ruocheng. So what, do you expect me to forgive you? No, no need. Xiao Ruocheng awkwardly smiled. Actually, I didn't see anything just now. Upon hearing that, an unnatural expression flashed across Lin Wanru's cold face. She had always disliked men, and it was better not to mention it. Bringing it up stoked the fire within her once more. Shut up. Considering your relationship with Fian. Just now, I won't hold it against you. Lin Wanru said coldly, but if you dare to go out and talk about it, I will cut off your tongue. Xiao Ruocheng shrugged. All right, thank you, God of War Lin, for sparing me. He would rather both parties keep it in their hearts and not mention it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Xiao Ruocheng turned to leave. Wait, you haven't apologized to me yet. Lin Wanru's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. I've kept myself pure for so many years, and you want to leave after a look? Xiao Ruocheng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. But then he thought again, he did offend her. Apologizing could calm things down. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. Xiao Ruocheng sincerely apologized before leaving. Lin Wanru gritted her teeth, not stopping him, watching Xiao Ruocheng walk away. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. As Xiao Ruocheng walked, he instinctively kept his right hand against his side. This habit was exactly the same as the warden's walking posture from her memory. Not only that, but their silhouettes also looked more and more alike. Lin Wanru couldn't help but recall the reaction speed Xiao Ruocheng had inadvertently shown just now. Her mind went blank for a moment, bursting forth with a bold thought. Xiao Ruocheng is the warden. However, as soon as this thought emerged, Lin Wanru shook her head and revealed a bitter smile. How could that be? These two, one in the heavens, one underground. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Lin Wanru couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it. She simply went straight to bed, preparing to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, Xiao Ruocheng's silhouette lingered in her mind and wouldn't go away. After leaving Lin Wanru's room, Xiao Ruocheng went up to the third floor, ready to return to his room to sleep. As soon as he climbed the stairs, he bumped into Su Fian. At this moment, she must have just finished showering, carrying a refreshing scent. Wearing a silk nightgown, her hair was piled up behind her, her curvy figure was faintly visible under the nightgown. Why are you still not sleeping? Su Fian twirled her damp hair, slightly frowning. I'll sleep soon. Xiao Ruocheng dared not look longer, fearing to provoke his sister-in-law's dislike. He lowered his head and said, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. Apologizing proactively? In the past, this would have been unlikely. Su Fian's expression softened, gently nodding. It's okay, it's getting late, you should rest now. Actually, after going upstairs just now, she felt a bit regretful. Though Xiao Ruocheng had a mischievous character, change always took time. Perhaps it was the recent troubles in the company that made her restless, her patience wearing thin. The two passed each other, each lost in their thoughts. Early the next morning. Ling's group. Ling Ruoya wore a professional suit, her skin-colored stockings accentuating her long, tight legs, moving swiftly as she entered the company's gate. Good morning, everyone. The front desk young girl stared in awe at the stunningly beautiful Ling Ruoya, standing up in shock. Good morning, General Manager Ling. It wasn't until Ling Ruoya entered the elevator that she suddenly reacted. Oh my, the person who just walked by was the young lady? Did we call the wrong person? I told you, the second young lady has changed her ways, how could she greet us today? Hearing this, a girl beside her laughed and said, we definitely didn't call the wrong person. You might not know, but last night, the chairman issued an announcement, the young lady has returned to the company, and now, she is the general manager. Really? That's great, the young lady has finally returned. The two girls chatted excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Ling Ruoya arrived on the top floor, at the general manager's office. She pushed the door open and took a deep breath. After leaving the group for 3 years, it seemed that there was little change in the office's arrangement. Ling Ruoya placed her bag down, circled around the office, and finally stood by the window. The view outside was still so familiar, tall buildings and bustling traffic. Ling Ruoya's lips slightly curled up, she had seen this view many times. But looking at it again now brings a different feeling. Fortunately, she was back. Everything has returned. Chapter 41, A Dowry of Billions, Do You Dare to Embrace It? After pausing for a moment, Ling Ruoya collected her emotions, took out her phone, and snapped a photo to send to Xiao Ruocheng. Thank you, for helping me regain everything. Seeing the message from Ling Ruoya, Xiao Ruocheng couldn't help but smile slightly. He then typed a reply. I have a surprise for you today, so look forward to it in advance. Ling Ruoya smiled sweetly and put her phone away. Just then, Secretary Zhaoing walked into the room. Since Ling Ruoya left the company, her personal secretary was assigned to another position.
Now that Ling Ruoya was back, Zhao resumed her role as secretary.
President Ling.
As soon as Zhao entered, she saw Ling Ruoya's radiant smile. Her exquisite, charming face resembled a blooming peony, making everything around it dim in comparison. 3 years without seeing her, President Ling was still stunning, causing Zhao Ying's eyes to redden slightly.
Who knows how much suffering Ling Ruoya had endured to come back after these 3 years? What's wrong, Xiaoying? Ling Ruoya's inquiry brought Xiaoying back to her senses.
She hurriedly replied, President Ling, the meeting has been prepared, everyone is waiting for you.
Ling Ruoya gently nodded, then let's go.
The two then walked out of the office one after the other. They arrived in the conference room. At that moment, the room was filled with people, all high-level executives of the Ling Group.
Everyone, long time no see.
Ling Ruoyao slightly bent at the waist and spoke gracefully.
Hello, President Ling. President Ling. Everyone quickly stood up to respond, their attitudes respectful.
After all, when Ling Ruoya was manager, the company was thriving, her abilities were well recognized.
All right, please sit. Ling Ruoya waved her hand, signaling everyone to take their seats.
I am honored to fight alongside all of you. Starting today, I will personally oversee the Lanting project's follow-up and coordination work. The importance of the Lanting project to the group need not be mentioned, I believe everyone is aware.
Ling Ruoya placed her hands on the table, exuding an authoritative air. There is only one theme for this meeting, and that is to give our all to make the Lanting project successful.
In the coming days, I have the authority to mobilize all resources from each department. During task assignments, no one can be slack.
Do you all agree?
A round of applause erupted in the room. I agree. On behalf of the sales department, I firmly support President Ling. A middle-aged man in a suit stood up and spoke loudly.
I also agree. Only under President Ling's leadership can the company progress. Agree. All the executives in the room unanimously agreed. Upon seeing this, Su Tzuelian nodded secretly.
These executives had been with the company for a long time, reaching this level, they were all true elites.
The reason they supported Ling Ruoya was primarily due to her capability.
Handing the Ling Group to her would indeed have a better development prospect. In the back of the crowd, Ling Hanrui's face was sullen, filled with resentment as she looked at Ling Ruoya. This, just returned and already has so many people flattering her.
How can I reclaim the general manager position like this?
Ling Hanrui's face was full of hatred, her nails digging deep into her palm.
More than an hour later. Thank you everyone for your support, the meeting is dismissed.
Ling Ruoyao politely bowed, then was the first to exit the conference room. The executives behind her, their expressions reflecting satisfaction, started to get up and pack their things. At that moment, Zhao hurriedly ran over.
President Ling, someone has delivered a dowry downstairs.
Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked toward Ling Ruoyao and Ling Hanrui.
The Ling family only had them as girls of marriageable age.
Ling Ruoya's lips slightly curled up, guessing that this must be the surprise Xiao Ruocheng mentioned.
However, sending a dowry in front of so many people was a bit too ostentatious. She wasn't used to it. Quickly invite them up.
Ling Ruoyao pondered and said, forget it, let him go to my office. Upon hearing this, Zhao nodded and hurriedly left. Even before Ling Ruoyao returned to her office, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Soon, a young man leading a group of more than 10 people appeared, carrying various boxes.
In the sight of everyone,
Zhao followed behind, looking helpless. President Ling, I asked him to go to the office, but he won't go. At that moment, the young man chuckled, sorry, everyone, the betrothal gifts are a bit too many, valuable enough, and the office cannot accommodate them, so it has to be here. After speaking, he pulled out the gift list from his pocket and cleared his throat. Betrothal gift list, 10 Beihai rare luminous pearls, worth 20 million. A pair of top-quality blood corals, worth 800,000. 5 properties in the capital, worth 200 million. 2 villas in the capital, worth 500 million. A pair of imperial green jade bangles, worth 500 million. 10 globally limited luxury cars, worth 200 million. The young man read from the list for a full 7 or 8 minutes before finishing.
Silence. The entire corridor was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard.
Many company executives stood frozen in place, like they had been hit by a spell, with shocked expressions.
This is a huge undertaking. Estimating roughly, the total value of the betrothal gifts was close to 3 billion. Ling Ruoyao's reaction wasn't much better than anyone else's. This surprise was too big.
She was very confused. Where did Xiao Ruocheng get so much money?
The reading of the gift list is complete, please accept it.
The young man waved gently, and more than 10 people behind him stepped forward with boxes.
May I ask, which one is Miss Ling?
Ling Ruoyao coughed lightly, I. Before she could finish, she felt a figure rush past from the side.
It's me.
Ling Hanrui rushed forward, snatching the gift list with a beaming smile. I didn't expect Brother Tian to prepare such a luxurious betrothal gift for me, it's really too extravagant. Despite her efforts to contain herself, her pride in her laughter could not be hidden. Miss Ling is truly blessed. The young man had an increasingly respectful attitude. The wedding is set at Longyun International Hotel, everything is arranged. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be amazed, filled with emotions. Longyun International Hotel is the top luxurious hotel in Donghai. It is rarely open to the public, only accepting reservations from members. Rumor has it that a banquet at Longyun International Hotel starts at 300,000. In recent years, the only one well known for holding a wedding at Longyun International Hotel seems to be the eldest son of the Zheng family. Brother Tian is really thoughtful. Ling Hanrui clutched the gift list, her excited voice trembling. To compensate me, he spent such a large amount. Seeing this, company executives rushed to send their blessings. Congratulations, Hanrui, I didn't expect young Master Yin to be so generous for you, that's really something. This is just the beginning. If Hanrui marries into the Yun family, it will be wealth and honor, enjoyment never ends. Young Master Yun is rich, and still so considerate, Hanrui truly found a treasure. The flattery was endless, and Ling Hanrui smiled wide enough to nearly split her face. Ling Ruoya bit her red lip, ultimately, she said nothing. This betrothal gift indeed exceeded her expectations. Given the current situation of the Shao family, it was unlikely they could provide this. Especially to hold a wedding banquet at Longyun International, the Shao family wasn't a wealthy family, it would be quite hard to get the qualifications for the banquet. Ling Ruoyao felt neither disappointment nor envy. She felt very lucky to marry Xiao Ruocheng and have her current life. Wealth is merely external possessions. Ling Hanrui was being praised to the skies, and in a moment of excitement, she decided to call Yun Tian. Beep beep beep. The call connected. Ling Hanrui couldn't wait to say, Brother Tian, I really love you to death. You prepared so many betrothal gifts and even set the wedding at Longyun International Hotel, I knew I didn't misjudge you. On the other end of the line, Yun Tian's confused voice came through, Hanrui, what are you talking about? What betrothal gifts and hotel, I don't understand. Ling Hanrui chuckled, her voice sweet, Brother Tian, don't play dumb, you just want to give me a surprise, and I already know. The gifts you sent in the banquet at Longyun International Hotel, everyone knows. Yun Tian was slightly stunned, could it be that his father helped him with this? Yesterday, when he returned home, he lost face at the banquet. Yun Tian specifically mentioned that the wedding must be grand and beautiful. Unexpectedly, Yun Wenchuan is so efficient in handling things. Actually, it's nothing much. Yun Tian chuckled, as long as you like it, that's all that matters. Like it? Of course I love it. Ling Hanrui laughed charmingly and proudly glanced around, Brother Tian, why don't we go to Longyun International Hotel first? I have never been there before. Yun Tian agreed immediately, no problem, wait for me downstairs. I'll come get you in my car right away. Then, he hung up the phone. Ling Hanrui put away her phone and was about to head downstairs to wait for Yun Tian. After taking a few steps, suddenly, a figure came out of the elevator. It was Xiao Ruocheng. He was holding a delicate red wedding dress. This dress was specially customized by Grandma when looking for a match. Since he and his 3 brothers made the engagement, Grandma selected and customized 4 sets of wedding attire for the 4 of them. Unfortunately, until Grandma passed away, she never got to see her granddaughter-in-law wearing the wedding dress. Xiao Ruocheng came specifically to deliver the wedding dress to Ling Ruoya. This was Grandma's heartfelt intention. Seeing the red box on the floor, Xiao Ruocheng smiled slightly, so, Ruoya, do you like these gifts? As soon as these words came out, Ling Hanrui paused, a cold look on her pretty face. Xiao Ruocheng, how shameless can you be? Ling Hanrui sneered, with the Xiao family's current dying state, how can you dare to take on such a huge betrothal gift of several billion? Chapter 42, Ling Hanrui's Regret. Xiao Ruocheng frowned, why wouldn't I dare? This betrothal gift was sent by me. Last night, he ordered Yuzhen to prepare well. Unexpectedly, this guy took it seriously and delivered a betrothal gift worth several billion. However, since it was for Ling Ruoyao, he didn't mind at all. Xiao Ruocheng, I advise you to wake up and think carefully before you speak. Ling Hanrui was almost laughing in anger, this betrothal gift is at least 3 billion. With so much money, can you even gather that much by selling the Junwei Group? If you have no money, why act like you do? It's just humiliating. As soon as these words fell, the employees and high-level officials in the company who were watching shook their heads. This person really has no shame, and even dares to falsely claim the betrothal gifts. Oh, Ling is so smart and capable and beautiful, yet she is interested in such a man. What a pity. I heard this guy is a reformed criminal, everyone should keep their distance. The gossip reached Ling Ruoyao's ears, and her eyes turned cold. Everyone, shut up. Are you all free? Whoever talks again will resign. Seeing Ling Ruoyao angry,
Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks and lower their heads in silence. Ling Ruoyao, you have quite the authority. After becoming the company manager, you forgot who you are? Ling Hanrui laughed coldly, mocking, with so many people, do you think you can silence them all? Poor people are poor, no matter how much they pretend to have money. Just look closely, that wedding dress in Xiao Ruoqing's hands is clearly cheap. If the wedding dress is cheap but the betrothal gift is worth billions, how can that even be possible? Also, Brother Tian booked Longyun International Hotel for me, starting at 300,000 a table. Where can the Xiao family find that much money? Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao's face showed little fluctuation. Money is not important to me. Even if. Before she could finish, Xiao Ruoqing smiled and waved his hand. Ling Ruoyao closed her mouth, not understanding why he wouldn't let her speak. Sometimes, I don't know whether to call you foolish or just plain stupid. Xiao Ruoqing said casually, the name is written on the gift list, if you just took a look, you wouldn't say such mindless things. As soon as he said this, everyone exchanged glances. Seeing him so confident, could it be that the betrothal gift was truly from Xiao Ruoqing? One by one, gazes fell on Ling Hanrui, waiting for her reaction. Xiao Ruoqing, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Ling Hanrui sneered, this betrothal gift is from Brother Tian, naturally it has my name. While speaking, she took out the gift list and glanced at the bottom. In the next moment, Ling Hanrui's eyes widened. At the bottom of the list, the name Ling Ruoya was clearly written. No, this is impossible. Ling Hanrui suddenly raised her head, looking fiercely at Xiao Ruoqing. Did you switch the gift list? With the evidence right before her eyes, how could she say such a thing? Xiao Ruoqing looked speechless. The things in the box should also have signatures and certificates. Why don't you check again? Ling Hanrui trembled all over. I don't believe it. It's fake. It must be fake. After saying this, she charged forward and opened the box like a madwoman. Sure enough, everything inside was signed by Ling Ruoyao. The property deed also had the name Ling Ruoyao written on it. In an instant, Ling Hanrui became weak all over, her eyes blank. The onlookers also looked at Xiao Ruoqing in disbelief. How could the dying Xiao family have so much money? Tens of billions, just like that? Xiao Ruoqing sneered coldly, walked up with the wedding dress, and softly said, Ruoya, these betrothal gifts are all for you. Do you like them? The wedding dress may be a bit simple, but it was personally chosen by my grandma. Marriage is the most important thing in a girl's life. Using an old wedding dress that has been kept for many years indeed feels a bit unfair for her. I love it, I love all of it. Ling Ruoya nodded seriously, holding the wedding dress, looking at it repeatedly. That genuine affection cannot be faked. As long as it's from you, whether it's expensive or cheap. Ling Ruoya looked at Xiao Ruoqing affectionately, it's all my most precious gifts. Silly girl. Xiao Ruoqing pulled Ling Ruoya into his arms. A handsome man and a beautiful woman embraced passionately. Seeing this scene, some employees started to applaud involuntarily. The applause grew louder, filling the entire corridor. Oh, I really misjudged earlier. I didn't expect that President Ling is the truly blessed one. The Xiao family is still in deep trouble, yet they can present tens of billions in betrothal gifts, which clearly shows how much the Xiao family values President Ling. A good man like this is hard to find even with a lantern. Applause and compliments echoed around continuously. There were also some sarcastic comments aimed at the kneeling Ling Hanrui. Words like knives cut deeply into her heart. Ling Hanrui did not dare to look up, not daring to face those gazes. At this moment, she felt like a clown, becoming the laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Looking at Ling Ruoya and Xiao Ruoqing, who were like stars surrounded by the moon in the crowd. Ling Hanrui's expression became momentarily dazed. A ridiculous thought suddenly arose in her heart. What if, back then, she had not refused Xiao Ruoqing's marriage proposal and married him? Wouldn't all the applause and attention be hers? Even the position of general manager of the Ling Group would also have been hers. One misstep leads to another. All the flowers and applause that should have belonged to her were taken by Ling Ruoya. Why should it be? Ling Hanrui felt as if her soul had been lost, an emotion called regret rose from her heart, and could no longer dissipate. Ling Ruoya, all of this is mine. Ling Hanrui crazily stood up and rushed toward Ling Ruoya, you shameless woman, why are you stealing my things? Give it back to me. Seeing her acting insane, everyone retreated. Xiao Ruoqing instinctively grabbed Ling Ruoya's arm, ready to protect her. I'm fine. However, a firm voice from Ling Ruoya came alongside. Immediately after, she stepped forward and raised her hand, slapping Ling Hanrui across the face. Ling Hanrui, don't act crazy here. It was you who didn't know your worth, rejecting this gem named Ruoqing, while valuing a grain of sand. Ling Ruoya's voice was cold, everything that led to this point is because of your greed, you brought it upon yourself, you can't blame others. If you dare to make a scene again, don't blame me for kicking you out of here without regard for family ties. Smack. The crisp slap brought Ling Hanrui back to reality. I brought this upon myself? Ling Hanrui's expression was dazed, crying and laughing. Where am I not as good as you? It's the heavens that are blind, making me misjudge someone.
This marriage proposal was supposed to be mine, the general manager was also supposed to be mine. Ling Hanrui's tears fell like rain, her heart filled only with regret.
Thud, thud, thud. Urgent footsteps sounded. Yun Tian ran up, panting.
Seeing Ling Hanrui sitting on the ground, lost and dejected, Yun Tian looked confused.
Hanrui, didn't I tell you to wait for me downstairs?
Yun Tian spoke excitedly. Let's go, I've contacted the hotel, the boss himself arranged a welcome ceremony.
How is this occasion?
As he spoke, he pulled Ling Hanrui's arm, ready to help her up. However, Ling Hanrui's face turned cold, and she suddenly pushed Yun Tian away.
Where do you think you're going? Who would want to marry a useless man like you? Chapter 43, let's see who the real clown is. Hanrui, what are you doing?
Yun Tian stumbled from the push, looking at her in confusion.
You were fine just now, why are you suddenly so angry? Did someone bully you?
Ling Hanrui let out a cold laugh, pointing at the betrothal gifts on the ground. Yun Tian, tell me, are these betrothal gifts really from you? Upon hearing this, Yun Tian was slightly startled, his expression a bit awkward.
This should be so. Should be? Ling Hanrui's voice suddenly rose. Hanrui, don't be angry yet, I haven't confirmed with my family.
Yun Tian chuckled nervously, explaining, but I think, it should be my dad who had someone send them.
HMPF, Yun Tian, you still want to pretend at this point?
Ling Hanrui's face turned pale, fiercely saying, these betrothal gifts were all sent for Ling Ruoyo by Xiao Ruocheng. You made me lose face in front of so many people, I hate you. Yun Tian's gaze involuntarily shifted to the betrothal gifts, his heart racing.
No wonder Hanrui was so angry. It turned out to be a misunderstanding about the betrothal gifts.
Looking at the furious Ling Hanrui, Yun Tian could only speak gently to persuade her. Hanrui, please don't be angry. It's my fault, I didn't investigate clearly and made you lose face, but don't worry, the Yun family's betrothal gifts will definitely not be lacking. The Longyun International Hotel has assured me, there will definitely be no problems. The hotel boss will personally host us, and will make sure to supplement the gifts later. Let's go check the hotel now.
Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned in their direction.
The banner of Longyun International Hotel was indeed impressive, and being able to choose it as the wedding venue showed the Yun family's importance. In an instant, many envious gazes flew over. Ling Hanrui finally regained some face, and her expression softened a bit.
Alright, then I'll reluctantly give you another chance.
Ling Hanrui glanced at Yun Tian, rubbing her red eyes, but you'd better not let me down again.
You can rest assured.
Yun Tian patted his chest, swearing, this time, there will definitely be no mistakes. I personally called the hotel to confirm. They've prepared a wedding banquet, the standard is the highest, a table of dishes costs 500,000.
Really?
Ling Hanrui's eyes lit up, finally showing a smile.
Absolutely true, there's no way it's fake. Yun Tian confirmed. Then let's go, let's see it first.
Ling Hanrui stopped crying and nodded satisfied. She then took Yun Tian's arm, and the two were about to leave.
Xiao Ruocheng turned back, looking at Ling Ruoya. Should we also go check the hotel? I've also booked the wedding venue at Longyun International Hotel.
As soon as the words fell, Ling Hanrui and Yun Tian paused.
Xiao Ruocheng, have you not had enough? Yun Tian scoffed, turning around, dissatisfied with Xiao Ruocheng. You think you can compete with me? Is Longyun International Hotel a place you can book? Xiao Ruocheng glanced at Yun Tian indifferently, disdainfully shaking his head. Just because you can book Longyun International Hotel, does that mean others can't? Where I decide to hold my wedding has nothing to do with you. Ha, you just keep talking tough.
Yun Tian mocked, usually you brag a bit, but for something like this.
You really dare to brag.
I tell you, just now, I called the hotel, and the staff told me that for the past few days, the hotel has been focusing on serving me and will not accept any other guests.
The Yun family has booked the whole place for my and Hanrui's wedding, do you understand?
Looking at Yun Tian's confident face, Xiao Ruochen had a strange expression and almost laughed out loud.
The Longyun International Hotel was indeed booked entirely. But it was Yuzhen who booked it under the name of Hanhai Group. What does it have to do with the Yun family?
He ignored Yun Tian and looked down at Ling Ruoya, gently saying,
the wedding is about to happen, do you want to go take a look?
Ling Ruoya bit her lip lightly, tugging at Xiao Ruochen's clothes, and whispered, Ruochen, did you really book this hotel? If not booked, there's no need to argue with them, it's just a hotel, it doesn't matter where it is. Longyun Hotel is indeed high-end, but it's too wasteful of money, it's unnecessary.
Xiao Ruochen looked at Ling Ruoyao's worried appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Ruoyao, do you trust me? He gently held Ling Ruoyao's hands and asked seriously.
Ling Ruoya was taken aback and nodded earnestly, of course I trust you. Then let's go take a look together.
I promise to give you the most romantic wedding.
After speaking, Xiao Ruochen linked his arm with Ling Ruoyao's, and they leaned together, walking downstairs. Seeing this scene, Yun Tian shook his head and sneered, really asking for humiliation, since you insist on going, let's see who is the clown. The Longyun International Hotel is 40 stories tall. As the most luxurious high-end hotel in Donghai City, every banquet held here is extremely luxurious.
The membership system directly excludes ordinary people.
At this moment, the hotel boss, Peng Daong, was sweating profusely, personally on site, directing all hotel staff to prepare for the welcome.
The high-end red wool carpet was laid out at the hotel entrance. The scene was magnificent.
Seeing that everything was finally set up, Peng Daong breathed a sigh of relief and nervously dialed Yuzhen's phone. Manager Yu, I have arranged everything according to your instructions, and we are ready to welcome Chairman Xiao and his wife at any time. Someone will send the photos of the scene to you shortly.
Good. On the other end of the phone, Yuzhen smiled in satisfaction. Boss Peng, you better perform well later.
Chairman Xiao is our Hanhai Group's new chairman.
As long as you can make him happy, Hanhai Group might consider acquiring Longyun International Hotel.
Peng Daong's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded and bowed, his voice becoming even more respectful. Manager Yu, you can rest assured, I will certainly not disappoint Chairman Xiao. Chairman Xiao just contacted the hotel, and because Chairman Xiao is coming, I had someone urgently add an extra 300,000 in expenses to prepare the welcome scene as a gesture from our hotel. Then you take good care of Chairman Xiao, contact me anytime if there are any issues. Yuzhen felt much more at ease, gave a few more instructions, and then hung up the phone. Peng Daong had just finished when a car drove in from a distance. Seeing this scene, Peng Daong immediately perked up.
What are you all doing?
Chairman Xiao is here, hurry up and prepare to welcome him.
With a command, the employees of Longyun International Hotel immediately stood in previously arranged formations, aligning left and right.
Peng Daong rubbed his face vigorously, whether he could make Chairman Xiao satisfied depended on this time.
Sizzle!
Yun Tian's Porsche stopped at the entrance, and Ling Han Rui rolled down the window. Looking at the red carpet stretching for hundreds of meters, the enthusiastic staff, and the floating balloons and fireworks, her smile was radiant. She turned back, looking at Yun Tian with emotion. Brother Tian, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now, I shouldn't have said that to you.
Yun Tian waved his hand, smiling and shaking his head. It's fine, I don't care about these things, isn't it just a bit of betrothal gifts? The Xiao family can afford it, and so can the Yun family. Okay, let's go down and take a look, the boss of Longyun Hotel is still waiting. Ling Hanrui shyly nodded. Then, the two got out of the car.
Seeing a man and a woman get out of the car, Peng Daong quickly adjusted his clothes and jogged over with his staff. Chairman Xiao, I am Peng Daong, the owner of Longyun International Hotel. On behalf of all the hotel staff, I welcome your arrival.
Chairman Xiao?
Hearing these words, Yun Tian and Ling Hanrui both froze in surprise.
Chapter 44, Turning the Wedding into a Funeral.
Seeing that the two's reactions were not good, Peng Daong immediately felt a tightness in his heart. Thinking carefully, his earlier words seemed to have no problem. Where exactly did he go wrong that dissatisfied Chairman Xiao? Chairman Xiao, is there anything you are not satisfied with? Peng Daong said cautiously, if there's anything that needs fixing, just let me know, and I will correct it immediately. Yun Tian's expression turned ugly, and he coldly said, I am Yun Tian, not Chairman Xiao.
Upon hearing this, Peng Daong was even more confused. Didn't Chairman Xiao say he would come in person?
It seems that the real person did not come, but only sent someone to check. If he had known this, there would have been no need for such a grand effort, including a welcoming ceremony. However, after all, this person was sent by Chairman Xiao. He might still be a confidant of Chairman Xiao, so he must not be neglected. Thinking of this, Peng Daong smiled and said, Mr. Yun, you can rest assured, we are all ready. For tomorrow's wedding banquet, our entire hotel will be cleared. The banquet halls on the first to third floors will have food and drinks supplied all day. In addition, we have arranged a grand ceremony on the top floor to ensure Chairman Zhao's wedding is a complete success. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanrui's expression worsened a bit, and a possibility popped into her mind. Could it be that this wedding banquet was also arranged by Xiao Ruochen? She turned her head, her gaze icy. Yun Tian, is this the surprise you promised me? Then I truly thank you. Yun Tian looked embarrassed. Hanrui, don't be anxious, there must be some misunderstanding. As he spoke, he pulled Ling Hanrui, signaling her to calm down first. However, Ling Hanrui forcefully pushed Yun Tian away. Yun Tian, you have let me down too much. Ling Hanrui said, quickly walking to Peng Daong and hesitating, the Chairman Xiao you mentioned, is it the chairman of Junwei Group? Hearing this, Peng Daong frowned. Miss, what kind of joke is this? A Junwei Group, do I need to specially come out for a welcoming ceremony for him? Pang Daeon spoke each word clearly. I am waiting for the chairman of Hanhai Group, Chairman Xiao Ruocheng.
Boom! This statement hit Ling Hanrui like a thunderclap, ringing in her ears. How is this possible?
Ling Hanrui took a step back, her eyes dazed, murmuring, how could Xiao Ruocheng be the chairman of Hanhai Group?
If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she absolutely wouldn't believe it.
A labor reform inmate could have anything to do with a group worth tens of trillions.
What kind of joke?
Yun Tian was so shocked that his words were tangled.
At that moment, a black BMW slowly drove up.
The car stopped, and Xiao Ruocheng got out, coming to the passenger side and opening the door.
Come down and take a look, the wedding banquet is held here tomorrow. Ling Ruoyao grabbed the handrail and got out of the car.
What came into view was a ground full of flower petals, a row of firecrackers extending more than 10 meters. Red carpet, flowers, balloons. It looked quite spectacular.
These were all prepared by you?
Ling Ruoyao's voice choked slightly, her heart filled with indescribable emotion.
Xiao Ruocheng shamelessly nodded.
In fact, he was not aware of these arrangements at all. However, it must have been arranged by Yu Jin and was the same as what he had planned.
Do you like it?
Xiao Ruocheng held Ling Ruoyao's hand and smiled slightly.
I like it, as long as it's prepared by you, I like it. Ling Ruoyao's gaze was as tender as water, almost enough to melt people away. Ahem, this must be Chairman Xiao, right?
Pang Daeon walked over with a joyful face. Hello, I am the hotel owner, Pang Daeon, please step inside, you and your wife. Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Then, a group of people walked towards the hotel entrance. The cannon and band were prepared to burst into sound once again, and warm applause erupted from the crowd.
Yun Tian and Ling Hanrui stood aside like sculptures.
As Xiao Ruocheng passed by them, he deliberately paused for a moment.
Now, do you understand who the clown is?
The simple words were like a slap in the face, striking Yun Tian hard. Ling Hanrui said nothing, as if she had lost her soul. Even until everyone had entered the hotel, she remained in a daze.
Yun Tian took a deep breath and forced a laugh. Hanrui, you don't really believe it, do you?
You know what kind of person Xiao Ruocheng is best, a labor reform criminal. How could he be the chairman of the Hanhai Group? I suspect that these people are just actors hired by Xiao Ruocheng, simply putting on a show.
Don't worry,
Before Yun Tian could finish, Ling Hanrui coldly pushed him away.
Get lost.
You useless waste, stay away from me. Seeing her disgusted expression, Yun Tian's anger flared, and he said coldly, Ling Hanrui.
I'm not giving you face anymore. You are just a second-hand item engaged to someone, pretending to be a pure jade girl. Do you really think I lack women?
Look at you, from head to toe, how do you compare with Ling Ruoyao?
What right do you have to compete with her?
Yun Tian spoke recklessly, his words sharp as daggers. It was like a sharp knife piercing into Ling Hanrui's heart.
Yun Tian, you waste, what right do you have to speak about me?
Ling Hanrui trembled all over, her anger irrepressible. I'll fight you.
With that, she seemed to go mad, lunging at Yun Tian.
In the hotel, Pang Daeon personally led the two from the first floor to the third floor, giving the entire banquet hall a thorough tour. Ling Ruoyao was dazzled, and at the same time, her heart felt warm. As the general manager of the Ling Group, she had seen her share of the world. On the contrary, Ling Ruoyao was very clear that this whole setup must have cost a lot of money. Ruocheng, to be honest, at first, I just wanted to use you to free myself from the family's arranged marriage, but I didn't expect them all to be blind.
You are the real true dragon.
In a daze, Ling Ruoyao recalled how Xiao Ruocheng had helped her heal her face and legs. He had stood up for her and secured the Lanting project. He had supported her in front of the Ling family. One by one, each thing filled Ling Ruoyao's heart with immense guilt, her eyes moistening.
I feel that I am not worthy of you.
Ling Ruoyao's voice choked, as if she feared everything before her would slip through her fingers.
Don't say that.
Xiao Ruocheng looked gentle, taking Ling Ruoyao's hand, softly saying, You deserve all the beauty. As their eyes met, both of them were momentarily lost in each other's gaze.
Xiao Ruocheng embraced Ling Ruoyao tightly.
Their faces drew closer and closer together.
Meanwhile, in Donghai Hospital, in the special care unit,
Bai Jili lay quietly on the bed, eyes tightly shut, his face weak. Husband, our son has been ruined like this, he is your Bai family's blood. The Black Dragon Gang is unreliable, you must think of a way to avenge Jili. If our son doesn't wake up, I won't live either. Bai Jili's mother, Li Li, cried pitifully, looking at her husband, whose expression was dark and grim.
Shut up.
Stop crying. Bai Chonghuan said coldly, grinding his teeth, that little bastard Xiao Ruocheng, just out of prison, dares to lay hands on my son. It seems there's no need to leave a single heir from the Xiao family. Tomorrow, Xiao Ruocheng is holding a wedding at Longyun International Hotel. I will turn this wedding into a funeral.
Chapter 45, Xiao Ruocheng, delivering a coffin to the door.
Hearing this, Lily finally smiled through her tears. Looking at her son on the sickbed, who had been declared completely incapable of male function by the doctor, her eyes filled with hatred. Not only that little beast Xiao Ruoqing, but also that bitch Su Fian. Lily looked fierce. Geely has fallen to this point, it's all her fault. I will make that bitch suffer 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Bai Chonghuan nodded heavily, gently patting Lily's shoulder, seriously saying, wife. Don't worry, Geely is my son, he is lying in bed, I feel distressed too. Upon hearing this, Lily leaned against Bai Chonghuan's shoulder, quietly sobbing. Bai Chonghuan narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with intense malice. Don't worry, I will definitely give you and Geely an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps came from outside the door. Baya pushed the door open and entered, seeing the weak Bai Geely on the sickbed, her face filled with heartache. Dad, Mom, how is Geely today? Baya walked to Bai Geely's bed, her eyes reddened. Humph, how can you still have the face to come back? Upon seeing his daughter, Bai Chonghuan immediately boiled with anger, coldly scoffing, Geely was so seriously injured, it's so hard to even ask that bastard Guizhen for help. Back then, I was truly blind to have let you marry him. Dad. Baya wiped her tears and said aggrievely, it's not that Guizhen is unwilling to help, we had already found someone, but who knew that a cold snow warrior Lin Wanru suddenly appeared and saved him? We originally planned to deal with Xiao Ruoqing after Lin Wanru left, but unexpectedly, that kid has a master under him, very powerful, even the third master of the Black Dragon Gang was scared off. It's not that we aren't helping Geely take revenge, we just encountered some trouble, please wait a moment, we will definitely find a way. At this point, Baya wore a helpless expression. Yesterday, Gui Tianyi and his son nearly died at the hands of Xiao Ruoqing, relying on humble submission for their lives. If she told others, probably no one would believe it. You damn thing, are you still helping that bastard talk? Bai Chonghuan's eyes held a trace of mockery, before you make up nonsense, did you think it through? Xiao Ruoqing is just a recently released labor reform prisoner, the Xiao family is on its last legs, getting worse by the day, and you tell me they're raising a master? Moreover, there are only a few masters in the provincial city, and in the small Donghai, even innate warriors are enough to be dominant. Who would believe this kind of talk? I'm telling the truth. Baya also wanted to know where the Xiao family got the capital to make masters work for them, but this was the truth. The Xiao family not only has one master, but Xiao Ruoqing also has dozens or even hundreds of inner family warriors around him. Baya sincerely said, Dad, we all underestimated the Xiao family. Humph. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Bai Chonghuan's face darkened with anger, he shouted, the Bai family, as one of the 8 great families of Donghai, only supports a little over a dozen warriors, how can a broken Xiao family support dozens or hundreds of warriors? If the Xiao family really had such deep foundations, they would have become the #1 family in Donghai long ago, they wouldn't have fallen to this state. Baya honestly didn't know how to explain, her eyes filled with tears of desperation. Dad, what I said is true, I came here to remind you not to act against Xiao Ruoqing. Revenge isn't rushed, the Black Dragon Gang is already contacting the provincial city for solutions. Baya. Lily could no longer hold back, madly standing up and pointing at the sickbed where Bai Geely lay, roaring, open your eyes and see, lying in bed is your own brother. Geely is your dad's and my only son, he has been crippled, and you actually don't want us to take revenge. You dead girl, do you still care about this family? Baya stammered, Mom, I didn't say not to let you take revenge, but that Xiao. Enough. Bai Chonghuan coldly interrupted, saying sternly, get out, the Bai family has no unfilial daughter like you. Baya's whole body trembled, stunned in place. She opened her mouth, realizing she had nothing more to say. In the moment of her distraction, Bai Chonghuan roughly pushed her out of the room. With a loud bang, the hospital door slammed shut, and inside came Lily's curses. Baya left the hospital, pale as a ghost, in a daze. In the evening, Rose Garden Clubhouse. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Ruoqing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the night scenery outside. Chu Hongyan, Fang Qiu, Wei Hang, and the Qinsei twin messengers stood respectfully behind him. After finishing a cigarette, Chu Hongyan stepped forward holding the ashtray with both hands. Xiao Ruoqing stubbed out his cigarette, raising his head and scanning the crowd. Is everything ready? Chu Hongyan nodded respectfully, President, everything has been prepared according to your instructions. Xiao Ruoqing nonchalantly ordered, Shinsa, come forth. At your command. At the command, 2 graceful beauties slightly bowed. Xiao Ruoqing said flatly, you don't need to follow, protect my grandfather and sister-in-law. We will obey. The Qin and Sei pair answered respectfully, then stepped back. The rest, follow me. After leaving these words, Xiao Ruoqing turned and walked downstairs. Fang Qiu and the others exchanged glances, not daring to slack off, following closely behind. As the group descended the stairs, they arrived at the entrance of the Rose Garden. At this moment, dozens of cars were parked outside the Rose Garden, members of the Jin and Mu factions were already waiting in the cars. In the center of the convoy, there was a truck.
On the truck, there stood a pitch-black, heavy coffin. Xiao Ruocheng squinted slightly. This was the gift he prepared for the Duan family. Yesterday, he gave Duan Xingye a whole day to investigate who was targeting the Xiao family. Now that the time was up, Duan Xingye had not responded. It was time to pay the Duan family a visit. Zhu Hongyan opened the door of the Bentley, her red lips slightly parted. President, please get in the car. Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly and sat inside the car. Then, the convoy slowly started moving, heading towards the Duan family. Meanwhile, inside the Duan family hall, Duan Xingye looked anxious, pacing back and forth in the hall. Elder brother, you've been pacing around here for 2 hours, can you just stop? I'm getting dizzy. Duan Changgang, the second son of the Duan family, had a disgruntled look, unable to help but speak out. Duan Xingye slammed his thigh, glancing at his watch, gritting his teeth and saying, the time is almost up, how can I not be anxious? You haven't seen for yourself, so you don't know how ruthless Xiao Ruocheng is. Even Lord Wen treats him with respect and calls him president. He's just a vice president at best. Duan Changgang dismissively waved his hand. Elder brother, you are just too cautious, the Xiao family is only a minor family, what is there to fear? Even when the time comes, how can Xiao Ruocheng bring people to attack the Duan family? If he really had that courage, today would be his death day. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! A loud crash suddenly echoed from the Duan family's entrance. Duan Xingye's body jolted, his legs going weak. He had a strong premonition. Xiao Ruocheng must have arrived. Sure enough, a cold yet familiar voice reverberated around. The time has come, Xiao Ruocheng presents a coffin at your door. Chapter 46, Opening the Coffin, Releasing the People. He's here, Xiao Ruocheng is really here. Hearing Xiao Ruocheng's cold voice, Duan Xingye trembled violently, his eyes filled with fear. Elder brother, what exactly are you panicking about? Duan Changgang looked disdainful. Since this kid has come to seek death, just right, I want to see what he can do. Then, he quickly walked out of the hall. Arriving in the courtyard, he saw a young man in black standing tall. Behind him were people dressed in yellow clothes and green armor, all exuding a terrifying aura of killing. In the center, a few people were carrying a heavy, pitch-black coffin, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. The Duan family members, who had come out upon hearing the noise, were startled by this scene. After all, the Duan family was one of the 8 major families of Donghai. How could someone openly come to cause trouble at the Duan family? You Xiao kid, have you lost your mind? You really dare to come here? Duan Changgang had an angry face, looking coldly at Xiao Ruocheng. I've come to deliver a gift, is this how the Duan family treats its guests? Xiao Ruocheng said indifferently, speak insolently, slap him. Upon hearing the command. In the crowd, Wei Hang grinned wickedly, his figure swiftly darting out. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap resonated all around. Duan Changgang's face turned swollen like a pig's head, and he opened his mouth, spitting out blood and broken teeth. President, please take a seat. Fang Chou, having good sense, brought a chair and placed it behind Xiao Ruocheng. Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly, sitting on the chair and crossing his legs. Coldly said, where is Duan Xingye? In 10 breaths of time, let him roll out to see me. Hearing that he was looking for Duan Xingye, the members of the Duan family immediately stirred and searched around. Soon, all eyes focused on the back of the crowd. Duan Xingye, knowing he couldn't hide, had no choice but to tremblingly step out and stammered, Xiao, give me a little more time. I'm still investigating, don't worry, the results will come soon. Xiao Ruocheng sneered, his gaze playful, you promised a day's time, and you're making it difficult for me like this? But, it's not impossible. After saying this, he pointed to the coffin on the ground and smiled slightly, why don't you lie inside for a while and feel it in advance? Upon hearing this, Duan Xingye shook his head like a rattle drum. No, please, Xiao, give me some more time, I will definitely give you. Duan Xingye was so frightened that his face turned white, if he went in there, would he ever come out again? I have already promised you to give more time, you wouldn't refuse this small matter, would you? Xiao Ruocheng turned to look at Fang Qiu, indifferently said, go, send him into the coffin to lie for a while. Fang Qiu respectfully replied, yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. Crash! 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 The blue stone slab underfoot instantly cracked open. Such a horrifying scene already stunned Duan Xingye, standing there like a statue. A figure quickly enlarged. Fang Qiu grabbed Duan Xingye by the shoulder. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly erupted. Presumptuous! Immediately, a dozen figures surged from all directions. At the forefront was a strong middle-aged man, walking quickly. It was Tan Yang, the captain of the Duan family's guard. Tan Yang stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular arms bulging, looking extraordinarily strong. Seeing Tan Yang leading the family guards appear, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Tan Yang, as the captain of the guards, was naturally not to be underestimated.
Innate great perfection.
Although he was not the top combat power in Donghai, he had been practicing martial arts since childhood, mastering the Yulong Bagua palm to perfection. Even against an innate full circle, he still had the strength to fight. With him around, at least the family would not perish.
Captain Tan, you finally arrived. Quickly catch this little beast. Duan Xingye gritted his teeth, said with resentment, daring to come to the Duan family to cause trouble, I want him to pay the price. Hearing this, Tan Yang's eyes turned slightly cold, instantly locking onto Xiao Ruochun. A wave of pressure gradually released. Second master, just watch. Tan Yang took a deep breath, secretly gathering his innate true energy, preparing to take action.
Don't make it too bloody, it would be bad if it scares Duan family's friends. Xiao Ruochun glanced at Wei Hang beside him, softly said.
Understood.
Wei Hang nodded respectfully, then similarly began to channel his true energy.
A terrifying aura erupted like a storm. The pressure was far stronger than Tan Yang's. Just standing there, it felt like a mountain, impossible to surpass. Master.
Tan Yang's complexion changed wildly, he cried out in disbelief. Just then, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, a trace of blood surfaced at the corner of his mouth.
So terrifying.
Just by the imposing aura, he was unstable in breath and even felt faint internal injuries.
Is this the power of a master?
Tan Yang struggled to swallow, forcing himself to calm down. A martial arts master was the true dividing line for internal family martial artists. With Tan Yang's strength, practicing Yulong Bagua palm for decades, he thought he could fight against an innate full-circle warrior.
Even if he couldn't win, he at least could make the other party pay a price. But, in front of a master, it didn't work.
Not to mention one innate great perfection, even 10 or 100, there was no chance of winning against a master.
Tan Yang's master was also a remarkable figure.
He devoted his life to becoming a master but unfortunately, died without achieving his wish.
Good, it seems you are not stupid. Wei Hang laughed loudly, quickly approaching Tan Yang, and struck out with a palm.
Before the sound fell, the person arrived first. Tan Yang's back turned cold, a layer of fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. This palm, it was too late to dodge. Tan Yang gritted his teeth and decided to fight hard. To be able to duel with a master, even if it means death, it's worth it.
Move like a swimming dragon, change like lightning, steady like a rock. Tan Yang silently chanted the incantation and swiftly stepped back 2 paces.
His steps flowed like clouds in water, quickly gliding along the directions of the Bagua. Facing Wei Hang's palm coming down, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and struck down with both palms. A terrifying strength stirred the innate internal energy within him. In the air, it seemed as if the Bagua pattern was forming.
Bang! The palms collided.
Almost the next second, Tan Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying away like a broken kite. He landed on the ground, cracking the bluestone slab beneath him, stirring up clouds of dust. Swimming Dragon 8 trigrams palm, not bad, not bad. To switch from external training to internal training is quite difficult.
Wei Hang nodded slightly in approval. To survive under my palm, you can be proud. However, this is where it ends.
Let me show you what the real gap is.
With his words, Wei Hang pointed.
A white true chi shot out like a silk ribbon, flashing like lightning, piercing through Tan Yang's forehead.
Tan Yang's eyes widened, his pupils still filled with deep disbelief.
He never expected that he couldn't even withstand a single move in front of a master. At this moment, everything around was silent.
Only heavy breathing could be heard.
The members of the Duan family looked pale, watching Wei Hang return behind Xiao Ruochuan, their shock difficult to express. The Xiao family boy actually has a master under him. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, it would be simply unbelievable.
At the same time, Fang Qiu also carried Duan Xingye back to Xiao Ruochuan's front. President, the person has been brought back. Duan Xingye trembled like a leaf, looking at Xiao Ruochuan in fear.
Uncle Duan, sorry for the trouble, please lie down for a while.
Xiao Ruochuan waved his hand gently.
Behind, the few men carrying the coffin placed it down.
Bang!
The coffin hit the ground heavily, startling Duan Xingye to shiver involuntarily.
Xiao Ruochuan said lightly, open the coffin, release the person. Chapter 47, Burn it. As you command. Fang Qiu smiled coldly, lifting Duan Xingye as he walked toward the coffin. No, don't.
Duan Xingye struggled desperately, but his struggles were all in vain.
I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong.
Young Master Xiao, I'll check right away, just give me one more chance. His cries gradually faded, and Fang Qiu pushed Duan Xingye into the coffin, closing the lid.
The last bit of light disappeared. Duan Xingye was terrified, the coffin was pitch black, emitting a damp and cold aura. He banged on the coffin desperately, hoping to be let out. However, it was of no use. Endless fear surged into his heart like a tide.
A shrill scream came from inside the coffin. Xiao Ruochuan remained indifferent, as if he had not heard a thing. His cold gaze swept through the crowd. The members of the Duan family trembled, lowering their heads, fearing to attract his attention. Those with small hearts had even peeved their pants in fright. Xiao Ruochuan's expression was blank, his long fingers gently tapping on the chair back. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. An old man with white hair leaned on a cane, walking out from the backyard. Seeing this person, Xiao Ruochuan's eyes narrowed slightly.
Duan Shirtong.
He was the head of the Duan family, having held power for over 30 years, and was a big shot in the East Sea. It was said that he had some friendship with Xiao Ruochuan's grandfather. Young Master Xiao, please stop. Duan Shirtong sighed deeply. If there's anything, just come to me.
All right, Elder Duan, I respect you as an elder, so I will give you this face.
Xiao Ruochuan looked at Feng Qiu and said lightly, let him go. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiu opened the lid.
Duan Shengye crawled out of the coffin, completely soaked, gasping for air. The person has been released, Elder Duan, you should know what I want.
Xiao Ruochuan did not get up, crossing his legs casually, boldly saying, this time, don't let me down again. Hearing this, Duan Shirtong showed a bitter smile and slowly closed his eyes. One wrong step, and it's a step into darkness. Young Master Xiao, I beg you to spare Duan family's life. Duan Shirtong had a face full of a hero's twilight, and with a sigh, he said, what you want to know, the old man knows no secrets. Good. Xiao Ruochuan smiled slightly, I appreciate Lord Duan's honesty. He then looked at the members of the Duan family huddled together, his voice cold, for the sake of Lord Duan, you have 10 seconds. If you escape from here within 10 seconds, I will not pursue it any further. As soon as the words fell, after a brief silence, the faces of the Duan family members changed wildly, and they madly scrambled to flee outside the courtyard. Daddy, I'm scared. Get away. Duan Chenggang struggled to stand up, kicking away his crying daughter, and limped desperately towards the exit.
In an instant, the entire Duan family's courtyard was in chaos.
Everyone no longer cared about the dignity of the noble family and fled in despair.
Crying and cursing intertwined, creating a chaotic symphony.
Duan Shirtong sighed in despair, looking at the scene before him, feeling it was too ironic. These people enjoyed all the benefits the family provided. Yet in times of crisis, not one was willing to stay behind.
Now, can we talk?
Xiao Ruochuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If Duan Shirtong dared to play tricks, he could spare lives, but he could also take lives. Hearing this, Duan Shirtong's lips trembled as he slowly said, the Duan family indeed received orders to openly strike against the Xiao family. The best way is to cut off all hopes, acquire Junwei Group, and sever all of Xiao family's futures.
As soon as these words came out, Duan Shirtong's body couldn't help but tremble, feeling a deadly glare sweep over him.
That kind of feeling was like a thorn in his back, as if it could take his life at any moment.
My 3 brothers' deaths are also related to the Duan family?
Xiao Ruochuan's voice was icy, waving his hand casually.
The Duan family's gate slammed shut with a loud bang.
If the Duan family was truly one of the killers of his 3 brothers, today, he would leave not a single living person behind from the Duan family.
No.
Duan Shirtong hurriedly shook his head, speaking urgently, I can guarantee, your 3 brothers' deaths have nothing to do with the Duan family. The Duan family is just a local family in Donghai. What strength do we have to act against the war god?
Xiao, please see clearly.
Xiao Ruochuan's eyes narrowed. He believed these words. The war god was personally awarded by the emperor, holding significant power and military authority.
With the power of the Duan family, they indeed could not threaten his 3 brothers.
Well then, tell me, who ordered to cut off Xiao family's hopes?
Xiao Ruochuan's tone was cold, and what is their goal?
I am not very clear about the specific goals. Those people seem to be looking for something.
Duan Shirtong's voice was serious. As for who ordered, it is. Bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind Duan Shirtong. Xiao Ruochuan's expression changed dramatically.
The courtyard of the Duan family was extremely chaotic. For a moment, he didn't even notice someone would shoot at Duan Shirtong. Duan Shirtong also had a look of disbelief, slowly lowering his head to see the bullet hole in his chest. His expression was a mix of crying and laughing, filled with regret and melancholy.
You dare!
Xiao Ruochuan's eyes flickered with cold light as he quickly locked onto a young man in the crowd.
With one hit, the young man hurriedly dropped the gun and turned to flee.
Stop him! Xiao Ruochuan angrily slapped out. A violent energy surged out, instantly catching up to the young man.
Puff!
The young man let out a muffled groan, falling straight to the ground. Xiao Ruochuan rushed forward, lifting the young man up, about to interrogate him. Suddenly, the young man revealed a cold smile. Black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He had poisoned himself to death. Xiao Ruochuan exuded an endless chill. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. He threw the body aside and approached Duan Shirtong, reaching out to check his pulse. As soon as he finished, Xiao Ruoqing shook his head and sighed. The young man who fired was very skilled, the bullet penetrated the heart and veins, even with his medical skills, he could do nothing to save him. After finally getting a clue about the enemy, due to his negligence, it was severed again. Xiao Ruoqing's mood plummeted. From the available information, the enemy's power was indeed not small, they could not only control a family like the Duan family, but also easily insert death warriors. The road of revenge is long and arduous. 10 seconds passed in a flash. Cries filled the air, all the members of the Duan family who didn't escape were killed on the spot. Xiao Ruoqing turned a deaf ear, returned to the young man's side, and searched around but found no useful information. Rip! He tore open the young man's shirt, revealing a scorpion tattoo. It seemed to be the emblem of some organization. Xiao Ruoqing thought for a moment but didn't find any related organization. So, he took out his phone and snapped a picture of the scorpion tattoo on the young man's back. This might be the only clue left to use. After doing all this, Xiao Ruoqing raised his head and looked at the Duan family's courtyard. At that moment, there were no survivors left in the yard. Duan Qingye and Duan Chenggang were given special treatment. Just as they were about to run out of the yard, they were stopped by Feng Qiu, falling into a pool of blood, 1 hit each. President, those who leave alive are 1 in 10. Chu Hongyan said respectfully, what should we do next? Xiao Ruoqing threw his phone to Chu Hongyan, make sure to remember this scorpion tattoo, use the Rose Society's resources to thoroughly investigate the East Sea, even the whole Jiangbei province, for anyone with similar tattoos. Better to kill the wrong person than let one escape. Hearing the chill in his words, Chu Hongyan's expression tightened. Yes. I understand. Chu Hongyan took the phone and started sending messages to the branches of the Rose Society. Xiao Ruoqing pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and turned to walk outside. Seeing this, Chu Hongyan stood dazed and said, President, the Duan family is finished, this courtyard. A cold voice came from behind. Burn it. Chapter 48, on the wedding day, picking up the bride. A cigarette burned out. The Duan family was engulfed in flames. The fierce fire illuminated Xiao Ruoqing's handsome and enchanting face. The Duan family, one of the 8 great families of the East Sea, was now gone. President, the weather is getting cooler. With a slight weight on his shoulder, Chu Hongyan draped a coat over Xiao Ruoqing. Under the glow of the fire, her face appeared even paler. Wearing a red qipao, she highlighted her perfect curves and mature charm. Xiao Ruoqing nodded slightly. Everyone go home. One by one, people got into their cars. When they arrived home, the light in Xiao Genoa's study was still on. Xiao Chang, you came back just in time. As soon as he entered, Xiao Genoa peeked his head out and waved to Xiao Ruoqing. Come, Grandpa has something to discuss with you. Xiao Ruoqing stepped forward. Grandpa, it's so late, why aren't you asleep? What are you busy with? Xiao Genoa pointed at the neatly arranged items on the table wrapped in red cloth. The family is declining, these are some things I've collected. If Ruoyao marries you as a wife, even if she has some shortcomings, we must not neglect her. You see if these are enough, if not, we can add more. Xiao Ruoqing received the list of gifts his grandpa handed over. It felt very substantial, and the words on it were heavy. 2 authentic pieces by Master Tang from the Ming Dynasty, a pair of exquisite agate jade, and a property in East Sea City. The total value of these gifts exceeded 10 million. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Xiao Genoa looked at Xiao Ruoqing anxiously. In the past, tens of millions might have just been a night's spending in his grandson's hands. But he had pieced together only this much, fearing that Xiao Ruoqing would find it shabby. I'm very satisfied, but not needed. Xiao Ruoqing gently placed the gift list back on the table, shaking his head. Grandpa, I've already sent the betrothal gifts. You should keep these for yourself. Xiao Genoa's face turned serious. Xiao Chang, you just got out of prison, how could you have money for betrothal gifts? Marriage is not a small matter. If the betrothal gifts are too shabby, it will not only put the Xiao family in a poor light but also make that girl feel wronged. Grandpa, Ruoya won't mind these. Xiao Ruoqing pressed down on Xiao Genoa's shoulder, encouraging him to sit down in the chair. Don't worry, I have prepared plenty of betrothal gifts, I won't neglect her. Also, the wedding venue and ceremony have been fully prepared, you don't need to worry about that anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Genoa felt relieved. Gently patted Xiao Ruoqing's hand. Good child, you've grown up. You're about to get married, so hurry up and have a son or daughter. The Xiao family cannot be without an heir forever. Hearing these words, Xiao Ruoqing instantly felt overwhelmed. Grandfather, I still have a little business to take care of. It's getting late, you should rest early. Xiao Ruoqing deflected and hurriedly escaped. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruoqing got up early and changed into his wedding attire. Looking at the straight-cut traditional tang suit in the mirror, paired with his handsome face, Xiao Ruoqing was very satisfied. Stepping out of the bedroom door, Su Fian waved at him. Come here, and see if my dress fits. Xiao Ruoqing looked up. Su Fian was dressed in a classical cheapao, her hair pinned up, her snow-white neck exposed, looking dignified and elegant. With a body that could be called perfect, combined with exquisite makeup, she was neither tacky nor upstaging others. "Big sister, this outfit looks very appropriate, and you look very beautiful," Xiao Ruocheng replied seriously. That's good." Receiving Xiao Ruocheng's praise, Su Fian felt an inexplicable joy. Once the three were ready, Su Fian took out her phone to call the reserved convoy to come over. Xiao Ruocheng quickly stopped her. "Big sister, no need to trouble yourself. I've already arranged the convoy." "You arranged it?" Su Fian frowned slightly, secretly guessing he might have ordered some luxury cars for show. Actually, Su Fian also knew quite a few friends in the East Sea business world. It was easy to gather a nice convoy. There was no need to specifically spend money to hire a convoy. Stepping out the door, a row of Bentley cars was parked outside, an endless luxurious convoy. Even the lowest class luxury car would cost hundreds of thousands. The three each got into their car, and the convoy drove on, with firecrackers going off beside the road. Drones hovered in the sky, showering petals everywhere. Su Fian felt a bit dissatisfied. After all, today was a happy occasion, but she didn't say anything critical. At the lakeside community. Dressed in her wedding gown, Ling Ruoyao, with red lips and white teeth, her curvy figure even more alluring in the wedding dress. Each frown and smile was like a graceful and elegant flower, perfect and flawless. Next to her stood Zhang Mei, who was well-dressed, and a middle-aged man in a suit with a stern expression. He was Ling Ruoyao's father, Ling Jianghua, who worked at the city lord's mansion. They're here, the convoy is coming." Zhang Mei saw a dozen cars slowly driving to the gate and her face lit up with joy. Ling Ruoyao lowered her head to adjust her dress, her face full of anticipation. Getting married, she had once fantasized about having a Prince Charming to light up her life, supporting each other through thick and thin. Xiao Ruocheng completely matched her ideal of a husband. As the convoy stopped, Xiao Ruocheng, holding flowers, strode over. His eyes contained an unprecedented determination. "Ruoyao, I'm here." As he approached, Xiao Ruocheng handed over the flowers. Ling Ruoyao accepted the flowers, nodding excitedly. The parents from both families officially met. Xiao Zhenhua, wearing a tang suit, exuded an extraordinary presence as he stepped forward and extended his hand to Ling Jianghua. "In-laws, hello." Ling Jianghua smiled. "Old man, you're too polite." Zhang Mei, meanwhile, joyfully pulled Su Fian over, praising her endlessly. "This girl is really beautiful." With a series of compliments, even Su Fian's usually aloof demeanor turned a bit rosy. The atmosphere was lively. After some simple greetings, everyone got into the cars and set off again. At Longyun International Hotel, the luxurious convoy slowly stopped, and Xiao Ruocheng and Ling Ruoyao stepped down hand in hand. In an instant, hundreds of fireworks went off together, countless flowers flooding like an ocean. At the hotel entrance, Peng Deong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately signaled the prepared band to start playing. The scene was exceptionally festive. At the hotel entrance, Su Tzuilian was waiting patiently with the Ling family. Seeing the two walking towards the entrance, she greeted them with a beaming smile. "Ruoyao, congratulations on your wedding." Su Tzuilian said cheerfully, "Seeing you get married, I can finally rest assured." "Thank you, Grandma." Ling Ruoyao responded politely. Soon, everyone entered the banquet hall together. The hall was filled with guests, all of whom were high-ranking noblemen from the East Sea, the big shots from all sides. However, among the 8 prominent families of the East Sea, apart from the Ling family, not one person was present. The Xiao family was neither too big nor too small, but such a result was bound to invite scorn. Xiao Zhanghua frowned. "The Xiao family has some connections with the He family. I sent out invitations, maybe they haven't arrived yet. I'll call and ask." After saying that, he took out his phone. "No need to call, it doesn't matter whether they come or not." Xiao Ruocheng pressed down on Xiao Zhanghua, with a calm expression. "Someone will come." This. Xiao Zhanghua hesitated, about to speak. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. At the entrance of the banquet hall, more than 10 people strode in, both men and women, each exuding a powerful aura. The middle-aged man leading them was filled with the presence of someone in power. As soon as he entered, he laughed loudly. "Zhang Ziqian, chairman of the Fulong Group, here to congratulate Mr. Xiao on his wedding." The banquet hall erupted in uproar. Fulong Group, that's a major conglomerate dominating the north, with abundant funds and assets over 100 billion. Chairman Zhang is also a prominent figure in the business world of Daxia, and he actually came in person to congratulate the Xiao family. Just a moment ago, I thought the Xiao family had fallen to such a state that none of the 8 prominent families respected them. Now it seems that the Xiao family is truly keeping a low profile. With just Chairman Zhang, how can the 8 prominent families compare? Chapter 49, Teaching and Supporting a Husband, Do You Deserve It? Xiao Ruocheng looked at Zhang Ziqian with a respectful expression and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Chairman Zhang, for your support." As soon as the words fell, a somewhat plump middle-aged man beside Zhang Ziqian eagerly clasped his hands together.
Ma Xing Yuan from the Changjiang Group, congratulating Mr. Xiao on his wedding, may you have 100 years of harmony.
As his words fell, the previously quiet banquet hall erupted again. Many people's mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg as they stared in shock.
My God, the Changjiang Group actually came.
The Changjiang Group is the leading logistics company in Daxia, not to mention the 8 prominent families of the East Sea. Even the noble families in the imperial capital would treat Chairman Ma with respect. The Xiao family's status is too great. Such a big figure like Chairman Ma actually came to attend the wedding in person.
That's unbelievable.
Before everyone could recover from their shock, another large consortium stepped forward to offer their blessings. These more than 10 people had identities that were increasingly intimidating. Almost all of them were the chairman of consortia, with the least being someone in charge of their company. One powerful figure after another gathered in this small East Sea. The continuous shocks made the guests feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. After more than 10 big shots exchanged greetings, a woman in professional attire with gold-rimmed glasses and an aura of intelligence walked forward from the back of the crowd. With a faint smile on her face, she dimmed the entire banquet hall.
Wen Xuanji, Secretary General of the Hanhai Group, here to represent the Hanhai Group to congratulate Mr. Xiao on his wedding.
Wishing Mr. Xiao and Miss Ling a happy marriage. Wen Xuanji's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Some people were so shocked they jumped up from their seats, their expressions filled with disbelief.
I'm not dreaming, right? The Hanhai Group actually came.
This is an international consortium, truly wealthy enough to rival countries.
In response, Xiao Ruocheng showed little reaction, merely nodding slightly and pointing to the nearby table. Thank you all for coming.
Hearing this, more than 10 people streamed in, heading toward the empty table in the first row in front of the stage.
Xiao Chen, did you invite these guests?
Xiao Zhanghua could no longer hold back and came to Xiao Ruocheng's side, whispering, "Where did you find these big shots?"
I have my ways, Grandpa, don't ask so much.
Xiao Ruocheng urged, "Let's first welcome the guests and arrange the seating."
Right, almost forgot.
Xiao Zhanghua came back to his senses, swallowed hard, and excitedly stepped forward to greet the crowd. The various big shots, upon learning he was Xiao Ruocheng's grandfather, treated him with great kindness.
Su Fian watched the scene with a complex expression.
She was also curious, where did these rarely seen big shots come from?
Fian, come greet the guests.
Suddenly, Xiao Zhenhua turned around and winked at Su Fian. These big shots, knowing a couple of them, might pave the way for her future. Su Fian knew the old man was giving her a chance, so she gathered her emotions and put on a smile. Looking on, both the old and young from the Xiao family were able to approach the various chairmen of the corporation so closely. The other guests couldn't sit still anymore, they gathered up their courage and stepped forward to greet, trying to get familiar. For a moment, the area around the table was crowded and bustling. Su Zuilian looked anxious, but her legs were inconvenient, so she could only stand outside the circle with the support of the younger ones, anxiously waiting on her tiptoes. In the hall, only Mu Yu was not interested in these people. She wore a backless gown, her smooth skin and perfect figure unintentionally drawing many glances. "Sister-in-law, you look truly beautiful." Mu Yu smiled and walked in front of Xiao Ruocheng and Ling Ruoya, saying with satisfaction, "Lucky Ruocheng this kid."
Third sister-in-law, you flatter me. If it weren't for Ruocheng, my face wouldn't have recovered.
Ling Ruoya smiled slightly, looking affectionately at Xiao Ruocheng, "No matter how beautiful, he's the one who gave it back to me."
Hearing this, Mu Yu was even more pleased.
Very good, in the future the Xiao family will thrive, and it depends on you." Mu Yu playfully winked at Ling Ruoyao, causing her cheeks to flush red. The scene was chaotic for a while, and it was only after Xiao Zhenhua calmed all the guests back to their seats that
Yuzhen, dressed in a suit and holding a microphone, walked up to the stage. Hello everyone, I'm honored to host this wedding.
Yuzhen's voice was loud as he looked at the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd stirred again. Manager Yu from Hanhai Group actually took on the role of the host himself. Recently, there have been lots of rumors saying that Yuzhen thinks highly of Ling Ruoyao.
He even gave the Lanting project to the Ling family, specifically letting Ling Ruoyao take charge. Now it seems, this isn't just admiration, it's downright flattery. Everyone, please remain calm, the wedding will start soon.
As Yuzhen finished speaking, soft music began to play. Many gazes turned towards the couple on stage.
First, I will announce the betrothal gifts from the Xiao family.
Yuzhen waved his hand, the music gradually lowering, as he took the list from the hostess and read loudly. 10 pieces of North Sea treasure-grade luminous pearls, valued at 20 million. A pair of top-grade blood corals, valued at 8 million. 5 properties in the capital, valued at 200 million. 2 villas in the capital, valued at 500 million. A pair of imperial green jade bracelets, valued at 500 million. 10 globally limited luxury cars, valued at 200 million.
The lavish betrothal gifts shocked everyone to the core.
Many people were counting on their fingers, silently calculating the value of the gifts, becoming increasingly astonished.
Billions. Throughout Donghai for so many years, many noble families have married, but no family has ever given such luxurious betrothal gifts at a single wedding.
Su Tzuelian held her head high, her face glowing. The envious glances from all directions made many in the Ling family unconsciously straighten their backs, their faces proud.
The atmosphere on site grew increasingly lively.
However, Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian felt their hearts race in shock. Xiao Ruocheng had indeed said that the betrothal gifts had already been sent to the Ling family. But he never mentioned how expensive the gifts were.
Billions, where did he get that much money?
Thinking of this, both of them looked toward Xiao Ruocheng together. If it weren't for the occasion not being right for too much movement, Xiao Zhenhua would have long couldn't help but ask Xiao Ruocheng.
What on earth is up with these betrothal gifts?
Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the two newlyweds to the stage. Yuzhen was the first to applaud, his gaze directed at the couples below.
Then, deafening applause erupted.
Xiao Ruocheng gently looked at Ling Ruoyao, taking the initiative to hold her hand.
Walking towards the stage.
The combination of handsome men and beautiful women caught many people's attention.
Wait a minute.
At that moment, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Ling Hanrui, wearing a wedding dress and high heels, strode into the venue, disregarding the people trying to stop her.
Ruocheng, I regret it, the one you should marry is me. As soon as the words fell,
Ling Hanrui rushed straight up to the stage without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Ling Ruoyao's small hand tightened slightly. She pursed her lips and instinctively looked at Xiao Ruocheng. Although the two of them had gotten their marriage certificate and held a wedding, Ling Hanrui and Xiao Ruocheng had a full 5 years of emotional history. And she had known Xiao Ruocheng for only a few days. In terms of emotional foundation, she had no chance at all.
What nonsense! How could this be? Su Tzuelian's face turned blue and purple, her body trembling.
Such a beautiful wedding banquet, with so many guests, and Ling Hanrui actually came to steal him away in a wedding dress. The Ling family's face was completely lost because of her. Xiao Ruocheng squinted his eyes, his expression cold. Ruocheng, I was muddled for a moment and was deceived by that scoundrel Yun Tian. Ling Hanrui, looking anxious, climbed onto the stage. I've thought it through these days, the person I like is you, the one I love is you too.
Can you give me another chance? I promise I will love you well from now on. We'll have 2 kids, in the future, you will focus on your career, and I will take care of the family, okay?
Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was icy as he looked at the pleading Ling Hanrui. Take care of the family? You deserve it? Get lost, don't dirty my wedding. Hearing this, Ling Hanrui trembled all over. Don't be so ruthless, do our 5 years of feelings not compare to Ling Ruoyao?
I know you're angry. As long as you marry me, after the wedding, I am willing to apologize.
Xiao Ruocheng said expressionlessly, I don't want to repeat myself, get lost. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanrui's face stiffened, and her smile gradually faded.
All hope turned into resentment.
Xiao Ruocheng, you are ungrateful. Ling Hanrui screamed hysterically, after you went to prison, I waited for you for 5 whole years.
Now that you are glorious, you just abandoned me, marry Ling Ruoyao. Are you even human? What's so good about that little B***tch? A hideous monster, why does she deserve to marry you? Slap.
Suddenly, Xiao Ruocheng raised his hand and slapped Ling Hanrui hard across the face.
Now, are you awake?
Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was gloomy, his voice like piercing cold ice.
Chapter 50, The Gift of Bai Jiangdu, a pair of handcuffs.
The sting on her cheek almost drove Ling Hanrui crazy. In front of so many people, Xiao Ruocheng actually hit her. This had never happened before. Ling Hanrui forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and squeezed out a smile. It's nothing, a slap can't mean anything.
Ruocheng, give me another chance, I will really change. I want to marry you. Ling Hanrui looked at Xiao Ruocheng with tear-filled eyes, pleading, believe me this once, okay? Your face makes me sick. Xiao Ruocheng's expression was indifferent as he looked at the security at the entrance of the banquet hall. What are you waiting for? Chase her away.
Upon hearing this, the security guards suddenly snapped back to reality, cold sweat breaking out on their backs.
No, don't.
Ling Hanrui cried out in fear, Ruocheng, don't leave me. Before she could finish, several security guards came up and covered her mouth, dragging her away.
The farce ended.
The banquet hall was extraordinarily quiet.
A little interruption, everyone don't mind. Yuzhen reacted quickly, laughing, the ceremony continues, next item. After the simple ceremony,
Xiao Ruocheng held Ling Ruoyao's hand and walked down the stage.
Seeing Ling Ruoyao's somewhat awkward expression, Xiao Ruocheng teased, still thinking about what just happened. Are you afraid that I will go with her? Ling Ruoyo hesitated and nodded, saying softly, after all, you were together for so long. Although we haven't known each other long, I really like you. She looked up, her eyes filled with sincerity. Whether in poverty or wealth, in this life, I only want to be with you. A warm current surged in Xiao Ruocheng's heart as he ruffled Ling Ruoyao's hair. Me too. Eyes met, feelings blossomed. Suddenly, Fang Qiu's figure rushed through the crowd, hastily approaching. President, there's new information. Fang Qiu glanced at Ling Ruoyao, wanting to say something but hesitated. I'll go over first. Xiao Ruocheng looked at Ling Ruoyao. Okay. Ling Ruoyao nodded obediently, watching him leave. In the corner, Xiao Ruocheng said lightly, what's wrong? What happened? The brothers found out while inspecting the kitchen at the hotel that someone had spiked the food for the banquet, and by the time we arrived, the person had already escaped. Fang Qiu took out his phone, opened the video, and handed it to Xiao Ruocheng. This is the surveillance footage from the kitchen. We captured those people. After the banquet, I will personally lead people to find them. Looking at the footage, Xiao Ruocheng's expression gradually darkened. Poisoning in the kitchen, luckily it was discovered early. If it had been careless and the poisoned food had been served, the perfect wedding banquet would have been ruined. Keep a close watch from now on. There can be no accidents during the banquet. Xiao Ruocheng said firmly. Understood. Fang Qiu bent down. I have already arranged for people to conduct continuous searches throughout the hotel. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly. In the guest seating area, the kitchen had started serving dishes, and the atmosphere in the venue was becoming livelier. Xiao Chan, come here, let's toast together. Xiao Zhenhua waved to Xiao Ruocheng. Xiao Ruocheng nodded, letting Fang Qiu adapt to the situation as he turned to join Xiao Zhenhua. Make sure to build good relationships with these big shots, you all be polite. Xiao Zhenhua instructed, and shortly after, a host girl came with a tray, pouring several glasses. Thank you everyone for attending the Xiao family's wedding banquet, the old man is very excited. Xiao Zhenhua raised a glass and glanced back at Xiao Ruocheng. Xiao Chun, you raise your glass too. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng and Su Fian each took a glass from the host girl. For all of you who came from afar, it truly is not easy. As Xiao Ruocheng just lifted his glass, all the big shots at the table stood up. Even before he could finish his words, they rushed to flatter him. Mr. Xiao, it is our honor to attend your wedding, please do not stand on ceremony. This glass is for you, wishing you and your lady 100 years of harmony. Wishing Mr. Xiao and his wife everlasting unity, growing old together. I toast to you. One by one, the big shots leaned forward to clink glasses without waiting for Xiao Ruocheng to make any move. Looking at this scene, Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian's expressions were stiff, their eyes filled with shock. The expressions of these big shots carried a hint of respect. The object of their respect, however, was Xiao Ruocheng. This was truly incredible. Until everyone finished their drinks, the two still remained motionless. Everyone, please sit down. Xiao Ruocheng downed his drink in one go, inviting everyone to sit as he turned to walk to the next table. After taking a few steps, he realized it was quiet behind him. However, after walking quite a distance, no one followed him. Xiao Ruocheng couldn't help but turn back to the two, surprised. Grandpa, sister-in-law, why aren't you drinking? Hearing this, Xiao Zhenhua and Su Fian snapped back to reality, quickly drinking their wine. The three walked towards the next table, where some guests had already stood up, all smiles on their faces. Today was different from the past. The Xiao family's wedding banquet was grand, and the guests were even more remarkable. Even the number one family in Donghai, the Jiang family, might not be able to gather as many big shots. Who would dare not to show respect? Oh, how lively! At that moment, a strange voice came from the entrance. Immediately after, more than 10 people filed in. Fang Qiu was about to step forward to stop them, but Xiao Ruocheng gave him a look, and seeing this, Fang Qiu had to withdraw. Just with a glance, Xiao Ruocheng recognized that the middle-aged man walking at the forefront was one of the culprits who poisoned the food in the hotel's kitchen. As these more than 10 people entered, the lively atmosphere suddenly froze. Bai Lao San, on the orders of young master Bai Jiang Du, has come to present a gift to young master Xiao. The middle-aged man laughed. He said loudly. Bai Jiang Du? Hearing this name, the guests present showed different expressions. This person was at the opposite extreme of Xiao Ruocheng on the stage. Xiao Ruocheng was infamous, a playboy, while Bai Jiang Du was the top young master of the Donghai's richest family, an absolute figure of power. Bai Jiang Du was born into the Bai family's main house. As the legitimate eldest grandson, he received endless affection. He lived up to the expectations, and after reaching adulthood, he joined the Bai family's Beizhong group. In just 3 short years, the market value of Beizhong group doubled. He was handsome and talented. Therefore, Bai Jiang Du became the dream lover of many wealthy young ladies and noble women. Xiao Ruocheng slightly furrowed his brows, lost in thought.
Previously, he had little communication with Bai Jiangdu, they had only seen each other a few times at banquets and hardly had any friendship.
On the day of his grand wedding, he sent someone to deliver poison and a gift. It was obvious the visitor meant no good.
Thank you for Bai Xiao's kind gesture, just leave the gift. Xiao Ruocheng said casually. That's not acceptable, Bai Xiao insists I must personally deliver the gift to you.
Bai Laosan sneered, gesturing behind him. One of his underlings understood, carrying a delicate box in front of everyone. The box opened, revealing a pair of golden handcuffs inside. The whole room gasped in shock.
It was well known that Xiao Ruocheng had been imprisoned, yet on such a special day, Bai Jiangdu sent handcuffs.
It was a blatant humiliation.
Xiao Genoa and Su Fian's faces also did not look good.
Does young Master Xiao like this gift?
Bai Laosan smiled mockingly. Oh, I almost forgot, Bai Xiao also wanted me to tell you to never forget.
You are someone who has been in jail and served time. Chapter 51, Bai Laosan's formal accusation, the Xiao family's poisoning. With this statement, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point.
On this joyful day, old matters were brought up again. Bai Jiangdu's action almost crushed the entire Xiao family, rubbing salt into the wound.
For a moment, discussions echoed throughout the banquet hall.
Xiao Ruocheng's expression was like an ancient well, calm and unruffled, as he said, go back and tell Bai Jiangdu, I accept this gift.
When I have the chance, I will return the favor. Seeing this, Bai Laosan's face was filled with astonishment. This kid's reaction was completely different from what Bai Xiao had anticipated.
Logically, he should have flown into a rage, even attacking on the spot. Before leaving, Bai Jiangdu had given some words of instruction. If Xiao Ruocheng saw the golden handcuffs and became furious, it would be best to provoke him further, to entice him into a fight. But now, Xiao Ruocheng was as calm as a still pond. After thinking for a moment, Bai Laosan decided to add fuel to the fire, not believing he wouldn't get angry. Young Master Xiao can endure more than the turtle I raise at home. Bai Laosan clapped his hands, sighing, people who come out of prison are different.
Bang!
At these words, Wei Hang could no longer contain himself and slammed the table.
Endless insults towards the president. Unforgivable.
Xiao Ruocheng discreetly gave him a glance. Seeing this, Wei Hang felt blocked in his chest and had to sit back down.
Getting anxious, are we?
Bai Laosan nonchalantly glanced at Wei Hang, this is just the first gift, don't be impatient, Bai Xiao prepared more than one. Then, he took out a packet of powder from his pocket, his tone cold. This is called poisonous heart powder, a deadly poison, if ingested, a person will foam at the mouth and die within half a day.
Bai Laosan showcased the powder to the crowd.
The guests looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was trying to do.
Could it be that he intended to poison everyone in public?
Before coming to the banquet hall, I already added poisonous heart powder into the food. Bai Laosan's face was cold, after today's beautiful wedding, I fear many people will die. After speaking, he waved his hand casually. Immediately, a young man stepped forward, Bai Laosan placed the poison powder into his hand and coldly said, eat it, let everyone see the effect. The young man showed some signs of struggle, gritted his teeth, and in front of the crowd, put the powder in his mouth. A few seconds later, a young man's eyes widened in shock, his body convulsing, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth.
Wow! The crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions drastically changing, and some people with unstable nerves were desperately holding their throats.
Most of the dishes at the banquet had been served, and they were actually laced with deadly poison.
In an instant, panic spread among the people.
Xiao Genoa and Su Fian were equally taken aback, breaking out in a cold sweat. Today was a grand celebration for the Xiao family, with hundreds of guests in attendance. If something were to happen to a large number of guests in the banquet hall, even if the poison wasn't planted by the Xiao family, their connections and reputation would suffer a devastating blow.
The compensation costs for these people would be no small amount. At this moment, even the usually composed Xiao Genoa was feeling nervous.
The atmosphere of fear spread, and the scene erupted into chaos. In the eye of the storm, Xiao Ruocheng remained calm, like a mountain standing firm in the face of calamity.
Scared silly? Bai Laosan grinned triumphantly, Xiao Ruocheng, don't you want to hit me? If you really have the guts, come and try.
Xiao Ruocheng coughed lightly, everyone, please remain calm, the food is not poisonous. As soon as he spoke, the chaos at the scene eased for a moment. People looked at Xiao Ruocheng with uncertainty, as if judging whether his words were true or false. Everyone, don't worry, we discovered the abnormal food long ago and have already discarded the poisoned dishes. Fang Qiu stepped forward at the right moment, shouting loudly, the food and drinks you are eating now are definitely safe, these were made fresh in the kitchen and are absolutely safe. Hearing this, the guests' expressions calmed down a little, casting unfriendly glances at Bai Laosan.
The Bai family's treacherous tactics had clearly aroused the public's anger.
Whether Bai Jiangdu had grudges against the Xiao family or not, causing trouble at the wedding was already disgraceful enough.
Was that not enough?
They had to poison the food and take everyone down with them. Treating human lives like they were worthless was truly excessive. At the first table, many leaders of large groups looked pale with fear, their throats still feeling painful.
That was close.
If the Shao family hadn't been vigilant and discovered the poison in time, perhaps everyone present would have paid with their lives today.
By family, such a ruthless by family.
A dignified family actually resorting to such despicable means. I think after today, all collaborations with Beijing Group should be cancelled.
Zhang Ziqian's face darkened as he looked at the others at the table. What do you think? Everyone's faces showed more indignation, and they nodded in agreement.
Watching the banquet hall gradually calm down, Bai Laosan also had an expression of surprise. In fact, the drug Bai Jiangdu had given him was not a heart poison but a strong laxative. He claimed it was poison just to create panic and provoke Xiao Ruocheng.
After such a long time, the effect of the drug should have kicked in. Could it be that the poisoned food was really disposed of? Bai Laosan couldn't help but turn his gaze to Xiao Ruocheng on the stage, only to see mockery filled in the latter's eyes. Does Bai Jiangdu have any other gifts?
Xiao Ruocheng said indifferently, if not, then I will have to send you off. Today, the Bai family has given me 2 great gifts, and when the wedding banquet ends, I will surely return the favor.
Upon hearing this, Bai Laosan's expression wavered between dark and light. Twice in a row, he couldn't make Xiao Ruocheng lose control, which would be hard to explain when he went back. Behind, Su Fian's eyes looked a bit dazed.
In her eyes, the current Xiao Ruocheng seemed like a different person.
Calm, steady, responding to Bai Jiangdu's provocations with ease. This was completely different from her first impression when they met in prison. Su Fian suddenly trembled, as if realizing something. Could it be that Xiao Ruocheng was purposely hiding his talents?
After careful thought, it wasn't impossible. Too many incredible things had happened to Xiao Ruocheng recently. Incredible strength, raising 100 million cash effortlessly to solve the urgent issues of the Xiao family. And also, the Lanting project of the Hanhai Group. It was he who gave the Xiao family this time, hosting the wedding banquet, and once again took out dozens of billions as the betrothal gift.
One matter after another, reflecting on it, there are many issues.
Su Fian took a deep breath. Regardless of the facts, once the wedding banquet was over, she would have to ask him properly.
Xiao Ruocheng, I don't want to waste words with you. Since I dare to come and confront you, I definitely have more than just these tactics. As he spoke, Bai Laosan's gaze grew more ferocious. He clapped his hands, and immediately, 2 people dressed in law enforcement uniforms walked in. 2 law enforcement officers, Bai Laosan, formally report that the Xiao family is hosting a wedding banquet but has poisoned the food and drinks. Bai Laosan pointed to the pale-faced young man on the ground and harshly said, this is the evidence. Chapter 52, enough to keep you in prison for 5 more years. The 2 law enforcement officers nodded solemnly, their expressions serious.
One of them frowned and displayed his ID. I am Han Gao, the deputy captain of the East Sea Law Enforcement Bureau.
Poisoning is no small matter. With so many guests, if something goes wrong, you cannot bear the consequences.
Bai Laosan looked at Xiao Ruocheng with malice, proudly stating, officers, you must investigate thoroughly. We came to congratulate the Xiao family, and this young brother only took a bite of the food and then fell poison, unconscious.
Who knows if there is poison in the food of others? This child is simply lawless.
Han Gao replied gravely, Xiao Ruocheng, please come with us for investigation. As soon as he finished speaking, the banquet hall was in an uproar.
Where in the world is there such law enforcement? Based solely on Bai Laosan's word, they wanted to take someone away for investigation.
It was clear that the Bai family and the law enforcement team were in cahoots, having arranged everything beforehand, showing no pretense at all. Many people cast sympathetic glances at the newlyweds on the stage. Being taken away during the wedding banquet, this face was greatly lost. Xiao Ruocheng's expression turned cold. Deputy Captain Han, there is no need for investigation. You already know the truth of the case. Your method of concluding cases is truly admirable. Hearing his sarcastic words, Han Gao's smile gradually faded, displeasedly responding, Xiao Ruocheng, I don't want to ruin your wedding banquet, but duty is duty. After all, there are many guests here today. We should leave some face for the Xiao family. Han Gao looked around, arrogantly walking in front of Xiao Ruocheng. Young Master Xiao, how about this, you sign a confession, and I can wait until your wedding is over.
How does that sound?
As he spoke, Han Gao took out a prepared confession and shakily handed it to Xiao Ruocheng. However, Xiao Ruocheng had a face full of mockery.
Deputy Captain Han, do you think that's possible? Hearing this, Han Gao raised an eyebrow, so you plan to leave right now?
Xiao Ruocheng shook his head, I am not going anywhere today.
Yes, we are not going anywhere.
Ling Ruoyao looked outraged, protecting Xiao Ruocheng behind her like a mother tiger guarding her cubs.
What right do you have to slander him?
By family members come to the wedding banquet to cause trouble, and there are so many people present, clear as day. This person hasn't even eaten a bite of food, but swallowed poison himself.
The so-called poisoning is simply absurd.
Bai Laosan sneered at Ling Ruoyao, interesting, truly interesting.
Since you say so many people can witness it, then I will see who will be the witness. After speaking, Bai Laosan arrogantly looked around. The law enforcement officers are right here, if anyone saw it, please step forward and speak. The tone of his words was overtly threatening. Many guests noticed his gaze and could not help but lower their heads, avoiding his eyes. Bai Laosan represented the Bai family, acting as if he wanted to put the Shao family to death. At this time, who would dare to speak up in support? Wouldn't that be openly opposing the Bai family? Even the law enforcement officers were standing firmly, supporting the Bai family. No matter how one looked at it, the Shao family had no chance at all. Looking at the entire banquet hall, silence reigned, no one spoke for a long time. Su Fian's gaze was resolute, slowly walking to Xiao Ruoqing's side. Two law enforcement officers, if Ruoya is telling the truth, I can be a witness. I am willing to take responsibility for my words. And the old man. Xiao Zhenhuo also stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. I have also seen it, the Xiao family is willing to stake everything, seeking the truth. I have also seen it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from below. Zhang Ziqian's expression remained calm as he slowly stood up, teasingly saying, I am a guest, and I can also take responsibility for my words. Unlucky for you, I, Ma Xingyuan, also saw everything clearly. And me. The few important figures sitting at the first table stood up one after another, speaking in support of the Shao family. Now there are so many witnesses, Deputy Captain Han, what do you think? Xiao Ruoqing's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. Who knows if these people are just hired by the Shao family? Han Gao swept a glance at Zhang Ziqian and the others at the first table, most of whom were not familiar East Sea elites, and didn't take them seriously. The Law Enforcement Bureau handles cases based on evidence. Since young Master Shao can't prove his innocence, then I can only say sorry. Today's wedding banquet can only be held in the Law Enforcement Bureau. After Han Gao finished speaking, he was about to have his subordinates arrest people. Who says there is no evidence? Fang Qiu received a look from Xiao Ruoqing and immediately stepped out from the crowd. I happen to have a piece of evidence. Saying this, he opened a video on his phone and handed it to Han Gao. The video was the earlier surveillance footage, clearly recording the scene of Bai Laosan poisoning, with the deceased young man unmistakably among them. Deputy Captain Han, you said witnesses are useless, now I present evidence. Xiao Ruoqing chuckled lightly. This time, what do you have to say? Han Gao carefully watched the video 3 times but found no flaws. Perhaps, this really is the hotel kitchen's surveillance footage. Han Gao cursed Bai Laosan inwardly for being such a useless fool, not knowing to destroy the surveillance before doing his work. What evidence? I didn't see anything. After watching the video, Han Gao immediately deleted it cleanly and handed the phone back to Fang Qiu. Next time, when submitting evidence, make sure you check it carefully. Fang Qiu took back his phone and saw the empty video list, his face turned red with anger. You dare delete the video, what a good job of enforcing the law impartially. Han Gao remained calm, as if nothing had happened, and said faintly, I don't know what you're talking about. Someone, take Xiao Ruoqing away. For some reason, he felt uneasy in his heart. Too many changes had happened today. If they stayed longer, who knew what else might happen? It would be better to leave sooner. With a command from Han Gao, an enforcer took out handcuffs and made his way toward Xiao Ruoqing. Before he could get close, Xiao Ruoqing suddenly swung his hand. Slap. A slap landed heavily on the enforcer's face. The enforcer didn't even have time to react, and his body was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Xiao Ruoqing, have you gone mad? You actually dared to attack an enforcer. Han Gao didn't expect Xiao Ruoqing to be so bold, and immediately said with immense satisfaction, now, everyone has seen you assaulting an enforcer. Just this one crime is enough to put you in jail for 3 to 5 years. I didn't just hit him, I'm going to hit you too. Xiao Ruoqing grinned and looked at Fang Qiu, break both his arms, throw him out. Yes. Fang Qiu had already been displeased with Han Gao, but because Xiao Ruoqing hadn't given the order, he didn't dare act recklessly. Now, he could finally take revenge. Fang Qiu's figure flickered, quickly closing in on Han Gao. You, what are you going to do? Han Gao was terrified and involuntarily took a step back. However, Fang Qiu's movements were extremely fast. He grabbed his 2 arms and forcefully twisted them. Crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the room. Han Gao's arms were broken brutally, and his white bones pierced through his skin, an eerie sight. This scene gave everyone a huge visual shock. The banquet hall fell silent. Xiao Ruoqing, you're too impulsive. Su Fian's heart sank into the depths. The Xiao family held the evidence, and even if the Law Enforcement Bureau favored the Bai family, taking Xiao Ruoqing away wouldn't convict him. At most, it would just be a process, and he would be released. Losing a bit of face was still better than actually going to jail. But Xiao Ruoqing had actually had someone break Han Gao's arms. The public assault on the Law Enforcement Bureau can't be washed away no matter how hard you try. Ha 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 ha. Bai Laosan laughed wildly, tears nearly streaming down his face. Xiao Ruocheng, you really are brainless. I thought I wouldn't be able to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be this stupid.
Beating the deputy captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, just for this, is enough for you to sit for 5 more years.
Chapter 53, I want you to beg me. Listening to Bai Laosan's arrogant laughter, Xiao Ruocheng's face remained calm.
His eyes held a hint of mockery as he faintly said, Bai Laosan, since you know that beating law enforcement people will land you in prison.
So, can you guess why I had someone take action? Upon hearing this, Bai Laosan's wild laughter abruptly stopped. Upon closer examination, Xiao Ruocheng's actions were indeed very strange.
Daring to do this must mean he had some confidence. But where did Xiao Ruocheng's confidence come from?
Bai Laosan, unable to figure it out, sneered, I don't have time to guess with you.
Xiao Ruocheng disdainfully said, if you can't figure it out, go back and ask your master, you'll know. After saying that, he turned to Fang Qiu, his voice indifferent. Bai Jiang has sent me a congratulatory gift, so return one for me. At today's wedding, causing a death is inauspicious, so let each person lose an arm as punishment.
Fang Qiu bowed in salute, yes, President.
Turning back, he cast a hostile glance at Bai Laosan and the others.
Bai Laosan's expression was filled with doubt. Could it be that Xiao Ruocheng went mad after sitting in prison for 5 years?
Not only did he beat Deputy Han, but he also wanted to break a member of the Bai family's arm. Seeing this, Fang Qiu's face turned cold as he strode forward. Bai Laosan's voice turned sinister, Xiao Ruocheng, I am Bai Xiao's trusted aide, if you dare to touch me, it will be a death battle with the Bai family.
I advise you.
Before he could finish, Fang Qiu's figure appeared before him like a ghost.
Grandmaster's move, Bai Laosan had no power to resist. Crack!
The sound of bones shattering echoed as Bai Laosan's entire arm twisted grotesquely, veins bulging.
Ah! My arm! Bai Laosan's face twisted in pain, howling in agony. Fang Qiu remained expressionless, moving swiftly as screams from the Bai family rang out.
The guests sitting in the banquet hall shivered at the sound of these screams, their backs chilling. Looking at the stage, Xiao Ruocheng's expression was inscrutable.
Everyone felt an inner fear arise.
The Xiao family has such a son, their future is limitless.
Fang Qiu threw everyone out of the banquet hall, the cries gradually diminishing.
Yujing maintained a normal expression, stepped forward and picked up the microphone, as if nothing had happened, continuing to host the wedding.
The guests below gradually calmed down. Only Su Fian still looked anxious, running back and forth in the hall.
She had searched everywhere, but still hadn't seen Lin Wanru's figure. At such an important moment, Lin Wanru, who was invited to be the finale, still hadn't appeared. Xiao Ruocheng allowed his subordinates to attack the enforcers and expelled the Bai family like stray dogs. Just the crime of assaulting the enforcer was clear to everyone present. Trying to help Xiao Ruocheng escape this crime was nearly impossible.
More than half an hour later.
The ceremony was basically over, and as Yujing announced it, many guests immediately stood up, found a reason, and hurriedly left.
Xiao Ruocheng had beaten law enforcement and offended the Bai family.
At this time, they needed to quickly cut ties to avoid being remembered by the Bai family.
Someone took the lead, and others mimicked. In just a few minutes, several hundred guests left in a hurry. Looking at the dramatically reduced banquet hall, Xiao Zhenhua secretly sighed. The Bai family dominated the East Sea, so everyone's choice was understandable. Next, they still had to face the Bai family's retaliation.
At his old age, Xiao Zhenhua felt completely drained.
These people are too cold-hearted.
Ling Ruoyo said seriously, don't be afraid, I won't leave, I will do everything to help you.
No need, actually, it's not such a big deal.
Xiao Ruocheng said softly, I can solve this myself.
I believe you.
Ling Ruoyo nodded, but her brain was racing wildly. She did not hold much hope for the Ling family to exonerate Xiao Ruocheng, especially considering Su Zuilian's character, who would likely avoid this matter at all costs. The only person she could rely on now was her father, Ling Jianghua. As she spoke, she cast her gaze toward the crowd below. Ling Jianghua worked for the Lord of Donghai City, and held a fairly high rank, perhaps through connections, he could speak with the Donghai Law Enforcement Bureau. Her father's nature might not make him willing to ask for help, but this time, even if it meant threatening his life, she would make her father protect Xiao Ruocheng.
Just then, Zhang Ziqian also got up, smiling as he said, the wedding is over, and I should be going. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Xiao, you opened my eyes. I hope we have a chance to work together in the future. As he spoke, he pulled out a business card and extended it with both hands. Xiao Ruocheng gently nodded, shaking hands with Zhang Ziqian, and accepted the business card he handed over. We should be leaving too.
Zhang Ziqian bid farewell and left, while Ma Xingyuan and others quickly seized the opportunity to get close to Xiao Ruocheng, leaving their business cards behind. It seemed that no one took the chaotic scene at the banquet to heart. After all, Xiao Ruocheng was the chairman of Hanhai Group, dealing with a local family was far too simple. As the last batch of people left, only the Xiao and Ling families remained on site. Suddenly, Lin Wanru rushed in with great energy. Seeing the empty scene inside, she was slightly stunned.
Is this over already? Lin Wanru said with a hint of dissatisfaction, this wedding was too hasty. You finally made it. Su Fian quickly stepped forward and said reproachfully, Wanru, you promised to come to the wedding, why didn't you come?
Sorry, I received a task at the last minute, an important fugitive came to Donghai, and I went to catch him. Unfortunately, I didn't catch him, he got away.
Lin Wanru's face showed a hint of regret. How was the wedding? Nothing went wrong, right?
Something went wrong, something big. Su Fian grabbed Lin Wanru's arm, her face filled with hope. You quickly think of a way to save Xiao Ruoqing. This time, you might be the only one who can help him.
What happened to Xiao Ruoqing?
Lin Wanru was slightly taken aback, her eyes filled with shock. No way, I just arrived a little late, and something really happened? He didn't seem like someone who wanted to have trouble. Lin Wanru said, pointing her chin toward Xiao Ruoqing.
Oh, Wanru, stop joking.
Su Fian looked helpless. Just now at the wedding, the Bai family teamed up with the law enforcement bureau to cause a scene, and Xiao Ruoqing, in a moment of impulse, hit someone.
The law enforcement bureau won't let him go easily when they return. You're the god of war from Daxia, can't you plead for him and let the law enforcement bureau be lenient?
This kid doesn't have much ability, but his temper is quite big. A flash of disdain crossed Lin Wanru's eyes, then she patted Su Fian's hand. This little matter is fine, you can rest assured, I can solve it. Upon hearing this, Su Fian sighed in relief. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xiao Genoa's eyes. After all, Lin Wanru was the god of war of Daxia, a top representative of the military.
Her words should not be easily defied by the Donghai Law Enforcement Bureau. Saving someone is just a matter of using my words. But I have conditions. Lin Wanru still held a grudge over Xiao Ruoqing's arrogant words that night in the Rose Garden. What conditions? I'll agree to anything.
Su Fian rolled her eyes, just save the person first, we'll talk about the rest later.
My condition has nothing to do with you.
Lin Wanru's lips curled slightly. Just then, Xiao Ruoqing also walked over.
Causing trouble again, huh, kid?
I told you long ago, you are more likely to ruin things than to accomplish them. Lin Wanru said proudly.
So?
Xiao Ruoqing remained expressionless.
What you did is very easy for me to handle.
Lin Wanru's tone shifted coldly, but
I want you to beg me. Chapter 54, Commemorating the Brother.
Xiao Ruoqing looked up at Lin Wanru from a high position, unable to help but let out a cold laugh.
Miss Lin. Are you not clear-headed? When did I ever say I needed you to save me? Hearing this, Lin Wanru snickered. Don't need me to save you? The one who acts impulsively is you, the one who creates trouble is also you. I really can't understand what you have to be so high and mighty about. You think I actually care for a useless person's plea? I just want you to learn a lesson.
If it weren't for Fian speaking for you, Xiao Ruoqing, you wouldn't even have the qualification to beg me. This was indeed harsh.
Su Fian looked worriedly at Xiao Ruoqing, thinking he would get angry.
However, Xiao Ruoqing's face showed no waves, coldly saying, sorry, I don't need anyone's help, and I definitely don't need to beg you. I warned you long ago, don't take yourself too seriously. At this, Lin Wanru felt great humiliation, glaring fiercely at Xiao Ruoqing.
This is what you said. When you get arrested by the law enforcement agency, don't regret it.
Leaving this sentence behind, Lin Wanru turned around and left.
Xiao Ruoqing, what time is it now? How does lowering your head help? Su Fian shot Xiao Ruoqing a glare, feeling exasperated.
As she watched Lin Wanru exit the banquet hall, she hurriedly chased after her.
Don't go, don't go.
Chasing all the way to the door, Su Fian finally caught up with Lin Wanru, apologizing, Wanru, don't hold it against him. Lin Wanru's chest heaved violently with anger, rolling her eyes. Did you hear what he said?
He makes me furious. If you ask me, you shouldn't care about him. If you three hadn't spoiled him, would Xiao Ruoqing be so arrogant?
Let him suffer a bit, then he'll know his own weight. Su Fian's voice softened considerably, saying gently, Wanru, Xiao Ruoqing just doesn't understand.
Don't argue with him. The Xiao family only has this single heir left. If anything else happens, the old man can't handle it. Do me a favor and help him.
Seeing her pitiful look, Lin Wanru's heart immediately softened.
All right, for your sake, I'll help him this once.
This time, he escaped the wanted criminal. I can't leave Donghai for a while, with me here, nothing will happen to Xiao Ruoqing. When the law enforcement agency comes knocking, let this brat suffer a bit, and I'll step in.
Lin Wanru said impatiently, this should be enough, right?
Hearing this, Su Fian's face lit up with joy, leaning on her shoulder, I knew you were the best.
Humph. Lin Wanru huffed softly, just continue to spoil him. Banquet hall. Xiao Genoa was saying goodbye to Ling Ruoyao's parents. Suddenly, Muyu walked gracefully to Xiao Ruoqing, sweetly saying, I have something to do, so I won't disturb you and the bride tonight. Remember to come find me to hang out when you have time. Muyu gave Xiao Ruoqing a charming glance and swayed away. Xiao Ruoqing hurriedly looked away, not daring to look more. Muyu's looks and figure were top-notch. After looking too much, it was hard to control himself. Mr. Xiao, congratulations on your marriage. Suddenly, a gentle and soft voice sounded in his ear. Xiao Ruoqing turned his head and saw Wen Xuanji looking at him with bright eyes. Do you remember me? Xiao Ruoqing was slightly taken aback. Miss Wen, have we met?
Mr. Xiao may not remember, 3 years ago, I went to the prison to find Director Mu.
Because I wasn't used to the altitude sickness, I fainted. Wen Xuanji quickly smiled and said, if it weren't for you back then, I might have lost my life in the prison. So it was you.
Xiao Ruoqing nodded lightly, recalling indeed that this was the case.
When I saved you, I never forgot that life-saving grace.
When Xuanji glanced around, feeling some words were inappropriate to say face to face, so she lowered her voice. In the near future, I'll be in Donghai for a while and hope to have the chance to personally express my gratitude to Mr. Xiao.
Xiao Ruoqing knew that she meant something by that, because there were people nearby. She didn't want to say it out loud, so he just reminded her quietly. Once when Xuanji left, Xiao Zhenhua had a look of realization. No wonder you have this connection with Secretary Wen?
Xiao Zhenhua frowned slightly. Could it be that the betrothal gifts, including the hotel, were all arranged by her for you? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing said helplessly, Grandpa, I already told you, I am the chairman of Hanhai Group. Alright, if you become the chairman, it's worth it even if the old man dies now.
Xiao Zhenhua didn't believe it at all.
It was simply impossible to connect Xiao Ruoqing with the chairman of a multinational group worth tens of thousands of billions. Seeing he didn't believe, Xiao Ruoqing stopped explaining. Looking around, he suddenly remembered that both his elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law had come today, but he hadn't seen his second sister-in-law. Logically speaking, Grandpa shouldn't forget to invite her.
Grandpa, why didn't second sister-in-law come? Xiao Ruoqing asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenhua suddenly reacted, slapping his thigh. Oh no, how could I forget about that girl Yuhan? She usually lives at the horse farm left by your second brother, and a while ago, your third uncle needed someone to take care of him, so she went to the sanatorium. Recently, there have been too many things happening at home, and we didn't contact her much. Today is a happy day, how could I forget about her? It's all my fault.
Xiao Zhenhua's eyes clearly showed more guilt. Your third uncle's condition is getting more and more strange. The caregivers have changed several times, but none have been suitable. That girl heard about it and took the initiative to go take care of your third uncle, and she has been gone for several months.
Xiao Ruoqing felt slightly moved upon hearing this.
After losing his memory, third uncle had become somewhat foolish and needed close care. After all, second sister-in-law was a young girl in her prime, wasting her youth in a sanatorium.
This intention couldn't be considered small.
Xiao Ruoqing felt a lot of goodwill towards the second sister-in-law he had never met before.
Grandpa, is third uncle's condition still okay?
Xiao Ruoqing frowned and asked, since he had returned, perhaps third uncle's illness still had a chance of being cured. The environment at the sanatorium is okay, but your third uncle's illness is not something that can be improved overnight.
The doctor said he would gradually forget everyone. Xiao Zhenhua's expression grew a bit lonely.
He had doted upon his third son, Xiao Xingze, a lot. Xiao Xingze lived up to expectations and at a young age reached the pinnacle of the chess world in Daxia. Unfortunately, heaven is jealous of talent. An accident turned Xiao Xingze into a fool, and every time he thought about it, Xiao Zhenhua felt immense heartache.
How about this, Grandpa?
Xiao Ruoqing nodded gently. The sanatorium is not far from the graves of the three brothers. I just want to take Ruoya to pay respects to our three brothers, and I'll take the opportunity to bring second sister-in-law back. As for third uncle's illness, I can also try to see if I can help him treat it. Years ago, after Xiao Xingze was plotted against and lost his memory, his spirit was also affected. Over more than 10 years, Xiao Ruoqing had no great confidence that he could definitely cure him. Your second sister-in-law has given a lot for the Xiao family, it's time to bring her back.
Xiao Zhenhua nodded heavily, saying seriously, no matter what, we must not mistreat her.
In the suburbs of Donghai City, there was a burial ground. After the three brothers of the Xiao family had their incident, they were buried here. On the east side of the burial ground, there was a plot of nearly 100 square meters. On the ground stood 4 tombstones. The frontmost tombstone read, Grave of Xiao Xingchen. Behind it were Xiao Ruojuan, Xiao Ruolin, and Xiao Ruoshi. Upon arriving here, Xiao Ruoqing felt an unprecedented calm, and in his heart, only memories remained.
Xiao Xingchen was Xiao Zhenhua's second son and Xiao Ruoqing's second uncle.
As soon as Xiao Ruoqing began to have memories, his second uncle passed away in a car accident. His biological parents mysteriously disappeared not long after he was born, leaving no trace. The three brothers and grandpa accompanied Xiao Ruoqing through his entire childhood as he grew up.
Second uncle, it's been a long time.
Xiao Ruocheng bowed deeply in front of Xiao Xingqian's tombstone. Beside him, Ling Ruoyao also bent down.
I'll come to see you again.
Xiao Ruocheng opened a wine bottle and poured a circle in front of the tombstone.
Then, he walked back.
Behind were 3 tombstones closely lined up together. The first one was Xiao Ruojuan. Xiao Ruocheng looked at the portrait of his elder brother, trembling as he raised his hand to touch the inscription.
Elder brother, I brought Ruoyao to see you.
Xiao Ruocheng sat on the ground, his voice very soft, but with a hint of barely noticeable tremor. It's been years since we last met, I miss you so much. When I was young, I often played tricks, and Grandpa chased me around with a stick. Every time, you shielded me, not letting Grandpa hit me. Xiao Ruocheng leaned against the gravestone, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth.
Grandpa always thought I was useless and would never become a master.
You were the first to oppose him.
You always said, Ruocheng cannot be bad.
When he finished speaking, Xiao Ruocheng's voice choked, murmuring softly, now, I'm not bad. I know martial arts and medicine, I have skills in the 8 trigrams, and I hold money and power in my hands.
This should be the result you wanted to see most, right? But elder brother, why didn't you wait for me? Chapter 55, letting you suffer more than death.
Seeing him so sad, Ling Ruoyao had red rings around her eyes, feeling heartbroken. The once confident and strong Xiao Ruocheng seemed to shed his outer shell, turning into a child that needed care, constantly mumbling to himself. Real men don't easily shed tears, but only when it reaches the core of their sorrow.
Ruocheng, the 3 elder brothers are watching over us from above.
Ling Ruoyao took the initiative to embrace Xiao Ruocheng from behind, gently saying, they must be so happy to see you establish your family and career.
Don't be too sad, your brothers are watching over us.
Xiao Ruocheng wiped his tears and sighed, I understand, but I just recalled some past events and couldn't control my feelings for a moment.
I understand everything.
Ling Ruoyao pressed closely against Xiao Ruocheng, wishing to give him a few extra warmth.
After a moment, the two separated.
Xiao Ruocheng picked up a white cloth and squatted in front of the gravestone. He carefully wiped the 3 gravestones until they shone, then lit a few incense sticks.
Ruocheng is leaving, I will come again another day to honor our 3 elder brothers.
Xiao Ruocheng stuck the incense into the ground, pouring 3 cups of wine, and sprinkling it forward.
Give me a little more time, I will avenge you.
After saying this, a bleak and cold aura burst forth from Xiao Ruocheng. Ling Ruoyao's gaze trembled slightly, Xiao Ruocheng in front of her suddenly seemed a bit strange. A sense of indifference, a mysterious aura burst forth from him.
Alright, let's go.
Xiao Ruocheng poured himself a cup of wine and drank it all in one go. Ling Ruoyao nodded lightly, and the two held hands, leaving the cemetery.
Donghai Sanatorium is located just east of the cemetery, less than 500 meters away.
The environment here is relatively good and quiet, many dignitaries arrange for their relatives to come here for recuperation, which allows for both relaxation and healing. Xiao Ruocheng's third uncle, Xiao Xingze, has been living here since he was injured.
For him, Xiao Ruocheng only had a vague impression, mostly from what Grandpa said.
Xiao Xingze is the only chess genius in the Xiao family, with intelligence close to the supernatural. At the age of 10, he defeated the chess god Wunyan from Daxia, becoming a newly crowned chess deity, gaining fame instantly, and was known as the White-Robed Chess Master.
What a glorious time!
When Xiao Ruocheng was still very young, his third uncle was attacked and suffered severe brain injuries, turning into a fool. Later, the Xiao family searched for famous doctors to no avail and could only send him to the sanatorium. Over the years, Xiao Xingze's condition has not improved at all, in fact, it has worsened. Sometimes, when he goes mad, he doesn't even recognize his own close relatives.
Stop. You, what are you doing? Can't you see this is a sanatorium? The idol should stop here.
As they arrived at the entrance, the security guard blocked their way with an unfriendly face. Xiao Ruocheng politely said, we are family members of Xiao Xingze.
We are here to visit Xiao Xingze.
The security guard frowned, glanced at the list, then waved his hand.
You can go in, there are 2 hours of visiting time. Remember to come out early, don't delay too long. Afterwards, the two entered the sanatorium.
Watching their backs, the security guard's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. He picked up the intercom in his hand and said coolly, be careful, the Xiao family members are here, you all tone it down.
Xiao Ruocheng and Ling Ruoyao arrived on the 2nd floor.
I haven't found my uncle's hospital room when I suddenly heard a very harsh voice.
You stupid fool, I told you to eat, so eat it. You're so foolish, yet you dare to be picky with me. Here I am, in the prime of my youth, taking care of a fool like you, today you will eat whether you like it or not.
After the words fell, a whimpering sound echoed from inside the room. Xiao Ruocheng followed the sound and was shocked to find that it was coming from his uncle's hospital room. His face turned ashen. He hurried to the door and peeked through the window. Inside, his uncle's disheveled hair was pinned down by 2 men in security uniforms.
A young woman was frantically shoving a clump of dark, unrecognizable substance into Xiaoxing's mouth.
Xiaoxing's was on the floor, struggling desperately, whimpering, looking extremely pained. However, the woman wore a sinister grin, raising her foot to stomp down on his head, her expression cruel and spiteful.
Bastard of the Xiao family, you dare to resist me here? If you keep disobeying, I'll cut out your tongue.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoqing's fury surged, his eyes turning blood red.
You've got some nerve, show me if you can cut it. Hearing the voice, Song Qin abruptly turned around, frowning. Who are you? Who let you in? How dare you ask who I am?
Xiao Ruoqing laughed in anger. If he hadn't come to see his uncle today, he wouldn't have known how long his uncle would be tormented.
As a nurse in this nursing home, is this how you treat patients?
A cold, sharp light burst forth from Xiao Ruoqing's eyes. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. How I treat her is none of your business. Song Qin placed her hands on her hips and screamed loudly.
Slap.
Xiao Ruoqing slapped her, coldly saying, think carefully before you speak to me.
If you dare to be reckless again, I'll cut out your tongue first.
Song Qin staggered back a few steps, covering her face, her expression full of disbelief. You dare to hit me?
What about hitting you? Xiao Ruoqing's cold gaze swept over Song Qin, ultimately landing on the two security guards. Get away from me.
His voice contained a hint of genuine energy. As soon as he spoke, the two men trembled, spitting blood from their mouths and noses, involuntarily releasing their hold on Xiaoxing's, their faces filled with terror.
Uncle, are you okay?
Xiao Ruoqing stepped forward to help Xiaoxing's up. Xiaoxing's struggled to lift his head from the ground, and when he saw Xiao Ruoqing, his eyes lit up instantly.
Xiao Changchang, you're here.
In the next moment, he shook all over, grabbing Xiao Ruoqing's arm tightly, looking at Song Qin in fear. Xiao Changchang, hurry and save me. She's a bad person, you must make her leave. Xiao Ruoqing's voice was gentle. Okay, I will take you away right now. As soon as he touched Xiaoxing's arm, he instinctively moved his arm away.
Xiao Ruoqing frowned slightly. Uncle, is your arm uncomfortable? Let me take a look. He slowly pulled up Xiaoxing's sleeve.
This time, Xiaoxing's did not dodge, his eyes holding a hint of pain. As he pulled up the sleeve, revealed were crooked, winding scars. Xiao Ruoqing's eyes turned cold, lifting the back of Xiaoxing's shirt.
Dense scars, looking horrifying.
Some old wounds had not healed, and new injuries had clearly been added, showing he had suffered a lot of abuse. Xiao Ruoqing shook with anger. His uncle had been in the nursing home for over 10 years, it was unimaginable how much he had endured. Xiao Ruoqing suppressed his rage, took a deep breath, and looked at Ling Ruoya.
Ruoya, uncle is frightened, you take him out first.
Ling Ruoya seemed to guess something, and coyly nodded, supporting Xiaoxing's and bringing him out of the room. Xiao Ruoqing slowly stood up, walked to the door, and closed it. With a click, the door was locked. Turning around, his cold gaze cut through the three people like a knife. You people really have such ruthless methods.
Next, I will settle this score slowly.
Song Qin noticed Xiao Ruoqing's cruel gaze, her body involuntarily trembled slightly, fearfully saying, why you shouldn't act recklessly. Our sanatorium has security, don't blame me for not reminding you.
Xiao Ruoqing coldly laughed and slowly walked towards Song Qin, realizing fear now. Isn't it a bit too late? When you were mistreating my uncle, did you ever think that there are still people alive in the Xiao family? Song Qin was completely terrified and in panic, she ran outside. Xiao Ruoqing's figure flashed and blocked her way. I was wrong. Song Qin's face twisted in fear, trembling as she spoke. Slap.
Xiao Ruoqing gave another harsh slap, knocking Song Qin to the ground.
Wrong?
Xiao Ruoqing squatted down, his face cold. It's too late to know your mistake now, I will make you suffer worse than death.
Chapter 56, Second Sister-in-Law, Du Yuhan.
Quick, you two stop him. I'll call for help right away. Song Qin's face was filled with terror, she backed away a bit, reaching for the walkie-talkie at her waist. The two men in security uniforms looked reluctant. Sister Qin, this guy is tough, we are no match for him.
What are you panicking for? Song Qin shouted, aren't you all men? What's there to be afraid of when two can fight one?
I'll call for help, just hold him back. Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged glances and could only grit their teeth and rush forward.
As long as they can hold on until someone comes.
Seeing the two charging, Xiao Ruoqing lightly waved his sleeve, a sharp burst of energy swept by.
The two men were knocked back as if hit by a truck. Boom!
The sound of them hitting the ground was extremely heavy, as if it crashed into Song Qin's heart. She screamed, her hands trembling, nearly dropping the walkie-talkie. Xiao Ruoqing leisurely walked up to Song Qin, looking at her with a half-smile. Speak, go ahead, I'm giving you a chance to call for help. However, Song Qin looked as if she was scared stiff, her gaze vacant, holding the walkie-talkie but unable to utter a word.
If you don't speak, then I'll speak for you. Seeing Song Qin unresponsive, Xiao Ruocheng's gaze turned icy as he snatched the walkie-talkie away.
I'll give you 1 minute, if no one comes to save her, be prepared to collect her corpse.
You brat, who are you? An angry roar came from the walkie-talkie.
In the next second, Xiao Ruocheng crushed the walkie-talkie, cutting the sound off abruptly.
And no, don't kill me. I know I was wrong, please spare me.
Song Qin's body trembled like a chaff of rice, a puddle of wetness obvious under her pants. Intense fear nearly drove her mad.
Spare you?
Xiao Ruocheng stepped forward, grabbing Song Qin's hair and lifting her up.
His cold voice sent chills down her spine. The Xiao family pays hundreds of thousands in care fees each year, and this is how you treat my uncle?
Before Song Qin could speak, Xiao Ruocheng landed 2 slaps on her face. In an instant, her face was swollen like a pig's head, her teeth shattered, blood mixing with spittle.
Sorry.
Song Qin pleaded with Xiao Ruocheng, mumbling, I won't dare again, please spare me.
Xiao Ruocheng looked at her expressionlessly, saying lightly, where is my second sister-in-law, why isn't she in the room? She is fine.
Song Qin struggled to say, in the laundry room.
Xiao Ruocheng held Song Qin by her neck, coldly saying, she better be fine, otherwise, no one can save you today.
Afterward, he threw Song Qin to the ground and turned to walk out the door. Outside, Ling Ruoya was helping Xiao Xingzi tidy up his clothes, chatting and laughing together. Xiao Xingzi's mood had stabilized a lot. Seeing this, Xiao Ruocheng also felt relieved and walked over.
Ruoya, you and uncle wait here, I'll go find second.
At the end of the corridor is the laundry room of the nursing home. Upon entering, Xiao Ruocheng immediately saw a young woman squatting on the ground, washing clothes with great effort. With her fair and rosy doll-like face and a pair of lively big eyes, she looked gentle and soft. Xiao Ruocheng had seen her photo and recognized her at once as his sister-in-law Du Yuhan. In the chilly weather and cold water, Du Yuhan was vigorously scrubbing the clothes, her small hands turning red.
Sister-in-law, why are you still washing clothes by hand?
Hearing the voice, Du Yuhan lifted her head to look at Xiao Ruocheng, her pretty face filled with confusion.
Xiao Ruocheng then realized that Du Yuhan had never seen him before.
He quickly stepped forward and said, Sister-in-law, I am Xiao Ruocheng, here to visit you and Uncle San.
Du Yuhan nodded, oh, I see.
After saying that, she lowered her head and continued scrubbing the clothes. The nursing home clearly had a washing machine, yet she still had to wash clothes herself.
This is so unreasonable. Sister-in-law, stop washing. Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath, I will take you home.
After speaking, he prepared to pull Du Yuhan up. Her weight was even lighter than he had imagined. With just a slight effort, he pulled Du Yuhan into his arms.
Ah!
Du Yuhan exclaimed, caught off guard, and found herself buried in Xiao Ruocheng's embrace. Her body was soft and warm. Du Yuhan's pretty face turned bright red, and she quickly pushed away, quietly saying, Uncle San is in the ward, you should go accompany him first. Since it is still early, I need to hurry to get the clothes washed.
With that, she was about to squat down again.
Xiao Ruocheng pulled Du Yuhan back, frowning as he said, I went to see Uncle San, there is nothing wrong.
Stop washing, this is not your job.
Although she was at the nursing home to take care of Xiao Xingzi, the basic necessities of life would be taken care of by the home. Her role was more about companionship.
No.
Du Yuhan shook her head slightly, stubbornly saying, Uncle San needs to change clothes at night, and if I don't wash, it will be very dirty. Xiao Ruocheng was quite puzzled. With so many washing machines around, why do you have to wash by hand?
I want to use one.
Du Yuhan shook her head, her voice lacking confidence as she said, the people here hate Uncle San and won't let me use them. Upon hearing this, a fierce image of Song Qin flashed in Xiao Ruocheng's mind. It was not surprising for that wicked woman to do such things. I was too lenient with her. A hint of coldness flickered in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes.
Are the people at the nursing home bullying you?
Without letting her speak, Xiao Ruocheng grabbed Du Yuhan's sleeve. Sure enough, on her wrist were several fading scars that crisscrossed. The ugly scars stood out against her fair, tender skin.
What are you doing?
Du Yuhan was startled and struggled to retract her hand.
The people at the nursing home are bullying you, why didn't you tell the family earlier?
Xiao Ruocheng's face darkened, holding back the anger in his heart.
I was afraid.
Du Yuhan's eyes evaded, she did not dare to meet Xiao Ruocheng's gaze, stammering, some time ago, I returned home and heard that the family was in a lot of trouble, Grandpa and my sister-in-law are very busy. I can't be of any help, so how can I dare to add trouble to the family? I heard that this nursing home has deep connections and that the Xiao family is not what it used to be, it's better to endure it if possible. Towards the end, Du Yuhan's voice grew quieter, looking like a frightened rabbit, her face full of fear. Seeing her reaction, it seemed she had suffered much in the nursing home. Xiao Ruocheng sighed, his gaze filled with compassion. Come with me. Xiao Ruocheng grabbed Du Yuhan's wrist and walked towards the laundry room door.
What are you doing?
Uncle San has only this one set of clothes to change.
If it is not washed today, he will have nothing to wear tomorrow. Du Yuhan looked anxious. If he doesn't change clothes, those people will not give Uncle San his medicine.
No need to wash, come with me.
Xiao Ruocheng spoke firmly. Today I will take you and Uncle San home. With me here, from now on, no one will bully you anymore.
Back at the door of the ward. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps echoed loudly.
That's the kid.
He came to our sanatorium in broad daylight to cause trouble, hitting me like this.
You all better kill him.
Song Qin hurried over, flanked by a group of security guards, her fierce demeanor palpable.
Chapter 57, The SSS Class Assassination Order.
Upon seeing these people, Du Yuhan's face turned pale, carefully shrinking behind Xiao Ruocheng, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Song Qin.
Second sister-in-law, don't be afraid.
Xiao Ruocheng squinted slightly, comforting Du Yuhan with a few words, his gaze scanning the group. I won't spare any of them today.
Kid, you're quite arrogant.
Song Qin's expression turned icy. She had brought so many security guards this time. Even if Xiao Ruocheng knows a bit of martial arts, with so many people, even a spit from each of them could drown him.
Everyone, attack.
Song Qin's face was cold as she gave the order. The security guards charged forward like wolves.
Bunch of useless fools.
Xiao Ruocheng's tone was frigid, and the moment his voice faded, his figure vanished from the spot. Next, Song Qin witnessed a scene she would never forget in her life.
Xiao Ruocheng transformed into a swimming dragon, weaving through the crowd.
Screams occasionally erupted from the crowd. More than 10 people collapsed to the ground within less than a minute.
How is this possible?
Song Qin rubbed her eyes as if she had seen a ghost.
What's impossible?
Suddenly, a cold voice appeared beside her ear. Song Qin's body shivered in fright, and turning her head, she discovered Xiao Ruocheng standing next to her, looking at her with a half-smile.
A chill ran from her feet straight to her head. Is this all you've got? Any more?
Xiao Ruocheng said indifferently.
Devil, you're nothing but a devil. Song Qin babbled incoherently, turning to run.
However, just a few meters away, Xiao Ruocheng's cold voice followed her closely.
You, a mere caregiver, dare to mistreat patients? Who instructed you to do this?
As she fled, Song Qin's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. She turned back and found Xiao Ruocheng standing right behind her, his gaze sharp as a knife.
I don't understand what you mean.
Song Qin's eyes darted around, stammering, Xiao Xingzi is an idiot, if you don't hit him, he won't listen.
I had no choice but to do this.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng's gaze turned even colder.
Do you take me for a fool? Slap. A loud slap echoed as it landed on Song Qin's face. Lying in front of me, do you no longer value your life?
Xiao Ruocheng said coldly, I'll give you one more chance, think carefully before you speak.
I was wrong.
Song Qin sensed a chilling aura wrapping around her, no longer daring to lie. She panicked. Please don't kill me, the Bai family made me do this, it's all their orders, it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Ruocheng's eyes frosted over.
Another connection to the Bai family.
He was not surprised by this outcome.
You are somewhat perceptive.
Xiao Ruocheng leaned down, his voice soft. Since you like to bully others, let me show you what it feels like to be bullied.
No, please.
Song Qin was flustered and then felt a sharp pain in her head, as if a needle had pierced her skull. Then she fainted, collapsing to the ground.
Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath, turning to look at Du Yuhan, revealing a smile.
Second sister-in-law, to deal with evil people, you just have to be more evil than them, and they will fear.
Du Yuhan glanced at the unconscious Song Qin, subtly nodding.
She understood the reasoning, but a life spent being careful had still left an impact on her.
Ruoyao, help third uncle, let's go home.
Xiao Ruocheng stepped forward, supporting Du Yuhan seriously. From now on, we will never come back to this sanatorium.
Bang!
In the Xiao family, usually mild-mannered Xiao Genoa slammed his palm onto the table. Donghai Sanatorium, how dare these beasts?
Xiao Genoa's face turned ashen as he looked at the trembling Du Yuhan and the scarred Xiao Xingzi cowering in the corner. In an instant, tears streamed down his face. It's my fault, it's all my fault.
I thought sending the third son to Donghai Sanatorium would allow him to receive more professional care and treatment, perhaps even allowing his condition to improve. I never expected that you guys would suffer so much. Xiao Ruocheng felt distressed seeing his grandfather so self-reproachful.
Grandpa, it's not your fault, it's the Bai family.
Saner, we won't go anywhere from now on, we'll just stay at home.
Xiao Genoa walked towards Xiao Xingzi, who was huddled in the corner, filled with pity. As long as I'm here, no one will bully you again.
Xiao Xingzi's eyes widened curiously. Though he was nearly 40, his gaze was as clear as a child's. Since being hit by a stick, his intelligence had deteriorated even further. I'll check on my third uncle. Xiao Ruocheng stepped forward, placing his fingers on Xiao Xingzi's wrist. After more than 10 seconds, he breathed a sigh of relief. I can treat my third uncle's illness, but the healing process may take some time, and I still need some special herbs.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Genoa's voice trembled with excitement. What? Xiao Chen, you aren't joking, are you? To treat Xiao Xingze, the Xiao family had spared no effort, searching for famous doctors without any results.
This matter had become a source of deep concern for him.
Of course, I have confidence,
Xiao Ruocheng said seriously.
That's good, that's good. Xiao Genoa exhaled a long breath. Ah!
Suddenly, Xiao Xingze let out a strange cry, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was bewildered. Only Du Yuhan was not surprised at all. Instead, she crouched down and patiently patted Xiao Xingze's shoulder.
Third uncle, are you hungry? Ah. Xiao Xingze grinned, mumbling incoherently. However, Du Yuhan nodded gently, looking at everyone.
Third uncle's stomach is uncomfortable, he wants to go to the bathroom. Also, he is a bit thirsty and wants some water. After a long time of care, Du Yuhan and Xiao Xingze had developed a certain understanding, so she could roughly figure out what he meant. Hearing this, Xiao Genoa hurriedly looked at the nanny nearby, instructing someone to take Xiao Xingze downstairs. Yuhan girl, you've really had a hard time during this period.
Xiao Genoa grasped Du Yuhan's hand, filled with emotion. The Xiao family owes you too much.
Whatever wish you have, I will definitely do my best to fulfill it, consider it my small compensation. Du Yuhan raised her eyebrows, thinking carefully, then hesitated and said, Grandpa, I want 1 million to buy medicine.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Genoa was stunned. This girl is perfectly fine, why does she suddenly want to buy medicine? If it's too difficult, it's okay not to give it.
Du Yuhan was unsure if her request was too much, her voice lowering slightly. I'll think of another way. Seeing her being so cautious, Xiao Genoa felt even more guilty.
Girl, this small matter is nothing to be difficult about. Upon hearing this, Du Yuhan's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, Grandpa. Beep beep beep.
At this moment, Xiao Ruocheng's phone rang.
He walked aside and answered the call. Mr. Xiao, do you have a moment now?
Once the call connected, Yuzhen chuckled nervously.
Secretary Wen has been waiting for you and wants to meet.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng remembered that when Xuanji had been waiting.
Where is she now?
I'll head over right away, Xiao Ruocheng asked.
At Longyun International Hotel, 16th floor, Presidential Suite.
Then, Xiao Ruocheng hung up the phone, drove to drop Ling Ruoyao off at the Ling Group, and made his way to Longyun International Hotel. He took the elevator straight to the 16th floor. Xiao Ruocheng gently knocked on the door, and soon there was a sound of footsteps from inside. As soon as the door opened, Wen Xuanji, with wet hair, smiled warmly.
Mr. Xiao, you're here, please come in. Xiao Ruocheng nodded gently as he walked into the room.
She must have just taken a shower, wearing a silk nightgown, her hair up, and beads of water on her face, appearing elegant and particularly alluring. Noticing Xiao Ruocheng's gaze, when Xuanji's cheeks flushed slightly, usually high up in position, she felt a bit awkward, her fingers fiddling with the hem of her dress. Please have a seat, I'll go pour some tea. When Xuanji found an excuse to leave momentarily, adjusted her breathing, and then returned with a teacup in hand.
You urgently wanted to see me, is there something important? Xiao Ruocheng took a sip of tea, frowning and asking. Please wait a moment. When Xuanji stood up and brought over her laptop. After a series of operations, a foreign website popped up on the screen.
The interface was pitch black, looking extremely mysterious. She opened a list of names, each one written in blood red, with a skull icon next to it. At the very top of the list, it boldly said, SSS level kill order, Xiao Ruocheng. Chapter 58, Holding the King's Token, no one cannot be killed.
This is a bounty for me?
Xiao Ruocheng clicked on the list, and his own information appeared, even a photo of him before he went to prison. Mr. Xiao, this is the must-kill list of the internationally known killer organization, for Symbol's Palace.
You are now ranked number 1.
When Xuanji's voice was heavy, I found out that 5 days ago, someone offered 1 billion to take your life.
Only 1 billion? Xiao Ruocheng let out a mocking laugh. They want my head for just 1 billion? That's really looking down on me.
Mr. Xiao, I have already represented Hanhai Group to coordinate with 4 Symbols Palace. With the group's international influence, it shouldn't be a problem to cancel the kill order. When Xuanji said seriously, however, it will take some time to find out who offered the bounty.
For Symbols Palace is always very strict about protecting their clients.
Xiao Ruocheng nodded in satisfaction. When Xuanji truly lived up to being the Secretary General of the group's secretariat. She handled things meticulously and in perfect order. He hadn't even given the order yet, and she had already taken the initiative to contact 4 Symbols Palace.
Besides that, there's one more thing I need to give you. As she finished speaking, when Xuanji took out an exquisite wooden box from her bag.
With a respectful expression, she handed it to Xiao Ruochen with both hands. This was entrusted to me by Lady Xianyuan to give to you, the Zhenjiang King's token. When Xuanji's expression grew more solemn, and when she mentioned the words Lady Xianyuan, there was only reverence in her eyes.
My master gave it to me?
Hearing that, Xiao Ruochen was a bit surprised and reached out to open the wooden box. Inside was a token made entirely of gold and yellow, crafted with great care. The token had delicate patterns, and when held in his hand, a wave of warmth rose in his palm. Even though it was only the size of a palm, it felt unusually heavy.
Xiao Ruochen examined the token in his hand for a moment before raising his head and asking, "What is the Zhenjiang King's token?" The Zhenjiang King's token is a symbol of identity.
Since the founding of Daxia, there have been 3 kings, King of Pingshan, King of 4 Seas, and King of Zhenjiang. When Xuanji took a deep breath and said slowly, each of these kings has made unmatched contributions, and their titles are inherited without change. The King of Zhenjiang rules over the 9 southern provinces and is a real king with power. With hundreds of thousands of troops under his command, he does not kneel to the emperor. The king's token is a symbol of the king's status. Lady Xianyuan asked me to pass the token to you, and she also asked me to deliver one sentence.
Holding the king's token, no one cannot be killed.
Xiao Ruochen trembled all over, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes.
No one cannot be killed.
What a bold spirit! In an instant, he seemed to see his master dressed in blue, her long black hair like a waterfall standing in front of him, exuding elegance, nobility, and dominance. As the ruler of the entire women's prison, his master could make tens of thousands of vicious criminals behave with just one look. Xiao Ruochen's martial arts were also learned from her. Although it seemed that his master had left the prison, she still always kept him in mind. Xiao Ruochen held the token tightly in his hand, his heart feeling very warm.
Thank you, Miss One. Xiao Ruochen solemnly put the Zhenjiang King's token into his pocket.
His master had specially given it to him, probably as another layer of protection. Beep beep beep. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Ruochen took it out and looked. It was a call from his grandfather.
Xiaochen, you rascal, where did you disappear to in the blink of an eye?
Xiao Ruochen laughed awkwardly. I'm at a hotel meeting a friend.
What's the matter?
What else?
Your second sister-in-law wants $1 million to buy medicine.
I'm worried that she's in some kind of trouble.
That girl doesn't talk much and keeps everything inside.
You're the same age as her, ask more, see if she's having difficulties.
Xiao Genoa's tone was full of age and weariness. Go now, don't keep her waiting.
Okay, I got it.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruochen slightly frowned.
In her memory, her second brother and Du Yuhan had only met once, and their communication was very brief. Her second brother liked horse riding and asked her to take good care of the Xiao family's horse farm. Since then, Du Yuhan moved into the horse farm, carefully tending to it without any mistakes. If it weren't for their third uncle needing someone to care for him in the nursing home, she might still be at the horse farm now. Over the years, her grandfather and the company had kept it going, leaving her days likely not easy. The Xiao family owed her too much. I have something to take care of, so I need to go. Xiao Ruochen came back to her senses and looked at Wen Xuanji. If there are any other movements from the Four Symbols Palace, tell me in time. Wen Xuanji stared at his handsome face, slightly lost in thought. Okay, I got it. In the suburbs of Donghai City, Xingyuan Horse Farm. Once, Xingyuan Horse Farm was lavishly decorated, covering nearly 5,000 square meters, with guests who were either rich or noble. Later, as competition grew, the horse farm's business declined, and there were almost no guests coming, only more than 10 old horses remained. In the stable, Du Yuhan carried a steaming small bucket and walked into the pen. To take care of Xiao Xingze, she had barely come here for a month. Taking advantage of the good weather and with someone taking care of Xiao Xingze, she returned to manage the horses. It's time for your baths again, you all need to behave. Du Yuhan tied her hair up, exposing her long, white neck, closed the door, and squatted down to dip a brush in some water. Just as she was about to start, suddenly footsteps were heard from behind. Du Yuhan turned around to see a flamboyant young man, accompanied by a dozen people, walking in. Wow, Xingyuan Horse Farm is really failing, such a big place and not a single customer. The boss lady even has to personally wash the horses, can't even afford workers, what's the point of running it? The young man laughed loudly, his face full of arrogance. Du Yuhan slightly furrowed her brows, as if she hadn't heard, and continued to wash the horse. This young man was the son of the boss of the neighboring Bolyi horse farm, named Li Li. The two horse farms were right next to each other, but their businesses were worlds apart. Bolyi Horse Farm had invested a lot of money, studying ways to play, with excellent services and facilities. Xingyuan Horse Farm was a gift from Xiao Roland to her, but over the years, the Xiao family had too many problems and couldn't afford to maintain the farm. Only Du Yuhan remained, struggling to hold on. I'm planning to expand my horse farm, since we're right next to each other, 2 million, sell Xingyuan Horse Farm to me.
Li pretended to be generous. This amount isn't small, think about it. Hearing this, Du Yuhan glared at him fiercely but didn't speak.
Although the horse farm was run down and had no top-quality horses, just this 3,000 square meters of land was worth more than 2 million.
Li's offer was complete nonsense. Du Yuhan, what are you pretending to be so pure for?
Seeing that Du Yuhan repeatedly ignored him, Li's temper flared, so he directly opened the fence and walked in.
Go ask around, who would want to buy this broken horse farm? But I'm different.
Li smirked, with a lewd look in his eyes. Not only can I buy the horse farm, but I can also take you. As he spoke, he reached out towards Du Yuhan's back.
You, what are you doing?
Du Yuhan, like a startled rabbit, frightened, picked up the nearby hot water bucket and threw it at him.
Ah! Li screamed.
A bucket of hot water landed perfectly in his crotch. The scalding hot water poured down, and steam.
Slap! Du Yuhan's collar tore with a sound. Let me go! Du Yuhan's eyes widened, struggling desperately with her legs, but how could her strength match that of a strong man like Li?
After a few struggles, she was completely controlled.
Run, go ahead and run.
Li grinned sinisterly, turning to glance at several subordinates. Go smash this broken horse farm for me.
Once I'm done, she's yours. Chapter 59, The Tattoo Reappears.
Hearing these words, a group of subordinates glanced at Du Yuhan with ill intentions, as if they had taken a stimulant and wreaked havoc in the stable. The already burdened stable became even more dilapidated.
It was almost impossible to find a single intact piece of wood.
The trembling horses huddled together, looking at these people in terror.
You, let go of me, or I will call for help.
Du Yuhan looked at Li's impatient expression, her pretty face turning even paler, fists tightly clenched.
Go ahead and shout, let's see who you can call.
Li said nonchalantly, even if you call the law enforcement bureau today, they won't be able to save you. As he spoke, his big hand reached for Du Yuhan's shoulder.
In a panic, Du Yuhan bit down on Li's wrist. Get the hell out of here.
Li cried out in pain and raised his hand to slap her. Du Yuhan staggered back a few steps, falling to the ground, a clear 5-finger imprint appearing on her pale face.
Didn't see that coming, you're quite the wild horse.
Li sneered, the wild horses I've trained are much wilder than you.
Come to me.
After falling just now, Du Yuhan couldn't muster any strength and could only watch as he approached her step by step. In her moment of despair, the face of Xiao Ruoqing appeared in her mind.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a strong wind flashed by. Li's cheek burst into blood as he was knocked back by this force.
Du Yuhan opened her eyes in confusion, feeling warmth enveloping her.
Turning her head, she found Xiao Ruoqing slowly draping his jacket over her shoulders.
Ruoqing? Du Yuhan instinctively shivered, clutching the jacket, tears welling up in her eyes. Second sister-in-law, are you okay?
Xiao Ruoqing looked at Du Yuhan with concern, his heart filled with fear. Fortunately, he arrived in time.
If he had been a moment later, it would have been a big disaster. I thought I would never see you again.
Returning to her senses from her panic, Du Yuhan suddenly hugged Xiao Ruoqing, sobbing. Feeling the warm body in his arms, Xiao Ruoqing's body stiffened.
It's okay, it's all over. He patted Du Yuhan's shoulder, softly saying. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. So the hero saves the beauty, huh? Damn it, kill him.
Li got up from the ground, a long cut on his face, glaring angrily at his subordinates. Hearing this, a dozen men raised steel pipes, menacingly approaching Xiao Ruoqing.
You stand behind me, it'll be fine soon. Xiao Ruoqing moved his wrist, his face calm, just a touch from you would be too dirty for me. He hooked a piece of rope from the ground with his toe. Li scoffed dismissively, you think you can take on so many people with a broken rope? You're out of your mind. Disable him, and I'll reward you with 100,000. As his voice fell, the dozen men rushed forward. Du Yuhan trembled in fear, grabbing Xiao Ruoqing's arm. Let's run, or it will be too late.
However, Xiao Ruoqing remained unmoving, instead channeling his energy into the rope and casually swinging it. The rope instantly tightened, becoming as rigid as an iron rod. Smack! The rope swung out, directly knocking 3 men away. The remaining men could not react in time, and a whistling sound followed. Smack! Smack! A few more men flew into the water trough. Xiao Ruoqing's power made the remaining men hesitate, not daring to approach. A bunch of useless trash. Li snorted coldly, showing no signs of panic. Kid, you do have some skills, but to save someone in my hands, it's not enough. His smile suddenly turned sinister, and he shouted loudly. Ah Mang! Upon hearing the call, a 2-meter-tall giant walked out from the shadows of the stable. A casual palm strike landed on the support pillar of the stable. Boom! The thick round log exploded with a loud sound. Is this your confidence? Xiao Ruoqing glanced at Mang calmly and said lightly.
Ridiculous, you probably haven't even heard of inner warriors. Lily scoffed, Amang, cripple him. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Amang's eyes, and he shot out like an arrow. With a hand like a giant fan, he aimed to chop down on Xiao Ruoqing's head. The terrifying momentum made Du Yuhan's body tremble. It's over now. She couldn't bear to see Xiao Ruoqing suffer severe injuries, so she closed her eyes. Suddenly, Amang stopped. His huge hand, strong enough to break a rooftop beam, was now easily pinched between two fingers. Amang's sweat poured down like rain, and his face turned red as he tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't do it at all. Is this all you've got? Xiao Ruoqing coldly smiled and twisted his fingers. Crack! With the crisp sound of bones breaking, Amang's entire body felt like it was crushed under a mountain. Ah! Amang screamed tragically, holding his arm and kneeling down. Beside him, Lily's mouth was wide open, large enough to fit an egg. The reason he was so arrogant was because he had Amang backing him up. An inner warrior was much stronger than a dozen useless drunks. But now, Amang had fallen in an instant. Lily's heart finally panicked. Who are you? He stammered as he backed away. Xiao Ruoqing coldly said, You are not worthy to know. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow on Amang's upper arm. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a scorpion tattoo. That day, the young man who attacked Duan Shirtong also had the same tattoo. Could it be that these two are connected? Xiao Ruoqing narrowed his eyes slightly, releasing a chilling aura. Don't move! Suddenly, Li Li's sinister voice came through. Xiao Ruoqing looked up to see him holding a gun, its dark muzzle emitting a deadly aura. Kid, let me see you act tough again. Li Li's face twisted in rage, the gun in his hand gave him immense courage. Try shooting. Xiao Ruoqing's gaze was icy, he said indifferently. You think I wouldn't dare? Li Li's breath quickened, and he fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun exploded with a loud sound. Xiao Ruoqing remained unfazed, shielding Du Yuhan in his arms, swiftly dodging to the side. The bullet whizzed past him, sparking against the dirt wall behind him. Lily stared dumbfounded at this scene, muttering, Impossible, this can't be real. At such close range, someone dodged a bullet, this completely exceeded his imagination. In the next second, Xiao Ruoqing appeared in front of him at an even stranger speed. You. Lily couldn't react in time as he felt a grip on his throat, lifting him off the ground. Who sent you? Xiao Ruoqing's pupils glimmered coldly, You have 3 seconds to answer. Lily's face turned red, struggling to say, I just came to buy the horse farm, my dad sent me. Buying the horse farm? Xiao Ruoqing had to turn to Du Yuhan, is what he said true? Miss Du, you can't lie, I do have improper thoughts about you, but I came here today just to buy the horse farm. Lily had a sorrowful expression, Miss Du, please help me explain. He wants to buy the horse farm. Du Yuhan hesitated for a few seconds but still chose to explain the facts. Thank God. Lily forced out a smile, Xiao sir, I developed feelings for Miss Du, it's my fault, I'm willing to compensate, whatever it takes. Please spare me. Seeing Lily looking so frightened for his life, Xiao Ruoqing frowned, feeling he shouldn't know Amang's identity. Then tell me, how will you compensate? Xiao Ruoqing casually tossed Lily to the ground, looking around and realizing nothing was damaged except for a dilapidated stable that was almost torn down. You name a price. Lily had an expression of having survived a disaster, cautiously said. I don't lack money, so how about this, you go fix that stable for me. Xiao Ruoqing pointed to the stable, which had rotted beyond recognition. Gently said, restore it to its original state, understand? Hearing such a simple request, Lily instantly broke into a smile. Okay, I'll call someone to fix it right away. Xiao Ruoqing's expression turned cold, speaking each word slowly, I said, you fix the stable. When he said you, he deliberately raised his voice. Lily was stunned, with his delicate skin and soft flesh, he couldn't even handle the task of fixing a table or chair, let alone the stable. Master Xiao, I'm really not cut out for this, if I delay the operation of the horse farm, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lily looked troubled, how about this, I'll find the best craftsman to renovate the horse farm, how does that sound? Xiao Ruoqing's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. A coldness radiated from him, faint yet piercing. Lily immediately backed down. Brother, I'll go do it right now. He walked toward the dilapidated parts of the stable and instinctively raised his hand to gesture. All of you, stop standing there like fools, come help me. A group of subordinates, seeing this, obediently stood up and prepared to assist. Xiao Ruoqing suddenly spoke, I told you to do it yourself. Feeling goosebumps rising on his back, Lily quickly waved his hand, Master Xiao has spoken, go back, go back. Watching Lily start to work with peace of mind, Xiao Ruoqing approached Amang. He slightly raised his palm, and a silver needle pierced into Amang's body. Ah! The unconscious Amang instantly woke up.
The stabbing pain in his chest twisted his face, and he was drenched in sweat. Xiao Ruochang stepped on Mang's chest, causing the blue stone slab beneath to shatter.
I have a question to ask you.
Xiao Ruochang gazed at the tattoo on Mang's bicep, coldly saying, "Where did this tattoo come from?"
Mang's mouth leaked blood foam as he whimpered, "What tattoo? I don't understand."
Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Xiao Ruochang's eyes. 3 silver needles instantly pierced into Mang's body, causing him to convulse violently, with countless blood veins bulging beneath his skin. "You're stubborn, let's see how long you can hold on." Xiao Ruochang's expression remained stone-faced.
The extreme pain nearly drove Mang to the brink of collapse.
I'll tell you. Cold sweat oozed from Mang's forehead. "This is a mark left at Master Ji's boxing arena. Every boxing arena has it."
"Who is Master Ji?"
Xiao Ruochang grasped the key point, coldly staring at Mang.
"The former underground emperor of Donghai, Ji Fu."
Mang, enduring the pain, spoke with difficulty. "Master Ji hasn't left Donghai, he simply moved his business to the shadows."
"Every fighter entering the boxing arena must get a tattoo to prove their identity."
Xiao Ruochang's eyes narrowed. It seemed he recalled something that Chu Hongyan had mentioned before. Before the Rose Society and the Black Dragon Gang divided the underground world of Donghai, it was under Ji Fu's control. To his surprise, he hadn't left but had simply hidden in the dark.
It seems the one who assassinated Duan Shirtong could be someone arranged by Ji Fu.
To continue investigating, he must find Ji Fu first.
Xiao Ruochang pondered for a few seconds and asked, "Is Ji Fu within the boxing arena?"
"Master Ji's whereabouts are mysterious, we rarely see him." Mang managed to catch his breath and said, "Usually, the boxing arena is managed by his brother, Ji Yang. Beyond that, I really don't know." Hearing this, Xiao Ruochang nodded.
"You answered well, you can go die now."
Upon hearing this, Mang's pupils suddenly constricted.
"Don't." Xiao Ruochang ignored his pleas. The moment Mang acted against him, his fate was sealed. Crack. Mang's chest caved in, and his breath ceased. Clang.
At that moment, a sudden sound of something heavy falling was heard nearby. Seeing Mang dead, Li was so frightened that he dropped his tools, scattering them everywhere.
"I didn't see anything."
Li noticed Xiao Ruochang looking at him and immediately lowered his head, working hard.
"Ruochang, is he dead?" Du Han's small face was tightly stretched, panicking. "What should we do?"
"It's fine, his death is his own fault." Xiao Ruochang waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. "By the way, Grandpa asked me to come and give you money. I heard you want to buy medicine."
"What kind of medicine is so expensive?"
Xiao Ruochang moved 2 chairs over, inviting Du Han to sit down. "It's like this, when I came from Beijing, I brought an old housekeeper with me. A few years ago, he fell ill."
When mentioning the old housekeeper, Du Han's expression clearly showed some sadness. "He is very ill.
I heard there is an ancient physician in Donghai who can save lives with a single medicinal patch. The old housekeeper has taken care of me for over a decade, and I want to save him."
"That medicinal patch costs 1 million each."
As she spoke, she cautiously observed Xiao Ruochang's expression. 1 million for a single medicinal patch is indeed shocking.
However, Du Han could not find a better way.
The old housekeeper had worked tirelessly for her at the racetrack, which caused him to become ill. Xiao Ruochang frowned slightly.
"A patch that saves lives?
That's a bit far-fetched."
"Sister-in-law, I feel, could it be a scam?"
Xiao Ruochang did not want to make her sad, so he spoke a little more gently.
"A medicinal patch that saves lives? That's too exaggerated, right? Actually, I know a bit of medicine. Why don't I give it a try?" Hearing this, Du Han shook her head. "Let's not. He doesn't have much time left. I don't want him to suffer. The ancient physician's medicinal patch will be our last attempt."
Xiao Ruochang smiled bitterly. He understood that Du Han was not avoiding trouble, but did not trust his medical skills.
"Then how about this, I will accompany you to meet this ancient physician, alright?"
Xiao Ruochang did not want to cool her heart, so he found a middle ground. If it turned out to be a scam, he could mitigate the loss by being there.
"Okay, then let's hurry." Du Han's eyes lit up slightly. She grabbed Xiao Ruochang and prepared to leave. Chapter 61, Exposing the Fraudster on the Spot. "Young Master Xiao, wait a moment."
Suddenly, Li's voice came from behind.
Xiao Ruochang turned around and frowned. "What is it?" "Young Master Xiao, I've finished the repairs." Li pointed to the stable with a flattering expression. "When can I be released?"
Xiao Ruochang glanced over and noticed that the stable had indeed been rebuilt and looked similar to before.
"Pretty quick work."
Xiao Ruochang replied indifferently. "The crossbeam was broken, just replaced it."
"It's really not a big deal." Li forced a smile. "So is there anything else you need me to do?"
"You did suggest it yourself." Xiao Ruochang casually commanded, "Go wash those horses."
Make sure they are clean, I'll check when I return.
Upon hearing this, Lily wished he could slap himself. But, having said the words, he could only respond in a muffled voice, "Alright, I'll go wash them."
Then, Xiao Ruochang and Du Yuhan left. Not long after, following Du Yuhan's directions, the two arrived at a villa area.
From afar, they could see over 20 people kneeling in front of a grey-tiled villa, all dressed in white. At first glance, it looked a bit eerie, as though they were holding some mysterious ritual.
Getting a bit closer, they could even hear the sound of chanting.
At the villa's entrance stood a middle-aged man in a white robe, who slowly said,
"To seek medicine, one must be sincere. Kneel 3 times to receive the remedy."
Upon hearing this, the people kneeling on the ground bowed even lower, and the chanting grew louder.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruochang could almost conclude the ancient physician was definitely a fraud. While pondering, the two arrived in front of the villa. Noticing newcomers, the ancient physician smiled. "Are you two here to seek medicine?"
Xiao Ruochang frowned, remaining silent.
Du Yuhan nodded seriously. "Ancient physician, I want to acquire a medicinal patch to cure diseases, but what's going on here?" She hesitated and glanced at the kneeling people. "Miss, is this your first time here?" "My medicinal patch cures all ailments."
The ancient physician chuckled. "Of course, such a good medicine cannot just be bought with money, sincerity matters." As he spoke, he shouted towards the villa. "Disciple, bring out 2 patches for our new friends to see." Soon, a young man emerged from the villa, carefully holding 2 medicinal patches. "These are the medicinal patches, you two can take a look." The ancient physician waved his hand, and the disciple handed the patches to Du Yuhan. Du Yuhan flipped through them, unable to understand much, but noticed they smelled quite nice. Xiao Ruochang's gaze turned cold. He didn't even need to observe closely, he could tell with one glance.
This thing is fake. It's not even medicine at all.
The medicine patch is made of lime powder mixed with some plant ashes, adding a bit of fragrance. With such a medicine, it would be a miracle if it worked. Gentlemen, the medicine patch should not be used directly. The ancient divine doctor pointed to the group of people kneeling on the ground and said lightly, "Find a spot for yourselves, read the scriptures for 3 days, and after 3 days, you can take it back to save your life." Du Yuhan did not have any doubts. For the sake of saving the old housekeeper, kneeling for 3 days was nothing. She slightly bent her knees, preparing to kneel down.
"Don't kneel." Xiao Ruochang pressed her shoulder and said coldly, "You use lime powder mixed with fragrance as a magical medicine. What disease are you curing?"
At this remark, a shadow flashed in the ancient divine doctor's eyes. "Kid, how do you speak?" The disciple could not bear it and pointed at Xiao Ruochang, speaking harshly, "Apologize to my master."
"Don't be rude."
The ancient divine doctor looked sorrowful. "Over the years, many have misunderstood me. If curses can make you sincerely seek medicine,
then, please be my guest."
Seeing this, the people kneeling nearby immediately could no longer stand it.
"What do you mean by this? Doubting the ancient divine doctor? I advise you not to make a scene here, hurry and leave." "Presumptuous. The ancient divine doctor just cured Boss Zhang's partial paralysis yesterday. My second sister's disability was also cured by the ancient divine doctor." "You brat. You do not know how powerful the ancient divine doctor is. If you don't buy it, we will."
The people kneeling on the ground looked furious, wishing they could tear Xiao Ruochang apart. Xiao Ruochang, in rage, laughed coldly. "You really believe his nonsense? If healing someone really relied solely on a medicine patch, then what do we need all those doctors for?" His words had no effect at all. The crowd's anger escalated, and the ancient divine doctor smiled slightly, raising his hand to suppress them. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. "Everyone, do not hold this young brother accountable. I just said, it is normal for him to have doubts." The ancient divine doctor vowed, "Let me demonstrate the miraculous effect of the medicine patch for everyone, how about that? At that time, all rumors will be quashed." As soon as this was said, the crowd was instantly excited. "The ancient divine doctor is going to demonstrate personally, we will be delighted." "Kid, you better pay attention, although you spoke rudely, having the ancient divine doctor take action once is also your great fortune." Xiao Ruochang shook his head secretly. These people had been completely brainwashed. Even if the truth was right in front of them, no one would believe it. The ancient divine doctor pointed at the crowd, casually selecting someone. "This gentleman, come here." The man who was pointed at was overjoyed, stood up, and bowed deeply before the ancient divine doctor. "What ailment do you have?" The ancient divine doctor said lightly. "Ancient divine doctor, my name is Zhang Shan. My right hand has not moved for the past few days, and it has been years. It usually pains unbearably. The hospital told me that if I don't have surgery in time, I might have to amputate." The man looked hopefully at the ancient divine doctor, nervously asking, "Is there still hope for me?" "Small problem." The ancient divine doctor waved his hand nonchalantly. "One medicine patch will return you to normal." "That's wonderful, that's wonderful." Zhang Shan was so excited he could hardly speak coherently. "Please help me."
The ancient divine doctor nodded and looked at his disciple. Get the silver needles. The disciple took out a needle case respectfully and handed it over. The ancient divine doctor lifted Zhang Shan's right arm sleeve, his wrist shook, and the silver needles pierced the acupoints. Seeing the trajectory and force of his needlework, Xiao Ruocheng vaguely felt it was somewhat familiar. A few minutes later, the acupuncture ended. The ancient divine doctor took a medicine patch and pressed it on Zhang Shan's arm. Wait a moment, the medicine will cure the disease.
Zhang Shan was full of gratitude, saying joyfully, "Thank you, ancient divine doctor."
In just a few minutes,
Zhang Shan tentatively moved his shoulder and arm.
The once stiff arm was now very relaxed, able to move freely. Indeed, a divine doctor, the medicine cured the disease.
Zhang Shan's voice trembled with excitement. In just a few minutes, my arm doesn't hurt anymore, and I can move freely.
What else could it be if not a divine doctor?
After saying that, he turned his head, directing all his anger towards Xiao Ruocheng.
Boy, you dare to question the ancient divine doctor?
My arm is about to be amputated, and now the medicine has cured me. Apologize to the ancient divine doctor. Xiao Ruocheng sneered and strode forward.
What do you want?
Zhang Shan looked at him with fierce momentum, his arrogance extinguished in an instant.
Are you sure your arm is healed?
Xiao Ruocheng tapped twice on Zhang Shan's shoulder.
What are you doing? My hand.
Zhang Shan screamed, suddenly feeling a piercing pain in his right arm. That scammer sealed your pain response. Xiao Ruocheng shrugged, if I help you release it, it naturally starts to hurt again.
Bullshit. How could the ancient divine doctor use such a low-level trick? It must be you who used some kind of evil magic to frame him.
Saying this, Zhang Shan gritted his teeth in pain and sincerely said, Divine Doctor, please help me heal my arm again, and break this kid's scheme.
Chapter 62, The Absolute Valley Medical Order.
The ancient divine doctor had a somewhat unnatural expression. His secrets had all been seen through by Xiao Ruocheng.
What's the point of treating him again?
He would still be exposed.
Young friend, what exactly do you want?
The ancient divine doctor took a deep breath and stared at Xiao Ruocheng, slowly saying,
I want nothing. Ancient divine doctor, they asked you to treat them.
Xiao Ruocheng laughed mockingly, then why don't you treat them?
Hearing this, anger surged in the ancient divine doctor's eyes. With so many people watching, he couldn't just do nothing. Everyone, please remain calm. This kid did indeed use some special methods to make my medicine patch ineffective. But the medicine patch itself is perfectly fine.
The ancient divine doctor desperately tried to soothe everyone's emotions, he is just spouting nonsense. Those who have used the medicine patch should know, its effects are absolutely significant.
No tears until you see the coffin.
Xiao Ruocheng sneered, grabbed the water bottle, and poured it directly onto a medicine patch.
Put.
As the water splashed down, the medicine patch emitted a sizzling sound and a burst of white vapor.
What is happening here?
The people on the ground looked confused. This is the characteristic of the medicine starting to take effect, what's so surprising about it? The ancient divine doctor forced himself to remain calm, the medicine I used is all genuine materials, only then can it trigger such a reaction. Xiao Ruocheng picked up the wet medicine patch, tore it open, and some black residue fell out. Look closely, this medicine patch is mixed with lime powder, which heats up when it meets water.
Any talk of medicinal power is nonsense.
Watching the black residue on the ground, which indeed didn't resemble medicinal remnants, those who had staunchly believed in the ancient divine doctor began to waver in their hearts.
Ancient divine doctor, what is going on?
One person couldn't help but say, everyone believes you, so please explain, this isn't lime powder. Upon hearing this, the ancient divine doctor darkened his face, opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound.
Can't speak anymore? Xiao Ruocheng looked at the crowd with disappointment, stop kneeling.
What good is it to worship a con artist? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately came to their senses and erupted.
Ancient divine doctor, what is going on? Didn't you say this medicine patch can cure our diseases? You actually gave us lime powder. You are so heartless. It was $1 million for a patch. I sold everything just to buy his medicine. Seeing that the crowd was getting fired up, the ancient divine doctor quickly said, everyone, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, he is here to cause destruction. You all have witnessed my medical skills, how could they be fake? Even though he tried hard to explain things clearly, no one believed him anymore. The angry crowd was almost ready to rush over. Quick, stop him. The ancient divine doctor shouted in panic. Hearing the commotion, several young people rushed out from the villa to block the crowd. The ancient divine doctor withdrew, his eyes burning with anger, staring intently at Xiao Ruocheng. It was all because of him. He was the reason he had fallen to this state. Kid, I have no grudges with you, and yet you ruined my foundation and damaged my business. The ancient divine doctor said furiously, I will definitely take revenge. You should have been to the Absolute Valley. Before entering the valley, didn't you see the ancestral teachings clearly?
Xiao Ruoqing's gaze was calm as he spoke each word, entering the Absolute Valley, saving lives, benefiting the world. Upon hearing the words Absolute Valley,
the ancient divine doctor's expression changed instantly. How do you know about the abyss?
The ancient divine doctor looked utterly incredulous. The abyss was a mysterious place.
Inside, the Mount Tai of the medical world resided. The holy doctor of the abyss.
Many people traveled there, hoping to stay and learn, or even luckier, to become the holy doctor's disciple and learn exquisite medical skills. Not only do I know about the abyss, I also know that you must have lived there for some time.
Xiao Ruoqing thoughtfully replied, just by the way you just took out the needle, it should be that during the assessment, the herbalist guided you a bit.
The ancient divine doctor trembled inside. If he did not have some understanding of the abyss, he absolutely could not speak such a true situation.
How do you know this? The ancient divine doctor suppressed his shock, his back drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that you have also been there?
Xiao Ruoqing coldly replied, since you have been to the abyss, you should know the rules there, right?
You haven't even observed the most basic laws. Do you not value your life?
As the last sentence fell, Xiao Ruoqing's voice rang like a great bell, striking hard at the heart of the ancient divine doctor.
And no, I wouldn't dare.
The ancient divine doctor trembled and unconsciously bent down. I did participate in the herbalist assessment of the abyss, but unfortunately, I didn't pass. It's not that I wanted to violate the laws of the abyss. Studying medicine always requires money. Before he could finish, Xiao Ruoqing threw out a token.
Open your eyes wide and see what this is.
The ancient divine doctor glanced at the token, his whole body stiffened. This is the token of the holy doctor of the abyss. The abyss medical token. It is said that only the holy Dr. Ji Qianling and her disciples each hold one.
With this token, even the palace's physician would bow down obediently when they saw it.
Ji Qianling is a woman, so this young person before him must be her disciple.
The ancient divine doctor swayed, nearly falling to the ground.
He had cheated so much money just to participate in the assessment of the abyss again, but unexpectedly, he had provoked the holy doctor's disciple.
Senior, I was wrong.
The ancient divine doctor regained his senses, lowering his head in submission. Please, take me as your disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. The onlookers were frozen in place. The ancient divine doctor's disciples rubbed their eyes hard, doubting what they just saw.
What's going on?
Though the ancient divine doctor was just a fraud, before he was exposed, the prestige and position he had accumulated were real. Just a moment ago, the once lofty ancient divine doctor was now bowing to a young man, wanting to take him as a master.
Take me as your disciple? Xiao Ruoqing sneered, do you think that's possible?
The ancient divine doctor also anticipated this outcome in his heart.
Senior, if you don't wish to take me as a disciple, I won't force you.
The ancient divine doctor lowered his posture, trying to please. As long as you accept me, even if it's just to be an herbalist, that's fine. I just want to stay by your side and learn something. Xiao Ruoqing said nonchalantly, you should return the money you cheated first. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope shone in the ancient divine doctor's eyes.
Not directly refusing means there is still hope.
I'll refund it immediately. The ancient divine doctor turned his head to look at his dumbfounded disciples, saying angrily, didn't you hear the senior telling you to refund the money? Hurry up and go.
Chapter 63, The Rejuvenation Needle.
Upon hearing the order, the disciples did not dare to hesitate. Some went to find the ledgers, while others went to get the bank cards.
Young man, you are a good person. Fortunately, I almost couldn't get back my family savings from all these years. Damn bastard, turns out you've been cheating us all along.
Hearing that they could get their money back, the crowd's attitude changed again. Some were grateful, while others hated the ancient divine doctor to the bone. Watching the disciples return the money bit by bit that was cheated from them, the ancient divine doctor felt pain, his heart bleeding. However, he held it in and even felt a bit of expectation inside. Doing this could gain the favor of the holy doctor's high disciple, and it was worth it. What if Xiao Ruoqing took pity on him and agreed to accept him as an herbalist? Then he wouldn't have to go to the abyss to participate in the assessment. The assessment of doctors in the abyss. It's quite tragic. Some well-known famous doctors in the past might not even pass, let alone him, a half-baked one.
Is he really a fraud? Du Yuhan's expression was filled with deep disappointment as she quietly asked. You can't really call him a fraud. He knows a little bit of medicine, but the disease talismans he uses have no therapeutic effect. Do you understand?
Xiao Ruoqing watched as the light in Du Yuhan's eyes slowly faded, feeling helpless inside. She came here seeking a disease talisman, but in truth, she was looking for a ray of hope. Du Yuhan came from the northern frontier and relied on the old housekeeper. Their bond was naturally very deep.
It's okay, my medical skills aren't bad either.
Xiao Ruoqing looked seriously at Du Yuhan and gently said, let me try when you go back, perhaps I can help the old housekeeper recover.
Du Yuhan still felt uneasy, and the words were stuck in her throat. Right now, there wasn't much time left. Trying might change the outcome, not trying might mean losing all hope. Then, I'm counting on you. Du Yuhan said earnestly.
After about half an hour, patients and their families all received compensation.
Everyone's faces finally showed expressions of anger and disappointment.
Originally, they believed firmly in the ancient doctor's medical skills. Even after Xiao Ruoqing's commotion, there were still many who were willing to trust him.
But now that the ancient doctor actively returned the money, it undoubtedly proved that Xiao Ruoqing was telling the truth.
People left one after another, thanking Xiao Ruoqing as they passed by him.
At the door, a patient glanced at the ancient doctor and kicked him. Damn you, you deceiver! After kicking, he horrifiedly glanced at the ancient doctor and quickly slipped away.
The ancient doctor turned dark-faced. With Xiao Ruoqing here, he had no choice but to endure it.
Senior, the money has been refunded, don't you think it's time to consider?
The ancient doctor said shamelessly, looking at Xiao Ruoqing with a miserable expression.
Bring me pen and paper. Xiao Ruoqing said nonchalantly.
Upon hearing this, the ancient doctor immediately fetched the pen and paper and handed them over. Xiao Ruoqing wrote hundreds of words on the paper and casually tossed it to the ancient doctor.
If you can thoroughly study what's on this paper, then you are qualified to be my medicine boy.
The ancient doctor took the paper, and as he saw the densely packed words, his eyes lit up instantly, filled with overwhelming joy.
Rest assured, Senior, I will study it thoroughly. Back at the horse ranch.
As they passed the stable, Lili was still obediently washing the horses. Xiao Ruoqing and Du Yuhan ignored him, winding their way to a small independent building. This was the place where they stayed at the horse ranch. Since the horse ranch provided it for Du Yuhan, she had been living here with the old housekeeper. All these years, Uncle Chang has worked hard to help me take care of the horse ranch. At his age, he has exhausted himself, falling ill and hardly able to get out of bed.
Du Yuhan walked quickly, her voice choked. He is always worried that if he leaves, I will be bullied and advises me to leave the ranch.
Listening to her mumblings, Xiao Ruoqing felt heavy in his heart. She has taken care of her uncle for so long and has great merit towards the Xiao family. This old housekeeper must be cured no matter what. As they spoke, they went up to the second floor. As soon as they opened the door, a faint musty smell rushed towards them. In the small room, there was a bed and simple living necessities, not even any decent furniture. An elderly man with dark skin and a gaunt face lay on the bed.
Miss, what brings you here?
Seeing Du Yuhan enter, Uncle Chang propped himself up with his arm, forcing a smile.
Du Yuhan lovingly supported him. Uncle Chang, don't move, your body is weak, just lie down and rest. It's nothing.
Uncle Chang waved his hand. This old body of mine probably doesn't have many days left. While I still have the strength, I have some things I want to tell you. Upon hearing this, Du Yuhan's eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Chang, don't say such ominous things. Uncle Chang looked at Du Yuhan with eyes full of love and reluctance.
Life is not up to us, I wish I could stay with you longer.
Uncle Chang struggled to pull out a card from under his pillow, a smile appearing on his emaciated face.
This card has some money I've saved.
After I die, take this money and leave Donghai.
Find a good family to marry into.
Back then, you traveled thousands of miles from the northern border for the marriage contract, so you have been quite fair to the Xiao family.
Du Yuhan's tears could not stop flowing as she choked out, Uncle Chang, I won't leave. I want to stay and accompany you.
Uncle Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of comfort. After years of companionship, he had long regarded Du Yuhan as his own child.
Silly child, Uncle Chang doesn't have much time left. If you really want to repay me, just listen to my words and live well.
These words seemed to exhaust his last bit of strength, and Uncle Chang wearily closed his eyes. Seeing this, Du Yuhan panicked and looked at Xiao Ruoqing. Ruoqing, you said you could treat him, right?
Come quickly and take a look.
Xiao Ruoqing stepped forward quickly, lightly placing his hand on Uncle Chang's wrist. After a moment, he frowned and said, the organ failure is serious, but it can still be treated. Du Yuhan, hearing this, didn't care whether it was true or not and solemnly replied, then, please help him. Xiao Ruoqing nodded, then took out several silver needles. His fingers moved, and one by one, the silver needles flew into Uncle Chang's body as if sensing their purpose.
Du Yuhan watched the scene in astonishment.
Even though she did not understand medicine, she could see that the way he applied the needles was pleasing to the eye. Xiao Ruoqing's skill with the silver needles far surpassed that of the ancient divine doctors. As the silver needles entered his body, Uncle Chang's tightly knitted brow slowly relaxed. A surge of vibrant life began to quietly unfold.
Organ failure needs to be infused with new vitality.
What Xiao Ruoqing used was the revitalizing needle. 81 needles, each with its use, combined together to stimulate the organs that had stopped functioning, rapidly restoring them.
About half an hour later,
Xiao Ruoqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though he was powerful and had abundant true energy, he had consumed a lot to treat Uncle Chang. As expected, second sister-in-law, Uncle Chang just needs a few days of rest and he will live normally again.
Xiao Ruochang smiled slightly. Really? That's wonderful. Du Yuhan excitedly approached the bedside, seeing Uncle Cheng's complexion gradually turning rosy, and his breathing becoming steady. Though his body remained thin, he was clearly in much better condition. The tight string in her heart suddenly relaxed. Du Yuhan swayed, almost falling down, but luckily Xiao Ruochang was quick to catch her. Your health doesn't seem to be good either. Have you been too tired lately? Xiao Ruochang asked with concern. How about I take a look at you too? Upon hearing this, Du Yuhan was taken aback for a moment and nodded. All right, but not here. It would disturb Uncle Cheng's rest. Let's go to my room. As soon as the words left her mouth, a blush crept up Du Yuhan's ears. Chapter 64, The Body of Yuling. Then, the two of them went to the first floor, to Du Yuhan's room. As soon as they entered, the decorations inside were also simple. There weren't many pieces of furniture, but it was very tidy. It was hard to imagine how Du Yuhan had managed to live here for several years. Second sister-in-law, why don't you move back home? Xiao Ruochang said sincerely, this place is too simple, not suitable for living. If you want to open a horse ranch, I will arrange for someone to renovate this place. Hearing this, Du Yuhan shook her head repeatedly. How can that be? The money at home doesn't come from the wind. This place is just fine. Seeing this, Xiao Ruochang insisted, then can you at least go home to live? After thinking for a moment, Du Yuhan bit her lip and nodded. All right, I will help you check your body. Xiao Ruochang naturally reached out and grabbed Du Yuhan's wrist. Little did he expect that at the moment his fingers touched Du Yuhan's skin, a surge of dark evil energy within her body suddenly began to stir. Xiao Ruochang trembled all over and quickly withdrew his hand. Even though he stopped touching Du Yuhan, the uneasy feeling still spread throughout his body. What's wrong? Du Yuhan looked at her hand with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, I might have overexerted myself. Xiao Ruochang reassured her as he prepared himself mentally. Once again, he placed his fingers on Du Yuhan's wrist. In an instant, the dark and malevolent energy within him seemed to cheer and leap. An inexplicable attraction sparked a strong possessiveness in Xiao Ruochang. He recalled what his master had once said, that the dark power within him could not be purified, could not be treated, could not be guided. Perhaps, only a special physique, the Jade Spirit Body, could solve it. This physique is extremely rare, possessing powerful purification and suppression abilities. If he could find the Jade Spirit Body, it would not only suppress the dark energy and prevent Xiao Ruochang's emotions from going out of control, but also greatly enhance his cultivation through the body's primal yin. No way. Xiao Ruochang found it hard to believe that such a rare Jade Spirit Body had appeared right beside him. Suddenly, the restless feeling intensified. Xiao Ruochang's pupils emitted a flash of red light, fleeting and quick. Sister-in-law, I'm tired today, let's wait until later for me to help you with your treatment. Xiao Ruochang gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the agitation of the dark energy, realizing that if he stayed any longer, he might do something irreversible. Saying this, he ignored Du Yuhan's inquiries and resolutely turned away. At that moment, a grayish airflow erupted from his wrist, rapidly wrapping around Du Yuhan. Du Yuhan's delicate body trembled slightly, her breath became hurried, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze became hazy. Ruochang. She softly called out, her voice tinged with a hint of desire. Finally, she couldn't resist any longer, wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing her body closely against him. Don't. Xiao Ruochang rejected verbally, but his body involuntarily embraced her tightly. A fragrant scent drifted into his nose, shattering his last bit of rationality. In the room, the temperature soared, loosening clothing. After a long while, Du Yuhan woke up, turning her head to find Xiao Ruochang staring at her. Instantly, her charming face turned red, and she hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself, burying her head inside it. All that had happened surged back into her mind like a tidal wave. I'm sorry, I lost control of something within me. Xiao Ruochang felt very ashamed. In his heart, he also felt a bit heavy. The dark energy could actually affect those around him, it seemed he had to find a way to resolve it. It's not your fault. Du Yuhan was reluctant to look up, whispering like a mosquito, I couldn't control myself either. After tidying up, the two instinctively acted as if nothing had happened, avoiding even eye contact. As they walked out of the small building, they noticed commotion coming from the entrance of the horse farm. A group of people wearing law enforcement uniforms was approaching. The law enforcement team has arrived, they can't be looking for you, right? Du Yuhan's face tightened, a hint of worry showing. Xiao Ruochang furrowed his brows. Soon enough, the enforcement officers came closer, led by a middle-aged man with a stern expression. Are you Xiao Ruochang? The middle-aged man's sharp gaze locked onto him. Xiao Ruochang's tone was cold as he asked, Yes, that's me. What do you want? I am Captain Qin Zhang of the East Sea Enforcement Bureau's first team. Xin Zhang presented his identification and sternly said, "You are suspected of instigating gang members to assault enforcement team members and poisoning guests at a hotel, and you need to come with us for an investigation. Additionally, our investigation shows a significant connection between you and the massacre of the Duan family. You must cooperate." Xiao Ruoqing's face showed no change, calmly replying, "Captain Qin, you must provide evidence. Without evidence, you cannot just throw accusations." Qin Zhang scoffed, "Young Master Xiao, your mental fortitude is quite impressive. I stand in front of you with people, yet you are not even slightly nervous. First, cooperating with the Enforcement Bureau's investigation is your responsibility. Second, how do you know I don't have evidence?" Xiao Ruoqing replied indifferently, "You will never have another chance to come out." As soon as the words fell, he lifted his head, and his sharp gaze collided with Xiao Ruoqing's. In an instant, the air seemed to be filled with a thick smell of gunpowder. Just a few seconds of staring at each other, for some unknown reason, Qin Zhang felt an involuntary urge to lower his head. Xiao Ruoqing's eyes resembled those of a fierce beast, sending shivers down his spine. Qin Zhang averted his gaze and said coldly, "Young Master Xiao, it's time to leave. You wouldn't want us to get physical, would you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing turned to look at Du Yuhan. "Sister-in-law, you should go back first. I will go with them." Du Yuhan's expression was anxious, full of worry as she said, "If you go back with them, will you be able to come out? How about going home to find Grandpa first?" Xiao Ruoqing patted Du Yuhan's icy little hand, working to lighten the mood. "Don't worry, it's just a prison. It's not like I haven't been there before." Du Yuhan, who was originally deeply worried, shot him an annoyed glare upon hearing this. "What are you talking about?" Du Yuhan knew that Xiao Ruoqing was trying to comfort her, but given the situation, following him to the Law Enforcement Bureau wouldn't help at all. It would be better to listen to him and go home to inform Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Ruoqing shoved his hands in his pockets and said lightly, "Let's go, Captain Qin, let's take a trip to the Law Enforcement Bureau." Qin Zhang waved his hand, and immediately two law enforcement officers came forward with handcuffs, ready to put them on Xiao Ruoqing. Xiao Ruoqing frowned slightly, his icy gaze sweeping over the two men. The two law enforcement officers trembled, their spines chilling, and they stopped in their tracks involuntarily. "Captain, what do we do?" One officer looked helplessly at Qin Zhang. "All right, let it be." Qin Zhang glared at the officer with disappointment. "Young Master Xiao is also a prominent figure in Donghai, show him some respect and don't put the handcuffs on. Let him ride in my car, you two sit in the back." Upon hearing this, the two officers instantly breathed a sigh of relief, retreating behind Qin Zhang as if granted a pardon, their gazes toward Xiao Ruoqing carrying a hint of fear. Everyone got in the car, driving all the way to the Law Enforcement Bureau. "You guys take young Master Xiao to the interrogation room, I'll go report." Qin Zhang directed the officers to take Xiao Ruoqing inside, then quickly walked upstairs toward the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the door, Qin Zhang took a deep breath and knocked on it. "Come in." Director Zhao Gang didn't look up, still engrossed in his documents. "Director, Xiao Ruoqing has been captured, what do you think?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Gang impatiently raised his head. "No need to rush your report, I'll give you 3 hours, let Xiao Ruoqing sign the confession." Chapter 65, Will you sign voluntarily, or should I help you sign? Hearing this, Qin Zhang's expression turned serious. The director's meaning was already very clear, convict him first, and deal with the rest later. "Rest assured, Director, I will do my utmost." Qin Zhang took the document Zhao Gang handed him and turned to leave. Arriving at the interrogation room, upon pushing the door open, Qin Zhang saw Xiao Ruoqing sitting there with an air of arrogance, legs crossed, looking as if he were above it all. Is this the demeanor a suspect should have? Bang! The officer sitting opposite Xiao Ruoqing thumped the table angrily, exclaiming, "Xiao Ruoqing, I advise you to behave yourself while you're here. This is the Law Enforcement Bureau, do you think you're still at the Xiao family?" Xiao Ruoqing had a blank expression, acting as if he did whatever he wanted, completely ignoring the officer. Qin Zhang sighed inwardly, ordinary law enforcement officers have no deterrent effect in front of such a wealthy young master. "You two, step out for now, I want to have a chat with him alone." Qin Zhang coughed and walked in. "Yes, Captain." The two officers stood up, and before leaving, they made sure to give Xiao Ruoqing a fierce glare. Then, Qin Zhang sat down and arranged the documents. "Young Master Xiao, before your arrest, I looked over your profile in detail, and there is something quite strange." Qin Zhang spoke in a gentle tone, his demeanor more like that of friends chatting rather than interrogation. 5 years ago, you took the blame for the Ling family, and after being sentenced by the Donghai court, you should have been serving your time in prison in Donghai. But it seems your case has been interfered with by some mysterious force, sending you to a remote area to serve your sentence. Unfortunately, with my current authority, I can't find any information about this prison." At these words, a flash of brilliance flickered in Xiao Ruoqing's eyes. Qin Zhang's words reminded him, he hadn't thought along these lines before. Sentencing should happen in the East China Sea, so he was supposed to serve his sentence there. Yet, he had been transferred to the Black Mountain prison, 1,000 miles away, to be locked up with a group of murderers. His crime didn't warrant such a harsh punishment.
It seems someone wanted him to die in prison. After getting out, he should investigate along these lines.
Thank you for the reminder, Captain Sheen.
I will investigate thoroughly after I get out.
Xiao Ruocheng said calmly.
I'm not saying this to remind you, but to advise you, don't go against the Law Enforcement Bureau.
Admit your crime, and I can help reduce your punishment.
Qin Zheng closed the file in his hand, looking serious. To be honest, as a law enforcer, I really admire your three brothers. The Xiao family is a house of heroes, and your three brothers are undoubtedly heroes themselves. I hope you don't disgrace the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng scoffed. So, I should just confess and let you lock me up, right?
And I should behave honestly during my sentence?
Though his tone was heavy, Qin Zheng indeed thought so.
There are laws for the country and rules for families. If you broke the law, you should accept the punishment.
5 years ago, I entered prison, obeying the law, while my three brothers fought for the Great Xia at the border. Xiao Ruocheng's eyes turned red, his voice hoarse. And what happened?
They all died.
If I weren't lucky enough, I could have died in a prison full of murderers.
Is it supposed to die for following the rules?
At this point, Xiao Ruocheng wore a mocking expression. Captain Sheen, there's no need to play the emotional card, it won't work. Qin Zheng's smile slowly froze on his face.
If you have any questions about the deaths of these three heroes, you can go to the relevant department for an investigation.
Xiao Ruocheng sneered. Captain Sheen, you should know that since they dare to act, they won't leave any trace.
It's fine, no one helps me seek justice. I'll do it myself. Hearing this, Qin Zheng sighed, knowing that Xiao Ruocheng could not be brought back. Continuing further would be meaningless. These are the records of your leniency towards your subordinates beating the law enforcement officers and the survivors of the Duan family.
Qin Zheng opened the document and pushed it forward.
Evidence doesn't lie, even if you don't admit it, what does it matter?
Xiao Ruocheng leaned back against the chair, lazily saying, according to the law of the Great Xia, confessions cannot be used as direct evidence.
After all, who knows if the records in your hand were fabricated out of thin air or secretly planted?
I advise you to save your energy, I will not confess. Seeing his dead pig not afraid of boiling water attitude, Qin Zheng's face darkened.
He slammed the table and stood up. Xiao Ruocheng, do not challenge my patience. Xiao Ruocheng smiled and slowly said, well, I challenged it. What will you do? Qin Zheng took a deep breath, calming his emotions. You'd better stay tough like this.
Qin Zheng coldly said before turning around to leave the interrogation room.
Xiao family, living room.
Fian, for the Lanting project, since Ruocheng signed your name, I'll leave it to you to handle.
Xiao Genua put away the planning document for the Lanting project and handed it to Su Fian with satisfaction. Tap, tap, tap.
Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Du Yuhan's face was anxious, and she spoke flustered. Grandpa, sister-in-law, Ruocheng has been taken away by the Law Enforcement Bureau.
What?
Upon hearing this, Su Fian and Xiao Genua were shocked, nearly jumping up simultaneously.
Grandpa, Ruocheng and I were riding horses at the racetrack when the Law Enforcement Bureau suddenly came and took him away.
Du Yuhan spoke incoherently. That group was very fierce, you all think of a way to rescue him.
The Law Enforcement Bureau arrested someone?
Su Fian's face turned pale, it seemed the wedding incident had erupted after all.
Don't rush, I'll give Wanru a call.
Su Fian let out a long breath, forcing herself to calm down. The Enforcement Bureau has come forward, and the only one who can save Xiao Ruocheng is Lin Wanru.
Su Fian called Lin Wanru. Beep beep beep.
The call connected, and Su Fian spoke extremely quickly. Wanru, the Enforcement Bureau has taken Xiao Chen away, you need to think of a way. On the other end of the line, Lin Wanru was not anxious at all and said lightly, it's normal.
If he makes people hit the enforcers, who should they catch instead?
You don't need to worry, it's not a big deal.
I'll make a call, and it will be fine to pick him up later.
Hearing this, Su Fian felt much more at ease. Alright, once Xiao Ruocheng comes out, I will definitely make him thank you properly.
Lin Wanru snorted lightly, who needs him to apologize?
I'm helping you, not that useless fellow. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Su Fian looked at the two and comforted them. Wanru has agreed to find a way to save Xiao Ruocheng.
Don't worry. Since she has agreed, she will definitely be able to do it.
Hearing this, Xiao Genua and Du Yuhan's expressions eased for a moment.
That's good. Xiao Genua sighed, this kid is too unreliable.
Once he comes out, we will arrange for him to work in the company.
Su Fian just nodded and did not say anything.
Her phone was still tightly gripped in her hand and had not been put away. The reason for saying this was simply to prevent the old man from being too anxious, leading to more problems.
Although Lin Wanru is a divine warrior of the Great Xia, she is still military personnel, and her words may not carry weight.
Xiao Ruocheng is the last hope of the Xiao family, there cannot be any mistakes.
For safety's sake, she decided to call Yushin again. Hanhai Group has great power and might also have a say at the Enforcement Bureau. It would be more secure to use a dual approach. Su Fian found an excuse, went outside, and dialed Yushin's number. The phone rang for 2 seconds, then it vibrated. Hello, this is Yushin. Yushin's voice was steady. Who are you? Hello, manager Yu, I am Su Fian, the sister-in-law of Xiao Ruocheng. Su Fian said, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with, is that okay? Upon hearing this, Yushin laughed heartily. Of course, feel free to say. This is the sister-in-law of President Xiao, how could he dare not listen to her? Xiao Ruocheng has been taken away by the East Sea Enforcement Bureau. Could you ask Secretary Wen if there's any way to get him out? Su Fian assured, whether it's money or something else, the Xiao family will bear it all. What? What? Xiao Ruocheng was taken away by the Enforcement Bureau? Yushin's tone quickly rose several pitches, and soon he realized he might be too excited. Miss Su, there's no need to worry. Yushin adjusted his tone and said seriously, I will report to Secretary Wen immediately. Hearing this, Su Fian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Yushin hung up the phone and hurriedly ran to Secretary Wen's office, knocking on the door. Secretary Wen, Mr. Xiao is in trouble. Wen Xuanji frowned slightly, what trouble? Yushin explained exactly what Su Fian had said to Wen Xuanji. The East Sea Enforcement Bureau is targeting us at Hanhai Group? Wen Xuanji's brow furrowed deeply, her gaze flashing a hint of coldness. Contact our partners in Hanhai Group immediately, as well as major financial groups, to pressure the East Sea City Lord's mansion. If they don't release him, let the East Sea economy fall back 10 years. Upon hearing this, Yushin nodded fearfully, I will arrange that right away. Wait. Wen Xuanji pressed her lips together and said, contact the East Sea Rose Society as well. Let them know Mr. Xiao has been captured by the enforcers, and the Rose Society knows what to do. Yes. Yushin did not dare to be slow, bowed in agreement, and exited the room. At the same time, in the East Sea Enforcement Bureau, in the interrogation room, Xiao Ruocheng had his legs crossed, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Han Gao, bandaged up, walked into the room with a dark face, his sharp gaze locking onto Xiao Ruocheng. Has this kid confessed yet? Han Gao turned his head and looked at the two enforcers. The two enforcers shook their heads, and a cold smile appeared on Han Gao's face. I've already told Captain Sheen, for dealing with this kind of trash. If he doesn't turn up the heat, how could he possibly confess? You two get out, leave this to me. Han Gao said meaningfully, remember to cut off the power to the surveillance in the interrogation room. Upon hearing this, the two law enforcement officers' expressions changed. Cutting off the power, what could that mean? It was almost self-evident. Both of them exchanged hesitant glances. Brother Han, Captain Sheen instructed that. Before the words were finished, Han Gao interrupted with a wave of his hand. Shut up. I make the calls here, if there's any responsibility, I'll take it. With this statement, the two law enforcement officers looked at each other and had no choice but to leave. Bang! The interrogation room door closed. Han Gao sneered, pulling out a stun baton from the drawer and tossing it onto the table. Then, he took out a confession document and placed it next to the stun baton. Xiao Ruocheng, do you want to sign it yourself, or should I help you sign? Chapter 66, No Death No Rest. Xiao Ruocheng looked at him with disdain and said calmly, Han Gao, do you know what you're doing? Shut up. Han Gao laughed coldly, raising the stun baton and pointing it at Xiao Ruocheng's forehead. I'm giving you a choice, no need for useless talk. Xiao Ruocheng, you allowed your subordinates to beat the law enforcement officers, so many people saw it, what is there to struggle about? Sign early, or I will make you understand what pain is. Xiao Ruocheng wore a dismissive expression. Oh, I understand. Seeing that he was unmoved, Han Gao grew tired of talking and switched on the stun baton, sparks crackling. If you won't drink the respectful wine, then I'll make you taste the punishment wine. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Gao lunged the stun baton toward Xiao Ruocheng's lower abdomen. A cold glint suddenly flashed in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. He kicked the table, leaning back to dodge the stun baton. In the next moment, he seized Han Gao's wrist. Everything happened so quickly that Han Gao couldn't react. Xiao Ruocheng held his hand and the stun baton down on his own shoulder. Ah! Han Gao screamed in agony, his body convulsing. His whole body was numb, even the strength to resist was gone. Scream louder, let everyone hear. Xiao Ruocheng continued to press the stun baton onto Han Gao, speaking coldly. At that moment, outside the interrogation room, the two law enforcement officers exchanged worried glances. Captain Han is being too ruthless. Right from the start, he used a stun baton. Listen to that scream, this is really brutal. No kidding, Captain Han has absolutely despised this kid, but if he beats him too badly, we won't be able to explain ourselves. The two spoke in low voices, their tone filled with worry.
They put the person inside and also cut off the power to the surveillance.
If anything happens to Xiao Ruocheng, they wouldn't escape responsibility.
Several law enforcement officers passed by, hearing the screams inside, revealing strange expressions.
In broad daylight, to be so heavy-handed.
However, since they were all colleagues, everyone hurried past, pretending not to hear.
In the director's office,
Zhao Gang finished the last puff of his cigarette, crushing the stub hard in the ashtray, then raised his head to look at Qin Zhang. His authoritative expression held a hint of dissatisfaction.
Qin Zhang, you are also an old law enforcement officer. How could it be so hard to make that kid sign a confession? You used to take down these rich kids quickly. What's going on today?
Hearing the director's questioning, Qin Zhang sighed, Director Zhao, the evidence we possess is only testimonies.
These cannot be used as direct evidence to accuse Xiao Ruocheng of a crime. I checked, the hotel surveillance has been destroyed, and witnesses are still being sought.
Don't underestimate Xiao Ruocheng, he's not like ordinary wealthy kids, he understands some laws and won't yield to pressure. Zhao Gang was unconcerned, I've seen my share of tough nuts like him.
If there's no way, then think of a solution. You've been on the front line for so many years, surely you can handle this? The meaning behind this was clear. By any means necessary, get Xiao Ruocheng to confess.
Qin Zhang had worked at the Enforcement Bureau for so many years and had seen his share of difficult suspects, too. But, Xiao Ruocheng's identity is there, the descendant of heroes.
Unless absolutely necessary, he does not want to use these methods. Why not arrange for a witness to meet him and confront him face to face?
Qin Zhang pondered and said, for example, Deputy Captain Han Gao, and the survivor from the Duan family massacre case.
Confronting him might help us find some useful evidence.
Zhao Gang frowned at this and lit himself a cigarette. He took a deep breath and exhaled a plume of light blue smoke. Qin Zhang, what you said are all conventional methods. Zhao Gang changed his tone, but such a vicious suspect is not in the realm of the usual, so we must use special methods.
Do you understand?
As he spoke, Zhao Gang gave a serious look. Qin Zhang's heart sank, he already had an answer. The director does not want to wait. He wants to see results in the shortest time possible. Qin Zhang sighed softly, about to speak.
Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang.
Zhao Gang looked at the phone and quickly waved for Qin Zhang to be silent, snuffing out his cigarette, then pressed the answer button.
Zhao Gang, you bastard, who gave you the guts to stir up such big trouble?
As soon as the call connected, a strong voice came from the other end.
Old leader, what's wrong with you? Zhao Gang chuckled awkwardly, what did I do wrong to make you so angry? Did the Law Enforcement Bureau capture someone named Xiao Ruocheng?
Zhao Gang instinctively said, yes, this kid is a repeat offender, and he let his subordinates beat up law enforcement officers.
But, old leader, how did you know?
Zhao Gang felt a bad premonition rising in his heart.
The Xiao family's network is so powerful that even the old leader has been arranged? Zhao Gang, the phone call from the secretary of Hanhai Group has already reached the city lord's office, how do you think I know? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey, and still think making trouble isn't enough?
I warn you, Hanhai Group's investment project in Donghai is planned to exceed 50 billion.
Now they want to withdraw funds. Do you know what this means for us in Donghai? After the withdrawal, Donghai's economy will at least regress 10 years. It's not a major crime, hurry up and release the person.
Just remember to be polite, don't offend this god of wealth. Listening to the old leader's barrage of words, Zhao Gang's hands trembled slightly.
Hanhai Group is a large multinational corporation.
Even someone like him, who doesn't pay much attention to financial news, has seen news about Hanhai Group on television more than once. He never expected Xiao Ruocheng to have such deep ties with Hanhai Group.
Hundreds of billions in investment, just like that, ready to withdraw.
Old leader, it's not that I don't want to release him, the situation is special.
Xiao Ruocheng is involved in several major criminal cases.
Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and said, just like this to release a suspect, I can't make sense of it.
Zhao Gang, stop talking nonsense with me.
The old man on the other end exploded with rage, I also came from the Law Enforcement Bureau, I'm not ignorant of your messy affairs. I warn you, the city lord takes this very seriously. The future development of Donghai is greatly tied to Hanhai Group. If, because you refuse to release the person, it leads to Hanhai Group withdrawing, you, as the law enforcement director, will be finished. After saying this, there was a busy signal from the receiver. The old man had already hung up. Zhao Gang's face turned ugly, after a long time, he let out a deep sigh.
Qin Zhang, you go sort through the evidence again. Without solid evidence, just release him.
Hearing this, Qin Zhang knew it was futile to insist, there was no point in continuing.
Okay, I will summarize it now.
After Qin Zhang finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave.
Beep beep beep. Zhao Gang's phone rang again. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number.
Upon answering the phone, he heard a strange female voice.
Excuse me, is this Director Zhao of the Donghai Law Enforcement Bureau? Zhao Gang frowned slightly. For some reason, a faint sense of foreboding inexplicably rose within him. This person, could it be that he's also coming for Xiao Ruocheng? I'm Zhao Gang, what is it?
Zhao Gang took a deep breath and spoke with a serious expression. A stranger's female voice slowly spoke from the receiver. Director Zhao, I am Chu Hongyan, the president of the Rose Society's Donghai branch. The Law Enforcement Bureau is quite bold, daring to arrest members of the Rose Society. I give you half an hour to release Xiao Ruocheng, or else, it will be a fight to the death between the Rose Society and the Donghai Law Enforcement Bureau. Chapter 67, Apologies don't need to be saved for another day, it's now. Hearing this, Zhao Gang's face darkened, and he tightened his fists. The dignified director of the Donghai Law Enforcement Bureau was actually being threatened. Even though he knew the power behind Xiao Ruocheng was formidable, his anger was hard to contain.
Don't be too arrogant,
Before Zhao Gang could finish, Chu Hongyan's cold voice came from the receiver. Zhao Gang, your son Zhao Xian should be studying at Donghai City's 3rd kindergarten.
That little guy is 5 years old this year, I saw the photos, he's quite cute and looks a lot like you. Zhao Gang's expression changed, his breath becoming heavy. What do you want? I warn you, I only have this one son.
If you dare to lay a hand on him, Xiao Ruocheng will never get out. Chu Hongyan took his words lightly and stated calmly, your wife, Ma Shanglian, works at Donghai Bank.
What if someone robs the bank, and Ms. Ma bravely tries to stop them but ends up sacrificing herself? Can she be recognized as a martyr?
Oh, and your father, he's been bedridden for many years due to a cerebral hemorrhage and often hospitalized. His attending doctor has disappeared for 2 days, I'm afraid your old man won't hold up. Chu Hongyan's tone was incredibly calm, each word making Zhao Gang break out in a cold sweat. The Rose Society had actually grasped his information so thoroughly.
The Rose Society is getting too arrogant. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and said, do you believe I will add the threat against the Law Enforcement Bureau director onto Xiao Ruocheng?
Chu Hongyan let out a cold laugh, unfazed. I haven't threatened you, Director Zhao.
I'm just kindly reminding you. Don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life.
As soon as she finished speaking, a busy signal came from the phone. Zhao Gang felt as if he aged 10 years, exhausted, he put down the phone. In just a few minutes, it felt more torturous than his whole first half of life.
With pressure from above and threats from the Rose Society below. Wasn't the Xiao family already fallen?
Why were there still so many people speaking for Xiao Ruocheng? Now, it was like placing him, a small law enforcement bureau director, on a fire to roast. Letting him go was impossible, but not letting him go was also not an option. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Gang finally sighed. Xin Zhang, go release the person. Xin Zhang looked a bit troubled, but director, I haven't sorted out the evidence yet.
What if there are new findings? Bang!
Before Qin Zhang could finish, Zhao Gang slammed his hand on the table.
I told you to release him, do you not understand?
Zhao Gang was furious, his chest heaving violently.
Alright, I'm going to release him.
It was the first time Qin Zhang had seen the director so angry. He forced a smile and nodded.
Ding ding ding. At that moment, Zhao Gang's phone rang again. Damn it, who is it now?
Zhao Gang's face darkened, he was now slightly jumpy at the sound of the phone ringing. This time, he didn't know who it was again. Zhao Gang picked up the phone and took a glance. The caller ID showed it was someone from the Donghai war zone. After answering the call, he put on a smile and politely said, Old squad leader, why are you calling me?
It can't be again about Xiao Ruocheng, right? How did you know?
On the other end of the line, the war zone leader's voice was hoarse. Zhao Gang let out a bitter laugh. Old squad leader, both the City Lord's Mansion and the Rose Society have called me, asking me to release Xiao Ruocheng.
I just don't understand, isn't there only the Xiao family behind Xiao Ruocheng? A single Xiao family can call so many big figures to plead for him?
This sentence Zhao Gang had held back for a long time. After asking it, he felt much clearer inside.
Don't ask too much.
Since you already know, release him as soon as possible. The war zone leader on the other end fell silent for a moment. He gently said, You are one of my soldiers. After so many years of friendship, I can only remind you, the person protecting him, the East Sea Law Enforcement Bureau cannot provoke. Don't put me in a tough spot, I don't want to personally go and arrest you one day. Seeing the old squad leader had said this much, Zhao Gang's anger had already faded away with each phone call, only hoping to send this calamity, Xiao Ruocheng, away as soon as possible. Yes, don't worry, old squad leader, I will personally release him. After hanging up the phone, he directly turned off his phone.
Now, no one should be able to find him.
Let's go, I will go with you. Zhao Gang helplessly said, We can't afford to keep this great Buddha at our law enforcement bureau. Xin Zhang had a complex expression. Suddenly, he remembered what Xiao Ruocheng said at the horse ranch, and it indeed came true. After all that had happened, sending him out might not be so easy. The two quickly left the office and headed towards the interrogation room.
After about 10 meters, they heard a piercing scream. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Gang's face darkened. He turned around and glared at Qin Zhang. What is going on with you? I have repeatedly ordered that law enforcement officers are not to use severe torture. If they can't get anything out, then they can't. Why did you let someone lay hands on him? If something happens to Xiao Ruoqing, I will only ask you. As he spoke, Zhao Gang glared at Qin Zhang fiercely and ran towards the interrogation room. No, Chief, I didn't let anyone touch him. Qin Zhang looked baffled, but quickly realized that it was likely one of his officers who, in order to get Xiao Ruoqing to confess early, acted on their own. These fools! Qin Zhang cursed inwardly and hurriedly chased after him. Arriving outside the interrogation room, he saw 2 law enforcement officers standing outside the door. Qin Zhang said sternly, "What's going on? Who told you to use torture?" One law enforcement officer stepped forward, looking innocent. "Captain, team leader Han just went in and kicked us all out." Oh no! Hearing this, Qin Zhang slapped his thigh, his face pale. It's over. Han Gao had his arm broken by Xiao Ruoqing. He probably couldn't hold back and went in to use violence. What are you waiting for? Open the door, open the door. Zhao Gang said urgently. With that, Qin Zhang stepped forward, grabbed the doorknob, and kicked the door open. As he pushed open the door, the scream suddenly stopped. Looking at the scene before them, the two stood frozen in place. Xiao Ruoqing was calmly sitting in the chair, while Han Gao, bandaged, lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Old Gao! Qin Zhang exclaimed and rushed forward to check Han Gao's condition. Fortunately, Han Gao was still somewhat aware. He had no major injuries. Xiao Ruoqing, you were so bold. How dare you commit violence in the law enforcement bureau? Qin Zhang suddenly turned his head, looking coldly at Xiao Ruoqing. Captain Qin, you can't wrongly accuse an innocent person. Xiao Ruoqing had an innocent look, pointed at Han Gao, and said coolly, "It was clearly this team leader Han who was playing with the electric baton and shocked himself. It has nothing to do with me." You? Qin Zhang's nose almost crinkled with anger. Han Gao zapped himself with the electric baton. Who would think of that? Xiao Ruoqing, are you saying this to make fools out of us? Qin Zhang said coldly. Sorry, but it wasn't me who did it. Xiao Ruoqing shrugged, looking innocent. Captain Qin, if you suspect me, do you have any evidence? The surveillance camera caught everything. What else do you have to say? Qin Zhang pointed to the surveillance camera above them, snorting coldly. Upon hearing this, a law enforcement officer quietly reminded, Captain, before team leader Han went in, he cut the power to the surveillance. Hearing this, Qin Zhang's mouth twitched violently. What an idiot! He almost wanted to kick Han Gao to death. Glancing down, just in time, Han Gao began to come to. Old Han, how are you? Qin Zhang helped Han Gao stand up. Is it Xiao Ruoqing who zapped you with the electric baton? Tell me the truth, and I will definitely seek justice for you. Dazed, Han Gao looked up, only to meet Xiao Ruoqing's icy gaze. No, it wasn't Mr. Xiao. Han Gao hurriedly lowered his head and explained, I fell accidentally, it has nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Qin Zhang's face was filled with disbelief. Han Gao had always been strong-willed. This time, he actually backed down? All right. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Gang was eager to send Xiao Ruoqing out as soon as possible, trying to smooth things over. Mr. Xiao, after investigation, you have been wronged, you can leave now. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing curled his lips in a cold smile. I've only been here for such a short time, I'm not leaving. Xiao Ruoqing leaned back, propping his feet on the table, swaggering, let me stay for a day or two, just right, I haven't been to the law enforcement bureau for a long time. Zhao Gang ground his teeth in frustration, but if he didn't send this great Buddha away today, he might face more trouble. Mr. Xiao, the Law Enforcement Bureau's inadequate investigation has caused you quite some trouble. As the director, I bear the responsibility. Zhao Gang lowered his posture, politely saying, I apologize to you, you should leave first. How about another day? I bring Qin Zhang to apologize in person. Xiao Ruoqing raised an eyebrow, speaking without reservation, no need to wait for another day, let's do it now. Chapter 68, Pay Respect to the King. Qin Zhang, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xiao. Zhao Gang put on a stern face, turning back to glare at Qin Zhang. Director, I. Qin Zhang gritted his teeth, his face full of discontent. As the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, what was wrong with capturing suspects? Why should he apologize? I told you to apologize, do you think the trouble you've caused isn't big enough? Zhao Gang warned angrily. After hesitating for a few seconds, Qin Zhang took a deep breath, forcefully swallowing his indignation. Sorry, Mr. Xiao, it was my failure to investigate thoroughly, please forgive me. Seeing Qin Zhang bow his head, Xiao Ruoqing nodded in satisfaction. Then, he stood up and walked towards the interrogation room door. Qin Zhang and Zhao Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief, escorting Xiao Ruoqing on either side, afraid he might change his mind.
Walking out of the interrogation room, the corridor was filled with law enforcement officers, whispering, unaware of what they were discussing. Seeing Xiao Ruoqing come out, many people cast their gazes at him.
What are you all doing here? Haven't you finished your work? Zhao Gang's face darkened, speaking unhappily, I see you all don't want your bonuses this month. A law enforcement officer cautiously pointed outside. Director, young Master Bai is here.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression changed slightly, following the law enforcement officer's gaze. He saw a young man in a well-fitted suit, followed by 4 or 5 bodyguards approaching. The young man was tall, wearing golden-rimmed glasses that looked quite refined. However, the shadow in his gaze now and then made people feel uncomfortable.
The visitor was none other than Bai family's eldest son, Bai Jiangdu.
Bai Jiangdu had a blank expression, arriving in front of everyone with his bodyguards.
His gaze swept over Xiao Ruoqing, finally stopping on Zhao Gang. Director Zhao, I've heard that Xiao Ruoqing is about to be released without charges? Bai Jiangdu's tone was filled with questions.
Zhao Gang's eyes turned dark for a moment. After all, he was the director of the Donghai Law Enforcement Bureau. It was one thing for Xiao Ruoqing to disregard him, but now Bai Jiangdu had come to question him. What's more, the decision to let people go had taken only about 10 minutes, and Bai Jiangdu already knew about it.
The Law Enforcement Bureau had some serious leaks.
Zhao Gang forcibly suppressed his inner anger, maintaining an expressionless face. Young Master Bai, this is an internal affair of the Law Enforcement Bureau, you shouldn't inquire too much.
Knowing too much won't do you any good.
Bai Jiangdu shrugged, calmly stating, Director Zhao, you misunderstand. As a citizen of Donghai City, I simply cannot tolerate some heinous criminals running free.
Director Zhao, I advise you not to let him go.
Letting him go is equivalent to abandoning your own future.
As soon as this was said, Zhao Gang completely lost his composure. The fierce gaze, like a hawk, pierced into Bai Jiangdu.
A young master from a wealthy family dared to threaten him, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. It was truly outrageous.
Facing Zhao Gang's piercing gaze, Bai Jiangdu remained unyielding, staring back directly.
The Law Enforcement Bureau filled with a strong scent of gunpowder. The surrounding law enforcement officers also had displeased expressions. The Donghai Law Enforcement Bureau belonged to the Xia government. It was a legitimate enforcement department. Zhao Gang, as director, was actually not taken seriously by the young master of the Bai family.
Every law enforcement officer seemed to have been slapped hard across the face.
Qin Zheng frowned deeply and took a step forward, saying, Bai Jiangdu, even though the Bai family is powerful, this is the East Sea Law Enforcement Bureau. You have no authority to meddle in the case.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jiangdu was slightly surprised. He cast a glance at Qin Zheng and clapped his hands, saying, Captain Qin is upright and incorruptible, I have heard of this long ago. Meeting you today, it truly lives up to the reputation.
Qin Zheng detected the sarcasm in Bai Jiangdu's tone and replied nonchalantly, This is the Law Enforcement Bureau hall, no unauthorized persons may enter.
Please leave, Mr. Bai.
Bai Jiangdu frowned slightly, silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled.
All right, Captain Qin, your courage is commendable, I like it. However, since I'm here, I naturally must be prepared.
As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jiangdu waved his hand. The bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward, taking out a document and handing it to Zhao Gang. Bai Jiangdu stuffed his hands in his pockets, his expression cold. Director Zhao, I've already contacted the Provincial Law Enforcement Department.
If the East Sea Law Enforcement Bureau cannot enforce justice, someone will take over.
This is the document issued by the Provincial Law Enforcement Department, take a careful look. Zhao Gang received the document and slowly scanned it, his expression serious. The document was indeed issued by the Provincial Law Enforcement Department, requesting the East Sea Law Enforcement Bureau to temporarily detain Xiao Ruoqing until officials from the Law Enforcement Department arrived to take over.
Zhao Gang took a deep breath and glared at Bai Jiangdu.
The Bai family had their hands in many pies. He hadn't expected even the Provincial Law Enforcement Department could be mobilized.
At that moment, he felt like an ant on a hot pot. Restless and anxious.
Those forces trying to protect Xiao Ruoqing, he didn't dare to offend any of them. As the ultimate superior, he couldn't defy the Provincial Law Enforcement Department either. Bai Jiangdu's gaze was piercing, his tone heavier, Director Zhao, what are you still hesitating for?
Send him back.
Zhao Gang's forehead broke out in a fine cold sweat, secretly regretting. If he had known it would be this troublesome, he shouldn't have brought Xiao Ruoqing back in the first place.
Just as Zhao Gang was in a dilemma, applause suddenly rang out from behind him, unhurried and steady. Clap, clap, clap.
Xiao Ruoqing clapped his hands, looking indifferent as he gazed at Bai Jiangdu.
Bai Jiangdu, you seem very confident in your own power?
Bai Jiangdu glanced at Xiao Ruoqing, looking down from a height. That depends on whom I'm comparing with. Of course, I am confident compared to you, a waste. In this small East Sea, there's nothing Bai Jiangdu, want to do that anyone can manage.
If you don't believe it, just step out of the Law Enforcement Bureau and try.
Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing let out a cold laugh, pushing through the crowd.
He walked a few steps to the entrance of the law enforcement bureau and turned back to look at Bai Jiangdu. "I've stepped out, what can you do?" Bai Jiangdu was about to speak when he saw Xiao Ruocheng return. He couldn't help but smirk coldly. He thought Xiao Ruocheng must have gained some courage after being in prison for years and dared to challenge him. But it turned out to be just a war of words. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past his eyes. Slap! A loud slap struck Bai Jiangdu's face. "Not only did I go out, but I also hit you." Xiao Ruocheng looked at Bai Jiangdu with a faint smile and said coolly, "What can you do about it?" As soon as his words fell, the entire hall of the law enforcement bureau fell silent. Qin Zhang and the others stared in disbelief at Xiao Ruocheng. Who would have imagined that Xiao Ruocheng would act so recklessly? He dared to slap someone right in front of so many law enforcement officers. And it was the young master of the Bai family. He did what many wished to do but dared not. This was really refreshing. Many officers looked at Xiao Ruocheng with much softer expressions. "Xiao Ruocheng, you're courting death." Bai Jiangdu was stunned for a few seconds, and a hint of anger rose in his sinister gaze. Who's really seeking death? Xiao Ruocheng sneered, pulling out the Zhenjiang royal order from his pocket and tossing it in front of Bai Jiangdu. "Bai Jiangdu, open your dog eyes and see what this is." Bai Jiangdu furrowed his brows and picked up the token. Just one glance, and his expression changed dramatically. Bai Jiangdu looked up, staring in disbelief at Xiao Ruocheng. How is this possible? Zhao Gang was completely puzzled, not understanding what was happening. He instinctively glanced at the token in Bai Jiangdu's hands. The face suddenly changed. "What is this? Let me see." Zhao Gang couldn't help but take the token in his hands, examining it carefully. After a moment, his face was filled with horror. Wang Ling? Could it be, this is the legendary Zhenjiang Wang Ling? Zhao Gang's voice trembled, his hands went soft, almost dropping the Wang Ling to the ground. That's right, it is the Zhenjiang Wang Ling. Xiao Ruocheng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those who see the Wang Ling must kneel, do you not know this? Chapter 69, Assassin Strike. Bai Jiangdu's face was a mix of green and red, his fists clenched. Although he had never seen a real Wang Ling, this token, no matter how you looked at it, did not seem fake. Moreover, forging a Wang Ling is a capital offense. Zhao Gang, as the head of the law enforcement bureau, had seen countless tokens, yet even he said nothing. This token was most likely real. Bai Jiangdu furrowed his brows tightly, racking his brains but couldn't understand why Xiao Ruocheng had the Zhenjiang Wang Ling. Someone like Zhenjiang Wang stood at the pinnacle of Daxia, he was not a Xiao family member they could associate with. Besides, if the Xiao family really had such connections to receive Zhenjiang Wang's protection, how could the three war gods die so mysteriously? However, with Xiao Ruocheng possessing the Wang Ling, it probably wouldn't be realistic to imprison him again. Just as Bai Jiangdu's thoughts raced, Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. I pay my respects to Zhenjiang Wang. To see the token is to see the king, this is the rule. The head of the bureau led the way, and everyone from the law enforcement bureau quickly knelt down to pay their respects. We salute Zhenjiang Wang. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the four corners. Xiao Ruocheng coldly looked at Bai Jiangdu, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Bai Jiangdu, do you want to die for not respecting the Wang Ling? Upon hearing this, Bai Jiangdu took a deep breath, forced a smile that looked worse than crying. I'll kneel, is that okay? But remember, I kneel to Zhenjiang Wang, not you. After saying that, Bai Jiangdu expressionlessly knelt on the ground, bowing to the Wang Ling. His bodyguards behind him followed suit, kneeling down as well. That's more like it. Xiao Ruocheng took the Zhenjiang Wang Ling back, looking at Zhao Gang, the provincial law enforcement hall people are coming, let them come to the Xiao family to find me. Dropping this sentence, Xiao Ruocheng swaggered out of the law enforcement bureau's door. Looking at his back, Bai Jiangdu's nails dug into his palm, full of resentment. After Xiao Ruocheng went outside, feeling the sunlight, he stretched comfortably. The Bentley convoy slowly stopped in front of him. Chu Hongyan got out of the car and opened the door for Xiao Ruocheng. Then, bending down, she said, I see the president. Xiao Ruocheng nodded, stepping towards the car door. At this moment, Fang Qiu had already gotten out with dozens of subordinates waiting, bowing as he approached, their voices booming. We salute the president. Seeing this scene, everyone in the law enforcement bureau was shocked. This is the Rose Society's people? What kind of background does Xiao Ruocheng have to hold such a high status in the Rose Society? Until the convoy gradually disappeared from view, Zhao Gang breathed a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. He turned back, looking at the law enforcement officers watching the spectacle, impatiently saying, let's stop this matter here, no one is allowed to discuss it privately. Everyone disperse, go back to your own business. With a command, the law enforcement bureau personnel scattered. Let's go too. Bai Jiangdu's face was dark, waving his hand, leading his bodyguards away.
Just as Xiao Ruocheng was about to get in the car, a sudden horn honking echoed from a distance.
A black car slowly approached, stopping not far from the Bentley convoy.
The car door opened, Ling Ruoyao and Xiao Zhenhua got out one after the other, both with anxious expressions on their faces.
Ruocheng.
Ling Ruoyao immediately saw Xiao Ruocheng surrounded by a group of outstanding individuals, and shouted aloud. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng quietly made a gesture.
Xu Hongyan and others understood very well and got into the car to leave. Ruocheng, are you okay?
Ling Ruoyao quickly stepped forward, carefully checking if Xiao Ruocheng had any injuries.
While speaking, Xiao Zhenhua also followed. His attention was on Xu Hongyan and the Bentley convoy. What's going on here? Xiao Zhenhua's gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Ruocheng. Some friends.
Xiao Ruocheng coughed and casually dodged the question. This answer clearly did not convince Xiao Zhenhua, and since it was not the place to ask questions at the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he could only point to the car.
Get in the car, we'll talk when we get back.
On the way, Xiao Zhenhua leaned over from the front seat and said seriously, this time, it's not easy to come out of the Law Enforcement Bureau safely.
When we get back, you should thank Lin Wanru properly. Xiao Ruocheng frowned, why should I thank her? You got out because of that girl Wanru. Xiao Zhenhua insisted, if it weren't for her contacting the East Sea Battle Zone, do you think you would have gotten out so quickly?
Xiao Ruocheng chuckled silently, his escape might be thanks to the Rose Society or the Hanhai Group.
How could it have anything to do with her? Nonsense, I got out on my own. Xiao Ruocheng shook his head, why should I thank her? Seeing this, Xiao Zhenhua secretly sighed.
These two people didn't know what was going on, they had been at odds since their first meeting. When they returned to the Xiao family, Su Fian was sitting in the living room with Lin Wanru, having tea. Seeing everyone return, Su Fian finally relaxed after being worried for a long time.
Finally back.
Su Fian had a stern face, ready to give Xiao Ruocheng a good lesson. However, Xiao Ruocheng acted as if nothing had happened and went straight upstairs, completely ignoring her and Lin Wanru.
Bang! Stop! Su Fian slammed the table with anger. Big sister, is there something?
Xiao Ruocheng had to stop and helplessly asked.
You act too impulsively, you must never do this again. Su Fian's voice was stern, to save you, the family had to mobilize so much, don't you feel any shame? At the very least, you should thank Wanru. Again with this reasoning, Xiao Ruocheng felt very annoyed. I've always borne the consequences of the trouble I caused, when has the family ever helped me?
Xiao Ruocheng glanced at the cold-faced Lin Wanru and said word by word, as for her, I didn't ask her for help, go thank your people.
Su Fian's expression instantly darkened. Xiao Ruocheng, don't you find yourself ridiculous? You have the guts to let underground forces threaten the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, so many people are watching over you, do you think you can do whatever you want? Immature, impulsive, acting without thinking, when will you ever grow up? Do you have to drag the Xiao family down with you?
Su Fian's eyes shot fierce and angry glances, her fingers clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white.
As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was frightened. Only Lin Wanru remained calm, sitting in her chair sipping tea, as if she had anticipated this. Is what Fian said true? Xiao Zhenhua breathed rapidly, did you find underground forces to threaten the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau? If he admitted it, he would surely face the old man's wrath. Xiao Ruocheng didn't directly admit, he dodged, Grandpa, I know what I'm doing.
Xiao Zhenhua's experience made him quickly think of the people who had surrounded Xiao Ruocheng at the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau.
You're acting recklessly, you don't value your life. Xiao Zhenhua was so angry that he trembled all over. Taking a deep breath, he warned, Ruocheng, listen clearly, from now on, you must not have any dealings with those people. Faced with his enraged grandfather, Xiao Ruocheng didn't dare to be careless. Okay, I understand.
Xiao Ruocheng looked obedient, it's nothing, I'll go upstairs first. After saying that, he pulled Ling Ruoyao, intending to go upstairs.
Buzz. At that moment, Xiao Ruocheng's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone to take a look.
The message was from Chu Hongyan, and the content was very simple.
Guo Tianyi has made a move. Xiao Ruocheng frowned. It seemed Guo Tianyi was still not behaving.
Xiao Ruocheng stood up and was about to go out.
Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Lin Wanru stood up. Where I go is none of your business.
Xiao Ruocheng glanced at him coldly. I suggest that from now on, no one should leave the Xiao family.
Lin Wanru spoke with a serious tone. This statement made Xiao Ruocheng even more unhappy. Why should I?
Lin Wanru scanned the room with a serious tone, because you have been placed on a bounty by an overseas assassin organization, on the Xishang Palace's website. A few hours ago, I received news that someone has taken the assassination mission.
Chapter 70, do you believe I'll break your legs? Assassin organization? The atmosphere in the living room instantly froze.
Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Xiao Ruocheng.
How can there be an assassin organization? Xiao Genoa said nervously, can we cancel the bounty?
Grandpa, there's no need to worry. Xiao Ruocheng reassured him, even if the assassin takes the job, they might not be able to find me. The Xixiang Palace is an internationally famous assassin organization, with many experts under its command. Lin Wanru glanced at Xiao Ruocheng and said lightly, once a bounty is placed, it cannot be cancelled, it cannot be stopped.
It only ends when the target is dead. Only when the target is dead can it end? Su Fian, upon hearing this news, felt all her anger towards Xiao Ruocheng instantly vanish.
After all, he is the only descendant of the Xiao family for 3 generations, she couldn't really let him die.
The situation is urgent, Xiao Ruocheng, you can't be willful this time. Su Fian said with a serious face, you must listen to Wanru, stay at home obediently for a few days. Fian is right. Xiao Genoa nodded, giving his approval.
This time, even Ling Ruoyao couldn't help but speak up, Ruocheng, just listen to your sister-in-law, rest at home, I will come back to keep you company. Seeing that the whole family was not allowing him to go out, Xiao Ruocheng felt a headache, fine, I won't go. Seeing this, everyone finally relaxed. Considering the special situation, I will temporarily stay at the Xiao family for 1 to 2 days.
Lin Wanru added, with me here, they should be more restrained.
If there's still no movement in a few days, the assassination should be over.
Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more settled.
Lin Wanru's identity and strength were a good guarantee for the Xiao family and Xiao Ruocheng.
Miss Lin, your injury is not healed yet, are you sure you can protect us?
At this moment, Xiao Ruocheng suddenly smiled. Lin Wanru's expression slightly changed, surprised that he noticed her injury.
Wanru, you are hurt? Su Fian looked over nervously. It's nothing, just a minor injury.
Saying this, Lin Wanru turned to Xiao Ruocheng and teased, it's you, not very capable, but your mouth is quite tough. The troubles with the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Xixiang Palace are all because of you.
Others can complain, but you have no right. Troubles?
Xiao Ruocheng scoffed, the Xixiang Palace doesn't even count as trouble for me.
Crawling from the bottom of a well. Lin Wanru didn't want to argue with him and turned her head away.
Xiao Ruocheng also found it dull and took Ling Ruoyao upstairs. The atmosphere was rarely quiet. But because of the appearance of the Xixiang Palace, everyone's hearts hung in the air. Returning to the bedroom, Xiao Ruocheng's eyes lit up as soon as he pushed the door open. The whole bedroom was decorated in red, with the wardrobe, desk, bedding, and even the curtains changed to this festive color. You sit first. Xiao Ruocheng locked the door, and when he turned around, he saw Ling Ruoyao sitting neatly on the big bed in a plain long dress. Her exquisite features, against the red background, looked even more stunning.
What are you looking at me for?
Ling Ruoyao felt Xiao Ruocheng's fiery gaze, her pretty face flushed, her heart racing. She gently turned her head, not daring to meet Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. We are a legal couple now, and the wedding is also finished.
Xiao Ruocheng sat next to Ling Ruoyao, one hand resting on her shoulder, grinning, shouldn't we do something only couples can do now?
Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao was so shy she couldn't lift her head.
Oh, of course we can.
Ling Ruoyao leaned against Xiao Ruocheng's chest, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her mouth slightly open, I don't have much experience, don't mind. Seeing her with closed eyes, looking like she was ready to be picked. Xiao Ruocheng laughed heartily and directly swept Ling Ruoyao into a princess hold, lifting her up from the bed.
Ah! Ling Ruoyao let out a delicate cry. No hurry, let's take a bath first.
Xiao Ruocheng looked at the enchanting Ling Ruoyao in his arms and gently kissed her forehead.
Then, his big hands roamed around.
Before long, Ling Ruoyao was stripped bare, curling up her whole body. A pair of big hands moved on Ling Ruoyao's body, taking off her clothes. Although they had already seen each other openly when treating her illness earlier. But facing the upcoming events, Ling Ruoyao still couldn't contain her shyness, her whole body felt as hot as a boiled shrimp.
Let's go take a bath.
Xiao Ruocheng smiled, carrying Ling Ruoyao into the bathroom. After a wash, the two returned to the bed. Feeling the strong masculine aura emanating from Xiao Ruocheng beside her, Ling Ruoyao's breath quickened.
What are you thinking about?
Suddenly, Xiao Ruocheng leaned in closer. His hot breath touched her face, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly.
And no.
Ling Ruoyao instinctively shrank back like a frightened little rabbit.
Xiao Ruocheng's gaze burned with intensity.
Ling Ruoyao's skin was very white, almost without any blemishes, her long jade legs were round and full, and her slim waist held no excess fat. The bedroom lights dimmed gradually, the night was deep, and under the moonlight, the couple was inseparable.
The night brought strong winds and rain, swaying the branches and roots. Meanwhile, at Donghai Airport,
several black Mercedes lined up, Wotiani in a suit, standing by the car with a group of subordinates, as if awaiting the arrival of some important figure.
Dad, what is the strength of the two protectors from the Qinglong gang?
Guozhen whispered, Xiao Ruocheng has a master-level expert in his hands. After a few seconds of contemplation, Guotani replied uncertainly, complete innate perfection, but the last time I saw them was 4 years ago, they may have stepped into the master realm by now. Even if the two protectors are not strong enough, we can borrow from the martial alliance. What I value is their identity, not their strength. Hearing this, Guozhen felt completely relieved, a flash of excitement passing through his eyes.
That's good, we can finally get revenge.
Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from afar as a private jet slowly descended.
Wei Tianyi and Guozhen immediately approached.
As the plane door opened, two middle-aged men slowly walked down.
They were dressed in black Zhongshan suits, serious and unsmiling, exuding a chilling aura. Leader Guo, young Master Guo, we've kept you waiting.
The left protector, Xing Zhang, nodded slightly, although his words appeared polite, there was a strong disdain hidden deep in his eyes. After all, Donghai was too small for them.
Wei Tianyi's subordinates were few, not worth their attention. You two have worked hard. Wei Tianyi chuckled, I've arranged everything, let's go.
As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several young girls dressed provocatively, with graceful figures, came down from the cars, actively approaching the two protectors.
Not bad, not bad.
The two protectors were quite satisfied. In front of so many people, their hands already began to roam inside the girls' clothes.
Alright, let's go, let's head back and welcome the two protectors properly. Guo Tianyi ordered, and everyone quickly got into their cars. A night passed peacefully. Su Fian was dressed in a professional skirt suit, with black stockings, exuding a faint glow.
She held documents and was about to head out.
Wait, where are you going? Lin Wanru, sitting in the living room, suddenly raised her head, didn't you say it's very dangerous now? You should minimize going out?
The company has been very busy lately, I want to go back.
After all, the assassins are after Xiao Ruocheng, they shouldn't cause us trouble, right?
Su Fian chuckled nervously, catching a glimpse of Ling Ruoyao also having changed her clothes and quietly coming down.
Who knows if that will be dangerous?
Lin Wanru said sternly, don't go out, stay at home for a few days.
No way, absolutely no way.
Su Fian shook her head, stubbornly saying, the project is about to start, I have to go to the company. Seeing her so persistent, Lin Wanru felt quite helpless. She then looked towards the door.
You three, come out.
As the voice faded, 3 men walked in from outside, their breaths long and steps steady. After learning that the Four Symbols Palace had issued a bounty, Lin Wanru invited some martial artists.
You can go out if you want, but someone must follow.
Then, Lin Wanru looked at the 2 men and politely said, please, protect their safety. The 2 men nodded and stepped forward to stand beside Su Fian and Ling Ruoyao. Seeing this, Su Fian hugged Lin Wanru tightly.
I knew you were the best.
Then I'll go to work first.
Lin Wanru said with a hint of annoyance, try to stay in the office and don't come out. Protect yourself. Su Fian agreed and quickly left. Not long after, Ling Ruoyao also came out with her bag.
The living room fell silent again. Lin Wanru poured a cup of tea and looked at the last man, her tone much warmer.
Mr. Zhao, come over and have a cup of tea. I might trouble you these days.
This man was Zhao Tiexin, a master she had specially invited from the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance was an organization specifically responsible for managing internal martial artists in Daxia, filled with experts and with strict rules.
Lin Wanru could only invite a master to assist because of her own status. I won't drink tea, let's get down to business.
Zhao Tiexin waved his hand, his attitude a bit cold.
Lin Wanru did not find this problematic. A master martial artist, extraordinary and out of the ordinary. A bit of pride was to be expected.
As they spoke, another figure came down from upstairs.
Where are you going? Lin Wanru's expression turned cold.
Hearing the voice, Xiao Ruocheng did not pause his steps and replied casually, can't stay at home, just going out for a walk. So many people were trapped in the Xiao family because of him.
He was still bored and wanted to go for a walk?
Lin Wanru's face turned icy as she warned, if you dare to go out, I'll break your legs.
Chapter 71, The Eye-Dazzling Trick, Night Shadow has arrived.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng paused.
You can try it.
After saying that, he turned to walk out the door.
Do you think I won't dare?
Lin Wanru grabbed a teacup and threw it directly at him.
Bang! The teacup shattered into pieces on the floor.
The noise attracted Xiao Genoa and others, who came down from upstairs.
What happened?
Xiao Genoa glared fiercely at Xiao Ruocheng, probably thinking this kid had offended Lin Wanru again.
I want to go out, but she won't let me.
Xiao Ruocheng said flatly.
You brat, stay at home obediently. Xiao Genoa said without room for argument.
Xiao Ruocheng frowned in annoyance. Before he could speak, Du Yuhan cautiously tugged at his sleeve.
Okay, stop arguing. Looking at Du Yuhan's clear, bright eyes, Xiao Ruocheng's irritation slowly faded away. Come upstairs with me, I'm not feeling well. You help me check. To quell the dispute, Du Yuhan casually made up a reason. Okay.
Xiao Ruocheng shot a cold glance at Lin Wanru and went upstairs again.
The two entered Du Yuhan's room. What's wrong?
Xiao Ruocheng sat on the bed, extending his hand. I'll help you feel your pulse.
Actually, it's nothing.
Du Yuhan, wearing her pajamas, slowly sat next to him, a pleasant fragrance wafting from her. I just didn't want you to argue with Sister Lin, so I made something up. This girl was too innocent. After just telling a little lie, her neck turned red all the way to her glistening earlobes.
Then I must check. What if there is a problem?
Xiao Ruocheng's playful nature ignited, and he pretended to have a serious face.
Bang! At that moment, a loud crash suddenly came from downstairs, followed by the sound of breaking glass.
Xiao Ruocheng's face turned cold as he quickly stood up. I'll go check it out. After saying that, he hurried down the stairs. When he reached downstairs, Lin Wanru and Zhao Tiexin had serious expressions, fixating on the coffee table. On it lay a palm-sized dart. The dart had pierced in from outside, breaking the glass before embedding itself directly in the coffee table.
Someone has come?
Xiao Ruocheng's gaze flickered slightly. Yes, it's the Night Shadow, a top assassin from the Four Symbols Palace. Lin Wanru nodded gravely. This dart is the signature weapon of Night Shadow. He has a record of assassinating masters.
Killing a master.
Xiao Zhenhua and Du Yuhan, who had come along, were both shocked. Such a master targeting Xiao Ruocheng is indeed too dangerous.
Still, we must be more cautious. Lin Wanru said seriously, Night Shadow excels in lurking and assassination.
Although Mr. Zhao is here to watch over, we still cannot let our guard down. However, since Night Shadow specializes in sneak attacks and hasn't reached master level, if I chase him down, he may not be able to defeat me. Zhao Tailin slightly clasped his hands together and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of this place. Lin Wanru nodded, her figure flashing as she leaped directly out of the living room window.
Everyone, it's best to stay together.
Zhao Tailin said solemnly, though the assassin's target is young Master Xiao, we can't guarantee he won't sneak attack others. Staying together ensures everyone keeps an eye out for each other.
As soon as he spoke, a whistling sound rushed in. Outside the window, a shadow flashed again. Crack! A dart shattered the glass and flew in.
This time, the target was actually the just-arrived Du Yuhan. Zhao Tielin's face turned even graver. The dart was too fast, and there was no time to stop it.
Be careful. Fortunately, Xiao Ruocheng reacted quickly, pulling Du Yuhan aside and dodging the dart. Seeing this, Zhao Tailin sighed in relief.
But then, anger surged in his heart. The Xiao family almost had an accident right under his nose. If it weren't for Xiao Ruocheng's quick reaction, a tragedy would have likely occurred.
Where do you think you're going?
Zhao Tailin stared at the shadow outside the window, stepping forward and instantly chasing after it. Looking at Du Yuhan's expression still filled with fear, Xiao Ruocheng comforted her, Don't be afraid, the person has already been driven away. Even so, Du Yuhan's small face was still pale, her delicate body trembling constantly. I'll go upstairs and bring Xingzi down. Xiao Zhenhua said with concern, Miss Lin and Master Zhao have gone out, you two be careful. Xiao Ruocheng nodded and replied, Okay, Grandpa, you be careful too. Immediately, Xiao Zhenhua was about to leave. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. The door opened, and a person fully cloaked in a black robe slowly walked in.
Don't leave, everyone stay. A chilling, terrifying voice entered their ears. You are Night Shadow?
Xiao Ruocheng instinctively blocked Du Yuhan behind him, speaking calmly. Indeed, those two fools both thought they had caught me. A playful expression appeared on Night Shadow's face. Today, it's not just one person who came, but three. With these words, Xiao Zhenhua's face filled with despair. Such a powerful assassin coming to their door, they were likely doomed.
How much did they give you?
I'll double it. Xiao Zhenhua said nervously, As long as you spare Xiao Ruocheng, I'll give you everything. He thought such a condition would sway Night Shadow.
However, Night Shadow merely shook his finger.
Old man, being an assassin also requires professional ethics.
My assassination success rate is 100%. To ruin my record for money isn't worth it.
Hearing this, Xiao Zhenhua gritted his teeth, then what if my life can be exchanged for his? Night Shadow still shook his head, sorry, there's no discussion. Xiao Ruocheng slightly turned his wrist, 2 silver needles wedged between his fingers. But after thinking it over, he put them away again. If he acted, the living room was small, it might involve grandpa and sister-in-law. Spare my family, and I'll go with you. Xiao Ruocheng stepped forward proactively, taking a deep breath. You want to kill me, sparing others should be fine, right? Night Shadow slightly raised his eyebrows, not expecting the kid to be unafraid of death.
Xiao Chang. A worried voice came from behind. It was Xiao Genua. Xiao Ruoqing turned his head, giving him a reassuring look, and took the initiative to step outside. This task has gone too smoothly, goodbye. Night Shadow laughed maniacally, following behind Xiao Ruoqing. As the two left, the scene was left in disarray. Xiao Genua felt as if he had lost his soul, his body going soft as he collapsed to the ground. After walking for a while, Xiao Ruoqing finally stopped in a forest 1,000 meters away from the Xiao house. This will do. Xiao Ruoqing turned back. Killing intent overflowed in his eyes. Night Shadow was completely unaware that he was not far from death. Is this the grave you chose for yourself? The scenery is quite nice. Night Shadow smiled slightly, and the next second, lightning struck. A dart shot out, aiming straight at Xiao Ruoqing's throat. Night Shadow had always been extremely cautious, although in his eyes, Xiao Ruoqing was just an ordinary person. Even when he took action, he still used all his strength. The dart was like a shooting star, flashing past. On the other side, Xiao Ruoqing extended 2 fingers, making a gesture as if to pinch something. Night Shadow scoffed coldly. His dart was something that even a master might not catch, let alone an ordinary person. But, in the next second, his eyes bulged, filled with disbelief. The dart was actually caught. You are a master? Night Shadow's voice trembled slightly. At this distance, without any defense, to casually pinch his dart. Only a master could do that. Chapter 72, 100 Flower Poem, Night Shadow's Death. Before taking a task, don't you check the target's information? Xiao Ruoqing had a half-smile on his face. So that's it, I really underestimated you. After a brief surprise, Night Shadow regained his calm. Having hovered on the edge of life and death for years, he had seen masters before. Besides, many masters had died at his hands. Night Shadow tapped his toes, his body like willow fluff, quickly retreating. In terms of cultivation, he was no match for Xiao Ruoqing, and in a direct fight, he would definitely be crushed. However, Night Shadow was most confident in his speed and his endless means of killing. Once he created distance, he was confident he could exchange blows with a master. Kid, don't be arrogant, the killers on the sky list aren't just for show. Night Shadow flipped his wrist, several darts clamped between his fingers, and with a flick of his hand, shot them out. Are you so confident in your darts? Xiao Ruoqing gently shifted his body and easily dodged. Night Shadow sneered, then look behind you. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing turned around and was surprised to find that the darts had circled back, heading straight for him. The distance was less than 10 meters. At the speed of the darts, a normal person might really not evade in time, facing death on the spot. But for Xiao Ruoqing, these tricks were far too simple. Trivial skills. Xiao Ruoqing waved his sleeve, and fierce true energy turned into a whip, directly shattering the darts. At the same time, a strong wind came from behind. Xiao Ruoqing slightly turned his body, and Night Shadow's punch sliced through empty air, immediately transforming his fist into a claw, slashing down hard. Shadow Claw. Night Shadow roared, his palm hardening like iron and stone, capable of splitting mountains and stones. Xiao Ruoqing wore a faint smile. From start to finish, he had not regarded Night Shadow highly, and he hadn't even used much strength. The two figures brushed past each other. What is your relationship with the demon? Xiao Ruoqing frowned and asked. How do you know my master's name? Night Shadow's movements froze instantly, his eyes bulging. So, the demon is your master. Xiao Ruoqing felt a bit emotional. Back then, there was a group of hotheads in Black Mountain Prison. Among them, the strongest was the demon. Fiery temper, overwhelming strength, and a miserable end. Do you know her? Night Shadow was stunned for a moment, then excitedly said, Do you know where my master is? As long as you can tell me her location, I can spare your life. Xiao Ruoqing pondered for a few seconds and regretfully said, She should be in a mound east of Black Mountain Prison, about 300 miles away. Better not see her, or you'll have nightmares. Hearing this, Night Shadow blinked, unable to react for a moment. What? She's dead? Back in the country, Night Shadow gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Ruoqing. Kid, do you know what happens to those who deceive me? I'm not lying, she's really dead. Xiao Ruoqing enunciated every word, I killed her. As the words fell, Night Shadow staggered. His master was actually dead. Since she was captured in Black Mountain Prison, Night Shadow had tried several times to rescue her, but he couldn't even get close to the prison's perimeter. An intense hatred surged in Night Shadow's eyes. Suddenly, he realized that Black Mountain Prison was a women's prison. I heard that there is only one man inside, known as the Devil Warden. Could it be that he is the warden? Yi Ying's face turned pale. To rescue his master, he had specially gathered a lot of information about Black Mountain Prison. The more he learned, the more frightened he became. Especially towards that warden he had never encountered, filled with dread. You are the warden? Yi Ying's voice trembled, his gaze fearful. You guessed it right, I'll reward you with a quick death.
Xiao Ruocheng raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Yi Ying's face turned dark purple, almost coughing out blood. It's over, I've hit a hard wall. In just a few seconds, Yi Ying's mind raced. I definitely can't fight and might not be able to run away. After a moment of thought, plop. Yi Ying kneeled down directly. Senior, I see I have underestimated my opponent, can you give me a chance? Yi Ying laid down all his dignity and begged repeatedly. Spare you? Xiao Ruocheng shook his head and smiled. Let's change the terms, you can choose a dignified way to die. However, at this moment, Yi Ying seized the instant he spoke, his figure exploded upward, a pitch-black dagger appearing in his palm, piercing straight for the throat. Whether Xiao Ruocheng spares him or not is not important. Yi Ying's aim was just this moment. With such close distance for assassination, even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. You overestimate yourself. A trace of mockery appeared in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. With one palm strike, he instantly shattered the incoming dagger. Missing the strike, Yi Ying kept flipping, planning to flee. Trying to leave now is a bit late, isn't it? Xiao Ruocheng sneered, his palm swaying, causing many afterimages to appear. The surging true qi transformed into brilliant flowers, seemingly slow, yet in an instant, it caught up to Yi Ying. Crack, crack. The ground split open, revealing petal-shaped cracks. Puff. While fleeing for his life, Yi Ying was like being hit by a speeding train, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before dying, his face still bore the traces of fear and panic. Xiao Ruocheng shook his head, having wasted so much time on him, his family must be worried. He prepared to go home first. Just as he turned around, he was met with the excited expression of Zhao Tailin. Master Zhao, what are you doing here? Xiao Ruocheng frowned slightly, fearing Zhao Tailin must have seen and kill Yi Ying. Sure enough, Zhao Tailin's tone was filled with excitement. Young Master Xiao, did you use the 100-flower palm? Xiao Ruocheng nodded, have you heard of it? Zhao Tailin clapped his hand against the ground. A strong true qi formed a partial petal shape. It wasn't very powerful, but the form was similar to Xiao Ruocheng's. This is something I learned from a great person at a meeting in the Martial Alliance. Zhao Tailin said embarrassedly, but I only learned the basics and have always wanted a chance to study deeper. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng realized. The 100-flower palm was taught to him by his master. It seemed that the great person Zhao Tailin mentioned must be someone related to his master. The person you mentioned should be my master. Xiao Ruocheng smiled and said, Master Zhao, please do not disclose my martial artist status. Please don't call me master. In the martial way, the one who excels is foremost. Zhao Tailin looked full of shame. Compared to you, what qualification do I have to be called a master? However, young Master Xiao, you have exceptional talent. If you have time, could I ask you for guidance? Xiao Ruocheng smiled and nodded. Seeking advice was false, learning for real was true. However, he didn't really mind. His master's techniques were numerous, just the 100-flower palm was not a big deal. Xiao family. Xiao Zhenhua was anxiously pacing back and forth in the living room. Du Yuhan and Lin Wanru also sat on the sofa, their expressions solemn. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiao Ruocheng returning unscathed. You're still alive? Xiao Zhenhua rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe it. Of course, it's all thanks to Master Zhao. Without him, I guess I wouldn't have made it back. Xiao Ruocheng smiled at Zhao Tailin. Isn't that right, Master Zhao? Picked a big leak. Yes, it's me. Zhao Tailin squeezed out a smile. Thanks to Xiao Xiao's cleverness, he held Night Shadow back, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to save anyone. Upon hearing his words, everyone believed him. Thank you, Master Zhao, for your help. This grace, our Xiao family will never forget. Xiao Zhenhua bowed down slightly, expressing his gratitude. Seeing this, Zhao Tailin's eyelids jumped in shock. How could he really let Xiao Gongzi's grandfather bow to him? He hurriedly stepped forward to support Xiao Zhenhua. Old man, please don't be so polite. Zhao Tailin chuckled dryly, I didn't do anything, it's not worth this. No, absolutely not. Xiao Zhenhua insisted, you saved Xiao Chun, you are our great benefactor. If you don't mind, I still have some valuable antiques, consider them a thank you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tailin quickly waved his hands. Grandpa, just a few words of thanks are enough. There's no need for gifts. At this moment, Xiao Ruocheng couldn't help but speak up. Yes, Xiao Xiao is right. Zhao Tailin wiped the sweat from his brow and agreed. Nonsense. What are you talking about, you brat? Xiao Zhenhua's face turned stern, full of anger. Master Zhao saved your life, more gifts are deserved. On the side, Lin Wanru looked at the three pushing back and forth, her gaze filled with a hint of doubt. She didn't know why, but she always felt Zhao Tailin's attitude was changing greatly. When he first came to the Xiao family, Zhao Tailin was serious and unsmiling. Now, in both obvious and hidden ways, he seemed to be trying to please Xiao Ruocheng. But this was too ridiculous. Lin Wanru shook off the thought. After all, Zhao Tailin was a master-level expert.
Why would he need to please a young scion? Tap tap tap. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded. Su Fian rushed back, worry etched on her face. Xiao Zhenhua was slightly taken aback. She was usually steady and practical.
Suddenly being this anxious must mean something had happened. Grandpa, I got back early today, and I wanted to discuss something with you.
Sure enough, as soon as Su Fian entered, she headed straight for Xiao Zhenhua. What is it?
Xiao Zhenhua poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. No rush, take your time.
A while ago, when the company was behind on salaries, an employee wanted to jump off a building, do you remember? Xiao Zhenhua indeed remembered this incident.
If it weren't for a manager risking everything to stop the employee, the salary issue would have caused a huge uproar. Money alone couldn't solve it. At that time, the marketing department's manager, Cui Jian, accidentally fell from the building while trying to save the employee, suffering high paraplegia.
Su Fian spoke with admiration. He should be having surgery in a day or two. Such a pity.
Xiao Zhenhua sighed. He had an even deeper impression of Cui Jian.
That was an employee he had personally promoted.
Before the surgery, I want to go visit him in the hospital. After all, we mustn't let our benefactor feel neglected.
Su Fian said seriously.
Xiao Zhenhua fully supported her idea. Good, you go ahead, and bring some money with you, or see what Cui Jian likes and buy a few things. We must treat the benefactor of the company well. No matter what difficulties he faces, we have to be responsible to the end. Su Fian had long guessed that the old man would agree with her proposal. I've heard that Cui Jian is fascinated by calligraphy and paintings. I plan to buy some. Su Fian hesitated slightly. However, since he has suffered like this for the company and the Xiao family, we must express something.
Let Xiao Ruocheng represent the Xiao family and go with me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenhua's gaze fell on Xiao Ruocheng. Little brat, did you hear? You'll go with Fian. Xiao Zhenhua's tone was not open to discussion. Xiao Ruocheng disliked this kind of occasion and instinctively wanted to refuse. Before he could speak. Stop finding excuses, you must go. Xiao Zhenhua hammered the table decisively.
Okay, I'll go. Xiao Ruocheng, like an eggplant beaten by frost, lowered his head.
Better early than late, let's leave now.
Su Fian intended to change her clothes but glanced at the time and seemed to be out of time. Then, the two of them walked out of the Xiao house one after the other. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a place called Treasure Playhouse.
An antique shop?
Xiao Ruocheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt this kind of place was quite novel. Yes, this is a famous antique shop in the East Sea, where the items inside are highly valuable and of guaranteed quality.
Su Fian sighed. I hope to find something suitable.
She had never been particularly interested in antiques.
When giving gifts, one must be picky, and Su Fian worried about making the wrong choice.
As they walked through the door, a big bearded boss came up, warmly saying, "Please come in, take a look around, and just tell me what you choose."
Su Fian politely replied, "Boss, we want to buy a few calligraphy and paintings, could you introduce us?"
Of course. The big bearded boss readily agreed and immediately led them to the calligraphy and painting area. On the whole wall hung a dozen paintings, and as they watched closer, the fragrant ink wafted toward them. The big bearded boss grinned and said, "Let me introduce a few to you. This landscape painting is a work by the Qing dynasty painter Shi Tao. It depicts distant mountains and close waters, with profound intent, and the strokes are delicate.
It's a rare masterpiece.
This calligraphy is an authentic piece by the Ming dynasty calligrapher Dong Qichang. The brushwork is vigorous and flowing, truly remarkable. Oh, and this flower and bird painting is by the Qing dynasty painter Ren Banian, with bright colors and vivid life. It definitely reflects the owner's taste. Additionally, this one is an authentic piece by a master from the Song dynasty, worth a fortune.
I spent over 700,000 just to buy it. This piece is from a Tang dynasty court painter, highly collectible. If sent to auction, it starts at $1 million. And this one."
The big bearded boss spoke endlessly, while Xiao Ruocheng glanced around briefly and suddenly sneered. These calligraphy and paintings were either aged forgeries or patchwork from damaged originals. Almost all of them had little real value. During the years in prison, there was a female inmate who specialized in selling antiques and was well-versed in this field. In his spare time, Xiao Ruocheng learned a lot from her. He was too lazy to listen to the boss's nonsense. His gaze drifted, and he noticed a few unopened scrolls on the floor. So, he walked over. "Hey, young man, the scrolls on the ground are not worth much. Why don't you check out the shelf for something you like?" The big bearded boss reminded when he saw Xiao Ruocheng's movement.
"Since they are not worth much, is it okay for me to take a look?"
Xiao Ruocheng smiled slightly.
The big bearded boss was taken aback, waving his hand, "Then feel free, just don't damage anything."
Xiao Ruocheng casually picked a few from the stacked scrolls and opened them. At a glance, they were basically all mass-produced forgeries. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a small scroll, feeling something was off. Xiao Ruocheng picked up the scroll. It felt a bit heavy, and he could tell the paper was thick. Opening it, he found a landscape painting inside. The artistic concept and craftsmanship of this painting were average, and the colors were light. It appeared to have no value at first glance. Xiao Ruocheng rubbed the edges of the painting paper and silently smirked. The paper of this painting was relatively thick, and the mounting method was strange. This indicated that there was another painting hidden inside. Usually, when a painting is hidden this way, it signifies that it is a priceless work. Boss, how much is this? Xiao Ruocheng shook the scroll. This isn't worth much, 2,000. The big bearded boss glanced at it, disinterestedly saying, I already told you the quality of what's on the floor is poor, why not look at the shelf for something you like? I'll give you a discount. Xiao Ruocheng shook his head with a smile, holding the scroll for Su Fian to see. Sister-in-law, I think this one is good, let's buy this. Su Fian frowned slightly, feeling it wasn't appropriate. Manager Cui has made so many contributions to the group, even if we don't buy a precious calligraphy or painting, we shouldn't settle for something too cheap. 2,000 for a painting feels a bit too casual. Not casual at all. Xiao Ruocheng asserted, do you believe me? This painting in my hand is worth more than this entire wall. Hearing this, the big bearded boss looked at Xiao Ruocheng as if he were a fool. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. As the boss, he understood better than anyone the quality of the things in the store. The painting in Xiao Ruocheng's hand was just some trash collected by the vendors from the village. Hey, this landscape painting in your hand is a defective product collected from the village, not worth much. The bearded boss didn't want to waste time and frankly said, if you want to buy it, you can take it for 2,000 bucks, but I advise you not to waste your money. This thing has no collectible value, and giving it as a gift would be too embarrassing, why buy it? Xiao Ruocheng smiled slightly, not minding what the boss said. Sister-in-law, just buy it. Xiao Ruocheng looked at Su Fian sincerely. Are you sure this painting has value? Su Fian was still a bit uneasy, saying, how about we look for something else? Trust me. Xiao Ruocheng replied confidently. Seeing this, Su Fian had no choice but to go pay. Boss, is there water here? Xiao Ruocheng opened the scroll and spread it out on the table. The bearded boss became interested and was a bit curious about what Xiao Ruocheng was going to do. He quickly brought a cup of water and handed it to Xiao Ruocheng. Then, Xiao Ruocheng poured the water onto the painting. In an instant, the ink spread out. The previously elegant landscape painting became a complete mess, looking hideous. Su Fian frowned even deeper. What is he trying to do? It's not that she couldn't bear to part with 2,000 bucks, it was that those 2,000 bucks shouldn't be wasted like this. Seeing this scene, the bearded boss couldn't help but mockingly laugh. Little brother, this isn't how you pick up a bargain. How can you find a gold nugget in a mountain ditch? You should watch fewer TV dramas, it's all fake. While speaking, he suddenly saw Xiao Ruocheng taking out a lighter, holding it under the canvas, and directly starting to scorch it. Su Fian curiously asked, what are you doing? Xiao Ruocheng just smiled and said nothing. Little brother, if I had known you were just playing with it, I have plenty of useless paintings. The bearded boss sighed, it's too wasteful to roast it like this. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, the surface of the paper began to crack. When the cracking area became slightly larger, Xiao Ruocheng picked up the cracked surface and casually tore it. Rip! The paper was ripped open, but it didn't tear in half. Below, the second layer of paper was revealed. As the second layer was exposed, a brand new painting appeared. Vibrant colors, lively brushstrokes. On the side of the paper, there was a striking line of text. Snow Scene of Mount Tai by Yoju Shansheng. Seeing this scene, the bearded boss's eyes widened in shock. The painting by Yoju Shansheng, how is that possible? The bearded boss's voice was filled with disbelief. Anyone with a bit of knowledge about paintings would be familiar with this name. A famous painter and poet. If this snow scene of spring mountains is a true piece, its value is immeasurable. The bearded boss vaguely remembered that, last time, at a foreign auction, a genuine piece by Yoju Shansheng went for auction and was snatched up. In the end, it sold for over 100 million. Is this painting worth a lot? Su Fian asked, looking at the bearded boss with some confusion. If it's genuine, not to mention just buying this wall, you could buy my whole store. The bearded boss smiled bitterly, rubbing his hands together, and hopefully said, little brother, can you let me take a look at this painting? Sorry, no. Xiao Ruocheng said calmly, this painting has already been purchased by us. After saying that, he held the painting roll and gently stroked it. A few seconds later, Xiao Ruocheng grabbed the corner of the second layer of paper and lifted it up. Rip! The paper was completely revealed, and below, surprisingly, there was still another layer. The third layer's painting, mainly in green, depicted deer drinking water in the forest, leisurely and full of life. Named Deer in the Forest, it was also signed by Yoju Shansheng. How is this possible? The bearded boss was incredulous. 3 layers of paper stuck together are too rare.
Now, Xiao Ruoqing finally felt satisfied.
He unfolded the 2 paintings and placed them on the table. The bearded boss's eyes sparkled with excitement. With his insight, Spring Mountain Snow Scene and Deer in the Woods are both perfect in technique, color, and structure.
It must be the real thing, without a doubt.
Little brother, you are truly remarkable.
The bearded boss looked enviously. 2 genuine works by the recluse painter, their value is immeasurable. At this moment, Su Fian could no longer contain her curiosity. You also know about antique appraisal?
Noticing her inquiring gaze, Xiao Ruoqing did not deny it. I learned a bit from someone in prison before, not that I'm an expert. Hearing this, the bearded boss's mouth twitched.
Not an expert, yet identified 2 genuine works by the recluse painter? One of these paintings should be enough to give to Cui Jian. Xiao Ruoqing rolled the paintings back up. Sister-in-law, let's go.
Su Fian pursed her lips and followed behind him. Little brother, please wait. Seeing the 2 about to leave, the bearded boss immediately became anxious.
Is there something else?
Xiao Ruoqing turned back, his eyes carrying a touch of coldness. He could see the deep greed in the bearded boss's eyes.
Cough, little brother, could you sell 1 painting to me?
The bearded boss coughed. I know a big shot who really loves the recluse painter's works. Genuine pieces are too rare. As long as you are willing to sell, 1 painting is worth at least 10 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing chuckled coldly.
This boss really thinks he's some kind of fool.
10 million is too little for these 2 paintings.
I don't lack money.
Xiao Ruoqing rejected him outright, not giving him another chance to speak, and walked out of the store with Su Fian.
Good lad, daring to refuse me.
The bearded boss's face darkened as he watched the 2 leave, then took out his phone to make a call.
Bring a few people and keep an eye on them. I want them to leave without a single painting. East Sea Hospital. The 2 inquired a nurse about Cui Jian's ward and went straight there.
In the ward, Cui Jian lay on the bed, while his wife Lili held a towel, helping him wipe his body. The couple chatted and laughed, the atmosphere cheerful, showing no signs of gloom.
Sister-in-law, we came to see Manager Cui.
Su Fian smiled warmly, bringing along fruits and supplements she had bought in advance.
Oh, President Su has arrived. Lili hurriedly got up, anxiously looking around, and brought a chair over.
Conditions are limited, please bear with us.
Su Fian smiled gently. No problem, we'll just see Manager Cui and then leave.
Upon hearing this, Lili glanced at Cui Jian on the bed, sighing heavily.
President Su. Our old Cui is like this now, what will we do in the future?
Lili wiped her tears. After a high-level paraplegia, he will need someone to care for him for the rest of his life.
Sister-in-law, don't worry.
Su Fian stepped forward, took Lili's hand, and said earnestly, Manager Cui has become this way for the company, his medical expenses, nutritional costs, and future living needs will all be covered by the group. Hearing this, Lili was so excited she almost jumped up. While the 2 were talking, Xiao Ruoqing also came to the bedside, feeling Cui Jian's body a few times, and smiled slightly.
Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Xiao Ruoqing looked at Su Fian and Lili, confidently saying, Manager Cui's condition is not serious, I can treat him. Chapter 75, What is true traditional Chinese medicine? Not serious? He is already paraplegic.
Lili and Su Fian both wore expressions of surprise. Paralysis is to ensure the continuation of life. There aren't many patients suffering from high-level paraplegia in the hospital, but there are a few, and no one has heard of a successful treatment case. Young Master Xiao, please don't comfort me, the hospital has already said it can't be cured. On the sickbed, Cui Jian suddenly spoke. His voice was calm, but his eyes showed a sense of helplessness.
Actually, it's only right to do something for the company. If it weren't for the old man promoting me, I wouldn't even know where I'd be making a living. Amputating isn't a big deal, anyway, the money from the company is enough for me to live well for the rest of my life.
Upon hearing this, Lili's tears started flowing again uncontrollably.
President Su, you don't know, my Cui Jian looks optimistic, but close to the surgery, he hasn't slept for 3 days.
Looking at Cui Jian's slightly haggard face, Su Fian felt quite uneasy in her heart.
What are you talking about? Cui Jian frowned, reprimanding, don't talk nonsense in front of General Manager Su, I'm perfectly fine.
Lili was scolded to tears, retorting, I'm doing all this for you, you ungrateful thing. At this moment, Xiao Ruoqing said seriously, I have learned traditional Chinese medicine. For Western medicine, Cui manager's condition can only be treated by amputation, but traditional Chinese medicine is known for creating miracles.
Do you want to give it a try?
Cui Jian was stunned for a moment, a flicker of hesitation flashed in his eyes.
If it means keeping his whole body, who wouldn't want to? A glimmer of hope reignited in his heart, the hospital is preparing for surgery, do I really have hope?
Xiao Ruoqing nodded very seriously, of course, as long as you believe in me.
For some reason, looking into his eyes, Cui Jian felt shaken.
Old Master Xiao was open and steady in his actions, as his grandson, Xiao Ruoqing, shouldn't be too bad either. Anyway, he was already like this, how much worse could it be? Xiao Ruoqing, don't mess around. Su Fian shot a glare at Xiao Ruoqing, then turned apologetically to Cui Jian. Sorry, Cui manager, he speaks without thinking, don't take it to heart. I also brought you a gift this time. Saying this, she took out the painting Taishan Snow Scene and slowly unfolded it. This painting is a little token from the group, I hope you like it. Cui Jian's eyes lit up as he took the scroll and examined it closely. General Manager Su, how can I accept this? This is the genuine work of Yoju Shanjin. Cui Jian's voice trembled, and his entire demeanor brightened significantly. You've contributed so much to the company, you deserve all these things. Su Fian smiled slightly. If you have any difficulties, be sure to let us know. Cui Jian felt a bit ashamed. I can't let the company spend on me, I even feel unworthy of this painting. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. A group of people in white coats came in, and the one leading them was Cui Jian's attending physician, Ji Hang. Mr. Cui, the operating rooms are very full these past few days. One just got freed up, let's hurry and get the surgery done. Lili was overjoyed. The conditions for surgery had long been met, but they had been struggling without an operating room. Now that there was an available room, she certainly didn't want to miss it. Thank you, Dr. G. Lili gently bowed, being polite. It's fine. Take the patient to the operating room. Ji Hang directed the nurses to prepare to push Cui Jian to the operating room. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoqing stood up and blocked them. Wait, Manager Cui doesn't need an amputation. Ji Hang looked very displeased. If you don't amputate, he'll die, who will save him then? Xiao Ruoqing smiled confidently, I will. You? Don't joke. Looking at the young Xiao Ruoqing, Ji Hang couldn't help but laugh in anger. Young man, we have no time to waste, don't delay the surgery. Xiao Ruoqing frowned, I'm not joking. Hearing this, Ji Hang's face darkened instantly. Come on, everyone stop. Ji Hang said with an exaggerated smile, today, I'll say this, if you cure him, I'll quit this job as a doctor. The surrounding doctors and nurses showed helpless expressions. They had seen difficult relatives of patients before. But someone as foolish as this was indeed rare. Su Fian's face became serious, tugging at Xiao Ruoqing. Can you do it? So many people are watching. Her concern was not about the treatment failing, but what if something went wrong during the process, worsening Cui Jian's condition? Xiao Ruoqing took out a bag of silver needles he carried with him and said earnestly, I can do it, I have confidence. Seeing this, a nurse stepped forward with a grim expression. I thought you had some great skills, turns out you're going with traditional Chinese medicine. Our hospital's Chinese medicine department could go half a month without seeing a single patient. Traditional Chinese medicine is already outdated. The nurse crossed her arms, looking down from her height. Operating room slots are very precious. If you waste the best surgical time because of you. Are you responsible for this? Xiao Ruoqing took out more than 10 silver needles, varying in thickness and length. After getting ready, he looked towards the nurse and others. Watch closely, what true Chinese medicine is. As soon as he said this, the nurse sneered, a look of amusement on her face. Relax, don't be tense, and don't overthink. Xiao Ruoqing pinched 2 silver needles, gently piercing them into Cui Jian's shoulder. Once the needles entered, Cui Jian's body started to tremble slightly. In less than a minute, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, his skin turned red, and he felt hot. Xiao Ruoqing's movements were fluid and graceful, as if the silver needles had come alive in his hands, one after another piercing into Cui Jian's body. I feel so hot. Cui Jian's mouth was dry, his eyes red, but his body was sweating profusely, even wetting the sheet beneath him. After inserting the needles, Xiao Ruoqing's expression slightly tightened, his palm covering Cui Jian's body, and he pressed down hard. All the silver needles trembled slightly, sinking deeper into Cui Jian's body. Now, Ji Hang couldn't sit still. Do you even know medicine? You shouldn't stab needles in so deep. If you stick the whole needle in, won't that turn the person into a sieve? Are you saving lives or harming them? As Ji Hang angrily scolded, he moved forward, intending to stop Xiao Ruoqing. Get out of my way. Xiao Ruoqing suddenly turned his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Ji Hang froze, feeling a strange panic, as if he were being targeted by a wild beast. Xiao Ruoqing ignored him and continued to pat Cui Jian's body. It lasted for several minutes. Cui Jian's eyes widened, losing consciousness. His skin turned bright red, blood oozing from the needle holes. Return the yang to the body, 9 turns Joling. With the words spoken, Xiao Ruoqing gave a heavy slap on Cui Jian's shoulder. All the silver needles, without being touched, simultaneously bounced out of Cui Jian's body. Chapter 76, I want to avenge Jili. Alright, the treatment is over, Manager Cui should be able to stand up soon once he wakes up. Xiao Ruoqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Treating a patient with high paraplegia wasn't difficult for him, but it involved many steps and required full concentration. After working hard, he inevitably felt a bit exhausted.
Is that it? Ji Hang was almost laughing out of anger. You just randomly jabbed some silver needles, and now they're magically healed. Is that possible?
Xiao Ruoqing frowned. He hasn't woken up yet. Once he wakes up, you'll see if he's healed or not.
Absurd. Are you making a joke out of the patient's life?
Ji Hang said coldly, even though I haven't studied Chinese medicine, I still know the basic acupoints. Your silver needles are basically useless. Su Fian worried he was too agitated and had to step in front of him.
Dr. Ji, calm down. Calm down? Ji Hang's chest rose and fell violently. How can I calm down?
Mr. Cui is my patient, I have to take responsibility for him. His words sounded so grand. Cui Jian was his patient in the hospital, yet, in truth, Ji Hang also had little confidence in curing him. The risks of surgery for high paraplegia patients are very high. But now, with Xiao Ruoqing getting involved, if the surgery fails, he could easily shift all the blame onto him.
Thinking of this, Ji Hang turned to the nurse. Go call security. Today, if anything happens to Mr. Cui, he will bear all legal responsibility. The atmosphere suddenly became tense.
At that moment, a sound of fabric rubbing came from the hospital bed. Everyone turned to look, surprised to find that Cui Jian's hand, which couldn't move due to paralysis, actually moved a little.
Honey. Lily leaned in nervously. How do you feel? Why is it so hot? Cui Jian's cracked lips opened slightly. Get me some water.
As he said this, he lifted the soaked blanket, and both legs, covered in needle holes, bent up.
This scene was like a bolt from the blue, striking everyone's heart. A patient with high paraplegia moved. Ah. Honey. You. Lily covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down onto the blanket. Across from them, the medical staff were also wearing expressions of disbelief.
After so many years of studying medicine, this is the first time I have seen such a strange situation.
Why are you all looking at me?
Cui Jian looked confused. Following everyone's gaze, he lowered his head and saw his legs trembling slightly. Suddenly, his eyes widened.
My legs can move.
As he spoke, he controlled his legs to bend and stretch.
I'm fine.
Cui Jian laughed and cried at the same time. The feeling of connection in his legs made him ecstatic.
Don't move.
Ji Hang rushed to the bedside like he had lost his mind, trembling fingers pressed on Cui Jian's knee. Function intact, only the muscles were a bit atrophied.
This is impossible.
Ji Hang murmured to himself, his gaze unconsciously moving towards Xiao Ruoqing. All the disdain and arrogance disappeared, leaving only deep confusion.
Quick! Arrange for an examination. A thorough examination. Coming back to his senses, Ji Hang immediately shouted.
The various examinations lasted a full hour. After receiving a thick examination report of 27 pages, Ji Hang stared at it for a long time. Finally, even the action of turning pages became mechanical.
A medical miracle, simply a medical miracle. He closed the folder and looked up at Xiao Ruoqing in disbelief. How did you do it? Xiao Ruoqing calmly said, traditional Chinese medicine is profound, there are many things you don't know. Also, if I remember correctly, you just said that if you cured Cui Jian, you wouldn't be a doctor anymore, right?
Ji Hang chuckled awkwardly, his voice weak. Did I say such a thing? Xiao Ruoqing's expression turned cold. Then let me help you remember. As he said this, he stepped forward, a sharp aura radiating from him. After taking 2 steps, he felt his clothes being pulled.
Don't make a scene, this is a hospital.
Su Fian pulled on Xiao Ruoqing, her brows furrowing. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoqing snorted coldly and stepped back.
Young Master Xiao, how can I repay you? Thump! Cui Jian knelt directly down.
Lily followed suit, kneeling beside him. Yes, you are the great benefactor who saved my family. Xiao Ruoqing immediately stepped forward, helping the two to their feet.
Manager Cui, sister-in-law, you can't do this.
Xiao Ruoqing smiled wryly. If my grandfather found out, he would definitely break my legs. Manager Cui was injured for the company, so treating him is my duty. Let's not talk about gratitude. Su Fian also spoke at the right moment. Ruoqing is right, you are a hero of the company.
Rest well these days, we will take care of everything here.
Cui Jian was overwhelmed with gratitude, resolutely saying, the company treats me so well, I can't just sit around. I will go through discharge procedures now, rest at home for a few days, and then return to work. Hearing this, Lily, a bit worried, said, honey, your health. Complete the discharge. Cui Jian said, directly getting off the bed to put on his clothes.
Seeing this, Lily had to comply, starting to pack things up.
After they finished packing, the couple went to handle discharge procedures, while Xiao Ruoqing and Su Fian waited in the lobby.
It seems like you know a lot of things?
Suddenly, Su Fian blinked her big eyes, her clear gaze filled with curiosity.
You know about antique appraisal in medicine, it seems you also practiced martial arts?
I must say, recently, Xiao Ruocheng's changes have left her a bit puzzled. Learned a bit in prison. Xiao Ruocheng then deflected.
Just learned a little, and you can cure a patient with high paraplegia? Su Fian pressed on, clearly not planning to let him off easily.
Xiao Ruocheng was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed several figures storming into the hospital entrance.
The leader was actually Bai Laosan.
The lobby, which was originally noisy with chatter, saw many patients and family members quietly retreat after spotting this gang of intimidating figures.
Kid, I've been looking for you for a long time.
Bai Laosan fixed his gaze on Xiao Ruocheng, his tone sinister. Finally got you.
What are you trying to do in broad daylight? Su Fian said sternly, do you believe I will contact the law enforcement bureau right now? Hearing this, Bai Laosan burst into laughter. Brothers, are you afraid of the law enforcement bureau? Bai Laosan turned around to look at his subordinates.
Laughter erupted continuously. No one took the law enforcement bureau seriously.
Miss Su, I advise you to leave quickly. From another direction, a deep male voice echoed.
Bai Chonghuan, dressed in black, exuded a fierce aura, with Baiya by his side.
Xiao Ruocheng, I noticed you when you entered the hospital.
Bai Chonghuan's face was cold as he said slowly, my son was severely injured by you, so much so that he can no longer be humane.
Today, I will take revenge for Jili. Chapter 77, Bai Laosan, dead. Perfect, it saves me the trouble of looking for each of you one by one. I'll settle this all today.
A murderous intent surged from Xiao Ruocheng.
Don't be impulsive, there are so many of them, are you trying to die?
Su Fian instinctively shielded Xiao Ruocheng behind her, forcing herself to calm down, explaining, Uncle Bai, the matter with Jili is a misunderstanding, let me explain.
Misunderstanding? What a nice way to put it.
Baiya sneered, full of hatred as she said, Su Fian, my brother has been pursuing you for so long. Since you agreed to meet him, it shows you have feelings for him.
Stop pretending to be a pure and innocent girl. You let this filthy criminal beat someone, and now you think a mere misunderstanding will solve it?
Jili has broken dozens of bones, and he can never be a man again. Xiao Ruocheng, this little beast, I want him to suffer 10 times, 100 times worse than Jili. Upon hearing this, Bai Laosan slightly waved his hand.
More than a dozen subordinates surrounded the two, full of aggression.
I say, just get to it, why waste so much breath with them?
Bai Laosan grinned savagely and was about to give the order. Wait.
Su Fian gritted her teeth and said, Bai Laosan, if you dare to touch Xiao Ruocheng, I will immediately call the law enforcement bureau. Upon hearing this, Bai Laosan impatiently waved his hand.
Go ahead, you can call them right now, don't waste my time.
Su Fian felt a sense of helplessness inside. Facing these arrogant people, she had no idea how to protect Xiao Ruocheng.
Big sister-in-law, let it go.
Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. Su Fian turned to see Xiao Ruocheng coldly staring at the crowd.
Problems that cannot be communicated can only be solved with fists. Su Fian's heart raced, how could he fight against so many people alone?
You leave first, listen to me.
Su Fian pushed Xiao Ruocheng, but he didn't move at all. The next second, Xiao Ruocheng turned into a blur, rushing into the crowd.
Oh, you really are not afraid of death.
Bai Laosan's face twisted in rage as he shouted, all of you, go. More than a dozen subordinates charged at Xiao Ruocheng like fierce tigers. In an instant, wails filled the entire hall.
Xiao Ruocheng seemed to turn into a god of war, every punch and kick carrying unparalleled terrifying lethality. In just a few breaths, nearly a third of the people had fallen.
What the hell is going on? Bai Laosan stared in fear, his voice wavering. The family usually supports you, at a critical time, you are completely useless.
Bai Chonghuan, enraged and embarrassed, shot a fierce glare at Bai Laosan.
This kid from the Xiao family was too violent. Bai Chonghuan had a bad premonition and turned to Baiya, where are the people from the Black Dragon gang? Didn't you notify them?
Upon hearing this, Baiya took out her phone to check but had no messages.
They should be on their way, I called half an hour ago. Bai Chonghuan coldly snorted, at a critical moment, not a single one is reliable.
At this moment, the battle in the hall had also ended. Xiao Ruocheng remained spotless, while the hall was filled with people lying down. The smell of blood and the sound of screaming stirred everyone's nerves.
Su Fian stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe it.
So many people, and there was no resistance against Xiao Ruocheng at all. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought it was a scene from a movie.
Your people really are not that capable.
Xiao Ruocheng's face wore a taunting smile as he casually walked towards Bai Laosan.
You, don't come over.
Bai Laosan's lips were dry as he swallowed hard, the Bai family will be here soon, I advise you.
Before he could finish, Xiao Ruocheng's gaze turned cold. Bang!
Xiao Ruocheng kicked Bai Laosan to the ground, standing on his chest.
It seems you can't see the situation clearly.
Xiao Ruocheng looked down at Bai Laosan.
The last time I didn't kill you was because my wedding should not see blood. Now, you can rest easy and die.
Bai Laosan gasped for breath, his face instantly turning pale.
No, let's talk this out, we still have things to discuss.
Bai Laosan said in a panic, Master Xiao, I was just following orders, please give me another chance.
There are not that many chances, go to hell and repent.
As the words fell, he suddenly applied force with his foot.
Crack. Several of Bai Laosan's ribs instantly broke. Ah!
A chilling scream echoed, giving goosebumps to anyone who heard it. Bai Laosan's chest caved in, blood flooding his mouth, breath weak. Seeing this scene, especially the emotionless gaze of Xiao Ruochen,
Bai Chongwan's heart plummeted to the bottom. Ask the people from the Black Dragon Gang again, when are they coming?
Bai Chongwan clenched his fists, feeling very unsettled. If they don't come soon, just wait for us to collect the bodies. Baiya had no choice but to take out her phone, planning to urge again. Suddenly, she noticed two black luxury cars pulling up at the hospital entrance.
Glancing at the license plates, it was indeed Gui Tiany's vehicle.
Dad, they're here, they're here.
Baiya pointed at the entrance, excitedly saying, look. Bai Chongwan looked towards the entrance, the doors of the black luxury cars opened, and Gui Tiany and Guozhen got out simultaneously.
From the back seat, two calm and strong middle-aged men got out as well.
Only 4 people came?
Bai Chongwan's heart dropped. He had arranged for more than 10 people and still couldn't deal with Xiao Ruochen. What are 4 people worth? Before they could enter, Baiya had already rushed forward.
Honey, you finally made it.
Baiya hooked her arm around Guozhen's, sweetly saying, if you were any later, I might not have been here to see you. Upon hearing this, Gui Tiany and Guozhen finally took a look around, realizing the ground was littered with people. The scene was chaotic.
Don't worry, Xiao Ruochen is definitely dead.
Guozhen said with a face full of hatred. To take him down, we specially invited 2 master guards from the Qinglong gang in the provincial city. Upon hearing this, Baiya jumped with joy. That's wonderful. While speaking, the few of them had already arrived in front of Xiao Ruochen.
Seeing an enemy always brings heated glares.
Gui Tiany looked ferocious, as if he were about to devour Xiao Ruochen alive.
Kid, we meet again.
Xiao Ruochen glanced back, knowing he had brought experts again.
I've already given you a chance, are you sure you want to be my enemy?
Xiao Ruochen said expressionlessly.
Humph. Be your enemy? Gui Tiany sneered, you have no such opportunity now.
Saying this, he turned his head, deeply bending down.
2 master guards, it's your turn to act. Chapter 78, Dragon Wild Boxing Arena.
Left Guardian Xingzhang took a step forward, true energy surging around him.
Perfected in 8th stage, not far from master.
Xiao Ruochen said calmly, however, in front of me, you are still not enough. After saying that, he slightly clenched his fist.
A profound and terrifying aura slowly spread out. Martial Arts Master.
Xingzhang's expression tightened, and he exchanged glances with the right guardian beside him. Both had perfected their innate stage cultivation, teamed up to fight. Even a master should be manageable.
Stop.
Suddenly, a hurried voice came from behind. Everyone turned around to see Zhao Tailin striding in. Just now, I sensed a familiar true energy, so it really is Mr. Xiao. Zhao Tailin laughed loudly, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement.
Senior uncle, do you know this kid? Xingzheng frowned slightly. Slap. Nonsense. Who allowed you to call Mr. Xiao like that?
Zhao Tailin slapped Xingzhang, his face turning pale with anger.
The scene instantly fell silent. Xingzhang's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Mr. Xiao?
Senior uncle is a master in the martial alliance, with a high position, respected wherever he goes. Now, he is bowing his head, calling Xiao Ruochen Mr. Xiao. In the martial world, strength is respected, and to make the master lower his status, such politeness. Thinking further, Xingzhang felt his scalp tingle. It's all my fault for not teaching them properly, I sincerely apologize. Zhao Tailin looked at Xiao Ruochen earnestly, saying, they are my disciples, please don't hold it against them. Hearing this, Xiao Ruochen waved his hand.
Since you've spoken up, this time, let them go.
Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tailin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a master in the martial alliance, after witnessing Xiao Ruochen's 100 flowers palm with his own eyes, Zhao Tailin understood very well. No matter the cultivation, strength, or status, he was far inferior. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xiao. Zhao Tailin said with a stern face.
Sorry, we didn't know your identity. Please don't be offended.
Xingzhang and the right protector both bent their waists, extremely respectful.
No problem.
Xiao Ruocheng waved his hand, then, with a half-smile, looked at Gui Tiany. Guild leader Gui, I told you long ago, don't celebrate too early. The cold, piercing gaze made Gui Tiany feel his legs weaken, and his hair stand on end.
I. Guo Tianyi opened his mouth but felt that whatever he said would be powerless. Want to live?
Xiao Ruocheng suddenly spoke. A light flared up in Guo Tianyi's eyes. Who would want to die if they could live? Help me with something, and I'll see how you perform.
Xiao Ruocheng pointed at Bai Chonghuan and smiled slightly. I don't like him. You should understand what to do, right?
Understood.
Understood. Guo Tianyi knew deeply that this was his last chance.
He then picked up a wooden stick from the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent, staring directly at Bai Chonghuan. Guo, guild leader Guo, I'm from the Bai family.
Don't listen to this brat.
Bai Chonghuan's face turned pale, flustered. If you touch me, you'll completely offend the Bai family.
Think carefully.
I think your mother. Although Guo Tianyi was not an internal martial artist, he had been in battles for years and was quite agile. In just 3 or 4 steps, he arrived in front of Bai Chonghuan. The wooden stick swung down from above.
Bai Chonghuan didn't even have time to dodge and was struck on the head. In an instant, his head was bleeding. Dad.
Bai Ye's eyes reddened, ready to rush over and help. If you dare move a muscle today, try it. Guo Jin's eyes were vicious, scaring Bai Ye's delicate body to tremble, and she dared not meet his gaze.
Minutes later, Bai Chonghuan lay in a pool of blood. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, are you satisfied?
Guo Tianyi cautiously returned to Xiao Ruocheng's side and, steeling himself, said, If you're not satisfied, I'll just kill him.
No need.
Xiao Ruocheng glanced at Bai Chonghuan, who was not dead but severely injured. He wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 2 or 3 years of recovery.
Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of Ji Fu?
They were both underground forces, so perhaps it would be easier to find clues from him.
I've heard of him. Guo Tianyi replied cautiously, I often visit Ji Ye's boxing arena. Can you arrange a meeting with him?
Xiao Ruocheng's eyes lit up.
This time, Guo Tianyi hesitated. Ji Ye's whereabouts are erratic. I'm not sure if I can get him to come out.
As Guo Tianyi spoke, he felt a chill surrounding him and quickly added, But I can try.
A few hours later, in a secret villa area in East Sea.
The entire villa area had about 4 or 5 buildings, surrounded by luxury cars, with 5 security teams patrolling non-stop.
This was the underground boxing arena set up by Ji Fu. Dragon Wild Boxing Arena. Mr. Xiao, let me take you to check in.
Guo Tianyi said carefully, all the guests who come here must stay in the villa first before they can qualify to watch the event. Xiao Ruocheng had changed into a shirt and trousers, with Lan Yun and Hu Weiwei standing by his sides. After all, his current identity was that of a rich young master, and he couldn't go without 2 women around him. So Xiao Ruocheng had specifically arranged for the 2 of them to come by his side. Lan Yun wore a deep blue palace-style dress, with delicate hair ornaments, her long hair draped over her shoulders, further highlighting her already tall and mature figure. As for Hu Weiwei, due to her voluptuous figure, Xu Hongyan had specially chosen a tight-fitting skirt for her, paired with black stockings and high heels, emphasizing her curvaceous and seductive allure. The 4 of them arrived at a villa specially prepared for guests. As soon as they entered, hotel manager Xue Jianjun quickly greeted them, followed by a row of extremely beautiful women. Hua Yi, you've arrived. Xue Jianjun had a sincere expression and stepped forward to shake hands. Haha, I was busy for a while, and now I'm here to have some fun. Guo Tianyi laughed heartily and pointed to the person next to him. Xiao Ruocheng, this is the young master of the Xiao family from Donghai, here to see the world with me. Xue Jianjun nodded quickly upon hearing this. Welcome. Since it's you, Master Guo, who introduced him, we must give a warm welcome. As he spoke, Xue Jianjun waved his big hand. The beautiful women behind him walked over charmingly. I don't need it. Looking at the beautiful woman approaching him, Xiao Ruocheng raised his hand to stop her. That's right, young Master Zhao's taste is too high for ordinary women. Xue Jianjun laughed heartily, and the 2 beautiful women beside Xiao Ruocheng had exceptional qualities, whether in looks or figure, they outshined the women under him. Not being interested is normal. Please wait a moment, I will arrange your accommodation. Xue Jianjun said with a smile, it's young Master Zhao's first visit, he can look around and get to know the place. Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly and then led Lan Yun and Hu Weiwei upstairs to take a look. Just as they reached the staircase, a familiar figure came down. Lin Wanru. Seeing the 2 beautiful women with Xiao Ruocheng, Lin Wanru's eyes filled with disgust. They just got married yesterday, and today he brought 2 girls to have fun. Pa. Scumbag. Lin Wanru said coldly. Xiao Ruocheng's face darkened. Why did he have to run into her while he was out? It was really bad luck. What are you doing in a place like this? Lin Wanru's tone was neither cold nor warm. The underground arena is not a good place, it's truly a den of vice. He had just gotten married and ran to this place for fun. Most likely, Fei Yan didn't know, otherwise, she would never allow him to come out. Aren't you being too nosy?
Xiao Ruocheng said faintly, what I come for seems to have nothing to do with you, right? You? Lin Wanru's expression darkened, speechless by Xiao Ruocheng's words.
There were many guests coming and going in the villa, they were all dignitaries from various places. Teaching Xiao Ruocheng a lesson here could easily cause a stir and damage the Xiao family's reputation.
Stop talking nonsense, I have something to tell you.
Lin Wanru said expressionlessly, come to room 501 tonight to find me. After saying this, she walked past Xiao Ruocheng and left the villa.
This is so inexplicable.
Xiao Ruocheng rolled his eyes, hands in his pockets, looking carefree. In just a few minutes, Shui Jianjun had arranged accommodations for everyone. Since Hu Weiwei and Lan Yun were with the main character, the three were assigned to one suite. When they opened the door, the room was very large, with a living room of over 100 square meters. The bedroom was also luxuriously decorated, but there was only one bed. Hu Weiwei and Lan Yun exchanged glances, both feeling a bit uncomfortable.
One man and two women, sharing one room. Most importantly, Xiao Ruocheng was handsome and charming, and he was also their boss. What if he made excessive demands at night? Should they agree or not?
For a moment, both women felt tangled.
Ahem, you don't need to think too much.
Xiao Ruocheng noticed the awkward expressions on their faces and said awkwardly, at night, you can sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room. He shouldn't have mentioned it, but as soon as he did, their faces turned even redder.
The atmosphere was awkward.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Xiao Ruocheng went to open the door.
Young Master Xiao, I asked around, and Master Ji is not at the arena.
He'll probably be back late.
Wei Tianyi stood at the door cautiously, respectfully.
Xiao Ruocheng nodded and said, continue to contact him, and you can raise the stakes a bit, just say a big client wants to see him.
Yes, I understand, young Master Xiao.
Wei Tianyi obediently replied, bowing, so, should we go to the arena now?
Xiao Ruocheng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The purpose of this trip was to investigate that scorpion tattoo. If he couldn't meet Jifu, it would still be good to gather some useful information. Then, he signaled the two women to walk out together. The underground boxing arena was set underground, and the three of them walked out of the villa, led by the staff, to an inconspicuous small building entrance.
4 or 5 fierce-looking men in security uniforms guarded the entrance. After showing their ID cards, the four entered the small building.
Inside the small building was a different world. Taking the elevator, they could go straight to the underground arena. Wei Tianyi had often come to the boxing arena and was, of course, a VIP, so he was immediately arranged in a high-end private box.
As soon as they entered, he sensed a stifling atmosphere.
Inside the box sat 4 or 5 people, each surrounded by a number of bodyguards and beautiful women, emanating an air of authority. Seeing someone enter, several important figures turned their heads, scrutinizing Xiao Ruocheng. Mr. Xiao, let me introduce you. This is our underground big shot from Jiangbei Province, Lord Chu, and we have Lord Fong from Jiangdong Province, and Lord Chang. Shui Jianjun was also present. He pointed to the three on the right with a respectful expression. Lord Chu was stout, his eyes emanating an unsettling coldness. Lord Fong was older, lean, with eyes that sparkled with shrewdness. In comparison, Lord Chang appeared much kinder, fiddling with a string of prayer beads. These people should be the true VIPs of the boxing arena, the real big shots in Jiangbei and the surrounding provinces. Now that everyone is here, I won't waste your time, let's jump straight to the match. With a wave of his hand, Shui Jianjun had the wall slowly descend, revealing a huge transparent glass. Outside the glass, a large boxing ring appeared. On the ring, 2 men stood on the left and right. The man on the left looked to be in his 30s, with a stout figure, his shoulders full of thick muscle. The man on the right was skinny, half of his hair white, with a long scar across his face, looking exceptionally fierce. A waiter handed over their information cards. The skinny man was named Wu Tang, and the muscular man was named Yuan Hongzhen. Gentlemen, both of these men are specialized martial artists supported by the boxing arena. Shui Jianjun cleared his throat and introduced, the minimum betting amount is 10 million for a single bet. Chapter 79, Her Life, I Come to Save. Xiao Ruocheng was secretly shocked. No wonder it's a place of indulgence. A single bet is so expensive. Lord Fong looked to the bodyguard behind him and said, Atai, tell us who has a better chance of winning. The strong bodyguard named Atai stepped forward, carefully observing the 2 men in the ring. After a moment, he slightly bent down, leaning in front of Lord Fong. Lord 9, I think we should bet on Wu Tang. Lord Fong nodded expressionlessly, without saying a word, pushed out 10 million, I bet on Wu Tang. Chu Haidong and the others looked serious, their attention focused on the bodyguard behind Lord Fong. They had long heard that Lord Fong once saved a master. This master had always been by Lord Fong's side as a protector. Now it seemed that this bodyguard was very likely that master expert. With a master present, their insight wouldn't be lacking. Others followed suit, placing their bets of 10 million.
Xiao Ruoqing didn't place a bet for now, he planned to watch the situation first. With the sound of drums, the match officially began. As the drumbeat faded, Wu Tong shot forward like an arrow, attacking Yuan Hongjin's left leg fiercely. He noticed the injury on Yuan Hongjin's left leg. In a death-defying match, grabbing any advantage must be amplified. Yuan Hongjin was slightly slower in his response, but not at all flustered, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Bang! The fists collided. Yuan Hongjin stood steady as a mountain, while Wu Tang staggered back a few steps before steadying himself. Wu Tang looked up in surprise, his eyes cold. Clearly, he had an injury on his leg, and despite the effort, it had no effect at all. Continue. Yuan Hongjin coldly sneered, not giving Wu Tang any chance to catch his breath, immediately transforming his punch into a palm strike aimed at Wu Tang's chest. The wind from the palm strike howled, carrying immense power. Wu Tang gritted his teeth, forced to retreat temporarily. Seeing this, Yuan Hongjin launched an even more ferocious assault, throwing punches and using deceptive footwork. Wu Tang was firmly suppressed, struggling to breathe. Seeing this situation, everyone had an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Chu Haidong frowned, didn't they say Wu Tang is stronger than Yuan Hongjin? Fang Jiuyi didn't speak, but turned around and looked deeply at the man behind him, Ah Tai. Ah Tai felt his scalp tingle under the gaze, hurriedly explaining, Master, please don't be anxious, these two are equally matched. Wu Tang couldn't possibly be crushed like this. I think he might be hiding his strength, trying to make Yuan Hongjin show a flaw. Fang Jiuyi didn't respond, calmly lighting a cigar for himself, his eyes fixed on the ring as he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Yuan Hongjin launched a fierce attack, his two hands like eagle claws, finding a gap and crushing Wu Tang's shoulder. Wu Tang's arms were broken, and he had no strength left to fight back. Seeing Yuan Hongjin's fingers just a few millimeters away from his throat, Wu Tang's pupils widened, breathing heavily, feeling death approaching. However, a trace of hesitation flashed across Yuan Hongjin's face. Although they were fighting a life-or-death match, he was still holding a life in his hands. In his hesitation, Yuan Hongjin's fingers curled, turning into a fist, and he was about to smash it onto Wu Tang's neck. It was these few seconds that gave Wu Tang an opportunity. The sound of bones snapping was crystal clear. You're seeking death. Yuan Hongjin's anger erupted, enduring the pain, he landed an elbow strike to Wu Tang's temple. Wu Tang felt dizzy and blurry, unable to react in time, before Yuan Hongjin closed the distance and twisted his neck. The result was decided. Watching Wu Tang's body slowly fall, Yuan Hongjin's expression softened, and he slightly bowed to the corpse on the ground. The VIP room was dead silent. After a moment, Shuejian Jun returned to the VIP room with a dark expression, giving a slight bow to the crowd. Apologies, everyone. I'm sorry for the unpleasant experience. Yuan Hongjin broke the rules. He had a chance to kill Wu Tang, but he deliberately held back. The bets you placed earlier will be refunded. According to the arena's regulations, Yuan Hongjin will be executed, and as compensation, the arena will give each of you 5 million. Chu Haidong frowned at this, showing dissatisfaction. What's going on? You fighters are so unprofessional. We paid a lot of money to watch a life-or-death match, and now you're treating it like a joke? Only 5 million in compensation? Who here is short on this little money? Shuejian Jun smiled bitterly, Master Chu, please don't take offense. Yuan Hongjin is new and doesn't understand the rules. We'll give you an explanation right away. As he spoke, two men in black rushed onto the ring, their movements swift and decisive, heading straight for Yuan Hongjin's life. In a hurry, Yuan Hongjin could only raise his arm to block. After the strike, he flipped in the air and landed a few meters away. What are you doing? Yuan Hongjin's expression was cold as he stared at the two men in black. Breaking the rules, no mercy. One of the black-clad men spoke coldly, rapidly closing the distance. At the moment of life and death, Yuan Hongjin's potential was unleashed. He fought two men of the same level, with a back-and-forth struggle. This fighting style, why does it feel so familiar? Xiao Ruochen frowned deeply, thinking carefully, feeling that Yuan Hongjin's moves were increasingly similar to a young girl he had once saved. That girl's fighting style was of the same lineage as his. The two of them must be father and daughter. Xiao Ruochen suddenly turned and looked at Shuejian Jun, I have some ties with Yuan Hongjin, spare his life. As soon as Xiao Ruochen finished speaking, the room fell into complete silence. Shuejian Jun's expression grew colder, his gaze turning hostile. Mr. Xiao, let me remind you, the guests of Longyi Arena are only here to watch, not to interfere with the decisions of the casino. This time we'll let it go, as it's your first visit. The arena won't make a fuss. But in the future, please be mindful of your words. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Upon hearing this, Chu Haidong chuckled maliciously, Kid, do you really think that just because you're a VIP here, the arena is your backyard? If you want to save someone's life, maybe you should consider your own weight.
Xiao Ruochen's cold gaze landed on Shui Jianjun, and he spoke indifferently. I'm informing you, his life stays, not asking you to discuss it with me.
As the voice fell, the atmosphere in the entire box instantly solidified.
Shui Jianjun froze for a few seconds, his anger turning into a cold smile. After so many years, it was the first time someone was so high-profile in the Longya boxing arena, even daring to threaten him to his face.
Mr. Xiao, I greatly admire your courage.
Shui Jianjun's tone was icy. Over the years, there have been rich guests and powerful guests in the Longya boxing arena, but until now, no one has dared to act wild here.
This is my last reminder to you, it's best to think before you speak.
Xiao Ruocheng turned to look at Lan Yun. Bring him back. Lan Yun nodded slightly, without saying a word, jumped onto the ring below. Two men in black were relentlessly chasing and beating Yuan Hongjin, who was being beaten back with no power to resist.
Two big brothers, please stop hitting.
If you hurt him, it will be painful for someone. Lan Yun smiled brightly, taking light steps forward, her voice soft. Her voice, as sweet as honey, combined with her graceful expressions, left the two men in black in a daze, stopping in their tracks with vacant gazes.
Yuan Hongjin's heart raced with warnings. Charm magic.
In the past, he had only read about such things in books. He never expected that there would actually be someone who could use this wondrous skill.
Come with me, my master wants to see you.
Lan Yun smiled charmingly, lightly beckoning with her finger towards Yuan Hongjin. At this moment, Yuan Hongjin wanted to resist, but it was too late. In a daze, he followed her.
The two left the ring and entered the box. This is my master.
Lan Yun smiled slightly, her flexible fingers brushing past Yuan Hongjin's eyes. Instantly, Yuan Hongjin regained his senses.
Thank you both for saving my life. Yuan Hongjin realized that Lan Yun brought him back to save him.
So, he respectfully bowed. Xiao Ruocheng frowned. Your home should be in the northern region, why did you suddenly come here?
Hearing this, Yuan Hongjin's heart tightened.
This young man in front of him clearly stated the location of his home, but he couldn't recall where he had seen Xiao Ruocheng before. If they were friends, that would be good. If they had malicious intent,
Yuan Hongjin dared not think further. Don't think too much.
Xiao Ruocheng said faintly. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have saved you. Hearing this, Yuan Hongjin gave a self-deprecating smile. Ever since he went out, he had been on high alert. Thank you for the reminder. The northern region is a bitter cold place, with fewer opportunities than the central plains. Yuan Hongjin took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. My daughter is seriously ill and needs money for treatment. I had no choice but to come here to box. Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng's frown deepened.
Did I not already cure your daughter?
There should be no possibility of relapse.
What exactly is going on? Speak clearly.
Xiao Ruocheng's voice contained a hint of true energy as he coldly stared at Yuan Hongjin. Back when he was still in Black Mountain Prison, one day he went down the mountain for a stroll and encountered a petite girl. Since there were many beasts in the mountains, the girl worried that he would be attacked, so she followed him closely for quite a while. Later, Xiao Ruocheng learned that the girl's name was Yuan, a resident of the mountain who often practiced martial arts. Upon their first meeting, Xiao Ruocheng noticed that she had a rare blood disease. Fortunately, by that time, his medical skills had reached great heights, so he attempted to treat Yuan. He never saw her again after that. So, you are the great master who treated my daughter back then. Yuan Hongjin's eyes widened in shock for a moment, then he trembled with excitement.
Thump! Yuan Hongjin knelt on the ground. Thank you, divine doctor. At that time, I wasn't home and couldn't personally thank you.
You saved my daughter back then, and now you have saved me, please accept my gratitude. Saying this, he bowed deeply. Xiao Ruocheng showed admiration, realizing that Yuan Hongjin was a tough man with integrity.
Don't be hasty in thanking me. What happened with Yuan's illness? Yuan Hongjin nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and sighed.
Divine doctor, after you helped treat her, my daughter's illness indeed got better.
Life is also very healthy.
This child has suffered too much. She was bitten by a poisonous snake while training on the mountain and has been in a coma ever since she returned home. Mentioning his daughter, Yuan Hongjin's eyes turned red at once. I know a bit about medicine, so I gave her a few injections to try to draw the snake venom out of her body. As a result, after I gave her a few injections, not only did they have no effect, but Yuan actually had a high fever and remained in a coma, and her wounds began to fester. Speaking of this, Yuan Hongjin was almost in tears. In his words, there was only self-blame and deep regret. In the last 6 months, I have visited many famous doctors, and basically, everyone was helpless. Later, I finally found a renowned doctor who agreed to try, but it requires many precious herbs to keep my daughter's life hanging by a thread. I don't have much ability, just an ordinary job, and I can't earn much money.
I can only come to the boxing arena to test my luck.
Xiao Ruocheng sighed softly. It's all cause and effect. Since I have a chance encounter with Yuan, let's bring her here. Her life, I will save. Chapter 80, Let me give him face, does he deserve it? Hearing this, Yuan Hongjin trembled all over, too excited to speak. His tiger eyes filled with tears, and he knelt down again, bowing 3 times to Xiao Ruocheng.
You too, the boxing arena is not a place for chatting.
Shui Jianjun had a dark face and slowly walked forward. Mr. Xiao, you have violated the boxing arena's rules. You are not welcome here, please leave. Xiao Ruocheng stood up calmly, waved goodbye to Lan Yun and Yuan Hongjin, then turned to leave the private room. The moment the 4 of them walked out of the private room, a cold glint flashed in Shui Jianjun's eyes. He picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand, lowered his voice, and reported what had just happened.
In the boxing arena, you cannot lay hands on guests.
You did well. A cold male voice came from the walkie-talkie. Wait for him to walk out of the boxing arena, break all his limbs, and throw him outside the town.
Yes, subordinate understands.
Shui Jianjun hurriedly replied, his expression full of respect.
Chu Haidong sneered, gently tapping his fingers on the table. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Let's see how you handle this.
Staying here to watch the match is too boring.
Let's go watch the good show.
After saying this, Chu Haidong stood up and led the bodyguards and beauties out of the private room.
Guo Tianyi bit his teeth and got up to chase them out. His and Guizhen's lives were in Xiao Ruocheng's hands. What if this kid died without giving the antidote?
As he turned, only Fang Jud and Chang Wuya remained in the private room. Everyone went to watch the excitement, so I'll go too.
Fang Ji clapped the table and stood up lazily.
To be honest, he didn't have a bad impression of Xiao Ruocheng. He possessed proud bones, unyielding and unbending.
Fang Ji admired such a young man, but he didn't think Xiao Ruocheng could come out of the Longye boxing arena unscathed.
Having been here for more than 10 years, Fang Jui knew better than anyone how deep the waters of the boxing arena were.
Walking in the hallway inside the boxing arena.
Along the way, all the staff seemed to intentionally or unintentionally stare at Xiao Ruocheng.
The atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive.
Hu Weiwei's expression was serious as she lowered her voice. President, I heard at least 30 footsteps outside lying in wait. Xiao Ruocheng had already guessed that since he brought Yuan Hongjin away, the boxing arena would not let this go easily. Sure enough, they had set up an ambush long ago.
No problem, let them come.
If they don't make a big fuss, Mr. Ji probably won't be willing to come out either. Xiao Ruocheng said with an indifferent face.
No.
Yuan Hongjin also realized something was wrong and immediately blocked Xiao Ruocheng in front of him.
Mr. Xiao, you must go back. As long as you are in the boxing arena, they dare not act. It's because of me that you have offended the boxing arena. If anything happens to you, I will not be at ease.
Yuan Hongjin had a fearless expression. I will negotiate with them. It is better to trade my life for yours.
After I die, please help save my daughter.
After saying this, Yuan Hongjin resolutely turned and walked towards the door. Seeing him willing to give up his life,
maintained the president. In Lan Yun's eyes, a trace of admiration appeared. Stop. Xiao Ruocheng's indifferent voice came from behind, and Yuan Hongjin stopped in his tracks. Why are you in such a hurry? They're just some local ruffians. In my eyes, they are not worth mentioning. Mr. Xiao. Yuan Hongjin looked anxious. As someone from the fighting arena, he understood the style of the place very well. Anyone who dares to provoke the dignity of the fighting arena would be utterly crushed.
No need to say more, just watch. Xiao Ruocheng said casually and stepped outside. Outside the door, Shui Jianjun was at the forefront. Behind him stood a sea of people. Seeing Xiao Ruocheng come out, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Finally willing to come out, I thought you would hide in there for a lifetime like a turtle. As his words fell, Shui Jianjun waved his hand. Kid, from now on, I will let you know the consequences of offending Longye fighting arena. Immediately, several fighters from the arena eyed Xiao Ruocheng with hostility and surrounded him. At the back, Chu Haidong and Master Fang also slowly descended the exclusive elevator. As the fighters from the arena were about to engage with Xiao Ruocheng, Chu Haidong sneered and turned to look at Guo Tianyi.
Is this the young man you said was very powerful?
Now it seems, he is not that great. Guo Tianyi furrowed his brow, feeling some doubt in his heart. Xiao Ruocheng clearly had 2 master-level experts beside him, yet today he left without bringing either. In a situation without anyone by his side, he dared to provoke the Longye fighting arena.
Could it be that he was overestimating Xiao Ruocheng? In the few seconds when everyone was stunned, the fighters from the arena had surrounded Xiao Ruocheng tightly. Can these people stop me?
Xiao Ruocheng looked at Shui Jianjun from a distance and said coldly, you really are confident. Upon hearing this, Shui Jianjun snorted coldly and was about to speak. Then, he witnessed a terrifying scene that he would never forget. Xiao Ruocheng slowly raised his hand and struck out a poem. The terrifying true energy stirred up a wave of force, suddenly crashing against the fighters from the arena. Next, several fighters were sent flying as if hit by a roaring train, flying out over 10 meters.
The expression of Ah Tai, behind Master Fong, became serious, his voice filled with shock. Is this the protective energy? It can actually be used this way. What a powerful technique. Upon hearing this, Master Fong's squinting eyes opened wide, showing some astonishment. Protective energy? Master Fong exclaimed. Ah Tai, is this kid innate or a master? Master. Ah Tai exhaled a breath and slowly said, moreover, he is a master above the 5th rank. Master above the 5th rank? Master Fong's eyelids jumped violently, revealing a look of horror. This kid is actually this powerful. The two spoke without intentionally lowering their voices. Nearby, Chu Haidong and Gui Tianyi heard everything clearly. Gui Tianyi had an expression of disbelief, his back cold, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. No wonder Xiao Ruocheng dared to cause trouble in the arena with 2 women. He turned out to also be a master. Meanwhile, up front, Shui Jianjun looked at the fallen subordinates with an increasingly dark expression. Xiao Ruocheng had humiliated the arena twice, completely wearing away his patience. This was, after all, the entrance of Longye fighting arena. With so many guests passing by, if he couldn't handle it properly, who would take the rules of Longye fighting arena seriously in the future? This kid's cultivation was indeed strong, so what? Shui Jianjun didn't believe it, with so many subordinates and many internal martial artists in the arena. Just one spit from each person would be enough to drown Xiao Ruocheng. Everyone, go up together and cripple him, regardless of life or death. Shui Jianjun said coldly. Upon hearing the order, over 30 fighters ignited with battle intent in their eyes. Indeed, they were fighters who licked blood from knives. Even after seeing Xiao Ruocheng take down so many people with a single palm, their expressions still showed no fear. Without a hint of fear. Come on, just let me stretch my muscles. Xiao Ruocheng took a few steps back, moving his limbs. In the next moment, a faint sound of dragon roaring and tiger howling emanated from him. Hearing this sound, the few warriors at the front changed their expression slightly, as if they were being stared at by a fierce tiger, their scalps tingling. Charge! Shui Jianjun shouted, and his men, no longer hesitating, rushed forward. Xiao Ruocheng's true energy surged, his clothes fluttering. Then, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing into the crowd. As he moved, his palms changed continuously, sometimes turning into dragon claws, sometimes into tiger paws. The densely packed fighters in the ring fell like wheat being cut down, one after another. In just a few short minutes, there was no one left standing on the scene. Xiao Ruocheng was spotless, his breathing steady, without a trace of confusion. Shui Jianjun looked stunned, and with a thud, the walkie-talkie in his hand dropped to the ground. He suddenly woke up, unable to suppress the fear in his eyes. His men were all fighters from the casino, most of them already possessing inner strength. Even when working together, they might not be able to handle a top expert. Yet, these individuals had no power to resist in front of Xiao Ruocheng. This indicated that Xiao Ruocheng's skills were likely above that of a top expert. He was actually a master. How is this possible? Chu Haidong's smile slowly froze, as he rubbed his eyes repeatedly. Just now, he had a bit of a lucky thought. Perhaps Ah Tai had misjudged? The facts proved that without master-level power, how could anyone so easily and casually take down so many people in a casino? Chu Haidong recalled how he scoffed and mocked Xiao Ruocheng in the private room. If this kid held a grudge and sought revenge. Chu Haidong broke out in a cold sweat. Judging by his bodyguards behind him, it would probably take only one encounter for them to be almost dead. If it weren't for the nearby crowd being too numerous, making it hard to back away with grace, Chu Haidong would have long since slipped away. Gui Tianyi took a deep breath to calm himself. It was only at this moment that he realized how laughable it was to have invited a master to control the situation. In another direction, Hu Weiwei covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. The president's strength is actually so terrifying. Sister Lan Yun, the president is so handsome. Hearing this, Lan Yun retorted, can you focus on something important? The president's strength is not something we can guess. Just now, some of his moves, I've seen from the old president. It seems the president is not far from a level beyond a master. As everyone sighed, Xiao Ruocheng leisurely walked towards Shui Jianjun. What do you want to do? I warn you, Longye boxing ring is GGE's property. If you do something extreme, Jigu will not let you go. Shui Jianjun's face turned pale as he watched Xiao Ruocheng approach him, involuntarily stepping back. Stumbling, he almost fell to the ground. Shui Jianjun's mind was blank, his whole body gone weak. Ji Fu? Xiao Ruocheng's tone was chilling. Let me give him face? He is worthy? I'm giving you a chance to contact Ji Fu and let him come out to see me. Shui Jianjun came to his senses from his panic, picked up the walkie-talkie from the ground, his voice trembling. Master Wu, a big deal happened. This kid is tough. My brothers are no match for him. You must come down personally. A bunch of useless trash. What good is it to pay you these drunkards and eaters? A dissatisfied cold grunt came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Shui Jianjun's hands trembled slightly. Wait there, I'll be there soon, don't let him run. Chapter 81, Bullying the Elderly, are you capable of that too? Manager Shui put down the walkie-talkie, his unease slightly settling. The person he contacted should be Wu Delong. Elder Fong turned back to Atai, asking, I remember, you fought him, how does this kid compare to Wu Delong? Atai thought for a moment before shaking his head. Master Jiao, when Wu Delong fought me, he was only a 7th grade master. After a few years, he must have been promoted to 8th grade. His Nining Claw has been mastered to perfection. In front of him, even a typical 9th grade master might not gain any advantage. Atai glanced at Xiao Ruocheng and said thoughtfully, I'm not sure about Xiao Ruocheng's strength, but he should still have some gap compared to Wu Delong. Master Jiao nodded in contemplation. From his understanding of Atai, since he said there was some gap, it meant that Atai was not too optimistic about Xiao Ruocheng. After all, Wu Delong was nearly 60 and had been practicing martial arts for over 40 years. Xiao Ruocheng was only in his 20s, and the foundation was too different. However, given time, Wu Delong would probably just be a stone under his feet. Forget it, I have a good feeling about this kid. Let's give him a hand. Master Jiao said, laughing heartily, truly, heroes come from the young. Today has opened my eyes. Kid, don't worry about what others say. I have faith in you. Xiao Ruocheng nodded in greeting, he didn't find Master Jiao unpleasant. Master Jiao, what do you mean by that? Shui Jianjun's face tightened. He is the enemy of the boxing arena. What does it matter to me if he is your boxing arena's enemy? Can't I support him? Master Jiao's expression darkened, revealing immense authority. And no, that's not what I meant. Shui Jianjun forced a laugh, his face a mix of green and red. As long as that's the case, let Wu Delong go back. Master Jiao said decisively, it's not a big deal. I will keep him safe, and I will inform Jifu later. Feeling the immense pressure from Master Jiao, Shui Jianjun hesitated for a moment. As a big figure dominating several cities in Jiangdong, Master Jiao's words were not the same as others. If it were Qiu Haidong or Gui Tianyi, Shui Jianjun might dare to stand his ground. But it just had to be the most difficult character to deal with, Master Jiao. Even Jifu didn't dare show off in front of Master Jiao. If it had been Master Jiao who stepped in to save Yuan Hongzhen just now, the boxing arena would have had to concede. Then, Master Jiao, please don't make things difficult for me. Shui Jianjun struggled and said with a grim face, I can't decide such matters. Let's wait for Master Wu to come. You can discuss it with him. Upon hearing this, Master Jiao's mouth curled into a cold smile, you think you can use Wu Delong to pressure me? And no, I wouldn't dare. Shui Jianjun lowered his head, speaking in a rush. Master Jiao, I appreciate your goodwill, but I don't need protection. Xiao Ruocheng said with a relaxed expression. Hearing this, Master Jiao looked at him in surprise, and then suddenly smiled. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. When the people upstairs come down, you might be in big trouble. At that time, even if I speak, it might not help. Xiao Ruocheng shrugged, no problem, let them come. Good, you have guts. It's been a while since I've met such a young person who's to my liking. Master Jiao laughed heartily, kid, no matter how big of a trouble you cause today, even if you poke a hole in the sky. Your life, I'll protect. These words were clearly meant for Shui Jianjun. Shui Jianjun's expression changed unpredictably, he didn't have the guts to challenge Master Jiao and could only wait for the person to come down. Master Jiao intentionally looked at Shui Jianjun, coldly saying, did you hear my words? The powerful aura pressed down like a mountain, causing fine cold sweat to appear on Shui Jianjun's forehead, and he forced a laugh. How could I dare not listen to Master Jiao? Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind everyone. Who wants to stir trouble? Step forward and let me see. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. An old man walked down the stairs with a powerful presence. His sharp gaze swept over everyone like a knife. As soon as he appeared, the gentle breeze outside the boxing arena stopped abruptly. The temperature in the air seemed to drop significantly. Who are you? Xiao Ruocheng fearlessly looked at the old man, slightly furrowing his brows. Hearing this, some familiar faces showed astonished expressions. Wu Delong is the coach of all the fighters in Longya boxing arena, with profound skills, he is a true martial arts master. In front of such a master, who would dare to speak so boldly? Many people in their hearts have already sentenced Xiao Ruocheng to death. I am the martial arts coach of the boxing arena. Wu Delong's voice was hoarse, his aura overwhelming. Xiao Ruocheng sneered contemptuously, you are not qualified to talk to me, let Jifu come. As soon as these words came out, Wu Delong laughed in fury. Ambitions higher than the sky, a life thinner than paper, I will see how strong you really are. Wu Delong let out a wild laugh. His true energy surged, and in an instant, a fierce wind arose, lifting the leaves beneath his feet into the air. A mere 8th rank dares to be arrogant in front of me. Xiao Ruocheng coldly smiled. Arrogant. Wu Delong roared with rage. Though his figure was thin, his speed was so fast it was almost invisible. His palm struck out, seeming to condense a shadow of a claw print, accompanied by a howling cold wind. 9 in claw. Atai's face turned serious. Even from so far away, he could feel the sharpness of Wu Delong's 9 in claw. Perhaps, even a stone placed there would be torn apart. Xiao Ruocheng stood still, his expression calm. This kid can't be scared, stupid, right? Shu Haidong's face showed a trace of schadenfreude, his tone tinged with mockery. An 8th rank master might know he can't win and has given up. At this moment, Xiao Ruocheng shifted his feet apart, tongue like spring thunder. A grain of rice dares to shine. Kneel down. His cold voice roared like thunder. Then, Xiao Ruocheng slowly raised one hand, pressing down. A transparent palm print slowly condensed. The palm print collided with Wu Delong's 9 in claw. Boom! Wu Delong let out a muffled groan, his body erupting with a loud bang, spitting out blood. True energy solidified. Wu Delong looked at Xiao Ruocheng in horror, unable to believe it. A young man, his skills had reached this level. True energy solidifying is a capability only found in the celestial realm. Above the 9th rank, only then is there the celestial being. The gap between them was like the heavens and the earth. I make you kneel. Xiao Ruocheng looked at Wu Delong indifferently, shouting loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a giant mountain pressed down on Wu Delong, his bones creaking and cracking. In the end, unable to bear the weight, he knelt down. The scene suddenly fell silent, dead still. Atai no longer had his previous calm, stepping forward to block in front of Fang Jui, looking like he was facing a great enemy. Jui, let's leave here, it's not safe. Fang Jui paused for a moment. He was very confident in Atai's strength, otherwise, he wouldn't directly challenge Longya boxing arena. No need, what strength does that kid have? Why are you so afraid? Atai's face was serious, slowly shaking his head. I don't know, nor dare I guess rashly. At least, true energy solidifying is a sign of the celestial realm. I don't have confidence to survive before him. Hearing these words, Fang Jui's shock grew even greater. No wonder Xiao Ruocheng dared to single-handedly oppose Longya boxing arena. It turned out he had such terrifying strength. A celestial being in his 20s. This was almost an unimaginable height. There is a saying in the martial arts world, a master must not be insulted. Because, a martial arts master has already reached a realm that ordinary people cannot reach. The celestial realm is even rarer, only those aged-old monsters who do not come out of seclusion can achieve. I won't leave, he should not move against me. Fang Ji hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head. Such level of expert is too rare. I want to stay longer, I wish to befriend him. Atai bit his lip tightly, his eyes full of worry. Ordinary people might not notice, but he had already discovered that Wu Delong was being sealed by an aura. With just a thought, an 8th rank master could not move. How terrifying was that? Tap tap tap. The surroundings, which were previously quiet, suddenly heard crisp footsteps. Xiao Ruocheng, you have truly grown. Lin Wanru suddenly appeared, her eyes cold as she looked at Xiao Ruocheng. Bullying the elderly, you can do it too. Chapter 82, Xiao Ruocheng, the realm of heaven and man. Xiao Ruocheng turned around and saw Lin Wanru's face, instantly feeling unhappy. This woman truly was like a ghost, wherever she went she could be met. Xiao Ruocheng's expression was displeased. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you explain what happened to him? Lin Wanru pointed at Wu Delong on the ground, her voice cold as ice. I thought you were useless before, but now it seems you are not just useless, but completely insane. Even the elderly are not spared. Are you still human? Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng showed a mocking smile. Elderly? With Wu Delong's strength, he could easily crack her skull. You're meddling too much. Xiao Ruocheng didn't want to waste words with her. I'm going to meddle today. Lin Wanru smiled coldly. The Xiao family has 3 loyal heroes. The old man Xiao is wise and mighty, and now with you, it's really a disgrace to the family. As her words fell, she quickened her steps towards Wu Delong. Seeing this, a flicker of keen light flashed in Wu Delong's eyes, slightly twisting his wrist, his muscles tensing. Xiao Ruocheng noticed his movements and immediately warned, be careful, don't get close to him. However, his words were ultimately too late. As Lin Wanru had already walked in front of him, Wu Delong suddenly laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, he closed the distance between himself and Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru, being a natural martial artist, reacted quickly and instinctively retreated. Little girl, come here. Wu Delong was an 8th rank master, his speed was astonishingly fast. In almost a breath's time, he had reached in front of Lin Wanru, his large hand directly clutching her neck. What are you doing? Lin Wanru, in horror, discovered that the true chi in her body seemed to be sealed, and the hand on her neck felt like it was made of cast iron, unmovable. Girl, don't waste your effort, you are only in the innate realm,
better behave in front of me to avoid suffering. Wu Delong locked one hand on Lin Wanru's neck and grabbed her shoulder with the other. Then, he looked proudly at Xiao Ruoqing. Kid, this girl is beautiful like a flower, she must have some connection with you. I admit, your strength is indeed formidable, in front of you, I have no power to resist. As he spoke, he squeezed Lin Wanru's smooth and beautiful face. However, the heavens have eyes, allowing this girl to fall into my hands, she's so pretty, it would be a pity if she died in my hands. Hearing this, Lin Wanru's heart fell to the bottom. This old man's aura was as deep as the sea, clearly stronger than her by a lot, perhaps, he was at least a martial arts master. Yet, a master was going through such trouble to control her, just to threaten Xiao Ruoqing. You can break my control, not many can achieve the master realm, so that is enough to be proud. Xiao Ruoqing showed no expression, coldly stating. Humph. You don't understand too much about the martial arts world, breaking control isn't that difficult. Wu Delong's eyes flashed with cruelty, leave the boxing gym now, and I'll let this girl go, and our grievances will be cleared. Xiao Ruoqing scoffed, lightly saying, is this a threat to me? So what if it is? Wu Delong laughed sinisterly, I admit your talent is very strong, in your 20s, you have already stepped into the realm of heaven and man. In thousands of years, perhaps only the overlord of Chu and the war immortal Han Xian have achieved this, too bad, talent is abundant, but the character is lacking. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Listening to Wu Delong's words, Lin Wanru incredulously raised her head. Xiao Ruoqing is in the realm of heaven and man, she must not have heard wrong? How could this be possible? You must know, above the 9th rank master is the realm of heaven and man. An ordinary person may never touch the threshold of a master in their lifetime, with good talent, stepping into the master level at 50 or 60 years old is already a great fortune. Xiao Ruoqing, at such a young age, has already surpassed masters and entered the realm of heaven and man? At this moment, Lin Wanru even found it hard to believe her own ears. Back then, the teacher invited by the Lin family in the imperial capital was just a 6th grade master. In the entire imperial capital, there was only one apparent powerhouse. This person was an ancient monster, a long-time worshipper of the royal family, who had not shown up for many years, and no one knew how old he was. Xiao Ruoqing reached such an achievement in his 20s, this talent could only be described as terrifying. Lin Wanru couldn't help but recall that day in the rose garden when she had looked down on Xiao Ruoqing for being naive and had shown off her strength to him. Back then, Xiao Ruoqing must have looked at her as if she were a fool. Lin Wanru's pretty face flushed slightly, feeling complex emotions. Kid, didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that Xiao Ruoqing had been silent for a long time, Wu Delong spoke with a harsh exterior but a timid heart. I heard it. So what? Xiao Ruoqing's eyes showed no ripples, and with a flip of his hand, several silver needles appeared. You're holding her, what does it have to do with me? Xiao Ruoqing smiled lightly, flicking his fingers, and the silver needles soared through the air with the sound of wind. A twinge of ominous premonition arose in Wu Delong's heart. Without time to think, he pulled Lin Wanru to dodge away. Clink. The silver needles pierced the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Wu Delong's face turned extremely ugly. Kid, you really don't care about her life or death. Do you believe that I can strangle her right now? Xiao Ruoqing's lips curled into a cold smile. I hate being threatened the most. I don't care about her life or death. If you want to kill, kill, no need to say more. Anyway, you definitely can't escape. Hearing this, Lin Wanru gave a bitter smile, feeling extremely complicated. I warn you. Wu Delong gritted his teeth, not finishing his words. Again, several silver flashes shot towards him. This time, the angles of the silver needles were even more bizarre and tricky. Wu Delong glanced at Lin Wanru, realizing that keeping her wouldn't threaten Xiao Ruoqing, so he simply pushed her out as a meat shield. The silver light approached. Lin Wanru closed her eyes, feeling as if she were being saved. Xiao Ruoqing's gaze sharpened, and he struck with one palm. Powerful true energy rapidly formed a cyclone, shattering the silver needles into pieces before they could pierce Lin Wanru's body. Lin Wanru stared blankly at this scene, unable to pull herself away. As she watched Xiao Ruoqing getting closer, she finally came to her senses and said apologetically, Sorry, I dragged you down. Looking at Lin Wanru's slightly pale face, Xiao Ruoqing said lightly, I just saved you for the sake of my sister-in-law. These words held a sense of déjà vu. Lin Wanru's charming face flushed, she had said something similar before. Hearing the same content said to herself, she could feel how deep the irony was. Don't you let go yet. Xiao Ruoqing frowned slightly. Hearing this, Lin Wanru hurriedly turned back and discovered that Wu Delong had already run over 100 meters away. He should be out of reach, sorry. Lin Wanru felt very ashamed. If it weren't for protecting her, he wouldn't have let Wu Delong escape. He can't escape. Xiao Ruoqing's face was grim as he gazed at the direction Wu Delong was fleeing, slowly raising his hand. His hand clenched into a fist, a faint aura of authority radiated from him. Lin Wanru showed confusion. 3, 2,
1. As the final word fell, Xiao Ruoqing's hand suddenly tightened. In the next second, as Wu Delong was running, his body suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground. Lin Wanru's eyes widened, her face full of shock. Chapter 83, Do you really think I dare not kill you? From such a distance, Xiao Ruoqing took down a master. His strength was indeed terrifying. Clearly so powerful, why did he still hide his strength? Lin Wanru felt full of confusion and planned to ask Xiao Ruoqing properly. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Lin Wanru took out her phone to take a look, her expression changed slightly, and she took a deep breath, saying, "Don't forget to come find me tonight. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first." After leaving this sentence, she hurriedly left. "Did you forget what I said?" Xiao Ruoqing suddenly turned his head, his cold gaze like a knife, sending chills down Shui Jianjun's spine. "And no, I didn't forget. Please don't be anxious, Master Xiao. I've already reported the situation." Shui Jianjun panicked and said, "Mr. Ji will be here soon, please wait a moment." "Wait a moment?" Xiao Ruoqing sneered and said, "What if I don't want to wait?" This. Shui Jianjun felt a shiver run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You. After holding back for a long time, he still couldn't say a single coherent word. At that moment, a black sedan slowly drove over and stopped at the gate. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. Xiao Ruoqing narrowed his eyes. Before he could speak, Hu Weiwei beside him reminded, "President, the person coming doesn't seem to be Ji Fu. The information from Chu Hongyan shows that this person should be Ji Fu's brother, Ji Yang." As soon as Ji Yang got out of the car, he saw the fighters in the ring lying on the ground. Even Wu Delong was barely conscious. He was instantly shocked. "Manager Shui, what happened?" Ji Yang's face was gloomy as he looked at Shui Jianjun first, who was causing trouble. Shui Jianjun seemed to find a backbone and pointed at Xiao Ruoqing, crying, "It's this kid. He broke our rules first and even hit someone." Hearing this, Ji Yang turned to look at Xiao Ruoqing. As the second in command of the fighting arena, he knew the strength of the fighters under him very well. With just one person, not only had he taken down so many fighters, but he had also injured Wu Delong. This person's strength was probably not ordinary. "Sir, I'm the person in charge of the fighting arena." Ji Yang showed a friendly smile and said, "If our arena has offended you in any way, I apologize to you first." Xiao Ruoqing frowned, "I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for Ji Fu." "Sir, unfortunately, my brother is not in Jiangbei recently, so I am temporarily in charge of the fighting arena." Ji Yang awkwardly smiled, "If you have something, talking to me is the same. Then fine, I need you to help me identify someone." Xiao Ruoqing looked deeply at Ji Yang and said lightly, "This person should have been a fighter in your fighting arena." As he spoke, Xiao Ruoqing took out his phone, found a photo of the young man who was an undercover in the Duan family, and handed it to Ji Yang. Ji Yang was puzzled, took the phone and looked at it for a moment, then shook his head gently. "Sorry, Mr. Xiao, I have no impression of this person." As he spoke, he raised his head and beckoned to Shui Jianjun. "Come and help Mr. Xiao see if this person is one of our fighters." Shui Jianjun leaned forward, glanced at the photo, and his face changed slightly. "This looks like Wu Ye's subordinate." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing looked at Wu Delong, who was lying on the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead. "Stop pretending. If you keep pretending, I'll make you die here forever." As soon as the words fell, Wu Delong suddenly wriggled a couple of times and struggled to get up. "Go check if the person in the photo is known." Wu Delong cautiously nodded and walked to Shui Jianjun's side. "Wu Yi, if I'm not mistaken, this person should be under you." Shui Jianjun handed the phone over. After looking at the photo, Wu Delong immediately denied, "Manager Shui, what nonsense are you talking? I don't know him." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing's eyes revealed obvious impatience. "Think carefully." Ji Yang hurriedly pushed Wu Delong, "Do you recognize him or not?" Seeing this, Wu Delong trembled and said, "I remember. This person's name is Lai Zi, he indeed used to be under me. Who placed him in the Duan family as an insider?" Xiao Ruoqing's expression turned cold, his sharp gaze like a sword. Making Wu Delong and Ji Yang shiver involuntarily, their faces full of tension. Lai Zi has not been in the fighting arena for a long time. Wu Delong had an innocent expression, "Now, I don't know where he went." Xiao Ruoqing smiled coldly. He had many ways to deal with the toughest people. Break a few bones to make him think carefully. Xiao Ruoqing lightly said with his hands clasped behind his back. Hearing this, Lan Yun and Hu Weiwei surrounded him from both sides. "Wait." Wu Delong's face changed wildly as he shouted, "Don't take action. Lai Zi was relocated by Mr. Ji 3 months ago, it should be his arrangement." Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's face turned ashen. "Wu Delong. You must look carefully, don't slander others." Wu Delong shrank his head and said, "Second master, I remember clearly, it was Ji Yi." Before he could finish, Ji Yang exploded with rage. "You scoundrel!
My brother never interferes with the boxing gym affairs, how could he transfer your subordinates?
Seeing him speak so rudely, Wu Delong also became displeased. No matter what, he was a master of the 8th rank. Even Ji Fu dared not be so arrogant in front of them. What is Ji Yang anyway? Ji Yang, watch your words.
Wu Delong's face turned grim. The boxing arena is your brother's business.
If he transfers people, I can't stop it. Ji Yang, unwilling to back down, coldly said, who knows if you did this on purpose, trying to slander my brother. The two exchanged words, and it looked like they were about to argue.
Enough. Xiao Ruocheng had completely lost patience. Tell me, where is Ji Fu?
Mr. Xiao, my brother is not in Donghai, I don't know where he is.
Ji Yang wore an expression of being wronged, pointing at Wu Delong. Don't listen to his nonsense, that man was not transferred by my brother.
Don't know?
Xiao Ruocheng's face turned icy. Suddenly, he grabbed Ji Yang's neck. Why do you all like to lie in front of me?
Do you really think I dare not kill you?
Mr. Xiao, please calm down. Ji Yang trembled all over, struggling desperately. My brother has powerful figures from the provincial city backing him. A small family from Donghai. If my brother wants to deal with them, it's just a matter of a word.
Why even need to arrange subordinates?
Xiao Ruocheng's eyes were cold, indifferent, and said, I don't want to hear your explanation. As soon as his voice fell, he tightened his grip. Crack. Ji Yang's neck snapped at the sound. Thud. The body fell to the ground, as if crashing onto everyone's hearts.
Tell Ji Fu I'm waiting for him at the Xiao family.
Xiao Ruocheng looked at Shui Jianjun with a fierce aura. I give him one day, it's best if he comes to see me in person, otherwise, I will make him regret for a lifetime.
Chapter 84, Lin Wanru being pursued, Killer Ramones.
Xiao Ruocheng turned around leisurely and looked at Lan Yun and the others. Let's go, we should head back first. Mr. Xiao, please wait. At this moment, Fang Zhu's voice came from behind. Having witnessed Xiao Ruocheng's terrifying strength, his title and attitude had unwittingly changed.
What's the matter?
Xiao Ruocheng stopped and frowned slightly.
I just feel a good connection with you. Fang Zhi smiled widely and walked up. Do you have time to visit me for a bit?
Xiao Ruocheng pondered for a moment and nodded.
Though Fang Zhi was from Jiangdong province, he was powerful, and his network was complex.
He knew more about the Longye boxing arena and Ji Fu than himself. Perhaps he could reveal some insider information. Since Fang Zhi invites, I dare not refuse. Let's go sit for a while.
Gladly.
Seeing Xiao Ruocheng agree, Fang Zhi laughed heartily. Let's go to the villa. Then, a group returned to the villa, entering Fang Zhi's luxurious suite. No wonder he was a big shot, his room was much grander than Xiao Ruocheng's own.
Come, try my tea, Wui Mountains de Hongpo.
Though it is not from the mother tree, its age makes it exceptional. As soon as they sat down, Fang Zhi enthusiastically poured tea for Xiao Ruocheng.
Even Hu Weiwei and Lan Yun were not overlooked, each received a cup. Good tea.
Xiao Ruocheng took a sip and praised. Mr. Xiao, so young and promising, you really opened my eyes. Fang Zhi took a sip of tea, gradually setting down his cup. I appreciate your character, unruly and domineering, just like I was when I was young. Hearing his flattery, Xiao Ruocheng smiled faintly. To receive Fang Zhi's recognition is an honor for a junior. Not at all. When I was young, I didn't have the capabilities of Mr. Xiao.
Fang Zhi felt even more content as he saw Xiao Ruocheng not boasting due to his cultivation or identity.
But may I ask, how did Ji Fu offend you to the extent that it caused such a scene? With Fang Zhu's experience, he could naturally see that Xiao Ruocheng was not just opposing the boxing arena because of Yuan Hongjin. It is obvious that the grudge between both sides has lasted a long time. Xiao Ruocheng slowly shook his head. It's not that I have a problem with Ji Fu, but his hands reach too far. There are some matters he should not get involved in. Under the calm tone, Elder Fang sensed a piercing coldness. He slightly straightened his body, his expression serious as he said, I've heard that Ji Fu has been smooth sailing these years because he has a big figure in Jiangbei supporting him. As for who this person is, I'm not sure, but you'd better be cautious. At this point, Elder Fang showed a bitter smile. However, with your strength, looking across all of Jiangbei, no one should be able to threaten you. The terrifying cultivation of the celestial realm, not to mention Jiangbei, even the entire Great Xia, only some infamous old monsters could reach this level. Xiao Ruocheng did not respond, hesitating for a moment, then said, Elder Jiu, your connections are vast, and you have good information.
Do you know who Ji Fu has been close with?
Elder Fang furrowed his brow, plunged into deep thought. After a moment, it seemed he made a firm decision in his eyes. In the boxing scene of Longye, there are countless powerful and wealthy people, not just in Jiangbei, but also many from Jiangdong and Jiangnan have connections with the boxing arena. It's a mixed bag, I haven't heard of anyone being particularly close to him. Xiao Ruocheng nodded, he had expected this point long ago. Ji Fu controls such a large boxing arena, with fighters under him as numerous as hair on a cow. If it were that easy for someone to find a flaw, it indeed wouldn't be very realistic.
Thank you for the information, Elder Joe. I won't disturb you any longer.
Xiao Ruoqing finished the last sip of tea in one gulp and stood up.
Just then, Elder Fang's tightly locked brow suddenly relaxed, as if he remembered something. Wait a moment. Xiao Ruoqing was startled. Mr. Xiao, I suddenly remembered you might want to pay attention to the woman beside Jifu.
Elder Fang said seriously, in these years, Jifu's career has been thriving, and suddenly there's a mysterious woman by his side. I have only heard her name, but never seen her. It is said that Jifu listens to this woman completely. If you want to investigate, you could start from this aspect. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing's expression became much more serious. This information probably had a high level of confidentiality. Otherwise, Elder Fang wouldn't have taken so long to think. Elder Zhou's reminder is very important to me, thank you.
Xiao Ruoqing slightly bent down to express his gratitude. It's nothing.
Elder Fang smiled and waved his hand. If you need my help, just speak up.
Although I am older, being friends across ages isn't too much to ask, right?
Xiao Ruoqing chuckled. Of course, I would greatly welcome it. The two exchanged smiles and shook hands. As they left, the sky had darkened. Xiao Ruoqing, along with Lan Yun and Hu Weiwei, was just about to return to their room. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura flickered past. Xiao Ruoqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Within this aura was a very familiar feeling.
Dark and sinister. Lan Yun, Weiwei, you guys go back first.
Xiao Ruoqing looked at the two girls, his expression normal as he said.
Okay, President. The two agreed obediently without any doubt and went back to their room.
After that, Xiao Ruoqing came to the corridor window.
He looked toward the direction of that aura. Outside the villa, in the bamboo forest, a figure wrapped in black clothes was pursuing a woman. The woman was Lin Wanru.
At this moment, her face was pale, her footsteps staggering, looking exceptionally distressed.
Xiao Ruoqing's gaze turned cold.
This black-clothed figure, judging by his height and build, should be a man. Even though he couldn't see his face, based on the movements and aura, Xiao Ruoqing guessed that this man was the husband of the female killer ranked 97 in prison, the Weeping Blood Spider Woman, Ramones. This couple is notorious internationally, having committed many bloody crimes. The Weeping Blood Spider Woman had already been imprisoned. He didn't expect Ramones to hide for so long.
He actually dared to enter China alone.
Meanwhile, Lin Wanru felt like her legs were weighted down with lead.
While escaping, she took out her phone, getting ready to make a call for help.
Suddenly, a sudden rush of wind came from behind her. Lin Wanru's expression changed wildly, and she quickly rolled to dodge.
Bang! In the rush, her phone was smashed to pieces. Before she could react, the wind howled again.
Lin Wanru threw the pile of phone parts onto the ground. Without thinking much, she forced her internal energy to turn her body and entered a narrow alley to hide.
Huff! Having successfully avoided a round of attack, Lin Wanru's chest heaved violently, gasping for breath.
She looked down and saw her shins covered in blood, with several wounds on her arms. The blood flow made her feel dizzy in her mind.
Tat tat tat. Heavy footsteps approached from not far away.
Lin Wanru leaned against the wall, feeling a vague sense of despair.
Just now, she received a call that the criminal she had been chasing appeared near the underground fighting venue.
The situation was urgent, and to prevent the criminals from escaping, Lin Wanru could only go after them alone. But, she never expected Remus to be so powerful. He was almost a master, and skilled at hidden weapons. Lin Wargod, I advise you to come out quietly, hiding is meaningless. The man in black grinned wickedly, searching everywhere for Lin Wanru. You've been struck by my soul-chasing nail. The ghost spider poison will erode your consciousness.
At most, in 10 minutes, you will fall into a coma. At that time, I cannot guarantee what will happen to you.
Lin Wanru's face turned pale, feeling regret in her heart. Since knowing Xiao Ruoqing's true strength, her foreboding had intensified. She was almost certain that Xiao Ruoqing was the warden. However, before she could ask him, she was about to die. Lin Wanru closed her eyes. Suddenly, a muffled grunt came from outside the alley. The footsteps getting closer suddenly stopped at that moment.
Lin Wanru's complexion changed slightly, sensing that something was wrong.
After waiting for a moment, she cautiously peeked her head out. She saw the man in black with wide open eyes, lying on the ground, already a corpse. Chapter 85, Identity Exposed, Xiao Ruoqing is the warden. Lin Wanru's heart trembled, looking around. After observing for a while, she found no one around. Suppressing the dizziness in her brain, she stepped forward to turn over Remus's body. Confirming that Remus was completely dead, Lin Wanru struggled to pull out a special phone from her pocket and dialed the number.
As soon as the call connected, Lin Wanru spoke, Remus is dead.
There was a pause on the other end, followed by the joyful voice of a middle-aged man.
Well done. Wanru, you have surprised me.
Remus was very strong. He had even taken on assassination missions for masters before, but you handled him alone. I will report this up immediately. I will recommend you for a first-class merit. Lin Wanru sat down on the ground with difficulty, forcing out a bitter smile and said, I didn't kill him, I fought with him and got hurt, but I was hiding in the alley. By the time I came out, Remus was already dead. Although she said she was unsure, deep down she had a strong premonition. The person who helped her kill Remus was Xiao Ruocheng. You are hurt? The middle-aged man's voice on the phone rose a few notches. It's not convenient to say too much on the phone, you should rest first. We'll meet when you come back to the Donghai battle zone. Hearing this, Lin Wanru hung up the phone. Looking at the quiet corpse on the ground, she decided to find Xiao Ruocheng for answers. Not long after, Lin Wanru's face turned pale, and her heart began to race. The dizziness made her stagger and her legs felt weak. She bit her tongue to use the pain to regain some clarity, forcing herself to endure the discomfort, limping her way to the hotel. After asking at the front desk for Xiao Ruocheng's room, Lin Wanru with great difficulty went upstairs and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Upon hearing the knocking sound, Xiao Ruocheng gave a command. Lan Yun, go open the door. Then, he continued to lazily lie on Hu Weiwei's curvy legs, closing his eyes and enjoying the massage. Lan Yun put down the fruit plate in her hands and opened the door. Seeing that the visitor was Lin Wanru, she couldn't help but frown. However, she didn't say anything and returned to the sofa, picking up the fruit plate, taking a grape, and feeding it into Xiao Ruocheng's mouth. Remember to peel it next time. Xiao Ruocheng closed his eyes, eating the fruit while enjoying the massage, feeling very comfortable. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanru gritted her teeth in hatred. She coldly glanced at Lan Yun and Hu Weiwei. You two go out for a moment, I need to talk to Xiao Ruocheng about something. However, Lan Yun and Hu Weiwei seemed to have not heard and continued with their work. Xiao Ruocheng, didn't you hear? Lin Wanru tried hard to control her emotions. I have something to say to you. Xiao Ruocheng opened his eyes, glanced at her, and casually said, Go ahead, what do you need me for? It's not convenient to talk here, come out with me. Lin Wanru had a stubborn expression. Xiao Ruocheng closed his eyes again and said nonchalantly, I'm right here, I'm not going anywhere. If you have something to say, say it, if you don't want to, then leave. You. Lin Wanru's face froze, and she gritted her teeth. Xiao Ruocheng, if you don't come with me, I will call Su Fian immediately and tell her that you killed someone. Nonsense. Xiao Ruocheng frowned, which of your eyes saw me kill someone? Lin Wanru wore a victorious expression, you think I didn't see? Ramos was killed by you, right? I thought it over, do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng squinted, and a hint of uncertainty appeared in his eyes. Just now, he indeed killed Ramos. But, Xiao Ruocheng acted extremely fast, almost in an instant. Lin Wanru should have been hiding in the alley at the time, how could she possibly see? Truth or not, this kind of matter cannot reach Big Sister's ears. Seeing Xiao Ruocheng silent, Lin Wanru became more certain that Ramos's death was related to him. Then, she coldly said, It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I notified the Eastern Sea War Zone, and they will send someone over to take you back. At that time, there are plenty of ways to make you confess. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Hu Weiwei stopped her movements, and a flash of cold light crossed her eyes. Lan Yun placed the fruit plate on the table and looked at Lin Wanru with an unfriendly gaze. A sense of imperceptible killing intent began to spread. Xiao Ruocheng sighed and got up from Hu Weiwei's legs. You all wait for me here. After saying that, he took the initiative to walk towards the door. Seeing her scheme succeed, Lin Wanru's lips curled up slightly. Silently, they arrived at Lin Wanru's room. After entering, Xiao Ruocheng sternly said, Speak, what do you want? Lin Wanru suppressed her excitement, staring at Xiao Ruocheng and saying word by word, I just want to know, are you the warden? What warden? Xiao Ruocheng shook his head, I don't know what you are talking about. In your eyes, I am just a useless person, a labor reform inmate. I really haven't heard of any warden. Lin Wanru seemed to have known that he would answer this way. I have recognized you, Xiao Ruocheng. Lin Wanru's pretty face slightly flushed as she said, I remember everything you did to me back then. Back then, it seemed he hadn't done anything to her, right? Xiao Ruocheng frowned, recalling the process of his first meeting with Lin Wanru. That time, she was capturing a criminal but failed to subdue him and almost lost her life. Just right, the criminal Lin Wanru was trying to capture had escaped from Black Mountain Prison. Xiao Ruocheng was ordered to capture him and saved Lin Wanru. Throughout the process, there should have only been simple contact, with no overstepping whatsoever. I haven't even met you, Miss Lin, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Xiao Ruocheng shook his head and said. Since you haven't met me, what were you just thinking? Lin Wanru covered her mouth and chuckled, looks like I guessed right, you are the warden. At this point, Lin Wanru's voice trembled, staring dreamily at Xiao Ruocheng. I have been looking for you for so long. Why are you avoiding me?
That time, you saved my life, and today you saved me again. I owe you too much. Xiao Ruocheng pressed her lips together, instinctively wanting to deny it again. But when she met Lin Wanru's sorrowful gaze, for some reason, her heart softened for a moment. Alright, I admit it, I am the warden of Black Mountain Prison. The last time I went out was also to capture an escaped prisoner, saving you was just a coincidence. Xiao Ruocheng emphasized, reminding her, you should know, I am already married. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru's delicate body shuddered. A hint of despair flashed in her eyes, and her already pale face grew even more ashen. Yes, you are already married. Why didn't I recognize you sooner? Big tears slipped from her eyes, the usually strong and sharp-witted woman became incredibly vulnerable. Xiao Ruocheng said nothing, only sighed softly. Their meeting was purely a coincidence, he didn't expect saving Lin Wanru would stay in her memory for so long. Can I hug you for a moment? Lin Wanru bit her red lip and pleaded, consider it my excuse. Seeing her sincere eyes, Xiao Ruocheng nodded slightly. A hug, that request did not seem too excessive. Lin Wanru's nose tinged with sadness, she suddenly leaped into Xiao Ruocheng's embrace. Only a few seconds. Xiao Ruocheng felt his chest getting dampened by her tears. I'm sorry, it was my fault before. Lin Wanru cried, her words interspersed with sobs. Suddenly, her voice stopped. Xiao Ruocheng noticed her body go limp, her temperature alarmingly high. Lin Wanru, what happened? Xiao Ruocheng supported Lin Wanru's shoulders and realized she had fainted. Her red lips opened and closed, tears still clinging to her eyes. Without time to think, Xiao Ruocheng carried Lin Wanru and placed her on the bed. He pressed 2 fingers against her wrist and immediately became serious. She was poisoned. Previously at home, Xiao Ruocheng had noticed she was severely poisoned. Now, she likely had also been infected by the ghost spider poison of Raymond's. The 2 toxins acting together would quickly claim her life. Miss Lin, you are poisoned. Xiao Ruocheng shook Lin Wanru's body and said seriously, to detoxify, I must remove your clothes. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. At that moment, Lin Wanru had already lost consciousness. After waiting a few seconds with no response, Xiao Ruocheng gritted his teeth and grabbed the hem of her clothing, lifting it up. The next moment, a flash of white light was extraordinarily dazzling. Lin Wanru's skin was as pure white as fresh snow, with smooth lines and a full, seductive figure. Chapter 86, New Moves from Bai Jiang Du, Hurry Back to Donghai. Lin Wanru had practiced martial arts for years, her body without an ounce of extra flesh. Her delicate waist and flowing curves were remarkably perfect as if favored by the divine. Xiao Ruocheng took a deep breath, flipping his wrist, revealing several silver needles between his fingers. The needle tips were as fine as cow hair, but the length was 2 inches longer than ordinary silver needles. With a flick of his wrist, 3 silver needles pierced into her head, foot, and lower back. Lin Wanru's consciousness was hazy, due to the poisoning, the toxin invaded her meridians, raising her body temperature considerably, her cheeks flushed. Don't move. I'm detoxifying you. Xiao Ruocheng used one hand to press down on Lin Wanru's shoulder, although she had trained martial arts for a long time, her skin was as delicate and smooth as a baby's. No, don't touch me. Lin Wanru mumbled, twisting her body unnaturally as her rising body temperature left her feeling parched. Seeing this, Xiao Ruocheng's expression grew much more serious. With such a high temperature, detoxification must be done quickly, otherwise, she could easily turn into a fool. Raymond's soul-piercing nails and the blood-tearing spider's poison share the same root. Years ago, in Black Mountain Prison, Xiao Ruocheng had treated many prisoners infected by toxins, so dealing with Lin Wanru's poison was second nature. Stay calm, I'm going to insert more needles. Xiao Ruocheng reminded her, his wrist shaking continuously. Silver needles shot through the air, as if they had eyes of their own. The needles precisely pierced the acupuncture points all over Lin Wanru's body. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Wanru's weak voice rang out. Xiao Ruocheng noticed that although her mind was not very clear, her eyes were exceptionally bright, just staring straight at him. Losing that layer of proud exterior, she had become much more lovable. Don't leave me, okay? Lin Wanru murmured as she fell into a coma. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Ruocheng sped up the detox process, he had been tense for too long, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. As the last silver needle fell, Lin Wanru's skin became hot, like a well-cooked shrimp. A faint mist began to escape from her body. The Yang Point needle, the best for detoxification. Most of the toxins could be expelled from the body using the meridians. When Xiao Ruocheng checked Lin Wanru's pulse again, feeling the restless fire within her body gradually calming down, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed that Lin Wanru was completely unclothed. Her proud figure made one's blood rush just by looking at it. Xiao Ruocheng immediately took his gaze away, picked up the clothes beside him, and prepared to cover Lin Wanru.
Just then, Lin Wanru suddenly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward. You're awake, I was just about to cover you with your clothes. Xiao Ruocheng's stiff hand held the clothes as he stammered awkwardly. Hearing this, Lin Wanru immediately regained her senses and looked down. Realizing she was lying naked on the bed, she instinctively covered her chest and screamed loudly. Ah! Lin Wanru turned pale with fright, looking terrified at Xiao Ruocheng.
Don't scream, don't scream.
Xiao Ruocheng was startled and quickly said, You were poisoned, I had to remove your clothes to treat you.
Also, I already asked for your consent before I acted.
To calm her emotions, he had to tell a little lie.
Xiao Ruocheng wore an expression of guiltlessness. Lin Wanru's beautiful face instantly flushed red, stammering, Could you turn around first?
Xiao Ruocheng nodded and turned his back to her.
Seeing this, Lin Wanru breathed a sigh of relief. If it were someone else who saw her body, Lin Wanru would want to kill him immediately.
But this person was Xiao Ruocheng. Instead, she unconsciously revealed a smile. I'm dressed, you can turn around now.
Lin Wanru coughed lightly and said.
Xiao Ruocheng turned around and found Lin Wanru staring intently at him, her gaze like water, incredibly gentle.
For a moment, his heart felt uneasy. Xiao Ruocheng, you know I like you.
Lin Wanru shyly said, I've always kept myself pure, never having any contact with the opposite sex. Now that you've seen me completely, how can I ever marry?
Hearing this, Xiao Ruocheng's face darkened. He was trying to help, yet it turned into his fault?
Miss Lin, you need to understand, I did that to save you. Xiao Ruocheng said coldly, if I hadn't treated you in time, you would already be a corpse. Lin Wanru knew she was in the wrong, but she was even clearer that if she missed this chance, there might never be another opportunity.
Well, I don't care, since you've seen me, you have to take responsibility for me.
Lin Wanru insisted stubbornly. Xiao Ruocheng understood her thoughts and said seriously, Miss Lin, I already said, I'm married, there can't be anything between us. Though his words were harsh, he didn't have a better way. He only hoped that Lin Wanru could see things clearly soon. After saying that, Xiao Ruocheng turned and walked out.
Lin Wanru's eyes turned moist as she looked at his retreating figure, tears streaming down her cheeks.
After a moment, she wiped away her tears.
I won't give up.
Lin Wanru silently encouraged herself. Now, at least she knew that Xiao Ruocheng was the person she was looking for. This was much better than searching for a needle in a haystack. Her personality had always been one of bravery in love and hate. If she liked something, she had to fight for it, the same went for the person she liked.
Back in the room.
Lan Yun and Hu Weiwei had just finished bathing, wearing bathrobes, lazily leaning on the sofa, their figures alluring.
Upon seeing Xiao Ruocheng return, both women quickly got up.